In the blink of an eye, the favored son of heaven was reduced to a prisoner in chains. University student Lin Mo was framed as the mastermind behind a colossal crime, leading to the destruction of his family and his imprisonment in the most secure facility imaginable. Amidst endless torment and despair, he awakened the death judge system. By passing judgment on the evils that elude the law, he could earn rewards and even resurrect his family. Thus, a behind-the-scenes adjudicator with an impeccable alibi was born. Business tycoons met mysterious demises. The emperor of the underground vanished without a trace, and the powerful families that ruled with an iron fist began to crumble. The law enforcement system was thrown into chaos, yet they could never fathom that the orchestrator was merely a prisoner. The powerful, in their fear, sought to eliminate all potential threats indiscriminately, only to find themselves outmaneuvered by Lin Mo. Who could suspect a prisoner under constant surveillance? Lin Mo gazed at the cameras, his expression as impassive as ever. Chapter 1. This is the third one. The scorching sun of July hung overhead like an unquenchable flame, casting its relentless heat over Haishi prison. Behind the prison lay a quarry, pockmarked and ravaged from years of extraction. The rock face, worn by the unyielding sun, emitted a quiet groan, a testament to its suffering. In one corner of the quarry, the prison bully, Zhao Hu, paused his labor, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. He leaned closer to a fidgety inmate known as Skinny Monkey and whispered, "Take a breather." Skinny Monkey eagerly inched closer, lowering his voice, a mixture of intrigue and fear on his face. "Brother Hu, don't you think something feels off in this prison lately?" Zhao Hu snorted, exhaling through his nostrils, clearly uninterested in such superstitious talk. He hoisted his pickaxe and nodded at the guards supervising the prisoners before heading toward the cooler shade of the rock face. Skinny Monkey followed Zhao Hu, oblivious to his disinterest, and continued, "Think about it, Brother Hu. Last week, that muffled sand choked on a white bun in the cafeteria, and no one saw it coming. There were over 10 people there." Zhao Hu walked on, his impatience growing. "So what?" Emboldened by Zhao Hu's response, Skinny Monkey pressed on. "And then there was Mad Dog Lee the other day. That brute thought he was invincible. What happened?" In the public shower, he slipped on the floor and fell face first into a puddle just deep enough to drown him. "Isn't that bizarre?" Zhao Hu turned and slumped against the cool rock face. A faint crack appeared at the top of the rock wall, yet the subtle sound went unnoticed. Ridiculous. Deaths in prison happen all the time. It's just that the methods can be peculiar. Zhao Hu spat disdainfully at a silent figure laboring nearby. "That Lin Mo, that pretty boy, he's the real oddity. Been here 3 months, and I've beaten him several times, yet he doesn't even make a sound. He just stares blankly, like a corpse. Tough as nails." Skinny Monkey followed Zhao Hu's gaze to Lin Mo, who was silently swinging his pickaxe. His prison uniform was soaked in sweat, clinging to his gaunt frame. "Exactly, Brother Hu," Skinny Monkey agreed. "That kid never speaks up or fights back. He just stares at you, giving you the creeps. A tough nut. He really gets under your skin." A glimmer of cruel desire flickered in Zhao Hu's eyes as he licked his cracked lips. "It's pointless to just hit him. He won't break. A coward who only dares to harm children, pretending to be a tough guy. Once the workday ends, let's gather some brothers and have him entertain us in various ways, so he knows who really sets the rules in Haishi prison." Upon hearing this, Skinny Monkey immediately understood and grinned lewdly. "Brother Hu, you're brilliant. It's time to show that kid what's what." As they conspired against Lin Mo, several small stones, the size of fingernails, silently tumbled down the massive rock face behind them. Unaware of the impending danger, the two continued their hushed conversation. Zhao Hu seemed determined to assert his authority at that moment. He leaned against the rock wall, legs splayed, and shouted towards Lin Mo, his words dripping with vulgar mockery. "Hey, you murderer. I heard you were quite the player before you came here. Why don't you put on a show for the brothers when we get back inside? Let us all have a good laugh." His crude taunts echoed in the hot air, drawing the attention of nearby inmates, who paused their work, ears perked up. Yet, Lin Mo appeared oblivious to the provocation. His pickaxe continued its rhythmic rise and fall. Clang! Another rock shattered under his strikes. Zhao Hu's expression darkened. To be so blatantly ignored in front of everyone was more humiliating than a direct confrontation. A surge of anger coursed through him. Just as he was about to speak again, a fist-sized stone fell without warning from above. With a loud thud, it struck the ground near his feet. The noise startled the onlooking inmates. Zhao Hu was taken aback and instinctively prepared to flee. Then came a tremendous cracking sound from directly above him. Crack! Everyone instinctively looked up to see a massive rock, the size of a table and with a sharpened edge, break loose from the fissured wall, plummeting with unmatched weight and speed. Time seemed to slow to a crawl in that moment. Zhao Hu's face contorted with sheer terror. His mouth gaped open, but no sound emerged from his throat, his pupils reflecting the ever-growing shadow of death above. The colossal rock struck him squarely on the head. Thud! A muffled sound, akin to a ripe watermelon being smashed, echoed clearly through the cacophony of the quarry. Zhao Hu's imposing form crumpled, as if all the bones had been removed from a sack, toppling backward. His head became a grotesque splash of red and white, merging instantly with the dust and debris on the ground. My God, Skinny Monkey, standing beside Zhao Hu, was grazed by the falling rock on his shoulder, letting out a pained scream. The entire quarry fell into an eerie silence for 3 long seconds, only Skinny Monkey's cries reverberating in the stillness. Then, chaos erupted like an avalanche. Someone's dead. Run. The walls collapsing, the inmates scattered like frightened sheep, frantically dropping their tools and retreating in terror, desperate to avoid becoming the next victim. Amidst the bedlam, many found a perverse sense of delight beneath their fear. Whistle. The sharp sound of a guard's whistle pierced the air as several guards with batons rushed from the lookout tower and break area. They shouted commands to control the panicked crowd while swiftly cordoning off the scene, reporting the unexpected incident through their radios. Fellow inmates of Zhao Hu's work crew, Lin Mo and a dozen others, being the closest, were quickly apprehended and taken aside for questioning. The interrogation took place in a makeshift tent at the edge of the quarry. What was Zhao Hu doing before his death? Who was he speaking to? Inquired a stern-faced prison guard captain, fixating on an inmate. The prisoner trembled with fear, stammering in response, re-reporting, "Officer, I was working at the time and didn't pay attention. I just heard him." He shouted, and then, who was he shouting to, and what did he say to? Lin Mo, but I couldn't hear clearly. It was too noisy. Captain Gao Chong, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the next individual. After questioning several others, he received largely similar answers that at last. It was Lin Mo's turn. As he entered the tent, a flicker of terror was evident on his face. "What is your name?" Captain Gao Chong scrutinized him. Lin Mo before Zhao Hu's demise. "What did you see or hear? Speak plainly." With a slight tremor in his voice, Lin Mo replied, reporting, "I was focused on quarrying and didn't notice my surroundings." "Nonsense." Gao Chong slammed his hand on the table. "Someone saw Zhao Hu shouting at you." "Yes." Lin Mo shuddered. "He indeed called out to me with a provocative remark, but I ignored it. And then, I continued with my work. Shortly after, I heard the sound of rocks crumbling above me. Instinctively, I looked up, and then he met with his fate." Gao Chong stared at him for a full half-minute, applying pressure, while his mind wandered to other matters. It appeared to be an unfortunate accident. "Damn it, my illicit earnings will take another hit." Furious, Gao Chong declared, "Inmate Lin Mo, conversing during work hours, go to solitary confinement for 3 days." Ultimately, after a hasty investigation of the scene, the incident was classified as a safety production accident caused by the weathering of the rock face and years of quarrying. In solitary confinement, Lin Mo faced the wall, his expression impassive, yet deep within, he silently murmured, "This is the third one." Chapter 2. Dreamscape suddenly awash with images and colors. The confinement cell was dark and damp, exuding a persistent odor of mildew that seemed to linger through the years. Lin Mo faced the cold wall, engulfed entirely by darkness. He closed his eyes, his physical exhaustion and mental tension swiftly plunging him into a vivid and surreal dream. In the dream, the warm sun of Longqing in September bathed him in its glow. He was still that spirited university student, carrying a backpack and wearing headphones, relishing the pleasure of solitary travel. He remembered the gentle breeze that day, the sweet fragrance of osmanthus flowers permeating the air, filling everything with hope. The scene shifted as he wandered into a secluded alley, seeking a trendy snack shop recommended in a guide. Deep in the alley, 2 men were engaged in a hushed conversation, their words drifting indistinctly toward him. "Rest assured, the goods at the old district hospital are substantial." Upon noticing Lin Mo intruding upon their discourse, the 2 men immediately fell silent, one of them gazing intently at him for a prolonged moment. At that time, Lin Mo paid no mind, dismissing it as ordinary chatter, and walked past them. However, in the next instant, the dream's palette abruptly turned crimson. Bang! The door to the hotel room was violently thrust open, splintering wood scattering in all directions. A blinding beam of light from a flashlight illuminated his face as 7 or 8 burly men clad in security uniforms stormed in, pinning him to the ground without a word. Cold handcuffs snapped shut around his wrists, the metallic chill seemingly searing into his very bones. "Lin Mo, you are suspected of being the perpetrator in the monstrous serial murder case of Longqing. Come with us." He was branded as the antagonist, the demon who had cruelly taken the lives of 18 children within a fortnight. In the courtroom, he found himself at a loss for words. A witness, whom he had never encountered before, tearfully identified him, claiming to have seen him drag a child into the alley. Regardless of how he protested, all evidence pointed towards him in a manner that was eerily flawless. Ultimately, the judge's frigid voice fell like a heavy hammer, utterly shattering his life. Life imprisonment in Haishi prison ensued. The dream then transformed into shades of black and white. The scenes shifted to his cell, where heavy fists rained down upon him like a torrential storm. The menacing visage of the prison bully, Zhao Hu, loomed before him, spitting, "You little pretty boy. Dare to act tough here? Today, I shall teach you what rules are." He curled up on the ground like a lifeless dog, enduring an unending barrage of beatings, the physical agony overshadowed by an even greater despair within. His only hope lay in the unwavering belief in his innocence held by his parents, who tirelessly sought to clear his name. Yet, on that fateful day, an older prison guard, during his rounds, spoke with a tone laced with schadenfreude. "Stop waiting. Your parents are all dead." Lin Mo snapped his head up, his eyes bloodshot. "What did you say? What else is there to say?" The guard sneered. "You killed so many children. The families of the victims have long gone mad. Unable to retaliate against you directly, they sought your family instead. Your parents. I've heard they met a gruesome end." At that moment, the dream descended into a pitch-black void, devoid of any light, leaving only sound and the sensation of pain. The instant he learned of his parents' demise, Lin Mo felt as if his entire mental realm had been obliterated by an invisible nuclear bomb, reduced to scorched earth. The last thread of belief that had sustained him crumbled. In a night when no one was watching, he aimed a sharpened toothbrush handle at his wrist. Just as he was about to exert force, a cold mechanical voice echoed suddenly in the depths of his mind. "Host desire for death meets activation conditions. Judgment of the dead system officially activated. You possess the right to judge all evil in the world and the possibility of resurrecting your family." The dreamscape was suddenly vibrant once more. Lin Mo jolted awake, his eyes flying open. He found himself still in the confinement cell, surrounded by an impenetrable darkness. Beads of cold sweat dotted his forehead, and his heart raced violently within his chest. Fractured memories continued to swirl in his mind, yet at this moment, despair had been replaced by a deeper, colder will. He gradually calmed his breathing, and with a thought, a faint blue virtual panel, visible only to him, quietly materialized before his eyes. Host, Lin Mo, Crime Hunter Value, 120, Abilities, Danger Perception, Sin Insight, Accident Creation. Deadly Deployment. Lin Mo could perceive the sin value of everyone around him. The sin value served as a metric for assessing the target's malevolence, quantifying the extent of harm inflicted upon others, the number of individuals harmed, and whether the crimes had been punished. For instance, Zhao Hu, judged for his overt acts of violence, bore a sin value of 50 in Lin Mo's vision, indicating that he was still burdened by an undiscovered life. Within the prison, numerous inmates carried their sin values, signifying their unresolved transgressions. Correspondingly, after judging a target, one could acquire Crime Hunter Value. Crime Hunter Value is the core resource obtained through the judgment of wrongdoers, serving as the foundation for all system capabilities. The 120 points on the panel stemmed from Zhao Hu, whom he had inadvertently killed today, as well as from the unfortunate demise of Min Sanner, who choked on a bun last week, and the drowning of Mad Dog Li in the bathhouse the day before. The prison bully Zhao Hu posed a severe threat to Lin Mo's survival and safety. To eliminate Zhao Hu while concealing his own involvement, Lin Mo devised a dual strategy. Firstly, the circumstances of their deaths would be classified as accidents, avoiding any implication of murder. Secondly, even if astute individuals suspected foul play, the social connections of the deceased would not lead back to him, as neither Min Sanner nor Mad Dog Li had any direct grievances with him. Yet he had still eliminated them first. His plan proved remarkably successful. No one suspected Lin Mo, and all believed Zhao Hu had perished in an accident. Lin Mo also gained 4 core abilities, categorized into passive and active types. The passive abilities formed the foundation of his existence in this world. The first, Danger Perception, functioned as an all-weather alert system, disregarding distance and consumption. Any target harboring murderous intent that posed a substantial threat would be marked as a red dot in his mind, revealing its location and basic information. This enabled him to evade most lethal dangers in advance. The second, Sin Insight, was a self-centered area scanning ability that incurred no cost. Its initial range extended 500 meters, allowing him to detect all targets within that radius bearing a sin value, displaying their fundamental information. This capability was crucial for him to accurately identify those lurking among the inmates as potential prey. The active abilities served as his instruments for executing judgment. The first, accident creation, could be deemed a divine skill for orchestrating the perfect crime. By expending crime hunter value, he could conjure various accidents that aligned with the current environmental logic within a designated area, with an initial range of 500 meters. The more factors involved in generating the interference, the greater the consumption of crime hunter value. The demise of Min Sanner by choking on a steamed bun, the drowning of Crazy Dog Lee due to a slip, and the fatality of Zhao Hu from a falling rock were all masterfully orchestrated accidents. Furthermore, the ability known as Death Warrior Deployment allows one to consume criminal value to create a loyal Death Warrior. The initial identity and behavior of this warrior can be set to execute complex tasks, such as navigating the world beyond the prison to pave the way for revenge. The stronger the defined warrior and the closer the connection to reality, the more criminal value is consumed. These four formidable abilities constitute the entire foundation of his path to vengeance, while the growth of the system is intricately linked to the criminal value. By expending this value, he can enhance the effective range of evil insight, accident creation, and Death Warrior deployment. Ultimately, all of this is directed towards the resplendent hope ignited by the system's activation, encapsulated in the promise of reviving family. Chapter 3, Death List Reviving Family. This is the ultimate obsession that sustains Lin Mo through the boundless darkness, enduring humiliation and hardship. Lin Mo calmed himself and began to meticulously clarify his current situation and the path ahead. The system is immensely powerful and serves as his sole reliance for revenge. However, it has not yet provided any enhancements for Lin Mo himself. This signifies that Lin Mo's greatest weakness lies within. Survival and safety remain the paramount priorities. He must establish a secure zone within the predatory jungle of Heisher Prison as swiftly as possible. Lin Mo devised two core plans that must be executed simultaneously. First, utilize the ability of accident creation to eliminate all individuals harboring hostility and posing a tangible threat to him. Second, accumulate sufficient criminal value to exchange for a formidable Death Warrior, serving as both protector and extension of his will within the confines of the prison. With a focused thought, he concentrated on the capability of Death Warrior deployment. A pale blue virtual panel clearly outlined the costs of the various exchanges. Attribute less Death Warrior, 100 points of criminal value. This is the most basic template, with physical attributes akin to an ordinary individual. Its advantage lies in minimal consumption. Characteristic, robust. Criminal value consumption, 250 points. This grants the Death Warrior exceptional physical strength and resilience, enabling it to overpower 5 ordinary young men with ease. Characteristic, Heisher Prison Inmate. Criminal value consumption, 200 points. This generates a logical inmate identity for the Death Warrior, complete with records, charges, and incarceration dates, allowing it to seamlessly blend into the prison environment without arousing suspicion. Characteristic, Heisher Prison Guard. Criminal value consumption, 2,000 points. Lin Mo's gaze lingered momentarily on the guard identity before he shook his head. Although the guard Death Warrior is an excellent option, the expenditure of 2,000 points is far beyond his current total of 120 points. He quickly calculated that the most economical option, which would provide protection while remaining inconspicuous, would require a combination of the attribute-less Death Warrior, the robust characteristic, and the Heisher Prison Inmate identity, totaling 550 points of criminal value. This presents a significant deficit, indicating he must hunt more criminals. Lin Mo took a deep breath, setting his short-term goal to exchange for an inmate Death Warrior protector. Next, he planned to utilize the accident creation ability to eliminate all individuals posing substantial threats while simultaneously earning as much criminal value as possible. The first step is to identify the targets for elimination. Lin Mo immersed his consciousness into the perception of danger. Within this dangerous perception, the entire world presented itself in a peculiar manner in his mind. Dozens of lines representing malice converged from all directions, ultimately pointing towards his location. These lines varied in thickness and color, reflecting differing degrees of hostility. Notably, 2 lines originated from Heisher Prison. Threat source, Spike Qindong. Location, Heisher Prison. Threat source, Fatty Wu Gang. Location, Heisher Prison. Spike Qindong is Zhao Hu's most loyal underling, frequently accompanying Zhao Hu in his attempts to harm Lin Mo. Fatty Wu Gang, on the other hand, is a tyrant from another cell block, known for his inappropriate advances towards Lin Mo. Both individuals must be eliminated. The question remains, how can he safely remove these targets while concealing his own identity? Merely orchestrating accidental deaths will not suffice. Lin Mo established two unwavering rules for his upcoming elimination operation. The first rule: target selection must be entirely erratic. He intends to mix the individuals he genuinely wishes to eliminate among a multitude of seemingly random choices. It is imperative that others cannot deduce that Lin Mo is the sole or most evident beneficiary from the death list. When necessary, he must even create obvious scapegoats who would benefit from the chaos, diverting attention away from himself. The second rule: extend the timeline of the hunt. Heisha Prison has mortality indicators. However, should an excessive number of deaths occur within a brief period, it will undoubtedly raise the administration's suspicions, prompting an investigation. To select the targets accompanying Spike, Dong, and Fatty Wu Gang into death, Lin Mo focused on the vision of evil insight. Centered around Lin Mo, a spherical space with a radius of 500 meters unveiled a myriad of luminous points representing criminal value. The colors of these points transitioned from white, orange, to deep crimson, clearly indicating varying levels of malevolence. Most prisoners fell within the range of white to orange, with criminal values below 50 points. Yet among them, several crimson points stood out, each possessing a criminal value exceeding 100 points. Quickly, he preliminarily identified 4 targets. Target 1, the Tyrant Vulture. This individual occupies Block 3 with a criminal value of 250 points, making him one of the brightest points in the prison. Eliminating him promises substantial rewards. Target 2, the Tyrant Boiler. This individual works in the prison boiler room, with a criminal value of 150 points. A prime opportunity. Target 3, Ordinary Inmate Slippery. Criminal value of 100 points. Target 4, Ordinary Inmate Scorpion. Criminal value of 100 points. Lastly, there are the 2 must-eliminate targets. These 6 individuals will comprise the death list for the coming month. 3 days later, Lin Mo was released from solitary confinement. The midday sun was somewhat blinding, and he squinted slightly as he followed the flow of people towards the cafeteria. Lin Mo carried his tray, discreetly selecting an inconspicuous corner to sit. He lowered his head, silently consuming the unpalatable food on his plate while casting furtive glances around the cafeteria. Soon, he pinpointed his primary target, the Tyrant Vulture. Vulture was surrounded by a throng of underlings at the prime location in the center of the cafeteria, his tall stature and glistening bald head reflecting the light, while a gruesome scar marred his face, rendering him an intimidating figure. He laughed boisterously, relishing the dishes served by his subordinates, exuding an air of arrogance. Lin Mo's gaze was calm, yet his mind was already devising a plan. He noticed, not far away, a frail ordinary inmate carefully navigating through the crowd with his tray. Within the confines of that prisoner's tray lay a small portion of peanut butter, a mere condiment. A glimmer of insight sparked in Lin Mo's eyes. According to the multitude of information he had gathered since his incarceration, the vulture harbored a severe allergy to peanuts. The opportunity had presented itself. Chapter 4. The afternoon nap of Lin Mo. The frail prisoner, balancing the tray, became the final and most crucial piece of Lin Mo's elaborate scheme. He resembled a seasoned hunter, having locked onto his prey, now left only with the ultimate patience to await that fleeting moment of decisive action. The trajectory of the emaciated prisoner's movement would intersect with the vulture's position in a mere 3 seconds. Now was the moment. Lin Mo refrained from any unnecessary motions. He issued a crystal-clear command within his mind. Activate ability. Create accident. Target: the prisoner carrying the tray in the center of the cafeteria. Event: cause him to trip over the outstretched leg of another prisoner while passing the vulture's table. During the fall, the peanut butter must splatter into the vulture's bowl of soup in a quantity sufficient to induce a fatal reaction, utilizing the heat of the soup to expedite its dissolution. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Accident creation initiated. Based on the complexity and precision required by the event's logic, 10 points of sin value will be consumed. Remaining sin value, 110 points. At the moment the system responded, the accident Lin Mo had orchestrated unfolded with impeccable accuracy. Ouch! The frail prisoner exclaimed, as he stumbled over the leg of a fellow inmate stretching nearby, losing his balance and lunging forward. Clatter! The stainless steel tray slipped from his grasp, tumbling through the air as its contents scattered in a chaotic spray. Most of the mess splattered onto the back of one of the vulture's underlings, inciting a torrent of curses and invectives. Damn it! Watch where you're going. Looking for death? The underling sprang into action, raining punches and kicks upon the fallen prisoner. The vulture, disturbed by the unexpected turn of events, furrowed his brow in displeasure, casting a disdainful glance at the greasy droplets that had marred his table, muttering irritably. How unfortunate! No one, including the vulture himself, noticed the minuscule dollop of peanut butter smaller than a fingernail, silently merging with the soup, vanishing without a trace. Lin Mo observed the commotion for a moment before returning to his meal, as though the chaos that had just unfolded bore no relevance to him. He finished his meal, tidied his utensils, and exited the cafeteria. Minutes after Lin Mo's departure, as the vulture raised the bowl to his lips for a hearty sip of soup, his complexion transformed drastically. His face flushed crimson at an alarming rate, turning a peculiar shade akin to liver. He clutched his throat desperately, his eyes bulging, emitting a series of strangled gasps, fighting for breath, yet unable to inhale even a whisper of air. "Boss, what is wrong?" His underlings, now frantic, surrounded him, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Boom. The vulture's towering frame collapsed backward, hitting the ground with a thud, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. The sharp wail of the guard's whistle pierced the air as the crowd was swiftly dispersed. Moments later, the prison doctor burst onto the scene, conducting an urgent examination and resuscitation efforts, only to shake his head in resignation, ultimately declaring the vulture deceased. The preliminary cause of death was determined to be an acute allergic reaction, leading to edema and asphyxiation. Allergy? What kind of allergy could be so severe? Inquired a frowning guard captain. From the symptoms, it's highly probable that it was a food allergy, perhaps peanuts or seafood. The specifics will await the subsequent autopsy report. The doctor replied. Upon returning to his cell, Lin Mo was greeted by the system's notification. Target of judgment. Vulture. Sin value. 250 points. Severity of judgment. Death. Congratulations, host. You have earned 250 sin value points. With a stoic expression, Lin Mo climbed onto his bunk and began to nap. The vulture's demise stirred ripples in the stagnant waters of Blackstone Prison. A notorious bully who had dominated cell block 3 for years had met his end in a mockery of fate within the cafeteria. No one suspected Lin Mo. To all, it appeared merely as the demise of an arrogant bully, attributed to the misfortune brought forth by the frail prisoner and an allergic reaction. The official investigation would attribute the incident to an unfortunate accident. 3 days later, just as the atmosphere in the prison began to stabilize, the shadow of death loomed once more. In his cell, Lin Mo lay upon his bed, eyes shut, breathing evenly, appearing to be in a peaceful slumber. In reality, his consciousness had already delved into the system, utilizing the ability of Sin Insight to survey the layout of the prison within a 500-meter radius. Within his vision, a crimson dot, representing a sin value of 150 points, was slowly moving within the boiler room area. That was his second target, the boiler. The boiler, wielding power over heating and hot water due to his position in the boiler room, had long abused his authority, extorting and terrorizing the inmates, many of whom harbored deep-seated animosity towards him. Lin Mo had previously visited the boiler room, familiarizing himself with its layout and mechanical structure. Issuing another command within his mind, Lin Mo stated, activate ability, create accident. Target, the junction of the old pipe. Event, accelerate the corrosion and fatigue of the internal metal structure at the junction of the old pipe until it can no longer withstand the pressure. The system's voice immediately resonated in his mind. Accident creation initiated. Based on the complexity and precision required by the event's logic, 10 points of sin value will be consumed. Remaining sin value, 350 points. At that very moment, within the boiler room, the boiler was cursing and hammering on the rusted old pipe with a wrench. Just as he prepared to expend all his strength for a final strike upon the stubborn joint, a deafening explosion erupted, drowning out all other noise in the boiler room. The old pipe, cursed by Lin Mo, ruptured explosively at its weakest point. Scalding, superheated steam erupted forth like a furious dragon, mixed with boiling droplets, surging forth with unassailable force. A scream, more akin to a wail than a human cry, lasted barely 2 seconds before being swallowed by the cacophony of steam. The boiler, caught off guard, had no time to react before being completely engulfed by the terrifying steam. By the time the guards frantically shut off the valves and rushed into the boiler room, they were met with the sight of a charred, almost unrecognizable human figure. The incident was quickly classified as a safety production accident caused by equipment aging. Back in his cell, Lin Mo silently turned over. Target of judgment. Boiler. Sin value. 150 points. Severity of judgment. Death. Congratulations, host. You have earned 150 sin value points. Only 50 points remained before he could exchange for that deathly guardian. Lin Mo turned over once more, and this time, he truly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 5. The urgency to disappear from this world. The unforeseen deaths of 2 prison bullies created a significant power vacuum within Haishi Prison. The cell where Lin Mo resided was not spared from the ensuing turmoil. With Xiaohu's suppression no longer in place, the inmate known as Jianci, Shendong, grew increasingly frantic and brazen. It seemed he had chosen Lin Mo as the sole outlet for his pent-up emotions. During dinner, Lin Mo sat quietly in his usual corner, methodically eating his meal. Suddenly, a figure, accompanied by a gust of malevolence, halted before his table. The newcomer was slender, with prominent cheekbones and a pair of triangular eyes gleaming with a predatory ferocity. This was none other than Jianci, Shendong. Without warning, Jianci snatched Lin Mo's plate, pouring its meager contents into his own bowl, and then slammed the empty plate down in front of Lin Mo. What are you staring at? Go ahead and eat the air. He spat viciously, his bloodshot eyes radiating menace. I warn you, don't mess with me. With Hugo gone, and now Tu Jiao and Guolu dead, this prison is far from safe. Keep your head down, or I will be the first to end you. Lin Mo silently regarded him, offering no resistance or reply. However, the tranquility in his nearly numb gaze provoked an inexplicable surge of anxiety and rage in Shendong. He kicked Lin Mo in the stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground, then ruthlessly followed up with several more kicks. Damn it, are you mute? Lin Mo endured the onslaught in silence, curling his body to shield his vital areas. Pain surged through him like a tide. Yet his heart was imbued with a chilling intent to kill. He had initially planned to arrange the deaths of Chundong and Fei Piao, Wu Gang, for a later time to create confusion. But now he had changed his mind. This ignorant fool needed to be eliminated from this world as swiftly as possible. Just as Chundong was reveling in his assault, a sharp whistle pierced the air. A tall, stern-faced prison guard entered, Gaowan, the captain responsible for overseeing Lin Mo's section. What is going on here? Gaowan's thunderous roar silenced the cafeteria instantly. Spotting Chundong pummeling Lin Mo, his brows furrowed, and a glint of anger flashed in his eyes. He quickly approached, seized Chundong by the collar, and delivered a resounding slap that spun Chundong around. Blood immediately spilling from the corner of his mouth. Are you tired of living, causing trouble on my turf? Gaowan was not yet satisfied. He delivered a powerful knee strike to Chundong's abdomen, doubling him over like a boiled shrimp. His gaze shifted to Lin Mo, who was silently rising from the ground. Upon recognizing Lin Mo's face, he felt a sense of familiarity. It's this kid. Gaowan recalled how he had unjustly punished Lin Mo for Xiaohu's death, locking him in solitary confinement for 3 days. Each inmate's death represented a source of illicit income for him. He could manipulate circumstances to dispose of unruly prisoners or those who had offended influential figures outside, reaping substantial rewards. However, Xiaohu's untimely demise had claimed one of his precious slots, diminishing his income, a source of great frustration. Now, witnessing a fight, he feared the potential loss of another income source should someone die. His ire flared within him. And you? Gaowan pointed at Lin Mo, his tone icy. One hand cannot clap alone, and you are no saint either. Both of you, get to the solitary confinement room. Without discernment, he kicked Lin Mo, who stumbled against the dining table with a dull thud. Gaowan grunted, dragging both Chundong and Lin Mo out of the cafeteria towards the solitary confinement area. The cramped, dim, and damp confines of the solitary cell were shrouded in darkness. The heavy iron door slammed shut behind them, severing the last remnants of light and sound. Lin Mo stood silently, facing the cold wall. Darkness and solitude provided the optimal environment for contemplation. He was devising an elaborate scheme for the demise of Jianci. Chundong. 3 days later, Lin Mo and Chundong emerged from solitary confinement, both sent to work in the prison mine for labor reform. The mine of Haishi Prison was the harshest and most perilous place within the facility. It was perpetually engulfed in choking dust, the air filled with the clanging of metal on rock and the heavy breaths of the prisoners. Jianci, Chundong, clearly attributed the source of his confinement to Lin Mo. All along the way, he shot Lin Mo venomous glances, occasionally jostling him with his shoulder while cursing under his breath. Lin Mo remained silent, pushing his mining cart towards his assigned work area. His gaze appeared to wander aimlessly over the entire mining site, yet in reality, he was meticulously cataloging the surroundings, equipment, and positions of personnel in his mind for swift analysis. His focus ultimately settled on Chundong, who was straining to lever a massive rock onto an old mining cart not far away. The cart rested on a slightly inclined makeshift track, its wheels and rails rusted, groaning under the weight. This was the spot. Lin Mo distanced himself from Chundong, finding a relatively secluded position with his back turned to him, and began to mechanically swing his pickaxe, appearing to be just another ordinary inmate laboring away. Yet his mind had already issued a command. Using ability, accident creation. Target, the old mining cart and its tracks in front of Jianci, Chundong. Event, At the moment Qindong fully pushes the boulder onto the cart, a key rail spike, due to extreme corrosion, will snap. The track will shift slightly, causing the front left wheel of the cart to derail. Under the influence of gravity and the inertia of the boulder, the entire cart will topple towards Qindong, burying him completely under the stones. The system's voice immediately resonated in his mind. Accident creation has been initiated, based on the complexity of the event's logic and accuracy requirements. 10 points of Crime Hunter value will be consumed. Remaining Crime Hunter value, for 190 points. Almost simultaneously with the command's issuance, Qindong shouted from a distance, summoning all his strength to finally push the boulder, the size of a grinding wheel, onto the cart. With a loud clatter, the boulder landed in the cart, creating a deafening noise. Just as Qindong intended to straighten up and wipe the sweat from his brow, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A shrill metallic snap pierced the air, and the cart, bearing an immense burden, suddenly jolted violently beneath him. The rail spike, as Lin Mo had anticipated, snapped. One of the cart's wheels instantaneously derailed, and the cart lost its balance, tipping over with all its heavy stones like an enraged steel beast crashing toward Qindong. Chapter 6. This cell my domain no. Qindong's pupils constricted in an instant, his face a mask of sheer terror. He wanted to flee, yet the exhausting labor had already drained his strength. He could only emit a brief and desperate roar. Thunder. In the next moment, countless stones, entwined with the dust of death, engulfed him like an avalanche. There were no cries of anguish, no struggles. A life that had been vibrant just a second ago was instantaneously reduced to a heap of indistinct flesh and blood, firmly pressed beneath the cold ore, with not a single intact body to be found. The sudden upheaval plunged the entire mine into a deathly silence, which was soon shattered by overwhelming panic. There has been a death. The train has derailed. Run. The prisoners abandoned their tools, fleeing in terror. The sharp whistle of the guards echoed through the valley as chaos erupted. Lin Mo, like everyone else, dropped his pickaxe, his face reflecting just the right amount of terror and confusion as he retreated with the throng. Soon, Captain Gao Chong arrived at the scene with a team, his face ashen. Upon seeing the bloodied pile of stones, his fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. Another death. This was the second prisoner under his watch to perish this month. His quota of deaths had diminished once more. Gao Chong's fury nearly consumed his rationality, and his gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across every prisoner present, interrogating them one by one. Yet, everyone's accounts were astonishingly uniform, attributing the incident to an unexpected production accident caused by aging equipment. Gao Chong could find no trace of human culpability, but the fire of his wrath demanded an outlet. Lin Mo, being the furthest away and the last to be questioned, bore the brunt of it. Gao Chong stepped before Lin Mo, seizing his collar, and through gritted teeth spat, You were supposed to work in tandem with Qindong. Why weren't you working together? Mutual supervision could have prevented this accident. Damn it. Go to the solitary confinement cell. Without further ado, Lin Mo was once again dragged into that familiar cell. For him, this had become routine. At the moment the heavy door slammed shut, an oppressive darkness enveloped him. Facing the cold wall, Lin Mo began to contemplate Qindong's verdict. Judgment target, Qindong, sin value, 100 points. Judgment level, death. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 crime hunting points. Crime hunting points balance, 590 points. 590 points. This figure was sufficient to summon a convict death warrior bodyguard. In the endless darkness, Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes. He understood that his safety was now ensured from this moment onward. At the very least, the likelihood of being killed by some prisoner within the confines of the prison had drastically diminished. Lin Mo began to issue commands. Ability used, deployment of Death Warrior. Name, Along. Appearance, tall and robust, with defined muscular lines, a stern visage, rarely smiling, and a 3-centimeter-long old knife scar at the left brow. Trait, robust, bestows the Death Warrior with extraordinary physical strength and resilience, capable of defeating 5 ordinary young men barehanded. Trait, prisoner of Haishi prison, convicted of intentional homicide, sentenced to life imprisonment. Deployment location, Hostess Cell 2203. Deployment method, as a new prisoner, to be admitted tomorrow. The system promptly responded. Setting completed. Generating Death Warrior, a long generation complete. Crime hunting points balance, 40 points. Having accomplished all this, Lin Mo exhaled deeply. Starting tomorrow, Cell 2203 would welcome its true master. Bang. The following morning, the door of Cell 2203 was flung open violently. Behave yourselves. Here's a new companion for you. The guard's impatient shout rang out as a towering figure was forcefully shoved inside, staggering briefly before regaining his footing. All eyes in the cell were instantly drawn to the newcomer, standing nearly 6 feet tall and built like a grizzly bear. His gray prison garb strained against his explosive muscles. He sported an extremely short buzz cut, his features as sharply defined as a chiseled statue. Most striking was the sinister scar at the corner of his left brow, which added an air of ferocity to his presence. He stood silently, and a palpable pressure enveloped the entire cell, rendering the air almost stagnant. This was Along, the death warrior Lin Mo had designated. Along's cold, indifferent gaze slowly scanned each prisoner within the cell before he walked directly to the empty bunk beside Lin Mo, previously occupied by Zhao Hu. He forcefully dropped his belongings onto the bed, producing a dull thud, then sat down, silent as a mountain. The prisoners, who had previously been animated, now felt an overwhelming pressure, exchanging glances, too intimidated to speak. Yet, there was always someone oblivious to danger. A small, wiry prisoner nicknamed Rat, known for his cunning, believed he needed to assert dominance over the newcomer to establish his position. Clearing his throat, he swaggered over to Along, extending his finger almost to poke Along's chest. "Hey, new guy, do you know the rules? You can't just sleep here. Go clean the toilet first, and then give a few of the older brothers a massage. If you serve well." His words were abruptly cut off. A massive hand, akin to an iron claw, had seemingly materialized and swiftly seized his wrist. Rat's expression froze, feeling as if his wrist was caught in a hydraulic press, the intense pain causing cold sweat to erupt. "Let go of me," he shouted in a mixture of fear and anger. Along slowly raised his head, his indifferent eyes revealing no flicker of emotion as he stood up expressionlessly. His imposing figure cast a vast shadow, completely enveloping Rat. With a slight increase of pressure, Rat emitted a shrill scream, his wrist skin turning a purplish hue, clearly suffering from impaired blood flow. Along remained expressionless, casually tossing Rat aside like a rag doll weighing over 100 pounds. Rat slammed into the opposite wall, sliding down to the floor, clutching his wrist and rolling in agony. The cell fell into a deathly silence, punctuated only by Rat's pained groans. All were struck dumb by this thunderous display, their gazes toward Along filled with terror. Along's icy stare methodically scanned each person present. Those who met his gaze lowered their heads, unable to bear the intensity. Finally, he announced in a deep, measured voice, "From now on, this cell is my territory. Who dares to oppose?" Chapter 7. Finding a new master for Cell 2203. While Along was establishing his authority in Cell 2203, plans were also unfolding in the adjacent Cell 2204. A hefty man, weighing at least 200 pounds, lay sprawled on the bed, bare-chested, while 2 slight prisoners attended to his shoulders and legs. He was the bully of Cell 2204, Fei Piao Wu Gang. He was a rotund figure, glistening with an oily sheen, adorned with a tattoo of a fierce tiger descending a mountain on his chest, yet the accumulation of fat rendered him somewhat ludicrous. "Boss, have you heard? The vicious Chen Dong from room 2203 was crushed to death by a rock at the mine yesterday," a sycophantic inmate remarked while kneading his legs. "Oh." Wu Gang lazily opened one eye, a glimmer of avarice flickering in his murky gaze. "That brooding, erratic fellow? Serves him right. Just the other day, he dared to snatch food from me. Good riddance." Another inmate, massaging his shoulders, immediately chimed in, "Indeed, boss, room 2203 is now without a leader. With Zhao Hu gone and Chun Dong now deceased, the remaining ones are mere weaklings. Isn't this just a feast laid out for you?" Wu Gang's jowls quivered as he slowly sat up, his enormous belly resembling an overturned cauldron. Upon hearing this, Wu Gang's mind began to race. Blackstone Prison, despite its omnipresent oppression, operated under a certain order. Each cell's bully regarded the inmates as their personal possessions, with outsiders forbidden to interfere. Previously, with Zhao Hu and Chun Dong reigning over room 2203, Wu Gang dared not step out of line, no matter how much he craved it. But now, the opportunity had finally arrived. "Damn right." Wu Gang slapped his thigh, causing the bed frame to creak. "A headless swarm of flies needs a new master." His gaze grew lecherous and greasy as he mentally catalogued the intriguing faces within room 2203. 2 faces surfaced in his mind almost simultaneously. Lin Mo, with a slightly stern demeanor, and the delicate young Xiao Lu. "I remember that Lin Mo kid from 2203, and that Xiao Lu." Wu Gang licked his thick lips, desire unabashedly gleaming in his eyes. "One looks exhilarating, while the other resembles a girl. Both are quite intriguing. Boss has a good eye." His subordinates immediately grasped his intent. "Though Lin Mo appears cold, he is indeed striking. As for Xiao Lu, His skin is as white as snow, delicate and tender. Many in the cell have their eyes on him. Wu Gang let out a series of repugnant chuckles. Brothers, during the exercise period today, encircle the area for me. I want the trash from room 2203 to witness who the true king of this territory is. During the afternoon exercise period, the rotund Wu Gang, accompanied by several henchmen, rampaged through the yard searching for something, causing many inmates to instinctively steer clear of their path. Damn it, where did that Lin Mo kid disappear to? After searching high and low without a trace, Wu Gang spat in frustration. One of his lackeys quickly approached, whispering, "Big brother, don't you remember? Yesterday, Lin Mo was put in solitary confinement by Captain Gao Chong." Wu Gang, having forgotten this detail, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him as he was reminded in front of everyone. He retaliated with a sharp slap to the lackey's face, bellowing, "Who asked for your input?" The slap only intensified the smoldering rage within him. At that moment, he was drawn to a figure in the corner. It was a young man around 18 years old, crouched on the ground, scratching at something with a stick. His fair skin and delicate features made him stand out in this prison rife with brutality and testosterone, resembling a tender little rabbit. This was Xiao Lu. A sinister smile crept onto Wu Gang's face. Not finding Lin Mo, venting his frustrations on this little rabbit would suffice. He signaled to his subordinates, whose large shadows immediately enveloped Xiao Lu. Startled, Xiao Lu instinctively looked up, meeting Wu Gang's face, which was contorted with desire. Behind Wu Gang stood 5 or 6 ferocious inmates, blocking any chance of escape. "You've met Big Brother Wu Gang." Xiao Lu's face paled with fear as he hurriedly stood up, his voice trembling. "Don't be scared, little beauty." Wu Gang extended his greasy hand, resembling a pig's trotter, attempting to touch Xiao Lu's face. The nauseating stench of sweat and feet assaulted Xiao Lu's senses, causing his stomach to churn. He recoiled instinctively, dodging Wu Gang's touch. Wu Gang's expression darkened, but it was soon replaced by an even more repugnant grin. "What? Are you shy? Now that room 2203 is leaderless. You'll follow me from now on. I promise you'll eat well here, and no one will dare bully you." Laughter erupted from Wu Gang's henchmen, their eyes gleaming with mockery and malice as they gazed at Xiao Lu. Trembling with fear, Xiao Lu understood the implications of Wu Gang's words, and an invisible grip of terror tightened around his heart. "We have a new boss in our cell." Xiao Lu mustered his courage, stuttering. "A new boss?" Wu Gang erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke, joined by his lackeys. "You lot, a bunch of weaklings? Who is it? Step forward and let me see." His laughter dripped with disdain and derision. At that moment, Along stood a short distance away, arms crossed, observing the scene with indifference. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, confined in the solitary cell, witnessed everything through Along's perspective. The summon of Along was intended for self-preservation. However, for this protection to bear weight and legitimacy, Along needed to display sufficient strength and responsibility. Since room 2203 was Along's territory, safeguarding its inhabitants was the best way to demonstrate his commitment. Only thus, when Along later protected himself, would it not seem out of place. "Make your move." Lin Mo mentally issued a clear and concise command to Along. Without hesitation, Along dropped his arms and approached Wu Gang. On the other side, Wu Gang, losing patience as Xiao Lu remained silent, felt his smile contort into a snarl. Grabbing Xiao Lu's slender arm roughly, he pulled him closer. "You little rascal. How dare you be so brazen? Tonight, you better clean yourself up. I'll mark you first." "Ah!" Xiao Lu let out a terrified scream, trembling all over, tears welling in his eyes. Just as Wu Gang's greasy face was about to loom over Xiao Lu, a massive hand, like an iron claw, unexpectedly seized his chubby wrist. Wu Gang's actions came to a sudden halt. Chapter 8. I've got your back. Try to make a move. Wu Gang felt as though his wrist had been shackled by a burning iron chain, a piercing pain shooting through him, distorting the flesh of his face in agony. Furious and bewildered, he turned to confront a pair of emotionless, icy eyes. Along had appeared behind him, his imposing figure resembling a towering fortress, casting a shadow that completely enveloped both Wu Gang and Xiao Lu. "I've got the people of room 2203 covered. Try to make a move." Wu Gang paused for a moment, then erupted in rage. "Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Kill him." With his command, 5 of his men charged at Along with fierce shouts. These inmates were seasoned fighters, and the 5 of them attacking simultaneously created a daunting spectacle. However, in the presence of Along, who possessed the trait of robustness, they truly resembled mere paper figures. As the first inmate lunged at him, Along didn't even glance at him, delivering a fierce straight punch with brutal force. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the prisoner's body was struck as if by a battering ram, bending backward and soaring through the air before crashing to the ground, clutching his abdomen and rolling in agony. A second prisoner swung a punch from the side, but Along merely sidestepped, allowing the fist to pass harmlessly by, then struck with his elbow like a blade, accurately landing a blow to the back of the man's neck. The fellow rolled his eyes back, not uttering a sound, and collapsed limply to the ground. Without hesitation, Along's robust frame lunged forward, sending the remaining 3 prisoners scattering as if struck by a speeding locomotive, their cries echoing in the air. In the blink of an eye, all 5 aggressive assailants lay sprawled on the ground, devoid of any fighting spirit. Wu Gang's face, once filled with rage, was now replaced by horror and fear as he gazed upon Along, who resembled a war deity, his corpulent body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. He yearned to flee, but Along had maintained an iron grip on his wrist, rendering him immobile. Suddenly, Along released Wu Gang's wrist, and before he could react, he delivered a forceful kick to his abdomen. Wu Gang's hefty form was propelled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Along stepped forward, lifting his foot and pressing it down firmly upon Wu Gang's chest, which resembled a small hill. With a thud, Wu Gang felt as if his ribcage would shatter, the immense pressure causing him to momentarily suffocate, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Along leaned down, his stern visage hovering close, and spoke in a tone audible only to the 2 of them, enunciating each word, "Leave. If I see you near 2203 again, I will snap your neck." Just as he finished speaking, a piercing whistle shattered the tranquility of the playground. "What is happening here? Do not move. Everyone, squat down with your heads held." The head prison guard, Gao Chong, stormed over with a contingent of guards, his face ashen as he bellowed, "What the hell? Another fight? Do you not value your lives?" Gao Chong's gaze swept over the groaning prisoners on the ground before finally locking onto the imposing figure of Along. "Did you initiate this?" Gao Chong demanded, pointing at Along with fury. Along nodded. "I accept the punishment." "Good. Very good." Gao Chong laughed in rage. "The newcomer dares to be so arrogant. And that fat pig, Wu Gang? Bring him here too. Both of you, get into the isolation chamber and reflect on your actions." The guards roughly escorted Along and Wu Gang towards the familiar isolation chamber. The surrounding prisoners watched Along's departing figure with expressions of awe. They understood that yet another formidable figure had emerged within the prison, as Along established his dominance through sheer strength and resolve. Among the crowd, Xiao Lu clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with unspoken gratitude. He fixated on the broad back of the man who had shouldered everything for him until he could no longer see him. Inside the isolation chamber, Lin Mo faced the damp, cold wall, silently observing the events unfolding in the playground. Issuing the command for Along to act was a crucial part of his plan. He needed Along to establish authority within Dormitory 2203 and throughout the entire prison district. Only then could Along rightfully become the protector of 2203, allowing Lin Mo to carry out his plans securely under that protection. The outcome of today's confrontation was remarkably effective. Yet, Lin Mo's actions today extended far beyond this. While commanding Along, he had simultaneously begun to multitask, directing his focus towards his 4th target, the ordinary prisoner, Huatu. According to Lin Mo's original blueprint, Huatu's demise was supposed to occur before Qingdong. Thus, he had long since mastered Huatu's patterns of behavior and daily routines. Huatu favored resting beneath an old basketball hoop in the northwestern corner of the playground during free time. It was sheltered from the wind and conveniently out of the view of surveillance cameras, making it one of the few tranquil spots in the prison. Lin Mo had also noted that the metal base of that basketball hoop had become severely rusted after years of exposure to the elements, presenting a significant safety hazard. At this moment, through the final glimpse of Along being escorted away by the guards, Lin Mo clearly observed that the prisoner known as Huatu was indeed lazily leaning against that precarious basketball hoop, showing no interest in the recent altercation. Now was the time. Lin Mo's thoughts raced through his mind. Use ability, accident creation. Target, the basketball hoop Huatu leans against. Event, increase the factors of sudden strong wind and intensified metal fatigue. Under the assault of the strong wind, the old basketball hoop shook violently, and the rusted screws, exacerbated by the fatigue, finally snapped, leading to the hoop's precise collapse onto Huatu. The system promptly responded. Accident creation initiated, consuming 10 crime points based on event complexity and precision requirements. Crime points balance, 30 points. As the system command was confirmed, an invisible energy radiated from Lin Mo, transcending the walls of the isolation chamber and seamlessly blending into the environment of the playground. At this moment, Along and Wu Gang had been escorted away from the playground. The chaos on the playground gradually subsided, with prisoners returning to their usual clusters, none noticing the basketball hoop in the northwestern corner. Huatu yawned and shifted to a more comfortable position against the cold metal of the hoop. Just then, an unanticipated gust of wind suddenly swept across the entire playground. The old basketball hoop creaked under the strain, shaking violently. Huatu, startled by this unexpected turn of events, prepared to rise and leave. However, it was far too late. Chapter 9. Do not decide for me. With a thunderous crack amidst the howling wind and the unsettling groans of the basketball hoop, a chilling metallic fracture echoed. It was the screws, rusted over countless days and nights, finally succumbing to the dual pressures of intensified metal fatigue and the sudden gale. 1, 2, several screws anchoring the heavy base snapped simultaneously. With its base compromised, the basketball hoop, weighing several hundred pounds, crashed down with a deafening roar. It fell directly upon Huatu. A dull thud resounded. The heavy iron plate of the basketball hoop struck Huatu squarely on the back of his head. His body stiffened abruptly, his eyes instantly devoid of all life. Unable to emit even a single cry of anguish, collapsing to the ground like a sack stripped of all its bones. Vivid crimson blood gushed from the back of his head, quickly saturating the dust beneath him, forming a dark stain. The playground fell into a deathly silence once more, only to be shattered by terrified screams. Someone's dead. The basketball hoop fell. It killed someone. Help! The guards' faces paled as they rushed to the scene. Soon, alarms blared throughout the prison, and all prisoners were urgently herded back to their cells. Prison staff meticulously examined the site. They discovered the rusted screws that had broken and questioned several witnesses, who all agreed that Huatu was simply unfortunate. Ultimately, this tragic incident was classified by the prison authorities as an unfortunate accident caused by aging facilities and inclement weather. However, no one doubted that an invisible hand was orchestrating events behind the scenes. In the darkness of the solitary confinement cell, Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes. The target of judgment was the cunning one, with a crime value of 100 points, and the verdict was death. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100 crime points, leaving a balance of 130 points. Wu Gang, do not be impatient. Your turn shall come shortly. 2 days later, with a loud clang, the heavy iron door of the solitary confinement cell was suddenly flung open, and blinding light flooded in, causing Lin Mo to instinctively squint. Time is up, step out, came the cold, emotionless voice of the guard. Lin Mo remained silent, stretching his somewhat numb and stiff limbs as he exited the cold, damp chamber. Upon returning to cell 2203, Lin Mo keenly sensed the subtle change in atmosphere. Along, a man who had only recently arrived at the prison, had garnered respect from everyone through sheer brute strength and decisive action in critical moments. Xiao Lu expressed gratitude towards him, while the inmate known as the Rat, who had been reprimanded by Along, was already scheming on how to pledge his allegiance to this new leader. Lin Mo paid no heed to the unfolding dynamics and calmly returned to his bunk. It was time for the next target to meet with an unfortunate fate. The ordinary inmate Scorpion had a crime value of 100 points. From the conversations of the other inmates, Lin Mo learned that this Scorpion was one of the workers operating the grinding machine in the prison factory. The grinding machine's intricate and perilous structure flashed vividly in Lin Mo's mind. The whirling grinding wheel, the fragile protective cover, the aging wires, and numerous details that could lead to an accident rapidly combined and evolved in his thoughts, crafting a brand new script for death. Another day passed. The iron door of the cell was suddenly wrenched open, and a towering figure blocked out all light. Along had returned. He emerged from solitary confinement without a trace of despondency. Instead, his aura felt more formidable than ever. Merely standing there caused the air in the cell to thicken, and all the inmates instinctively halted their movements in fearful silence. Dragon Brother, you have returned. The Rat was the first to approach with a sycophantic smile. Recalling Along's impressive display on that day, the others quickly gathered around, showering him with flattery. Indeed, Dragon Brother, you are our pillar of strength. How powerful you are! That Wu Gang now dares not approach us. Along remained expressionless, merely nodding slightly, yet his gaze bypassed the crowd and settled on Lin Mo's bed. To everyone, this was the first encounter between Lin Mo and Along, and they interpreted Along's gaze as a sign of displeasure due to Lin Mo's lack of enthusiasm in welcoming him. The Rat, ever astute, seized the opportunity to showcase himself before the new boss, while simultaneously undermining Lin Mo. He abruptly turned, pointing at Lin Mo with an imperious tone. Hey, Lin Mo, are you blind? Can't you see Dragon Brother has returned? Get over here and make his bed and fetch some water. The others chimed in, urging him to hurry. In their eyes, Bringing to heel the rebellious thorn in the side of the prison tyrant was the best way to prove their loyalty. Lin Mo complied, preparing to rise slowly. Before he could move, Along acted first. Without any warning, 2 sharp slaps resounded like thunderclaps. The rat and another loudmouth inmate were each slapped hard enough to spin them around, their faces instantly marked with crimson handprints. The cell fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The rat, clutching his stinging face, stared incredulously at Along. "Dragon brother, what are you doing?" Along's icy gaze swept across the room, his voice low yet resonant like the toll of a heavy bell in each person's heart. "Out there. If someone seeks trouble, I will bear the brunt for you." He pivoted, his eyes suddenly sharp as blades. "But equally, in this room, you will heed my commands. Especially," he fixed his gaze on the rat, enunciating each word with chilling clarity, "do not take it upon yourself." The rat and the others were terrified, hastily nodding in agreement. Along then gradually withdrew his gaze, firmly establishing the new rules of Cell 2203. "Listen well. First, we do not initiate trouble, but if it comes to us, whoever lays a hand on our people, I will incapacitate him. Second, all matters of Cell 2203 will be managed by me. Third, and most importantly," his gaze swept across everyone, finally lingering on Lin Mo. "In this room, aside from me, no one else has the right to command others. Do you understand?" "Understood. Yes, we understand." They all nodded vigorously, their eyes now filled solely with respect for Along. Along strode directly to Lin Mo's bunk and stated solemnly, "From now on, you will tend to my bed." He paused, adding, "In here, no one dares to harm you." Lin Mo nodded, picking up the bedding to begin his task. Chapter 10. The explosive grinding wheel. Since Along established the rules, Lin Mo's life in Cell 2203 became considerably easier. His daily task was merely to tidy Along's bed and clean his small area. This responsibility was light, but more importantly, it represented an intangible protection. No one dared to give him orders anymore. Lin Mo continued to maintain his usual silence, performing his duties, eating, and observing everything around him with calm eyes. At last, he could devote more energy to his own plans. That afternoon, the scorching sun baked the earth, and the quarry was engulfed in heat waves, with the air thick with choking dust. The inmates from Cell 2203 arrived at the northwest corner of the quarry. This location was not ideal, as the stones were particularly hard and required considerable effort to break. Several inmates voiced their complaints, but upon witnessing Along's impassive demeanor as he swung his hammer against the rock, all grumbling was quickly swallowed. No one noticed that Along had chosen this spot with deliberate consideration. From here, looking up beyond an empty space and a tall barbed wire fence, one could just see the drab prison factory in the distance. Though the factory windows were blurred, the cacophony of various machines at work could be distinctly heard from within. As Lin Mo mechanically swung his pickaxe against the rubble, he discreetly gauged the distance from the corner of his eye. It was perhaps around 400 meters, or even a bit closer. This distance was perfectly within the effective range of his ability to create accidents. His target, Scorpion, was likely operating a grinding machine inside that factory at this very moment. Lin Mo took a deep breath, the hot, dusty air filling his lungs, sharpening his mind further. The timing was nearly right. He lowered his eyelids, mentally issuing commands. Using ability, accident creation. Target, the grinding machine operated by Scorpion. Event, increase internal stress concentration within the grinding wheel, leading to instantaneous resonance and aging of the protective cover bolts during equipment operation. At the moment the grinding wheel reaches a certain resonant frequency, the internal stress will erupt, causing it to explode violently. The impact will shatter the protective cover. Countless fragments of the grinding wheel scattered like shrapnel, with the largest piece precisely severing half of the Scorpion's head. The system responded. Unexpected creation has been initiated. Based on the complexity of the event's logic and precision requirements, 10 points of crime value will be consumed. Remaining crime value, 120 points. Meanwhile, within the roaring factory, a conversation ensued. "Hey, did you hear? Among the new arrivals yesterday, there was a guy who was quite smooth." That was Scorpion speaking. He stood in front of a somewhat old grinding machine, operating it while engaging in lewd banter with a fellow prisoner, a lewd grin plastered on his face. He remained blissfully unaware that a death net from another dimension had ensnared him completely. Unbeknownst to him, the grinding machine before him had been meticulously modified. Inside the high-speed rotating grinding wheel, countless imperceptible microcracks emerged within its once uniform structure, rapidly spreading like cancer cells under centrifugal force, rendering the entire wheel pathetically fragile. The operating frequency of the grinding machine's motor was being subtly adjusted by an invisible force, gradually aligning with a certain frail resonant frequency of the wheel itself. The protective cover, designed to shield the grinding wheel, had its connecting bolts rusted and loosened to their limit, as if a mere touch would cause it to collapse entirely. Everything was set, just as Scorpion finished polishing a component and carelessly tossed it into a nearby box. He picked up another and continued boasting to his companion. "Let me tell you, back in the day when I was outside, I had done everything." Before he could finish his sentence, a jarring anomaly occurred. The grinding machine emitted an ear-piercing shriek, the sound akin to nails scraping glass, amplified hundreds of times, piercing the eardrums. The entire machine began to violently shake, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. "Damn, is this piece of junk going haywire again?" A nearby prisoner instinctively cursed, stepping back a couple of paces. Scorpion frowned, intending to shut off the power. However, it was too late. In that instant, the machine's vibration frequency reached a critical point. The accumulated stress within the high-speed rotating, grinding wheel erupted explosively, with a deafening bang. It resembled the detonation of a bomb within a closed workshop. The grinding wheel, riddled with countless microcracks, shattered at the moment it reached its resonant frequency. Countless fragments of varying sizes were propelled outward with terrifying kinetic energy, akin to bullets, transforming into a gray storm of death that shot in all directions. The protective cover, which was meant to safeguard, shattered upon the impact of the first fragment, the aging bolts utterly incapable of withstanding such a horrific force. Several nearby prisoners were struck by the flying shards, collapsing to the ground, drenched in blood. At the center of the storm, Scorpion, caught in the crosshairs, did not even emit a scream. A palm-sized, thick shard of the grinding wheel, with a sharp cutting sound, approached with an exceedingly cunning and precise angle. With a sickening sound, it sliced through like a knife through a ripe watermelon. The fragment's edge was razor-sharp, effortlessly tearing through Scorpion's scalp and skull, entering through his right temple and slanting out the other side. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The expression on Scorpion's face remained one of disbelief from the second prior. His body stood rigid, yet his head was nearly severed in half. Red and white brain matter, mixed with scorching blood, gushed forth, splattering the entire machine and the wall behind him. In the next second, his mangled body thudded to the ground, convulsing twice in a pool of blood before falling silent. The entire workshop fell into a deathly silence. The surviving prisoners, pale-faced and frozen in shock, stared at the gruesome scene before them, forgetting to breathe. Moments later, one prisoner managed to react first, letting out a hysterical scream. "Ah, someone's dead." The factory erupted into chaos. The sharp sound of alarms reverberated throughout the prison. Chapter 11. Strike first. The piercing alarm echoed back and forth between the quarry and the prison factory, fraying the nerves of every prisoner and guard. The panic within the factory workshop spread like a plague, as the surviving prisoners scrambled to escape, terrified that the already shattered grinding machine might explode again. Soon, a squad of armed guards stormed in, violently separating the crowd and erecting a barrier. On the quarry side, all prisoners were ordered to squat down, hands on their heads. Lin Mo, blending into the crowd, squatted and held his head, his expression mirroring the appropriate level of panic shared by others. Through the gaps in the crowd, he could see the factory entrance in disarray. Several guards rushed in with stretchers, soon emerging with bloodied, unconscious individuals. What happened over there? It seems there was quite a commotion in the factory. Who cares if something went wrong? Maybe we can leave early today. The prisoners whispered among themselves, only to be silenced by the guards. Lin Mo focused on the news from the factory, quietly waiting. Judgment target, Scorpion. Crime value, 100 points. Judgment degree, death. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of crime value. Judgment target, Wang Wu. Crime value, 40 points. Judgment degree, serious injury. Congratulations, host. You have gained 40 points of crime value. Remaining crime value, 330 points. It seemed that not only Scorpion was harmed. The insight into Sin also confirmed that, aside from Scorpion's light extinguishing, several others had also dimmed. Their unjudged sins had been meted out by Lin Mo today. After a long while, the guards blew their whistles, commanding everyone to assemble, announcing an early end to the day's labor. On the way back to the cells, news of the factory accident had spread like wildfire. Did you hear? The machine in Workshop 2 exploded, and a guy named Scorpion lost half his head on the spot. Damn, that's brutal. How did it explode? Who knows? They say it was due to the machine being too old, a production accident. Damn, these rickety things in our prison are bound to cause trouble sooner or later. That evening, the prison authorities issued an official statement regarding the incident, following on-site investigations and professional assessments. The event was classified as a serious production safety accident caused by equipment aging and improper operation. Subsequently, the prison authorities issued a notice mandating all inmates to undergo a 3-day comprehensive safety production training starting tomorrow to prevent such incidents from occurring again. Lin Mo lay on his bunk, listening to the announcement on the radio. Excellent. No one suspected this incident. However, he also keenly realized one thing. The manner of death resulting from this production accident, while convenient, will inevitably arouse suspicion among the discerning if such incidents occur repeatedly within a short span. Despite the presence of plausible explanations each time, it appears that a change of tactics is necessary for the next occurrence. The day following the extensive safety training. In the afternoon, the inmates were gathered on the playground, listening to a prison officer reciting safety regulations in a monotonous manner. While the officer spoke dryly, the inmates below succumbed to drowsiness under the sun. However, Lin Mo, amidst this tedious lecture, keenly sensed a burgeoning, lethal threat. Since Along had decisively beaten the hefty Wu Gang on the playground, leading to his confinement for several days, Wu Gang had become remarkably subdued. He would always take a detour when encountering the inmates of cell 2203. Although traces of resentment lingered in his gaze, it was overshadowed by fear. Within Lin Mo's perceptual realm of danger, the malicious line representing Wu Gang's intent had become thin and faint over those days, almost vanishing, indicating that he dared not entertain any sinister thoughts for the time being. Yet, the circumstances of that afternoon took a peculiar turn. The malevolent line emanating from Wu Gang not only reappeared, but was also visibly thickening at an alarming rate. Its color darkened from a pale gray to a deep, blood-like crimson, grotesquely suspended in Lin Mo's perceptual world. A warning bell rang in Lin Mo's mind. The barking dog does not bite. Wu Gang's outward compliance was merely a facade. He resembled a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, plotting something sinister, accumulating poison for a deadly strike. Lin Mo was uncertain of Wu Gang's precise plan, yet he acutely felt the malevolence posed a lethal threat to himself. Regardless of Wu Gang's intentions, Lin Mo resolved not to remain passive. Preemptive action was his guiding principle. He aimed to eliminate threats before they could escalate. Wu Gang must perish, and in a manner less conspicuous than a scorpion's demise. The explosion of the grinding machine had already attracted too much attention, although ultimately classified as an accident. Any further significant incidents in quick succession would inevitably draw unnecessary scrutiny. Lin Mo required a more subtle, commonplace, and plausible accident. The opportunity soon presented itself. Bathing time in the prison was communal, with dozens of naked men crammed into a steamy bathhouse. The cacophony of splashing water and raucous chatter mingled with the peculiar scent of cheap soap and sweat. Lin Mo despised this environment and always hurriedly rinsed off, quietly departing thereafter. Conversely, the corpulent Wu Gang appeared to relish the atmosphere, particularly enjoying the solitude and tranquility of the bathhouse once everyone else had left. Each time, he would linger until the last inmate had exited, then leisurely hum a tune while scrubbing his bulk. This habit provided Lin Mo with the perfect opportunity and setting for his plan. That evening, Lin Mo entered the bathhouse as usual, draped in a towel. He feigned drying himself while discreetly surveying the premises. His gaze quickly settled on an ideal stage. In a corner near the drainage outlet, a slight depression in the floor had led to the accumulation of shallow, stagnant water due to poor drainage. Beside this puddle, a corner of a tile had become dislodged, revealing a sharp edge akin to a blade. In the steamy, slippery environment, this spot was a natural death trap. Lin Mo lowered his eyelids, issuing a cold command in his mind. Utilization of ability, accident creation. Target, Wu Gang. Event, while the target bathes alone. Introduce a bar of soap inadvertently dropped by another inmate, taking into account the water flow, sliding trajectory, and falling position. A bar of soap abandoned by fellow inmates will be precisely positioned in the target's path. Upon stepping onto the soap, the target will lose balance and fall backward at a specific angle, resulting in a fatal collision with the sharp edge of the dislodged tile. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Accident creation initiated. Based on the complexity and accuracy requirements of the event, a deduction of 10 crime hunting points will be made. Remaining crime hunting points, 320. After completing his setup, Lin Mo stood upright, expressionless, dried himself, donned his prison uniform, and was the first to exit the bathhouse. As night deepened, the steam in the bathhouse gradually dissipated. Inmates left in small groups, their chatter ebbing like a receding tide, leaving only the sound of dripping faucets and the faint gurgle from the drainage in the corner. Wu Gang, blissfully closing his eyes, allowed the warm water to cascade over his corpulent frame, while scheming his revenge against Along, Lin Mo, and Xiao Lu. Suddenly, an unexpected event unfolded. Among the last inmates to leave, one, in a hurry, accidentally dropped a bar of slippery soap, which fell with a splat on the floor. Cursing under his breath, he chose not to retrieve it and walked away without a backward glance. The small bar of soap, enveloped by the residual water, was propelled forward, navigating an uncanny arc through the currents, and fortuitously slid right in front of the oblivious Wu Gang. Wu Gang remained entirely unaware. He shifted, instinctively stepping forward. However, instead of encountering the solid, coarse texture of the tiled floor, he felt an indescribably slick sensation beneath his foot. The remnants of confidence on Wu Gang's face were swiftly replaced by sheer terror. His massive frame, exceeding 200 pounds, lost balance in that instant, collapsing entirely onto the small bar of soap. A short, panicked scream escaped his lips, drowned out by the splashing water. His body uncontrollably tilted backward, crashing to the ground like a felled tree. In the depths of fate, it seemed as if an invisible hand meticulously adjusted the angle and point of his fall. A dull thud resonated as the back of Wu Gang's head precisely struck the sharp edge of the dislodged tile. The ceramic corner sliced through his scalp with the ease of a razor, shattering the fragile occipital bone and embedding itself deep within his brain. Blood gushed forth from the wound, rapidly staining the surrounding puddle of vivid crimson. Wu Gang's massive body convulsed twice on the ground before his eyes lost their luster, ultimately succumbing to silence. After some time, a patrolling guard, yawning, approached to lock the door. "Hey, is anyone still inside? We're closing up," he called out, but silence met his words. Frowning, the guard muttered about the dead weight of the fat man and impatiently pushed the door open to investigate. In the next moment, the impatience etched on his face solidified. Good heavens, a dead man. The prison guards quickly reported up the chain of command. Soon, the entrance to the bathhouse was cordoned off once more. Several guards and prison doctors rushed in, but it was already too late. After a cursory examination, the doctor solemnly shook his head, pronouncing Wu Gang deceased. Captain Gao Chong stood outside the cordon, his face dark enough to draw water from. He watched as the still warm, corpulent body was covered with a white sheet and carried away, his brow furrowed in a tight knot. This marked the third unnatural death of an inmate in his jurisdiction within the month. The first, Zhao Hu, and the second, Chen Dong, had both met with misfortune due to industrial accidents, and now yet another had slipped and fallen to his demise while bathing. Damn it! While the death of a few prisoners in the facility did not particularly concern Gao Chong, indeed, it was part of his routine business. Each inmate's death could potentially translate into a shadowy profit for him. He could exploit his power to discreetly eliminate troublesome prisoners or those who had offended influential figures outside, doing so under seemingly reasonable pretenses in exchange for hefty rewards. However, with 3 deaths already this month, 3 precious slots had been taken from him. This meant his income for the month had shrunk significantly. It also indicated that if there were clients outside who needed to be dealt with, his operational latitude had become exceedingly narrow. Severing one's source of income is akin to slaying one's parents. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Gao Chong's eyes. He did not suspect any foul play in this death, for the evidence at the scene was glaringly apparent. A bar of soap, a puddle of water, and an angle of fall that was fatal, perfectly resembling a textbook case of an accident. What vexed him was that this damned accident had caused him tangible losses. No, this loss had to be recovered somehow. In cell 2203, the lights had been turned off. Lin Mo lay quietly on his bed, as if already fast asleep. The chaos and clamor from the corridor seemed to bear no relation to him. His consciousness was immersed in the system interface, and the cold notifications manifested as expected. Judgment target, Fat Wu Gang, sin value, 150 points, judgment degree, death. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 150 crime hunting points. Remaining crime hunting points, for 70. It was done. Simultaneously, he distinctly felt that the thick, dark red line of malice representing Wu Gang, which had long hung in his perception, had completely shattered, dissolving into nothingness. The threat had been nullified. Lin Mo was unaware of Wu Gang's machinations. Perhaps he sought to bribe the guards, or perhaps he intended to collude with other inmates. But such matters were no longer significant. A dead man poses no threat. Regardless of whether Wu Gang's conspiracy was still brewing or had begun to take shape, with his death, all would dissipate into smoke. Those who might have been bribed or coerced by him would follow the commands of a deceased individual. Lin Mo entered the realm of danger perception. In his perceptual world, the once menacing and robust line of malice, radiating ominous dark red light, had now vanished without a trace. Within the prison yard, there was no longer any sufficiently potent malice directed at him. The survival crisis within the prison had temporarily come to a halt. Zhao Hu, the sharp-spiked Qindong, and the corpulent Wu Gang, all those who harbored enmity towards him and posed a lethal threat, had disappeared from this world. The most fortuitous aspect was that their deaths had been classified as accidents. No one suspected him, nor did anyone consider that they had been murdered. Moreover, with a long, the prisoner turned deadly weapon, acting as a shield in plain sight, his personal safety had garnered a measure of protection. It was time to shift his gaze from this small cage to the vast and nefarious world outside. It was also time to commence his revenge. Chapter 13. Strategizing the game. Lin Mo closed his eyes. Amidst the darkness, his thoughts were clearer and more vibrant than ever. He resembled a masterful chess player, meticulously laying out the strategy for his grand vendetta. First and foremost, he needed to discern the intricate web that had ensnared him in this hellish prison. In his mind, he slowly compiled a list of 5 critical leads that required thorough investigation. First, the false witness. The pivotal witness who testified against him as the serial killer in court. Why did he choose to lie? Who prompted him to do so? This was the most direct avenue for breakthrough. Second, the person in charge of the serial murder case. The head of the police department overseeing the investigation, along with the relevant personnel. Were they negligent, derelict in their duties, or complicit? Behind the seemingly airtight chain of evidence, how much of it was fabricated? Were they being directed by someone? As officials, investigating them posed certain challenges. Third, the true perpetrator of the serial murder case. The actual fiend responsible for the heinous crimes. Yet it was Lin Mo who bore the entire blame. Who was he? Where was he now? Was he connected to the shadowy figures who orchestrated Lin Mo's downfall? He must exact a bloody price for the innocent victims and for himself. Fourth, the nebulous transaction. Lin Mo had often pondered why he had been framed and imprisoned. After countless midnight terrors, he finally realized it might be tied to the transaction information he overheard in an alley. Who were the parties involved in the transaction? What was the commodity they discussed? What power did they wield? To manipulate the judicial system in such a grand conspiracy, there must be formidable forces at play. This power represented the core, the most perilous enemy. However, this lead was too vague and warranted deeper investigation. Fifth, the murderer of his family. This was the deepest wound in Lin Mo's heart. Were his family members victims of revenge, or were they silenced by someone? Regardless, the murderer must pay with their life. The grievances of 9 lifetimes can still be avenged. How much more so for his beloved parents? These 5 leads intertwined, forming an intricate web of enmity. Faced with such a vast and complex network of hatred, mere fervor and the system's power were insufficient. He needed to act like the most meticulous hunter, laying down a net and calmly awaiting the moment to ensnare his prey. To this end, he established 3 ironclad principles, which would serve as the highest tenets for his future actions. The first principle: trust only oneself. No one in this world is to be trusted, including the so-called enforcers of the law. Human hearts are inscrutable, and human nature is susceptible to trials. Any reliance on others is folly. The only power one can depend on is that which is firmly in one's own grasp. All plans shall be orchestrated by him from the shadows, and all forces must be entirely within his control. The second principle: absolute anonymity. The system has bestowed upon him extraordinary powers, yet his physical form remains mortal. A single bullet, a mere accident, could lead to his utter ruin. He is the mastermind behind the entire revenge scheme, and the brain must never be exposed to danger. Thus, he must completely conceal himself. A long figure like a long serves as a shield to protect the identity of Lin Mo, and must never engage in any immoral deeds, maintaining an unblemished reputation. All genuine assassinations, investigations, and intimidation must be entrusted to a series of agents entirely unconnected to the true Lin Mo, ensuring that even if they are captured or destroyed, no trace leads back to him. The shield and the sword must remain distinctly separate. The third principle is to create a smokescreen. Should he act solely against his adversaries, irrespective of his skill, he would inevitably leave clues for his enemies to follow. The only solution lies in generating an abundance of clues, rendering it impossible for his foes to trace back to him. He must fabricate a multitude of chaotic cases, allowing the genuine target of his vengeance to be submerged in a sea of heinous crimes. When nefarious individuals perish in bizarre ways daily within the city, and everyone assumes there is an erratic cleaner with no fixed objective, who would notice that amidst this tumultuous fog, a grand web of revenge is quietly tightening? When necessary, he might even intentionally create a few beneficiaries, casting out false leads to thoroughly muddy the waters, obscuring his true intentions from all. With the plan set, he would commence the creation of his sword from the very first step. Lin Mo's consciousness once more immersed itself in the system interface. focusing intently on the ability to deploy a death warrior. The virtual panel unfurled immediately, revealing lines of enticing text. Attribute-less death warrior, 100 points of crime value. Its physical attributes would be akin to that of an ordinary adult male, with the system generating a fundamental social identity for it. One with minimal societal connections and no relatives. The advantage lies in its low cost and high adaptability. Trait, skilled assassin. Crime value cost, 300 points. This would endow the death warrior with professional assassination techniques and knowledge, enabling it to master specific tools, which can be designated, understand infiltration, disguise, observation, and execute fatal strikes, alongside possessing a robust counter-surveillance awareness, knowing how to eliminate traces at the scene. Trait, master assassin. Crime value cost, 3,000 points. The skills of the assassin would reach perfection, allowing it to wield any object as a lethal weapon, utilizing everything in its environment to its advantage. Prerequisites for exchange. The death warrior must possess the robust trait. Lin Mo's gaze lingered briefly on the radiant aura of the master assassin before decisively suppressing his inner yearning. 3,000 points of crime value was an insurmountable chasm for him at present. One must take life one bite at a time, one step at a time. For now, a pawn to create a smokescreen in the outside world was the most suitable choice. He required a attribute-less death warrior, equipped with the skilled assassin trait. Lin Mo never underestimated anyone, particularly the police who uphold societal order. Thus, from the moment this pawn was summoned, it was destined to be a sacrificial piece. Lin Mo had already prepared for its capture or demise. Its sole mission was to amass sufficient crime value before its destruction, thoroughly muddying the waters outside and extracting crucial clues from the lips of that false witness. Lin Mo examined his balance. Crime value, for 170 points. Exchanging for the attribute-less death warrior and equipping it with the skilled assassin trait would total 400 points, fitting perfectly within his limits. He merely awaited the next day as outdoor time to summon this pawn beyond the prison walls. Chapter 14, Skilled Assassin. Certainly, the hunting within the high walls must commence simultaneously, as this is Lin Mo's most stable source of crime value. This prison, with its high labor intensity and perilous work, inherently has fixed mortality rates. As long as the methods are sufficiently clever, quietly adding a few more souls will not raise too much of an uproar. It is merely essential to maintain a consistent hunting rhythm and strictly adhere to his third principle, chaos. This time's target could be a tyrannical prison guard oppressing newcomers. The next could be a taciturn pedophile, and the subsequent one might be a sanctimonious hypocrite. Their crimes, statuses, backgrounds, and even cell locations must be entirely disconnected, bearing no relation to one another. The methods of death must be meticulously disguised as a myriad of accidents, crafted with such finesse that they deceive everyone. They should even leave others lamenting, "See, I said that was dangerous." Inevitably, something went wrong. Within the high walls, Lin Mo aims to accumulate capital for his revenge through sustained and disorderly slaughter outside the walls. The sword of the agent he is about to forge eagerly awaits its first taste of blood. Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes, letting his consciousness plunge into darkness. The surrounding snores continued, and the night remained profound. However, from this moment forward, everything would be utterly transformed. The next day, during outdoor time, Lin Mo blended into the crowd, seeking a discreet corner where he leaned against the cold wall and closed his eyes. Lin Mo began issuing commands. Using ability, Death Warrior deployment. Name, Mu Shi. Appearance, unremarkable, the type that would be lost in a crowd. Trait, Skilled Assassin, infusing the Death Warrior with professional assassination techniques and knowledge. It will master the use of a ballpoint pen as a murder tool, understanding how to infiltrate, disguise, observe, execute lethal strikes, and possess a strong counter-surveillance awareness. Knowing how to clean up traces at the scene. Deployment location, outside Haishi prison. Deployment method, appear in a concealed manner, avoiding surveillance and sight. When choosing the weapon best suited for the Death Warrior, countless options flashed through Lin Mo's mind, ranging from daggers to poisons, firearms to ropes. Ultimately, he selected the most readily available, easily overlooked item that epitomized professionalism, a ballpoint pen. Setup complete, generating Death Warrior Mu Shi. Generation complete. Crime value balance, 70 points. In the shadowy, damp alley, filled with decaying refuse emitting a nauseating stench, a man appeared silently, as if he had always been there. His name is Mu Shi. He opened his eyes, his gaze vacant and indifferent, resembling a still pond devoid of ripples. His mind was a blank slate, devoid of past, memory, or emotion. His sole purpose of existence was to execute the commands of his creator. At this moment, Lin Mo was experiencing the world outside the prison through Musher's senses. Fresh air, tinged with the scent of automobile exhaust, surged into his nostrils, a stark contrast to the foul, stagnant air within the prison. The distant sounds of honking and the chatter of pedestrians composed a symphony of the free world. A sensation of near-trembling familiarity intermingled with strangeness surged through Lin Mo's soul. How long had it been since he felt all of this? Lin Mo suppressed the excitement swelling within him and began to acclimate to this peculiar form of remote control. He attempted to make Musher move his limbs, and the body's feedback was immediate and precise, devoid of any delay. Musher rummaged through his pockets, finding only a few coins and the most ordinary blue ballpoint pen. This was his sword. Lin Mo's icy resolve resonated like a command within Musher's mind. The initial objective is not to confront the false witness directly. Acting too hastily would only serve to unveil oneself. According to the third iron rule, he must first create a sufficient smokescreen, ensnaring everyone in a dense haze of confusion. He requires an appropriate target for judgment, a villain deserving of the most severe punishment. Yet one who eludes the grasp of the law. Where can such individuals be found in abundance? In the courthouse. It is a battleground where justice and injustice collide, and where grievances and despair converge. Under the command of Lin Mo, Musher glided silently like a specter out of the filthy alleyway, merging seamlessly into the throng of bustling humanity, heading toward the municipal courthouse. At the entrance of the courthouse, the atmosphere was solemn and grave. Musher stood like an emotionless statue in the corner, observing every individual who emerged through the grand doors. Some appeared in tailored suits, brimming with confidence. Others wore expressions of defeat, their faces ashen. Some wept uncontrollably, as if mourning a great loss, while others raged hysterically, hurling curses. A tragicomedy of human existence unfolded before him. Lin Mo waited patiently, like a hunter lying in ambush, seeking traces of his prey. At that moment, a heart-wrenching cry caught his attention. An elderly gentleman, well past 60, stepped out of the courthouse. His eyes were bloodshot, and murky tears streamed down the creases of his face. "Where's the justice? Where's the justice?" he cried to the heavens, his voice hoarse and steeped in despair. "My hard-earned money, a lifetime of savings, has been swindled away. Where's the law?" His lamentations drew a few curious onlookers, but most merely cast sympathetic glances before hastily departing. Driven by Lin Mo's will, Musher slowly approached. He remained silent, merely standing at the back of the crowd, observing. The despairing elder began to pour out his heart. "Everyone, please judge for yourselves. That scoundrel named Huang Sihai is no human. He established a company called Jinhai Financial, claiming to respond to the nation's call to assist us seniors in managing our finances for retirement, offering interest rates several points higher than the banks. Many in our community invested their money. At first, we received interest punctually every month. He even organized trips for us and gifted us eggs and cooking oil. More devoted than a biological son. We believed him and invested the entire sum of 300,000, which we had saved for my spouse's medical treatment." At this point, the elder's voice faltered. He pulled out a photograph, pointing at the person within, tears streaming down his aged cheeks. "My spouse has severe heart disease, waiting for this money to undergo surgery and save her. But last month, that Huang Sihai vanished without a trace. The company was deserted. When we reported it to the police, they advised us to file a lawsuit. We hired a lawyer and finally got our day in court. But Huang Sihai hired the best lawyer in the city, claiming our contract was an investment agreement, not a loan. Investing carries risks. And his business failure was merely a normal commercial act. The judge ruled against us due to insufficient evidence. A loss. That was our lifeline." The elder clutched his chest, overwhelmed with grief. The scoundrel Huang Sihai is still driving luxury cars, living in a villa, boasting on television as a young entrepreneur. But what about us? My spouse's illness cannot wait. How are we to live? How? A chorus of sighs rose from the surrounding crowd, yet no one could offer assistance. As whispers spread among the crowd, expressing boundless sympathy for the elderly couple, a crisp sound of polished shoes striking the ground approached with increasing clarity. A man clad in a high-end bespoke suit, his hair slicked back and adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, emerged from the courthouse, surrounded by admirers. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a refined demeanor, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth, although that smile failed to reach his eyes, revealing an underlying chill. Upon his arrival, the elderly gentleman, Zhang Guodong, who had been lamenting, suddenly lifted his head, his red eyes fixated on the man before him. "Huang Sihai, you scoundrel! Return my hard-earned money." Zhang Guodong, in a frenzy, attempted to charge forward. However, before he could approach, two burly men, resembling bodyguards, stepped in front of him, blocking his path like two walls. Huang Xihai halted, observing the frenzied Zhang Guodong with interest, adjusting his glasses as his smile widened. Zhang Deyi, why such anger? The judge has rendered a fair ruling. Our relationship is a standard investment agreement. Investments carry risks, and you should understand that at your age. His tone was not that of someone addressing an elderly victim, but rather that of a teacher reprimanding a wayward child. I invested in your fraudulent scheme. Zhang Guodong trembled with rage, spitting words in fury. You used deceptive words to steal our lifeline. May you meet a terrible fate. Huang Xihai's smile faded slightly, his eyes narrowing behind the lenses, flickering with a hint of menace. Ignoring Zhang Guodong's curses, he surveyed the surrounding onlookers and stated deliberately, Ladies and gentlemen, the court has delivered a just verdict today. I, Huang Xihai, conduct business in response to the nation's call, creating value for society. While I empathize with Zhang Deyi's unfortunate circumstances, commercial failure cannot justify his public defamation of me. He paused, his voice turning icy. I am a legitimate businessman, a true entrepreneur. My reputation is more precious than my life. Anyone who spreads rumors here today will face the consequences of defamation, courtesy of my legal team. His words ostensibly addressed everyone, yet his gaze subtly scanned several individuals who had taken out their phones, seemingly to record the event. The previously indignant onlookers shrank back in apprehension, fear of legal repercussions dampening their outrage. The crowd began to stir uneasily, gradually retreating, their murmurs dwindling. Satisfied with the unfolding scene, Huang Xihai turned his attention back to the despairing Zhang Guodong. He stepped closer, leaning into Zhang Guodong's ear, speaking in a tone meant solely for their ears. Old man, don't overstep your bounds. How many days do you think your spouse's heart can hold out? If you dare to continue speaking out, believe me, I can have her oxygen removed in an instant. Zhang Guodong trembled, feeling as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He gazed incredulously at the seemingly refined face before him, stripped of all pretense, leaving only raw malice. Fear swiftly eclipsed his anger. He envisioned his spouse, frail and gasping on the hospital bed. He was terrified, genuinely terrified. Huang Xihai, observing Zhang Guodong's face turn pale, scoffed disdainfully, straightening his tie and waving to his bodyguards. Let us go? The entourage surrounded him as they approached a black Bentley parked nearby. The engine growled deeply as they sped away, leaving behind the dazed Zhang Guodong and a swiftly dispersing crowd. Mu Shi, blending into the throng, silently turned to depart. Through his eyes, Lin Mo, confined within the prison's high walls, absorbed every moment of the unfolding drama. The despairing gaze of Zhang Guodong pierced him deeply, evoking a profound sense of empathy. He had, like Zhang Guodong, experienced the paralyzing helplessness of calling out to the heavens with no response and to the earth with no answer. Although he did not hear the final threat whispered by Huang Xihai, Lin Mo could infer its malice from Zhang Guodong's reaction. This individual toyed with the law, treating the lives and dignity of others as mere trifles. He was more malevolent than the most simplistic of violent criminals. Most importantly, he perfectly aligned with Lin Mo's requirements, a villain deserving of 1,000 deaths, a target existing beyond the reach of legal retribution, a victim capable of stirring chaos and creating a smokescreen. A cold desire for murder coalesced within Lin Mo's heart. It was decided, Huang Xihai would be the one. Lin Mo's will transformed into a silent command directed at the assassin Mu Shi, stationed outside the prison. The hunt had commenced. Mu Shi resembled a pebble cast into the ocean, inconspicuous amidst the throng. Those with experience understood that the most vital resource for an assassin was information. Without hesitation, Mu Shi entered an internet cafe. Using the scant coins in his pocket, he activated a terminal, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Huang Xihai, Jinhai Financial. A young entrepreneur. Information about Huang Xihai was not difficult to procure. He was adept at self-promotion, with numerous inspirational stories of his rise from nothing and accounts of his participation in various charitable activities circulating online. In photographs, he consistently appeared as the epitome of a refined and successful individual. Yet beneath these polished narratives lay records of numerous contractual disputes involving Jinhai Financial, tucked away in the corners of legal litigation websites. In every instance, the plaintiffs had lost, citing insufficient evidence or normal investment risks. A vast financial fraud network disguised as a legitimate enterprise gradually took shape in Mu Shi's mind. He acquired a detailed understanding of Huang Xihai, his educational background, his path to wealth, his social connections, and the comprehensive registration details of his company, including its office location in a prestigious skyscraper in the city's central business district. Next, Mu Shi focused on Huang Xihai's patterns of movement. After leaving the internet cafe, he began to appear in various corners of the city. On the first day, he stationed himself outside the parking lot of Huang Xihai's company. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Huang Xihai's Bentley emerged punctually. Mu Shi discreetly summoned a taxi, trailing behind at a distance. The Bentley ultimately parked in a high-end villa community named Guanlan Yiping, where security was exceptionally tight, prompting Mu Shi to refrain from approaching too closely. Instead, he meticulously noted the locations of every camera and the patrol routes and shift times of the security personnel from afar. The following day, as dawn broke, Mu Shi, like a phantom, silently occupied an ideal vantage point outside the Guanlan Yiping villa community. From a pavilion atop a small hill in a nearby park, he had a clear view of the entrance to the villa area while remaining inconspicuous. At precisely 8 o'clock, a black Bentley exited the villa community. Mu Shi's gaze sharpened like that of a hawk. He did not require binoculars to discern that the driver was Huang Xihai's personal chauffeur, while Huang Xihai himself leisurely occupied the rear seat, perusing a document. Seated beside him in the front passenger seat, in the back were 2 bodyguards he had encountered the previous day at the courthouse. They appeared accustomed to this comfortable lifestyle, their postures relaxed and their vigilance low. Mu Shi refrained from following, aware that Huang Xihai's destination was the company. The intelligence gathered yesterday was sufficient. There were too many of Huang Xihai's associates nearby, making it an undesirable location for action. He sought to uncover Huang Xihai's patterns outside of work, in places where weaknesses were more easily exposed. He possessed ample patience, akin to a master hunter, quietly awaiting the moment his prey revealed a flaw. As anticipated, at 12:30 in the afternoon, Huang Xihai's Bentley departed the company, heading toward a private club on the western edge of the city. This establishment, known as Yunding Hui, boasted security measures surpassing those of Guanlan Yiping, enforcing a strict membership policy that barred non-members from even approaching the entrance. For Mu Shi, executing a plan here was possible, but would require extensive preparation. He donned the attire of a delivery worker, navigating the surrounding streets at a leisurely pace. This ensemble served as the perfect disguise. No one would spare a second glance at a delivery worker hustling for a living. He observed as Huang Xihai's Bentley entered the club's underground parking lot. An hour and a half later, the Bentley re-emerged, its window rolled down. Mu Shi noted Huang Xihai, his face flushed, animatedly engaged in a phone conversation, seemingly having closed a lucrative deal, while his bodyguard appeared equally relaxed. Mu Shi's expression remained impassive as he quietly recorded the timestamp. In the afternoon, Huang Xihai returned to the company, leaving again at 6 o'clock. This time, the vehicle's destination was a Michelin 3-star French restaurant by the riverside. Once more, Mu Shi transformed into a designated driver, blending seamlessly with the other drivers in the restaurant's waiting area, engaging in casual conversation and smoking. He observed that Huang Xihai's 2 bodyguards did not accompany him inside the restaurant, but chose to remain in the car at the entrance. They lit cigarettes and began to converse boisterously, with one even engrossed in a short video on his phone, the volume cranked up. Mu Shi's lips curled slightly. The distinction between the professional and the amateur lay in this very moment. True security should always maintain a taut readiness, whereas Huang Xihai's guards were merely oversized decorations, guarding against street thugs, but not against a genuine assassin like him. They likely never anticipated an assassin would come for them. This presented an opportunity. Inside the restaurant, a brief lapse in defense would occur beside Huang Xihai. Yet Mu Shi refrained from acting, as the environment was too complex, with too many witnesses, complicating any potential escape. He required a more perfect stage. Huang Xihai's dinner lasted 2 hours. Rather than returning home afterward, he proceeded to a hotel in the city center. Mu Shi swiftly located a temporary waiter job through the hotel's recruitment website, successfully infiltrating the establishment using a forged identity. Amidst the dim lighting and soothing music of the lounge, Mu Shi navigated the guests with a tray, exuding politeness. He spotted Huang Xihai seated in a booth by the window, engaged in lively conversation with a voluptuous young woman, their demeanor intimate. His bodyguard sat at a nearby table, sipping expensive whiskey while occasionally casting glances at the attractive women in the lounge. As Mu Shi approached Huang Xihai's table to deliver new drinks, he seemingly absent-mindedly brushed his fingers along the edge of the table, silently placing a homemade listening device into Huang Xihai's bag. At 11 o'clock, Huang Xihai and the woman entered the hotel's presidential suite. Mu Shi had quietly departed, taking a seat on a bench in the park opposite the hotel, donning his headphones. Within the confines of his earphones, intermittent snippets of conversation between Huang Xihai and a woman, accompanied by some unsavory sounds, reached his ears. These were not the revelations Mu Shi sought. He remained in tranquil anticipation. As dawn broke, the woman exited, leaving Huang Xihai alone in the room. The phone rang. The matter has been settled. Those old codgers have signed the supplementary agreement. Their meager pensions are now firmly nestled in our pockets. Huang Xihai's voice bore traces of fatigue, yet it was predominantly laced with pride. Rest assured, the procedures are impeccably seamless. We engaged the finest legal team. Even if they took us to the highest court, victory would remain ours. An old Zhang? Humph, a decrepit old fool, frightened with just a few words. His wife's life is firmly within my grasp. Tomorrow? No. I have a golf appointment with the son of Director Li from Dongqing District in the afternoon. This is of great importance and must be attended to with utmost care. We'll dine in the private room at Yulong, the usual spot, room 1 on the 3rd floor. Ensure they prepare an adequately substantial gift. The audio concluded there. Musher slowly removed his headphones. This could potentially be an opportunity. 3 days later, at noon. Yulong is a premier Chinese restaurant renowned for its exclusivity and opulence. In the underground parking lot, beside an inconspicuous cleaning vehicle, Musher, clad in a blue maintenance uniform, complete with cap and mask, leisurely inspected the fire hydrant on the wall. His toolbox rested at his feet, containing not only wrenches and screwdrivers, but also a standard metal ballpoint pen. The pen was weighty, its tip slightly sharp. At 12:20 p.m., Huang Xihai's Bentley smoothly entered the underground parking facility. The vehicle parked in a designated VIP spot, a mere 20 meters from the luxurious elevator leading directly to the 3rd floor. 2 bodyguards exited the vehicle first, instinctively surveying their surroundings. Their gaze flickered past Musher without a moment's pause. Huang Xihai adjusted his tie, stepping out of the car with a beaming smile. "You wait in the car. I'll be right back," he instructed. In this perceived bastion of safety, he never allowed his bodyguards to shadow him too closely, as he believed it would diminish his stature, especially when meeting certain distinguished guests. This habit had long since morphed into a fatal arrogance. The bodyguards responded respectfully, returning to the vehicle and pulling out their phones. Huang Xihai sauntered towards the elevator lobby, his steps light and carefree. Unbeknownst to them, the maintenance worker, who had been inspecting the fire hydrant, had ceased his tasks. Musher slowly straightened up, retrieving the heavy metal ballpoint pen from his toolbox, gripping it firmly in his palm, and stealthily followed suit. The 20-meter distance vanished in an instant. Within the elevator lobby, Huang Xihai extended his hand to press the up button when an icy chill gripped the nape of his neck, an instinctual sense of danger causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Before he could utter a sound, a powerful hand clamped over his mouth, forcefully pinning him against the cold wall. Fear inundated his reason. In that very moment, he caught sight of the object brandished in the assailant's other hand, a pen. The thought barely registered when an indescribable agony erupted from the side of his neck. Musher's grip on the pen was steady and precise. His arm muscles tensed as he summoned all his strength, plunging the sharp ballpoint deep into Huang Xihai's carotid artery. A faint sound, almost inaudible, echoed as flesh tore. Huang Xihai's body stiffened violently, his eyes bulging and bloodshot. He felt a warm liquid gushing from his neck at a terrifying speed, soaking his collar and robbing him of strength and warmth. He yearned to cry out, but his mouth was sealed, rendering him voiceless. The excruciating pain and suffocation dimmed his vision, as countless images flickered through his mind like a slideshow. He did not want to die. He had immeasurable wealth yet to savor, and countless luxuries awaiting his indulgence. Yet the ebbing of life was ruthless and swift. Musher did not withdraw the pen immediately. Instead, he twisted his wrist, driving the sharp tip deep into Huang Xihai's neck. This act obliterated any remaining vestige of vitality. Huang Xihai's struggles ceased abruptly, his body collapsing like a limp rag. Only after confirming his target was utterly lifeless did Musher release his grip. He gently allowed Huang Xihai's corpse to slide down the wall, then retrieved a cloth from his toolbox to meticulously erase any traces he had left behind. The entire process was calm, swift, and efficient, devoid of any superfluous motions, as if he had merely completed a routine plumbing maintenance task. He donned his cap once more, pushing the unremarkable cleaning cart towards another exit of the parking lot, his silhouette quickly vanishing into the shadows. From the moment he struck to his departure, no more than 15 seconds elapsed. Outside the elevator lobby, not far from the Bentley, 2 bodyguards, donning headphones, were engrossed in a humorous short video and a voice chat with friends, blissfully unaware of the fatal assault occurring in such close proximity. Within the confines of the high walls, in cell 2203 of Haishi Prison, Lin Mo lay on his bed, eyes closed and breathing steady, appearing to be in a peaceful slumber. No one knew that his consciousness had transcended the barriers of time and space, coldly observing the silent judgment. As Musher's figure disappeared entirely into the shadows, A series of chilling notifications resonated in Lin Mo's mind. Judgment target, Huang Sihai. Evil value, 500 points. Judgment degree, death. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 500 points of criminal value. Criminal value balance, 660 points. 500 points. This figure far exceeded the paltry 100 points he had garnered from dispatching a petty tyrant in the prison. A man who had bullied new inmates and ultimately met his demise in a brawl, falling and striking his head. Huang Sihai, in contrast, was a social parasite who exploited legal loopholes to systematically plunder the wealth of countless ordinary families, driving them to ruin while skillfully evading legal repercussions. The essence of his malevolence was far more profound than that of mere violent offenders. It seems the bigger fish swim outside the prison walls. Conceal yourself and await the next command. Lin Mo issued a new directive to Mu Shi. The next consideration would be the future layout. Information will always be paramount. Lin Mo immersed his consciousness into the system, beginning to strategize for the next summoning. He required a specialist in information, a specter capable of silently infiltrating the intricate web of modern society's information networks. The system's exchange list unfurled before him. Attribute-less specter, 100 points of criminal value. Its physical capabilities and learning aptitude would be akin to that of an ordinary adult male. The system would generate a fundamental social identity for it. Characteristic, wisdom. Crime value consumption, 250 points. This endows the Death Soldier with an extraordinary capacity for learning and comprehension, a requisite trait for achieving mastery in specialized skills. Characteristic, proficient hacker. Crime value consumption, 300 points. This infuses the Death Soldier with professional hacking knowledge, enabling him to adeptly employ various cyber attack and defense techniques, infiltrating most commercial and personal networks. However, when faced with other skilled hackers, there exists a possibility of leaving traces behind. Characteristic, master hacker. Crime value consumption, 3,000 points. As a hacker, his skills have reached a pinnacle, rendering the cyber realm to him as an uninhabited wilderness. Except for networks physically isolated, he can traverse all information without detection and leave behind no trace. Prerequisite for exchange. The Death Soldier must possess the wisdom characteristic. A non-attribute Death Soldier possessing wisdom becomes a master hacker. 3,350 points of crime value. This is a substantial figure, requiring the judgment of several targets akin to Huang Sihai to accumulate. Yet, Lin Mo hesitated not for a moment. On one hand, the hacker Death Soldier he summoned was undoubtedly intended to investigate cases related to himself, thereby linking to his own affairs. His inherent vulnerabilities dictated that he could not afford any missteps. If he were to act, he must leave no traces. The proficient hacker might risk being caught. Conversely, the assassin Death Soldier possesses a certain level of information-gathering capability. Although his methods primarily rely on traditional tracking and surveillance, they are sufficient for the current tumultuous circumstances. Thus, there was no urgent need for the hacker Death Soldier at this moment. He resolved to wait and bide his time for a grander scheme. Lin Mo made the decision to temporarily set aside the thought of summoning a new Death Soldier, allowing his consciousness to return to reality as he commenced his afternoon slumber. In the underground parking lot of Yulong Pavilion, the shrill wail of sirens approached, shattering the tranquility of the place. The seasoned security officer Zhao Donglai furrowed his brow as he traversed the cordoned-off area. Chapter 18. Searching for a needle in a haystack. Zhao Donglai examined the still warm corpse before him. Huang Sihai, a figure who commanded the financial world, now lay crumpled in a corner in a most disheveled state. His eyes bulged, his face frozen in an expression of ultimate terror and unwillingness at the moment of death. The expensive tailored suit, once pristine, was now soaked in blood gushing from his neck, the sickly sweet scent permeating the elevator hall, mingling with the cold, damp air of the underground parking lot, inducing nausea. Zhao Donglai crouched down, gently lifting the blood-soaked collar of the deceased with his gloved hand, revealing a fatal wound. The injury was small, its edges remarkably neat, resembling a precise circular puncture. Preliminary forensic assessment suggested that the murder weapon was a sharp object with a diameter of less than 1 centimeter, which had penetrated the victim's neck, accurately severing the carotid artery, and possibly stirred within, utterly precluding any chance of survival. The assailant was a professional. Zhao Donglai rose, surveying his surroundings with an eagle-eyed sharpness. His colleagues were diligently examining the scene. However, the results were disheartening. Captain Zhao, we've checked the walls, the floor, and all potential trace areas, yet there are no fingerprints, no footprints, nothing at all. The murderer seemed to have appeared from thin air and vanished just as mysteriously. A young security officer approached with a tone laden with frustration. The assailant was exceedingly cautious, Zhao Donglai stated solemnly. A calm, formidable, and terrifyingly meticulous professional killer. This was the initial profile he sketched in his mind. Soon, two of Huang Xihai's bodyguards were brought before Zhao Donglai. Their faces were pale, trembling as if they were sifted flour. Their careers appeared to have reached a terminus, having failed to protect their employer, who was slain less than 20 meters away. What were you doing after your boss disembarked? Zhao Donglai's voice was low yet imbued with undeniable authority. I was scrolling through short videos. I was on a call with a friend, the two burly bodyguards replied, their voices scarcely louder than that of a mosquito. Did you notice any suspicious individuals during that time? One of the bodyguards strained to remember. There seemed to be a maintenance worker checking the fire hydrant over there. He wore a blue uniform, a hat, and a mask, so I couldn't see his face. When did he leave? I don't know. We weren't paying attention. The mention of the maintenance worker caused Zhao Donglai's eyes to narrow slightly. This was nearly a confirmed suspect. He promptly dispatched personnel to inquire with the property management of Yulong Pavilion. The response received was that there had been no scheduled maintenance work on any fire facilities that evening. The so-called maintenance worker was an imposter who had infiltrated the premises. What about the surveillance footage? Zhao Donglai pressed. A colleague responsible for retrieving the footage approached with a resigned expression. Captain Zhao, we checked. The 3 key cameras from the entrance of the underground parking to the crime scene lost signal roughly 5 minutes before the incident. Someone tampered with the wiring in advance. The other cameras either had poor angles, were too far away, or the footage was too blurry to identify the maintenance worker. All leads seemed to terminate here. The perpetrator resembled a ghost, silently infiltrating, delivering a fatal blow, and vanishing without a trace. Captain Zhao, what shall we do now? Are we to search for a needle in a haystack? The young security officer appeared somewhat disheartened. Zhao Donglai cast a glance at Huang Xihai's corpse and slowly proclaimed, we shall search. Even if it means overturning the sea, we must retrieve that needle. His tone was resolute. First, immediately retrieve all surveillance footage from Yulong Pavilion and its surrounding intersections and shops. We will scrutinize all pedestrians and vehicles appearing on the footage from 1 hour before to 1 hour after the incident, particularly those dressed in similar work attire and carrying toolboxes. I understand this is a monumental task, but it is the only course of action we have. Second, the assailant left no ransom notes or demands. The act was purely for murder. This is likely a case of revenge killing. Commence an in-depth investigation into Huang Xihai's social connections. Identify all his business rivals, debt disputes, and personal grievances to discern who harbors the greatest motive for the crime. With the tasks assigned, Zhao Donglai's gaze returned to the scene. After a moment of contemplation, he added, who was Huang Xihai scheduled to dine with tonight? Reporting to Captain Zhao, we have already inquired with his secretary. He was to meet with his company partner, Chen Guangyao. Zhao Donglai mulled over the name. If the assailant's target was Huang Xihai, was it possible that this Chen Guangyao could also be the next target? He immediately issued new orders, assigned personnel to monitor Chen Guangyao around the clock. Since the assailant has already struck, they are unlikely to cease their actions. We shall cast a net around the next probable target, waiting for them to walk into our trap. Zhao Donglai harbored a strong premonition that this case might merely be the beginning. Within the high walls of Haishi prison, a sense of danger began to prick at Lin Mo's awareness. He promptly entered the realm of danger perception to assess the situation. In his view, the malevolent aura radiating from the prison guard captain, Gao Chong, initially appeared thin and shallow, indicating that while Gao Chong bore ill intent and posed a threat, it was not immediate nor fatal. At this moment, the aura around him suddenly intensified, transforming into a glaring shade of blood red, growing thicker at a visibly alarming rate. This signified that the malice and threat from Gao Chong were rapidly escalating. What could have prompted this? Recently, he had been behaving himself in prison, avoiding any direct confrontation with Gao Chong, who was the captain of the prison guards overseeing this area. Why would he suddenly harbor such intense animosity and threat towards him? Before Lin Mo could ponder further, another change occurred. In his perception of danger, a line of malice that had never appeared before swiftly emerged, almost synchronizing with Gao Chong's menacing presence, thickening and shifting from a lighter hue to blood red. Source of threat: Wang Dashan. Location: Guangming coal mine. A prison guard captain and a coal mine associate, one inside the prison and the other outside, both simultaneously harboring lethal malice towards him. Such anomalies could not be mere coincidence. There must exist a connection between Gao Chong and this unfamiliar Wang Dashan. Lin Mo was oblivious to their precise scheme, yet he understood clearly that he could not remain passive. He had always strived to avoid clashes with prison management. The death of a few inmates would elicit little concern. However, if it were one of their own, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar, attracting excessive attention. Yet, he could no longer afford to be restrained by their identities. Having recognized the imminent peril, he resolved to take the initiative. Chapter 19. First, the night enveloped the Haishi prison in an increasingly chilling darkness. Lin Mo was determined to take action against Captain Gao Chong. His mind operated with unprecedented speed, targeting Gao Chong within the confines of Haishi prison, with the intent of orchestrating an accidental demise. A perfect accident required the right timing, advantageous conditions, and favorable human factors. The human factor pertained to Gao Chong's habitual behaviors. The environmental factor involved his surroundings. And the timing factor hinged on the precise moment of execution. Lin Mo rapidly constructed a mental model of Gao Chong's office. Having visited it several times and retaining vivid impressions of its condition, the office was quite dilapidated, with peeling walls and severely aged wiring. Gao Chong possessed a cumbersome metal desk, under which the wires sprawled chaotically like a spider's web, connecting to a substandard power strip for an electric heater. Gao Chong had a penchant for tea, always keeping a large cup on his desk with a thermos in the corner. Lin Mo recalled a time when he had seen a list in Gao Chong's office, later learning that it was the monthly death roster of inmates under Gao Chong's jurisdiction that he was responsible for compiling and reporting. This list provided him with significant operational latitude. He could easily categorize a living inmate as deceased and then discreetly sell them to the highest bidder, reaping substantial profits. Tonight, Gao Chong's sudden lethal threat towards him likely stemmed from the intent to inscribe his name on that very death list. All elements coalesced in Lin Mo's mind, colliding and forming a daring yet meticulous plan. Ability activated, accident creation. Target, Gao Chong. Event, Gao Chong, late at night in his office, carelessly using substandard electrical appliances. Accidentally spills tea, causing a short circuit in the power strip, resulting in a fatal electric shock through the metal desk leg. The system promptly responded. Accident creation has been initiated. Based on the complexity and precision requirements of the event logic, a deduction of 10 Crime Hunter points will be applied. Remaining Crime Hunter points, 650. Meanwhile, in the prison guard office, the dim yellow lights flickered over Gao Chong's face, casting it in an intermittent glow. He sat on a creaking chair, a cruel and greedy smile playing on his lips. Spread out on the table was a list, prominently titled Monthly Death Statistics for the 2nd District of Haishi Prison. Several names were already recorded, all belonging to unnoticed hardened criminals. In the final blank space, he intended to add another name. Gao Chong gently tapped his thick fingers on the table, producing a dull sound. He recalled the young man, who had initially been quite rebellious upon entering prison, but had subsequently faded into obscurity. Yet, that was of no consequence. What mattered was that Wang, the coal boss from Guangming coal mine, had come to procure supplies again. This superstitious coal baron was recently looking to open a new mine and specifically requested a hearty sacrifice, offering a handsome price. Gao Chong immediately thought of Lin Mo. A murderer burdened with 18 lives, Lin Mo was certainly hardy enough. Furthermore, with no relatives or friends, his death would go unnoticed and uninvestigated, a perfect source. If he could inscribe Lin Mo's name on the list tonight, orchestrate a minor scuffle to inflict some injuries, and then confine him, it would merely take a couple of days to declare him deceased due to severe injuries. The body could then be discreetly disposed of without any suspicion. As he contemplated the impending windfall, Gao Chong's smile widened. He lifted the heavy steel pen from the table, unscrewed the cap, dipped it in ink, and prepared to inscribe the name that would seal Lin Mo's fate. The pen hovered over the paper, the ink reflecting a cold glimmer in the light. He began to write, the first horizontal stroke of Lin just forming on the page. In that critical moment, perhaps due to prolonged sitting, Gao Chong instinctively reached for the cup of freshly poured hot tea at the edge of the table. An accident occurred in that instant. His oversized prison guard uniform sleeve inadvertently knocked over the scalding cup. The steaming tea cascaded forth, saturating the documents, creating a spreading stain. More tea flowed over the edge of the table, cascading like a small waterfall, precisely falling onto the inferior power strip below. A deafening crackle erupted. The power strip short-circuited, unleashing a flurry of blinding blue electrical sparks that danced like frenzied serpents. The powerful current met no resistance as it surged through the damp floor. Racing up the cold metal desk leg, Gao Chong's body seemed to be struck by an invisible giant hammer, convulsing violently. His right hand, which clutched the pen, drew a long, twisted ink mark across the list, resembling a desperate struggle. He yearned to scream, to call for help, but only a strangled, wheezing sound emerged from his throat, akin to a broken bellows. Agonizing pain and numbness engulfed him, and his consciousness swiftly sank into darkness amid the blinding electric flashes. Merely 2 seconds later, the convulsions ceased. Gao Chang collapsed like a heap of mud, silently falling onto the desk, lifeless. The office lights flickered erratically a few times before ultimately extinguishing with a final pop, plunging the entire room into a profound silence. In the air lingered a strong and nauseating scent of burnt material. The accidental death of Captain Gao Chang sent shockwaves through Haishi Prison. As a mid-level leader, his demise garnered significant attention from the management. The warden personally ordered the immediate sealing of the scene and swiftly established a joint investigation team composed of prison administration, criminal investigation, and technical departments to conduct a thorough inquiry into the incident. The investigative team conducted a meticulous and comprehensive examination of the site, with the prison's forensic experts and electrical engineers summoned from the city also participating. Remarkably, the investigation proceeded with extraordinary ease, as all evidence pointed towards a singular conclusion. The forensic autopsy report was the first to be released. The deceased, Gao Chang, had succumbed to cardiac arrest due to a sudden high-voltage electric shock. With the time of death estimated around 11 o'clock the previous night, there were no signs of struggle or external injuries on his body, thus ruling out the possibility of homicide. The findings of the scene investigation corroborated this conclusion. They discovered a severely short-circuited and charred inferior power strip beneath Gao Chang's desk. Surrounding the power strip, there were evident water stains on the floor and the desk legs, which, upon examination, matched the composition of the spilled tea on the desk. The office's electrical system was confirmed to be severely outdated, posing significant safety hazards. Additionally, a list was found placed on the desk. The handwriting on the list had become blurred and indistinct due to the tea's soaking. An investigator carefully picked it up with tweezers, attempting to discern its contents. He quietly reported to the team leader, "Leader, it appears the deceased was in the process of filling out this list before his death. Look, there are clear water stains on the paper, and a name that remains unfinished." The team leader nodded, insisting that no clue should be overlooked. "Investigate everyone on the list. See if we can uncover anything." The investigators immediately sprang into action, cross-referencing the list. However, the results plunged the entire special investigation team into a peculiar and awkward atmosphere. The names of several inmates whom Gao Chang had listed as deceased were, in fact, very much alive, each residing in their respective cells, entirely unaware of the turmoil that had transpired in the office. When the investigators sought them out to inquire about any recent anomalies, the inmates appeared bewildered. "Sir, I'm still alive," one of the named inmates said, even touching his body in a state of alarm, fearing he had unwittingly met his end. The team leader, listening to the reports from his subordinates, wore a grim expression. He coughed heavily to break the uncomfortable silence. This Gao Chang, his work was far too careless, he lamented, criticizing that the recent pressures of work had likely caused a lapse in judgment, culminating in this tragic incident. A typical case of negligence. The investigators, acutely aware of the situation, quickly grasped the implication. Indeed, the leader was correct. Captain Gao had always been excessively dedicated to his duties. The aging electrical system and the improper use of appliances were the root causes. They quickly concocted the most plausible explanation for the incident. A scandal involving a mid-level prison official secretly trafficking inmates was thus conveniently categorized as mere work negligence and an unfortunate accident. No one was inclined to delve deeper, for if they did, the repercussions could unearth a plethora of unsavory dealings within the administration of Haishi Prison. Ultimately, following extensive joint assessments, Gao Chang's death was officially classified as an accidental safety incident resulting from the prison's outdated electrical systems, personal violations regarding the use of high-powered and substandard electrical appliances, and careless operation. The case was thus laid to rest. This incident, albeit significant, merely prompted a comprehensive safety inspection of electrical usage at Haishi Prison without implicating any inmates. No connection was made to Lin Mo. In cell 2203, Lin Mo listened to the system notification ringing in his ears, his expression as unyielding as stone. Judgment target, Gao Chang, sin value, 900 points, judgment degree, death, congratulations, host, you have gained 900 points of crime value. Remaining crime value, 1,550 points. The figure of 900 points sent a chill through Lin Mo's heart. This was no ordinary crime that a mere avaricious guard could commit. Gao Chang's hands were undoubtedly stained with the blood of inmates. His actions of trafficking their lives were likely commonplace. Although the immediate crisis had been averted, Lin Mo felt a deeper sense of unease. Here, he was but a prisoner. His life was akin to a blade of grass, casually held in the hands of the prison's overseers. Today it could be Gao Chang. Tomorrow, it might be Li Chang or Wang Chang. Should any of these individuals harbor unfavorable thoughts towards him, his only means of retaliation seemed to be through orchestrating accidents. Yet, overusing such tactics would inevitably arouse suspicion, exponentially increasing the risk of exposure. He could not remain in this passive state indefinitely. He needed to devise a way to empower himself. Lin Mo resolved that within these prison walls, he required his own eyes, hands, and even a gun. He needed someone who could provide him with information, clear obstacles from his path, and protect him at critical moments. Lin Mo opened the interface for summoning a death servant. Basic death servant, 100 points of crime value. This was the most rudimentary template, possessing physical capabilities akin to an ordinary person, suitable for executing simple intelligence gathering and auxiliary tasks. Trait, Haishi Prison Guard. Crime value cost, 2,000 points. Generating a death servant with a logical and flawless prison guard identity, including a complete personnel file, background investigation records, and implanted memories of relevant personnel, ensuring seamless integration into the target environment. Once he possessed a death servant with a guard identity, he could wholly escape the shackles of his prisoner status and extend his reach into the prison administration, shifting from a position of vulnerability to one of agency. However, the cost was exceedingly steep. The basic servant required 100 points, while the guard identity demanded 2,000 points, summing to a minimum of 2,100 points of crime value. His current balance was still far from sufficient. He needed to accumulate crime value swiftly. Lin Mo suppressed his urgency and refocused his consciousness into the realm of danger perception. He sought to confirm whether the final threat had been eliminated. In his vision, the blood-red line representing Gao Chong had completely vanished. However, another line, emanating malice from Wang Dashan of the Guangming coal mine, still lingered. Its hue had shifted from a glaring crimson to a faint dark red. Its form had transformed from a robust cable to a slender thread. The threat remained, yet it was no longer urgent or lethal. It seemed that Wang Dashan was not solely targeting him. Nevertheless, he still posed a threat. Ultimately, Wang Dashan was the source of this crisis. Therefore, the next target would be you, Wang Dashan. Lin Mo closed his eyes and silently issued new orders to the death servant Mu Shi outside the prison. Investigate Wang Dashan and the Guangming coal mine. I require all information about him, particularly that related to Haishi prison. In a modest rental room in Longqing, Mu Shi, whose appearance was unremarkable and demeanor akin to that of an average passerby, sprang into action the moment he received Lin Mo's directive. Without hesitation, he opened his laptop. Entering keywords such as Wang Dashan and Guangming coal mine into the search engine, a deluge of information immediately flooded the screen. However, the majority of this information is meticulously crafted positive propaganda. Reports such as the top 10 outstanding young entrepreneurs of Longqing and philanthropist Wang Dashan donates to education, along with Guangming coal mine, a model unit for safe production, dominate the early pages of search results. Mu Shi, with an impassive expression, swiftly skimmed through the content, aware that the truth often lurks beneath these polished facades. Chapter 21. Every moment he lives is a waste of life. After patiently turning through a dozen pages, Mu Shi finally stumbled upon scattered negative information, imbued with anger and helplessness, in inconspicuous corners of forums and social media comment sections. One entry detailed a small-scale protest that took place 6 months ago, where several family members stood outside Guangming coal mine, holding banners demanding justice for their husbands, stating an eye for an eye. However, the incident was swiftly classified as a disturbance to normal production and dispersed by security personnel. In the comments section, there was a low-resolution photograph from the scene. Mu Shi zoomed in on the image, focusing intently on a woman's face, clad in simple attire and appearing haggard. She held a sign aloft inscribed in blood-red ink with the name Zhang Dawei. Mu Shi immediately shifted his investigative focus to uncover the connection between Zhang Dawei and Guangming coal mine. Half an hour later, he unearthed a plea for help hidden in a corner of the internet. The author was Lu Chui, the woman from the photograph. The post, written a year prior, was devoid of embellishment, yet saturated with sorrow. Her husband, Zhang Dawei, was a miner at Guangming coal mine, who had tragically perished in a so-called gas explosion a year ago. However, while sorting through her husband's belongings, Lu Chui discovered a diary that chronicled some of Wang Dashan's peculiar behaviors. Wang Dashan, deeply superstitious, insisted on conducting bizarre rituals whenever he was about to excavate new tunnels or faced production difficulties. Just days before Zhang Dawei's incident, the diary noted, President Wang is going to worship the mountain god again. I wonder which unfortunate soul will be the sacrifice this time. Following the accident, only 2 other miners, both unrelated outsiders, had perished alongside Zhang Dawei. Wang Dashan offered a meager sum to suppress the matter. When Lu Chui confronted him with the diary, She was violently ejected by Wang Dashan's thugs, who threatened her with dire consequences if she dared to speak out. Desperate, Lu Chui resorted to posting online for help. But her plea quickly sank into oblivion, garnering no attention. Mu Shi, maintaining an impassive demeanor, noted the address left in the post, an old, dilapidated building in the outskirts of Longqing. He closed his computer and donned a plain gray jacket, merging into the night outside. When he knocked on Lu Chui's door, she was cradling her 5-year-old son, recounting tales of a father who was no longer present. The knocking was steady and unhurried. Lu Chui trembled, clutching her son tightly. Since her husband's death, the sound of knocking had filled her with dread, as she feared it heralded the arrival of Wang Dashan's henchmen. "Who is it?" She summoned her courage, her voice quavering. "I saw your post regarding your husband, Zhang Dawei." The voice outside was calm and steady, devoid of any discernible emotion. Lu Chui's heart raced. That post had been made over a year ago. She had nearly forgotten about it. Hesitantly, she approached the door, peering through the peephole. A man stood outside, wearing a mask and a hat. He possessed an unremarkable quality, the kind of person who would go unnoticed in a crowd. Yet he stood straight, and the calmness of his visible eyes provided an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Compelled by an inexplicable force, Lu Chui cracked the door open slightly. "Who are you? A reporter?" she asked warily. Mu Shi shook his head. "I am someone who can help you seek justice." He wasted no words, pulling out a thick stack of cash from his pocket and placing it on the ground through the gap in the door. "This is 5,000 yuan. Take it to improve your life with your child. I only need you to tell me everything you know about Guangming Coal Mine and Wang Dashan. The more detailed, the better." As she gazed at the bundle of red bills, Lu Chui's eyes filled with tears. Over the past year, she had endured immense hardship, scraping by through odd jobs and scavenging. Finally, someone was willing to help her. She broke down, releasing a flood of suppressed fear and sorrow that had accumulated over the past year. Mu Shi did not rush her. He simply waited silently. After a lengthy bout of weeping, Lu Chui gradually composed herself, wiped her tears, and invited Mu Shi into her small, dimly lit room. "Wang Dashan is a devil, a beast." Lu Chui's voice was infused with profound hatred. "Every time he opens a new mine, he must perform a human sacrifice. He claims it is to appease the mountain god, using a person's life in exchange for the safety and wealth of an entire mine. My husband must have been sacrificed." Listening to Lu Chui's fragmented account, Mu Shi rapidly constructed a comprehensive image in his mind. Guangming Coal Mine was situated in the desolate mountains on the western outskirts of Longqing, with a complex terrain. Wang Dashan's office was located deep within the mine area, in a 3-story building that was heavily guarded. 2 shifts of security patrolled around the building 24 hours a day, and inside were several of his personal bodyguards. Ruthless and dangerous men. Through her husband's diary, Lu Chui provided a crucial detail. Wang Dashan was notoriously paranoid and did not trust electronic surveillance. Most of the cameras surrounding his office were merely for show. The real surveillance was carried out by hidden sentries strategically placed at key locations. She even sketched a rudimentary map from memory, marking several locations where her husband had mentioned sentries. "He killed my husband and threatened me. All I ask is for you to ensure he faces retribution. I want nothing else." Lu Chui sobbed uncontrollably. The information flowed through Mu Shi, relayed word for word into Lin Mo's mind. Human sacrifices. He finally grasped the source of the malevolence emanating from Wang Dashan. Gao Chong was trafficking prisoners, while Wang Dashan was purchasing them. One sought profit, the other sought lives. And he himself was the next sacrificial victim in their chain of transactions. Had he not unexpectedly eliminated Gao Chong, he would likely have been buried in some new mine at Guangming Coal Mine, becoming one of those so-called mountain god sacrifices. A surge of fury ignited within Lin Mo. Such a man's existence was a waste of every second he lived. Mu Shi, through his consciousness, issued a command to the death warriors far away in Longqing. "Take action. Eliminate Wang Dashan." Wang Dashan sat in his opulent office, seething with rage. A precious porcelain vase was swept off his mahogany desk, shattering into pieces upon impact with the floor. "Incompetent fool," Wang Dashan bellowed, his large beer belly protruding and glistening with oil, as he pointed an accusatory finger at his cousin, Wang Dehu. "One Gao Chong is dead, and you cannot find anyone else. What good are you?" Chapter 22. The tyrant's demise. Wang Dehu, Wang Dashan's cousin, stood before the desk with his neck craned, afraid to breathe. "Brother, I am trying to think of a solution. Gao Chong's death was so sudden that no one can connect with his contacts in a short time." Wang Dehu trembled as he defended himself. "I don't care what you plan to do." Wang Dashan slammed his palm onto the mahogany table, causing the teacups to tremble and hum. "The new vein in the west, as calculated by the master. has deemed the third day of next month as an auspicious day for excavation. Offerings must be made. Should we miss this propitious day and jeopardize our fortune, I shall be the first to bury you as a sacrifice to the mountain deity. Wang Dashan adhered to a twisted belief system of his own creation. He was convinced that every mountain harbored a deity, and to extract the precious black gold, coal, from the earth, one must present a living soul as an offering, exchanging a life for the safety and wealth of an entire mine. For years, he had relied on Gao Chong to procure the deceased prisoners from jails. Zhang Dawei was silenced ruthlessly for uncovering the secret, his demise disguised as a mining accident. If all else fails, one could always venture into those desolate villages, seeking a fool or madman without household registration, and bring them here for a mere handful of coins. You cannot even manage such a trivial task. What use is there in keeping you? Wang Dashan's face contorted with rage, spittle flying as he spoke. Wang Da, who trembled in fear, nodding repeatedly. Yes, yes, brother. I shall take care of it at once. I will go right away. Get out. If I do not see the offerings before the 3rd of next month, you had better prepare for your own funeral. Wang Dashan waved his hand impatiently. Wang Da, who felt as if a great weight had been lifted, and scuttled out of the office. In the lavish office, only Wang Dashan remained. Breathing heavily, he approached the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down upon the brightly lit mining area in the valley below. This was his kingdom, where he ruled as the local emperor, wielding control over the life and death of all who dwelled within. Damn it, a bunch of useless fools. He spat, picking up a cigar from the table, relishing the thrill of life and death in his hands. Little did he know, a shadow had already melded into the darkness of the mining area like a wraith. The Guangming coal mine lay nestled deep within the desolate mountains, accessible by only one entrance, guarded by a security team. Inside the mine, another team of security patrolled ceaselessly, armed with electric batons and walkie-talkies, giving the illusion of strict vigilance. However, to Mu Shi, all this was naught but a facade. He moved through the shadows of the forest like the most seasoned of wolves. At the entrance, 2 security guards huddled together, engrossed in short videos on their phones, laughing uproariously, completely oblivious to the outside world. Mu Shi did not take a detour. He simply lowered his body, and, at the precise moment a coal truck drove in, silently slipped in alongside it. The patrolling team was riddled with flaws. Their routes were fixed, their shift changes rigid, and at every corner, there were always over 10 seconds of visual blind spots. Mu Shi remained still in the darkness for 5 minutes, gaining a clear understanding of the patrol team's patterns. He consistently managed to dart into the next shadow just a second before the patrol team arrived. He skillfully avoided all visible and hidden sentries mentioned by Lu Chui's husband. Wang Dashan's office building was the most heavily guarded location in the entire mine. For bodyguards were downstairs, engrossed in a card game, their focus entirely on the table. Having grown numb to their surroundings due to prolonged security, Mu Shi's aim was not to force his way in. He circled around to the back of the building, where a steep cliff lay unguarded. He glanced up at the lit window on the 3rd floor, which was Wang Dashan's office. He withdrew a slender, specially crafted steel wire from his waist, one end fitted with a small grappling hook. With a flick of his wrist, the hook silently latched onto the bracket of an air conditioning unit beneath the window ledge. He ascended the wire, moving soundlessly, and within a few breaths, reached the platform on the 2nd floor. He landed as softly as a cat, making no sound, and slipped into the shadows of the stairwell. Mu Shi did not move immediately. Instead, he waited in silence. Minutes later, the office door opened, and a man emerged, cursing under his breath. It was none other than Wang Da, who, just chastised by Wang Dashan. Damn it. I knew he would unleash his anger on me. If he has the ability, he should do it himself. Wang Da, who muttered angrily as he made his way to the staircase, intending to arrange personnel to follow Wang Dashan's orders and find offerings. The opportunity had arrived. Mu Shi sprang into action, just as Wang Da, who reached the blind spot at the staircase corner between the 2nd and 1st floors. A hand suddenly emerged from the darkness behind him, swiftly covering his mouth and nose. Wang Da, whose pupils dilated in shock, and as he struggled, he felt a sudden chill at his neck, followed by excruciating pain. He barely had time to utter a sound before his strength drained away, and he crumpled to the ground. Mu Shi dragged his lifeless body into the storage room beneath the stairs, the entire process taking no more than 3 seconds. He then searched Wang Da, who, retrieving the keys before turning and making his way to the brightly lit office on the 3rd floor. At that moment, Wang Dashan was reclined in his executive chair, eyes closed, contemplating how to amass another fortune. The door lock emitted a faint click. Did I not tell you to leave? What are you doing back here? Did you find? Wang Dashan's impatience was cut short as he opened his eyes, only to find a stranger standing in the doorway. his face obscured. Alarm bells rang in Wang Dashan's mind as he instinctively reached for the alarm button beneath the desk. But he had no chance. In an instant, Musher crossed the distance of several meters. Wang Dashan caught a glimpse of a cold glimmer, and then a searing pain erupted in his throat, silencing him as air was trapped in his trachea, forcing him to emit only a raspy gasp. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the man before him, blood gushing from between his fingers. Musher offered him no time for contemplation, swiftly gripping the dagger to deliver a clean, decisive thrust to his heart. Wang Dashan's corpulent body collapsed heavily onto the expensive carpet, convulsing a few times before lying still. Musher observed the scene impassively. He did not leave immediately, but began to clean up the area. He meticulously wiped down the doorknob and any surfaces he might have touched. He located the surveillance hard drive hidden behind Wang Dashan's bookshelf and dismantled it, rendering it irreparably damaged through physical means. After completing this, he returned to the window, as silently as he had come, sliding down the steel wire to merge once more into the depths of the night. From the moment of infiltration to his departure, the entire process took less than 20 minutes. The Guangming coal mine continued its operations undisturbed, oblivious to the fact that their local emperor had met his demise. Chapter 23, Misjudgment. Haishi Prison, 2nd Prison District, Cell 2203. In the dead of night, the dormitory echoed with snores, a mingling of sweat and mildew permeating the air. Lin Mo lay on his bed, eyes tightly shut, yet his consciousness drifted in an intangible realm of darkness. With the dagger piercing Wang Dashan's heart, a series of alerts echoed in his mind. Judgment target: Wang Dehu. Sin value: 100 points. Judgment level: death. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 points of crime value. Judgment target: Wang Dashan. Sin value: 700 points. Judgment level: death. Congratulations, host. You have gained 700 points of crime value. Remaining crime value: 2,350 points. In the realm of danger perception, the malicious lines emanating from the Guangming Meiyu Wang Dashan have vanished. The threat posed by Wang Dashan has been neutralized. Lin Mo exhaled a long sigh of relief, yet his taut nerves remained unrelaxed. He glanced at his crime-hunting value balance. 350 points, which was sufficient. Lin Mo began issuing commands. Ability activated. Deployment of the Death Warrior. Name: Wu Zue. Appearance: an unremarkable visage, average stature, resolute expression, and reserved gaze, embodying the characteristics of a novice prison guard. Traits: Blackstone Prison Guard, creates a logical and impeccable identity for the Death Warrior, including a complete personnel dossier, background check records, and implanted memories of relevant individuals, ensuring seamless integration into the target environment. Deployment location: Blackstone Prison, tasked with assisting in the management of the host's designated 2nd prison area. Deployment method: officially commence employment tomorrow as a rookie prison guard. The system responded. Setup complete. Generating Death Warrior Wu Zue complete. Crime hunting value balance: 250 points. Observing the substantial reduction in his crime hunting value, Lin Mo felt no remorse. This sacrifice paled in comparison to the value of life. With Wu Zue as a wedge inserted into the layers of prison management, he finally possessed a modicum of breathing space and maneuverability. The following dawn, as the first rays of sunlight pierced through the morning mist of the mining area, illuminating the rusted gates of Guangming Meiyu, several vehicles adorned with flashing red and blue lights sped into the scene. Gao Feng, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team from Longqing City Bureau, stepped out of the vehicle, his expression grave. Approaching 40 years of age, he stood tall, his hawk-like eyes sharp enough to seemingly penetrate the souls of men. As a veteran who had navigated the front lines of criminal investigation for 2 decades, he had solved countless extraordinary cases, having witnessed bloodshed and crime far beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. Captain Gao, the scene is already secured, and the forensic and technical team is inside conducting their investigations, reported a young security officer who hurriedly approached. Gao Feng nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent as he proceeded directly to the independent office building. The air still carried a faint trace of blood, and 4 bodyguards downstairs had already been subdued, their faces pale, still reeling from the shock of discovering their boss's corpse. Ascending to the 3rd floor, Gao Feng entered Wang Dashan's office. The luxurious office was in disarray. Yet Gao Feng's gaze accurately pinpointed the crucial detail. It was too clean. Wang Dashan's corpulent body lay supine on the carpet behind the desk, with fatal wounds to the throat and heart. There were no additional injuries, no signs of struggle, indicating that the assailant possessed an intimate knowledge of human anatomy and exuded absolute confidence and strength. The office door showed no signs of forced entry. On the floor, Aside from the victim's blood and the footprints of the investigative personnel, there were no suspicious traces. The doorknob, desk surface, and teacup, every conceivable point of contact, were devoid of any fingerprints. Captain Gao, the head of the technical team, approached, shaking his head in dismay. It's too professional. Aside from the fingerprints of the deceased and a few bodyguards, there's nothing else. The windows are intact, with no signs of climbing. However, we discovered a faint metallic scratch on the air conditioning unit's bracket outside. The material is undetermined and is still under analysis. It appears to have been made by some claw-like tool. What about the surveillance? Gao Feng inquired solemnly. The central unit south hard drive has been removed. The physical damage is irreparable. Gao Feng moved to the window and peered down. The rear faced a steep cliff, making it impossible for an ordinary person to ascend from there. He surveyed the location of the air conditioning unit and the layout of the office, rapidly constructing a mental image of the assailant's trajectory, utilizing tools to scale the cliff to the third-floor window, waiting for the opportune moment. Entering the room to deliver a lethal strike, disabling the surveillance, wiping away traces, and then retracing their steps to vanish silently into the night. The entire sequence unfolded with the grace of flowing water, devoid of any extraneous movements. This was a meticulously planned, expertly executed top-tier assassination. What about Wang Dahu's body? Gao Feng asked again. It was discovered in the storage room beneath the second-floor staircase, similarly with a knife to the throat, a single fatal blow. With the time of death merely 3 minutes apart from Wang Dashan, the officer reported. Gao Feng's brow furrowed deeper. This indicated that the assailant had executed 2 consecutive murders in an extremely short time frame, while perfectly managing both crime scenes. Captain Gao, could this be a revenge by a rival in the field? I've heard that Wang Dashan had many enemies in the underworld, speculated the young security officer. Gao Feng shook his head. Revenge in the underworld is characterized by demonstrations of power and intimidation, often involving bloody spectacles or leaving behind a name. To eliminate a person so cleanly and without a trace resembles the work of a professional assassin. He turned to his subordinates and commanded. The motive of the assailant is the only breakthrough we have. Investigate. Dig up every social relationship, business interaction, and enmity Wang Dashan has accumulated over the past decade. Additionally, focusing on the mining area, retrieve all road surveillance from within a 50-kilometer radius for the 48 hours before and after the incident. Leave no suspicious vehicle or shadow unexamined. Despite knowing the prospects were slim, this was the only course of action available. Gao Feng felt a strong premonition that this case would present the most formidable challenge of his career. As the city bureau grappled with the complexities of Wang Dashan's case, Blackstone Prison welcomed a new day. Zhao Litai, the newly appointed acting prison guard captain of the second prison area, ambled through the corridor, hands clasped behind his back, his slightly protruding belly on display. The accidental death of Gao Chong was like a windfall for him. The coveted position in the second prison area had finally fallen into his hands. He had long coveted the benefits Gao Chong had reaped here and was determined to make up for past losses. Captain Zhao, the newcomer from the personnel department, has arrived. His name is Wu Zue, and he has completed the necessary paperwork for our second prison area, a prison guard reported, hurrying over. Oh, bring him here, Zhao Litai paused, a glimmer of shrewdness flickering in his eyes. Soon, a young man of average height and unremarkable appearance, yet with a steady gaze, approached. He stood erect and saluted with precision. Hello, Captain Zhao. I am the newly arrived guard, Wu Zue. Zhao Litai, hands behind his back, proudly displayed his signature belly as he circled Wu Zue, inspecting him from head to toe. He found the young man's demeanor unsettling. He was too composed. Unlike a fresh recruit, in Zhao's view, young men should exhibit some degree of vigor or timidity, or at the very least, an unmistakable ambition. But this young man was far too steady, leaving Zhao uncertain. He plastered a congenial smile on his face, patting Wu Zue on the shoulder. So Xiao Wu is it? Welcome. Do not be so formal. We are all brothers sharing the same pot of rice here. While feigning hospitality, he contemplated how to probe the depths of this newcomer. He needed an ally, not a rigidly straightforward novice. Come, Xiao Wu, let me familiarize you with our prison environment. Zhao Litai strolled leisurely alongside Wu Zue within the confines of the prison, casually providing an overview of the situation as they walked. Look over there. Zhao pointed towards a group of inmates in the distance. These individuals, once fearsome criminals on the outside, must humbly submit themselves here. Yet, there are some who are like stones in a latrine, stinky and unyielding, impervious to any attempts at persuasion. He shifted his tone, lowering his voice slightly, adopting an air of imparting wisdom. However, some inmates are quite astute. They understand the nuances of making their time here more bearable. As administrators, We occasionally require the cooperation of such understanding prisoners to maintain harmony within the facility. Would you not agree? Wu Zui's gaze flickered momentarily, revealing a hint of enlightenment. Indeed, Zhao, as a newcomer, there is much I do not yet grasp. I will rely on your guidance moving forward. Seeing that Wu Zui was receptive, Zhao's smile broadened. He led Wu Zui to the entrance of a cell, gesturing towards an inmate busy mopping the floor. Upon noticing Zhao, the man immediately bowed and greeted him with ingratiating smiles. Take old Li, for instance. He bribed his way in, once a small-time businessman, quite the smooth talker. Zhao remarked nonchalantly. His health is poor, rendering him incapable of heavy labor. Yet, his family is concerned for him, sending letters every month to inquire about his needs and whether any improvements can be made. In the spirit of humanitarianism, we cannot entirely disregard human feelings. Thus, old Li's duties are relatively light, and he receives better nourishment than others. In this way, he actively cooperates with us, making management simpler, a win-win, would you not concur? His words, though grandiose, merely cloaked the stark reality of the quid pro quo that lay beneath. The so-called letters from family were nothing more than monthly bribes, and the term improvements referred to monetary exchanges for privileges. This was Zhao Litai's subtle test. He did not directly mention bribery, but presented a living example of the unspoken rules before Wu Zui. Should he show agreement, he would be deemed a compatriot. A display of disdain or moral indignation would mark him as a naive outsider to be watched and marginalized. Wu Zui fell silent for a brief moment, a flicker of realization and a trace of envy crossing his features. So that is how it is, he lowered his voice, adopting a slightly obsequious tone. I understand now. Zhao, you truly possess the acumen to maintain order within this facility. I previously focused solely on my tasks, but it seems I must learn from your managerial wisdom. This statement not only flattered Zhao Litai, but also cleverly crafted an image of himself as a simple-minded subordinate, effectively dispelling any lingering doubts Zhao might have had. Haha, a teachable youth. Zhao Litai laughed heartily, patting Wu Zui firmly on the back. Rest assured, you will not be treated poorly while in my company. Our second prison district may be demanding, but it is not without its rewards. As long as we execute our duties well and keep our superiors satisfied while ensuring the inmates comply, life will be good for all. He then pointed to a group of menacing prisoners in another corner, lowering his voice and adopting a tone of disdain. Of course, there are those ungrateful ruffians. Such individuals are the bane of our prison, squandering resources and perpetually causing trouble. We cannot afford to be lenient with them. Sometimes, it is necessary to employ special measures to instill a sense of discipline. Otherwise, we cannot maintain order. This was a veiled hint at the darker side of prison life. Further probing Wu Zui's receptivity, Wu Zui's expression hardened momentarily before returning to calm, responding in a deeper tone. I understand, Zhao. One must be as warm as spring to friends and as ruthless as winter to foes. I shall heed your directives. Excellent, 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 Zhao Litai exclaimed thrice, dismissing his last shred of doubt. This Wu Zui was not only intelligent, but also sufficiently ruthless, a perfect fit for the second prison district. Little did he know, Wu Zui was actually an informant for Lin Mo. The core objective of the prison guard Wu Zui was singular, to protect Lin Mo and eliminate any potential threats. Meanwhile, within the oppressive atmosphere of the Long City Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division, the special task force assembled to investigate the Guangming coal mine murder case had been tirelessly laboring for 24 hours. All members exhibited bloodshot eyes, yet no valuable leads had emerged. Captain Gao, this is untenable. We have reviewed all surveillance footage from a 50-kilometer radius within the 48 hours surrounding the incident, identifying thousands of suspicious vehicles and hundreds of potential suspects. However, preliminary investigations yield no clear suspects, one officer lamented. The forensic analysis of the metallic scratch found at the scene revealed it to be a common alloy, widely used and difficult to trace. As the barrage of bad news accumulated, Gao Feng's furrowed brow deepened in frustration. The murderer had vanished like a true phantom, leaving only 2 corpses behind without a trace. Just as the task force found itself ensnared in a stalemate, Zhao Dong, responsible for the Huang Sihai case, hurried in. Captain Gao, I have made a discovery. Zhao's voice was soft, yet captured the immediate attention of all present. Gao Feng turned, his bloodshot eyes betraying his irritation. What discovery, old Zhao? Aren't you in charge of the Huang Sihai case? Zhao Dong did not respond immediately. Instead, he approached a young officer engrossed in monotonous comparison work on a split-screen monitor. Xiaoli, rewind that footage you were just analyzing and magnify it, Zhao Dong instructed urgently. The young officer hesitated before complying, pulling up a monitor displaying footage from a convenience store near a bus station. The image was unclear, revealing a man in sanitation worker attire, wearing a mask and hat, whose back briefly appeared on screen. Zhao Dong fixed his gaze on the figure, his pupils contracting sharply. That's him. He pointed at the screen decisively. Captain Gao, come look. The man's physique and walking habits bear similarities to the suspect in the Huang Xihai case. Gao Feng's spirits lifted as he rushed over. He scrutinized the screen for a moment before requesting Xiao Li to retrieve the blurry surveillance images of the suspect provided by Zhao Dong. Despite the stark differences in attire and surroundings, the gait and body language were strikingly similar. A chilling realization dawned upon both veteran detectives. Xiao Li, continue tracking this individual. Old Zhao, we need to convene in the conference room, Gao Feng declared, taking decisive action. The conference room door closed, isolating them from the external clamor. Gao Feng personally prepared a cup of strong tea for Zhao Dong. Now, let us discuss your case, he stated straightforwardly, specifically, the methods employed by the perpetrator. Zhao Dong took a sip of the hot tea and began. In the Huang Xihai case, the crime scene was remarkably clean. The forensic report indicated that the murder weapon was a sharp object with a diameter of less than 1 centimeter, which penetrated the left side of the victim's neck, precisely severing the carotid artery. Even more horrifying was the forensic speculation that the weapon may have been twisted internally, completely obstructing any chance of survival for Huang Xihai. The perpetrator was highly skilled, composed, and possessed immense strength. He paused, gazing at Gao Feng. My team has examined every potential trace left behind. There are no fingerprints, no footprints, not even a stray hair. A chill ran down Gao Feng's spine. This description bore an uncanny resemblance to the case of the Guangming coal mine that he was overseeing. Here, the deceased Wang Dashan and Wang Dao. Gao Feng's voice grew dry. The fatal injuries were to the throat and heart, executed with precision. There were no signs of struggle, suggesting they were subdued instantly and without warning. We found nothing. Every place the perpetrator might have touched was pristine. 2 cases, disparate locations, different victims, yet remarkably consistent in execution style, extreme professionalism, and heightened evasion awareness. Lao Zhao, how is your investigation progressing? Gao Feng inquired. I have thoroughly scrutinized all surveillance footage from Yulong for an hour before and after the incident, Zhao Donglai replied, revealing a hint of exasperation. We have identified several suspicious individuals wearing work attire and carrying toolboxes. Later, we had the surviving bodyguard of Huang Xihai confirm the physique, and it turned out to be the man we observed on the footage. However, he wore a mask and a hat, obscuring his face. We tracked him along the surveillance route, but he ultimately vanished in the old town of the Western District, a blind spot for cameras, riddled with narrow alleys, rendering further investigation nearly impossible. And the social connections of the deceased? Gao Feng pressed. That scoundrel Huang Xihai had enemies stretching from the southern to the northern parts of the city. We prioritized investigating several individuals with deep-seated grudges against him. One such person is an elderly man named Zhang Guodong, whose life savings were swindled by Huang Xihai's investment firm. After losing his lawsuit, he was also threatened by Huang Xihai. However, upon our inquiry, we found that Elder Zhang had a perfect alibi and lacked the means to hire such a professional assassin. As for his business rivals, we have thoroughly investigated them as well, but found nothing unusual. I even assigned personnel to protect his partner, Chen Guangyao, for a time. But nothing transpired. It seemed the assassin's sole target was Huang Xihai from the beginning. Just a few days ago, due to personnel shortages, we had to withdraw that protection. Upon hearing this, Gao Feng forcefully circled the whiteboard, connecting the Huang Xihai case with the Guangming coal mine incident. Consolidate the cases. Gao Feng's tone was resolute. It was highly probable that these were not 2 isolated incidents, but rather the work of the same killer. Zhao Donglai nodded in agreement. I concur. This killer is composed, formidable, and terrifyingly meticulous, akin to a top-tier professional assassin. I suggest we assign him a code name. Let's call him the killer. Gao Feng noted that this straightforward designation aptly encapsulated all the attributes of the perpetrator. Agreed. The 2 captains promptly convened the members of both task forces, announcing the decision to merge the cases and compiling all information onto the whiteboard. Codename: the killer. Characteristics: male, height 178 centimeters, medium build. Possesses exceptional evasion skills, excellent psychological resilience, calm, professional, and extremely strong. Method of operation: utilizes a small, sharp weapon to deliver a lethal strike, typically targeting the throat and heart. The crime scene is meticulously cleansed, leaving no traces behind. Known cases: Yulong Huang Xihai case, Guangming coal mine Wang Dashan case. Previously seen locations: old district of the western part of Longqing. As the members of the meeting room absorbed the information on the whiteboard, a heavy silence enveloped the space. with everyone acutely aware of the pressing weight of the situation. This killer was the most formidable adversary they had encountered. Now, we will reorganize our investigative direction. Gao Feng's voice shattered the silence. First, we will reassess the social connections of all victims and perform cross-comparisons. We must ascertain whether there are any potential intersections among the enemies of these individuals. This killer must have his own trajectory of life and must share some undiscovered connection with one of the victims. Second, since our surveillance tracking of the Guangming coal mine case has failed, we must seize the remaining clues. The killer was seen in the old district of the western part of the city, so I want that area thoroughly searched. Every hotel, inn, short-term rental, and internet cafe, examine each establishment. I refuse to believe that a living person could simply vanish into thin air. As directives were issued, the task force, previously at an impasse, reignited their fighting spirit. A net aimed at ensnaring the killer began to gradually unfold. Chapter 26. The Scavenger in the Haishi Prison, Cell 2203. Lin Mo lay quietly on his bed, his eyes gently closed, as though he were asleep. In reality, his mind was racing at an unprecedented pace. Within his thoughts, he replayed the 2 completed hunts repeatedly. Huang Sihai of Yulong, a swindler masquerading as a businessman, met his demise in the elevator lobby. Wang Dashan of Guangming coal mine, a callous mine owner, perished in his office. 2 cases, 3 lives, these were the masterpieces of Musher. Lin Mo never underestimated the capabilities of Longqing's law enforcement, especially the seasoned detectives. After the incident involving Huang Sihai, they might classify it as a revenge killing. Yet, shortly thereafter, the Guangming coal mine case unfolded with nearly identical professionalism. The investigators would likely uncover traces and recognize the connection between the 2 cases. Consolidation. Lin Mo silently repeated the term in his mind. If the cases were consolidated, it would signify that law enforcement had caught on. There was a highly skilled, extremely dangerous serial killer at large in Longqing. They would immediately compile all leads, constructing a psychological profile and behavioral model of the murderer. Musher's height, physique, and even his gait analyzed through surveillance footage would be meticulously recorded. The culmination of extreme professionalism, heightened evasion awareness, and impeccably clean crime scenes would lead to a terrifying conclusion. The killer was a top-tier professional assassin. Lin Mo could easily envision the scene in a certain conference room at the municipal bureau. A large whiteboard would be filled with analyses regarding this killer. The members of the task force were undoubtedly furrowing their brows, feeling the weight of an insurmountable pressure. They were chasing a phantom, a killer named Musher, driven by his will. Yet, Lin Mo understood that he could not afford to relax for even a moment. The capability of law enforcement was beyond question. They might not uncover Musher's true identity, but they could follow the surveillance and trace the faint remnants left by him, continually tightening the encirclement. Musher's operational space was being constricted. He needed to act swiftly. Before law enforcement caught up with him, he must derive even greater value from his exploits. First, to acquire more crime value, which was fundamental to his survival and the accumulation of strength. Second, to further muddle the waters. As the cases multiplied, the clues became increasingly entangled, and the identities of the victims broadened. The profiles established by the security personnel regarding the murderer will be repeatedly overturned, causing their investigative direction to descend into chaos. Yet, mere confusion is insufficient. Lin Mo's gaze penetrates the darkness as if glimpsing a distant future. His true objective is to expose the false witness who had him imprisoned. A clear and unambiguous motive must be crafted for the killer, one that eludes the scrutiny of the security personnel. This way, when the false witness is eliminated, the investigators will not connect the dots to Lin Mo's old case. His genuine intentions will remain concealed behind the facade of the killer's motive. In Lin Mo's mind, a flawless plan gradually takes shape, driven by a sense of justice, an obsessional, extreme, and transcendent justice that defies the law. This assassin's targets should not be random nor motivated by greed. He ought to act as a cleaner, specifically hunting down those heinous individuals who evade punishment through power, wealth, or legal loopholes. His actions must be draped in the tragic mantle of righteousness. Only in this manner will his dealings with the false witness not appear jarring. Simultaneously, he will not assume that Lin Mo's motive for killing them is rooted in perjury. Rather, he will first instruct Musher to investigate the other crimes committed by the false witness. Thus, the demise of the false witness will merely be an unremarkable entry on the long list of the cleaner's victims. No one will focus excessively on a prisoner serving time in jail, even though they share a relationship as witness and criminal. More remarkably, such a motive will introduce a hellish level of difficulty for the security personnel in their investigative efforts. The victims share no direct societal ties. Their only commonality is their guilt. Furthermore, there exists no intersection between the killer and them. How then will the investigators discern this seemingly dispassionate avenger from the vast sea of humanity? They will find themselves ensnared in one dead end after another. The plan is set. Lin Mo's will transforms into directives, transcending spatial barriers to reach Mu Shi. First, gather information swiftly and select the next target. The target must fit the description of a grievous legal loophole, thereby clarifying the assassin's image. Second, begin the investigation into the false witness's past. There is no need to rush into action. Rather, collect information about his other crimes beyond perjury, maintaining utmost secrecy to pave the way for future retribution. As night deepens, at the First People's Hospital of Longqing, the scent of disinfectant mingles with the anxious breaths of family members, creating a uniquely oppressive atmosphere. A figure pushes a cleaning cart, slowly traversing the corridors of Ward B, dressed in a gray work uniform, masked and wearing a low-brimmed cap that obscures all but his eyes. It is Mu Shi. Upon receiving Lin Mo's instructions, he immediately springs into action. In this place, a confluence of life and death, joy and sorrow, one can often glimpse the duality of human nature, its sins and its punishments. He drags his cart, passing room after room, his ears attuned like radar, capturing every morsel of useful information. That Lu Zong's son, Lu Fei, is visiting his father again, accompanied by several friends, laughing and chatting. Which Lu Fei? The one who, 2 months ago, was involved in a fatal drunk driving incident? Indeed. I heard the family sued, and what was the outcome? They paid a little money and received a suspended sentence. No prison time at all. It's utterly unjust. Shoo, keep it down. He is wealthy and powerful. We can't afford to cross him. 2 nurses wheeled a medication cart past, their hushed conversation clear to Mu Shi's ears. Without the slightest pause in his motions, he has accurately captured the name Lu Fei. He continues forward, halting at the stairwell door at the end of the corridor. A heart-wrenching, soul-rending sobbing emanates intermittently from within the stairwell. The cries are devoid of anger and strength. Only endless despair remains. Mu Shi turns his head, peering through the small window on the stairwell door. A woman in her 50s is curled up on the cold concrete steps. She is simply dressed, with graying hair, her face etched with wrinkles and tear stains. Her body shakes violently from prolonged weeping, her hands clutching a yellowing photograph. The photograph depicts a girl with a ponytail, smiling radiantly. Chapter 27. Who dares to take action against him? The woman is named Sun Xiaoying, and the photograph in her hands is of her only daughter, Chenyu. 1 month ago, Chenyu had just received her university acceptance letter. On her way home from work, she was struck by an out-of-control sports car. The driver was none other than Lu Fei, a notorious rich second-generation heir in Longqing. The screech of brakes, the desperate cries, and Lu Fei's stench of alcohol became a nightmare that Sun Xiaoying could never escape. At this moment, the stairwell door swings open with a loud bang. Several well-dressed young men surround a flamboyantly dressed man as they enter, laughing and smoking without a care for the woman cowering in the corner. The leader is Lu Fei. Upon seeing Sun Xiaoying, a flicker of disgust crosses his face, quickly transforming into a condescending sneer. Ah, isn't this Aunt Chen? Still crying here, I see. Lu Fei exhales a cloud of smoke, casually stating, blame your daughter for being careless. She deserved to die? Besides, my family compensated you handsomely, didn't we? Enough to build several houses back in your hometown. What more could you possibly want? Sun Xiaoying raises her bloodshot eyes, her hoarse voice trembling as she replies, money? I just want my daughter back. You beast. You will face retribution. You will surely suffer. Retribution? Ha ha. Lu Fei laughs as if he has heard the greatest joke. He points to himself, saying, my retribution is living well, while your daughter is destined to rot in the ground. Such is fate, do you understand? One of his companions tugs at his arm, saying, Fei, go, let it go. Don't waste your breath on someone like her. Your dad is waiting. Let's go. Lu Fei then dismissively waves his hand, departing with his companions, their raucous laughter echoing down the corridor. The smoke they leave behind chokes Sun Xiaoying, igniting a fresh wave of tears mingled with despair. The entire scene is witnessed by Mu Shi, who quietly pushes his cleaning cart. No one notices his presence. Through Mu Shi's eyes, Lin Mo, far away in Heisha prison, sees everything unfold. If a paranoid, transcendent sense of justice serves as the motive for the crime, then the target has been identified, Lu Fei. This name is firmly locked in Lin Mo's mind. The next target is him. Mu Shi does not alert anyone. He silently pushes the cleaning cart away. He then begins to track Lu Fei. This rich heir, raised in a world of luxury and flattery, is arrogant and utterly unsuspecting. After leaving the hospital, he heads directly to an upscale club with his friends, indulging in extravagance that lasts into the night. Mu Shi, like a patient hunter, observes every move of his prey from the shadows. He meticulously recorded the model and license plate of Lu Fei's racing car, along with the exclusive club he frequented and his residence at the upscale community of Jianjinghuiting. Throughout this endeavor, Lu Fei was devoid of any security personnel. In his perception, Longcheng was merely the backyard of his home. The law held no sway over him. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? In Mu Shi's mind, a concise and efficient plan for assassination had already taken shape. Tomorrow would mark Lu Fei's demise. He turned and vanished into the night, making his way towards the old district in the west of the city. There lay his temporary refuge, as well as the place where he prepared his tools. Concurrently, the special investigation team was diligently pursuing their inquiries. The victim of the Guangming coal mine incident, Wang Dashan, had an exceedingly complex social network. After sifting through dozens of individuals, the team led by Gao Feng finally located Lu Chui. Lu Chui's husband had perished in a gas explosion at the Guangming coal mine a year prior. Wang Dashan had only compensated her with an insignificant sum and had employed various means to threaten Lu Chui into silence. When Gao Feng and a young officer arrived at Lu Chui's home, she appeared exceedingly anxious and tense. "Comrade Lu Chui, we are from the Municipal Bureau and wish to gather some information regarding Wang Dashan." Gao Feng endeavored to soften his tone. Upon learning of Wang Dashan's demise, a fleeting glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Lu Chui's eyes before being swiftly replaced by terror. She repeatedly shook her head, saying, "Officer, I am just a woman. I know nothing." Gao Feng refrained from pressing her further. He produced a blurry photograph of the assassin captured from surveillance footage. "Have you seen this person?" The moment Lu Chui's gaze fell upon the image, her body imperceptibly stiffened. Though it was but a fleeting instant, this detail did not escape Gao Feng's keen observation. "I have not seen him." Lu Chui frantically averted her gaze, lowering her head. "I do not recognize this person. Please take another careful look." Gao Feng's voice remained steady and assertive. "This individual may be connected to Wang Dashan's case. Providing a lead would assist us in capturing the murderer. It is the duty of every citizen." "I truly do not know him." Lu Chui's voice trembled, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Her husband had died under mysterious circumstances, while Wang Dashan, that villain, roamed free. Now that Wang Dashan was dead, she felt only gratitude towards the benefactor who had avenged her. How could she possibly betray him? Gao Feng regarded her in silence for a moment before abruptly changing his line of questioning. "Have you received the workers' compensation for your husband's death?" Lu Chui abruptly lifted her head, her eyes instantly reddening. "How could that beast, Wang Dashan, possibly give me much money? My husband died on his mine, and all I received was a perfunctory explanation. He even sent someone to threaten us, a widow and her child. So, you harbor a deep-seated hatred for him." Gao Feng stated. "Hatred? I dream of his death." Lu Chui's emotions surged. "Then, if a stranger were to help you realize that wish, would you choose to protect him?" Gao Feng's gaze pierced through her, each word striking at Lu Chui's heart. In that instant, her psychological defenses crumbled. She stared blankly at Gao Feng, her lips quivering, unable to utter a word. "Comrade Lu Chui," Gao Feng softened his tone, "we are law enforcement officers, and our duty is to uphold the law. Wang Dashan was guilty, but he deserved to face legal judgment rather than be executed privately by anyone. This assassin, today he may kill Wang Dashan for you, but tomorrow he could just as easily take the life of an innocent for another reason. He is an extremely dangerous individual, and we must apprehend him. I understand your feelings, but harboring a criminal is also against the law. Your child is still young. Do you wish to be a mother who is a criminal?" The final remark proved to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Chui covered her face and wept uncontrollably. "I will tell you everything." After a prolonged silence, she finally recounted the truth. A few days prior, a man wearing a hat and mask had indeed come to see her, resembling the individual in the photograph. He did not reveal his identity, but inquired in detail about all of Wang Dashan's misdeeds, as well as the layout of the coal mine and its security measures. He didn't say anything about killing. He merely stated he would help us seek justice. Lu Chui sobbed. "I couldn't see his face. He kept his mask and hat on. After he spoke, he left, and I truly know no more." Although no physical description was obtained, this conversation weighed heavily on Gao Feng's heart. The assassin's motives for action appeared to stem from something other than revenge or monetary gain. He resembled a purger, verifying the target's crimes before taking action. Such a person was far more terrifying and elusive than a mere professional assassin. Meanwhile, another team, led by Zhao Donglai, made significant progress in their search of the old district in the west of the city. This area was a chaotic mix of elements, with countless narrow alleys resembling a spider's web. Old tenement buildings and haphazardly constructed rental houses proliferated, creating blind spots for surveillance and management. Zhao Donglai and his team, armed with the assassin's silhouette photograph, conducted a thorough investigation of every hotel, inn, short-term rental, and internet cafe in the area. The search was tedious and arduous. Yet the results gradually began to materialize. After an afternoon of comparisons and selections, the scope was significantly narrowed. Dozens of recent renters, whose builds resembled that in the photograph, were placed on a watch list. Among them was a tenant named Mu Shi. As the night deepened, the evening breeze carried the scent of decay from the old district. Mu Shi's figure silently blended into the shadows of the western old city. He had meticulously planned tomorrow's actions. All that remained was to return to his rental and prepare his tools. However, as he turned into the alley where he resided, his footsteps abruptly halted. At the entrance stood a security vehicle, its top lights unflashing yet conspicuous in the darkness. Not far away, his landlord, a slightly plump middle-aged man, stood conversing animatedly with two security personnel, pointing at the building where Mu Shi lived. One officer appeared to be showing him a photograph, though the distance was considerable. Mu Shi could clearly see that it was indeed his blurry silhouette captured from surveillance near the Guangming coal mine. He had been discovered. Mu Shi's pupils constricted slightly. Yet, the resolve of Lin Mo kept him utterly composed. He immediately assessed the situation. The opposing party was likely just conducting preliminary investigations, not yet having pinpointed him. Otherwise, he would be facing an ambush and capture. The landlord knew little about him and could not provide crucial information. However, they had located the building, had found themselves in front of his door. To enter and confront them? That notion was swiftly dismissed. Any direct contact with law enforcement would leave him vulnerable. A professional hunter would never place himself in such an uncontrollable situation. Thus, there was but one choice. Abandon this place. Mu Shi hesitated not for a moment. He gradually retreated, his body silently merging into the darkness. The law enforcement vehicle, the two officers, and the incessant chatter of the landlord remained oblivious to the fact that the target they sought was less than 50 meters away. He was in the Blackstone prison. Cell 2203. Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes, and everything that Mu Shi had experienced unfolded in his consciousness, much quicker than anticipated. He murmured to himself, acknowledging that the efficiency of the law enforcement in Longsheng had indeed surpassed his expectations. The lead on Mu Shi was about to be seized. Initially, the plan was to allow Mu Shi to complete his role as a false witness before deciding to flee or surrender. However, it seemed that the intended objective could not be fulfilled. Thus, it was time to escape early, to leave Longsheng for another city. Lin Mo silently issued a directive to Mu Shi in his mind. Though the situation was far from perfect, Mu Shi had, in some measure, accomplished the preliminary task of stirring the waters. Now, he would transform into a seed, destined for a more distant place, awaiting new instructions. Meanwhile, Longsheng required a new actor on its stage. Lin Mo's thoughts plunged deep into his mind, where a luminous interface visible only to him materialized. Hunting value balance, 400 points. The additional 150 points were a result of an unexpected chaos in the prison cafeteria a few days prior. A villain, whose hands were stained with the blood of 3 innocent lives, met his demise when a shard of a tray accidentally slashed his throat amidst the turmoil. The entire incident was flawlessly executed and was classified as an accidental occurrence resulting from a prisoner brawl. The 400 points of hunting value were precisely enough to summon a new assassin to replace Mu Shi in Longsheng. The new assassin must evade the features identified by the law enforcement. Ability used, assassin deployment. Name, Shui Lu. Appearance, female, standing at 165 centimeters. With an unremarkable appearance and a somewhat dull demeanor. Traits, skilled assassin, imbued with professional assassination techniques and knowledge. She will master the art of poisoning. Understand how to infiltrate, disguise, observe, execute with precision, and possess a strong counter-surveillance awareness. Knowing how to eliminate traces at a crime scene. Deployment location, outside Blackstone prison. Deployment method, to appear in a concealed spot, evading surveillance and sight. The system responded. Configuration complete, generating assassin Shui Lu. Generation complete. Hunting value balance, 0 points. In the old district of the western city, before Mu Shi's rented apartment, the landlord rubbed his hands together, producing a set of keys. Officer, I'm not well acquainted with him. He goes by Mu Shi. And he arrived 2 weeks ago. He speaks little, paid 3 months rent in cash, and usually leaves early and returns late, so I haven't noticed what he does. Zhao Donglai exchanged glances with his colleague, signaling the landlord to open the door. Mu Shi, are you there? The landlord knocked on the door symbolically. but there was no response. With a click, the door swung open, releasing a faint scent of disinfectant. The scene inside left everyone momentarily stunned. It was excessively clean. A bed, a table, a chair, and nothing else. The floor gleamed, and the tabletop was spotless. This did not resemble a residence, but rather a transitional station devoid of any signs of life, ready to be vacated at a moment's notice. Search, Zhao Donglai commanded. Several officers immediately commenced a meticulous search, leaving no corner or crevice unchecked. The outcome, however, was disappointing. No suspicious items were found, no murder weapon, no traces of blood. Not even a stray hair. Captain Zhao, there's nothing here. Zhao Donglai's gaze swept the room, finally resting on the desk. In the center of the table lay a most ordinary ballpoint pen. Chapter 29. The ballpoint pen. The pen had a black barrel and a metal clip, a style available in any stationery store. Zhao Donglai felt a twinge of unease, but did not dwell on it. Landlord, keep an eye out. If this monsieur returns, contact us immediately, Zhao Donglai instructed sternly. Absolutely. The landlord nodded vigorously. However, the very next day, the landlord's call reached the task force. The tenant had not returned overnight and was unreachable by phone. When Zhao Donglai once again stood in the vacant apartment, he was nearly certain. This monsieur posed a problem. He was likely the assassin they sought. He had escaped. Just as they were about to catch him, he vanished. He paced to the desk, replaying the case details in his mind. Huang Sihai, dead with a minimal wound. The forensic report. A flash of realization struck Zhao Donglai. He suddenly recalled the autopsy report for Huang Sihai. The fatal injury located on the carotid artery was exceptionally small and penetrated deep into the bone. The forensic expert had speculated that it was inflicted by a specially crafted, exceedingly sharp weapon. He quickly picked up the ballpoint pen from the desk, unscrewed the tip, revealing the hard alloy nib inside. A bold and astonishing hypothesis formed in his mind. What if the weapon was this? He promptly dialed Gao Feng's number. Captain Gao, I have a significant discovery. The weapon might not be some specialized instrument, but an ordinary ballpoint pen. He then turned to the bewildered landlord, his tone becoming unusually serious. Think carefully. Are there any other details about Monsieur? Any unusual aspects? Perhaps his accent, habits, or anything he may have discussed with you? The landlord, startled by Zhao Donglai's piercing gaze, racked his brain for recollections. His accent seemed to be standard Mandarin, nothing special. His habits were excessively tidy, alarmingly so. The landlord stammered, and then suddenly added, "Oh, I just remembered something. When he first moved in, one of the table legs was a bit wobbly. He noticed it and asked for a hammer and nails, then quickly fixed it. I even complimented his handy skills. You know what he said?" "What did he say?" Zhao Donglai pressed. "He said he used to do precision repairs. His hands had to be steady," the landlord mimicked. "I saw his hands. They were remarkably steady, with long, strong fingers. When he hammered the nails, he was swift and precise, without any unnecessary movements. Steady hands, precision repair." Zhao Donglai pieced together these fragmented details with the image of the assassin. A professional, possessing exceptional counter-surveillance skills, wielding a ballpoint pen as a weapon, and having hands as steady as a rock. A clearer image began to materialize in Zhao Donglai's mind. Within the Municipal Bureau's task force office, smoke swirled, and the atmosphere was tense. Zhao Donglai and Gao Feng stood side by side before a massive whiteboard adorned with scattered clues gathered from Monsieur's rented apartment. Zhao Donglai placed the ballpoint pen, sealed in an evidence bag, on the table. "I can almost assert that Huang Sihai met his end at the hands of this very pen." He meticulously recounted the descriptions of Huang Sihai's wounds from the forensic report, as well as the landlord's portrayal of Monsieur's steadfast hands. Each word fell like a heavy stone into the hearts of those present, creating ripples of unease. Gao Feng's brow furrowed in concentration as he picked up another document. The investigative report concerning the deceased Wang Dashan from the Guangming coal mine incident. "We have made significant progress," Gao Feng stated with a deep and resonant voice. "We located a woman named Lu Chui, whose husband perished in Wang Dashan's mining accident. A few days ago, a man wearing a hat and mask approached her to inquire in detail about all of Wang Dashan's misdeeds. He extracted a blurry image captured from the convenience store surveillance at the station. Although the face was obscured, Lu Chui's description indicated that this individual bore a striking resemblance to the assassin. The motive was even more crucial. Gao Feng circled it emphatically with a red marker on the whiteboard. This person is neither motivated by money nor personal vendetta. Before committing his acts, he verifies the crime. He perceives himself as a judge, a vigilante existing outside the law. Zhao Donglai's expression grew increasingly grave. A serial killer possessing top-notch counter-surveillance skills, professional methods, and formidable psychological resilience, driven by a sense of justice. This realization sent a chill deep into the bones of all seasoned detectives present. This was not an ordinary fugitive. He was a man with a paranoid conviction and terrifying execution capabilities. "He has escaped," Zhao Donglai articulated with deliberate clarity. "On the very night we located his rental apartment, he vanished without a trace. This individual possesses an almost inhuman sensitivity to danger. He is undoubtedly still within Longqing," Gao Feng asserted with unwavering conviction. "The time from our investigation's inception to your discovery of his residence was remarkably brief. Even if he sensed our approach, he wouldn't have had sufficient time to meticulously plan an escape route. He must still be lurking in some corner of the city, awaiting his next opportunity." Their gazes met in silent agreement. "We must implement citywide surveillance immediately. He cannot be allowed to kill again." The order was swiftly disseminated. In an instant, Longqing transformed into a finely tuned machine, set into motion. The piercing sound of sirens shattered the tranquil night, as numerous law enforcement vehicles surged into the city's veins like red and blue blood cells. The traffic announcements began to broadcast incessantly, due to a significant case. "Our city will undergo temporary traffic control. We kindly ask all citizens to cooperate. All major thoroughfares, highways, national roads, provincial roads, and even inconspicuous back routes were cordoned off with warning tape and temporary checkpoints established. Armed special police scrutinized every passing vehicle and each suspicious individual with piercing gazes. The net was firmly cast. When the first siren echoed over the old quarter of the city, Mushir was situated several kilometers away in a derelict industrial area slated for demolition. This place was a scar upon the city, littered with broken walls and rampant weeds. A haven for the homeless and stray dogs, and an ideal hiding spot. Chapter 30. A perilous escape. Mushir did not rush to flee. Instead, he stood still on the rooftop of an abandoned factory, surveying the city gradually illuminated and fragmented by red and blue lights. In the distance, traffic was halted, creating a long ribbon of red tail lights. The sound of sirens echoed from all directions, weaving an increasingly tight net of encirclement. Lin Mo, channeled through Mushir's senses, calmly analyzed the unfolding scenario. The law enforcement response was swifter and more decisive than anticipated. Attempting to leave through conventional roadways now would be tantamount to walking into a trap. Yet, Mushir exhibited no signs of panic. Lin Mo's mind had never entertained the notion of a dead end. The moment he sensed his exposure, his escape plan had already been initiated. He chose not to dash toward the highway exit, an exceedingly foolish course of action. Instead, he reversed his path, heading deeper into the city's chaotic heart. He turned and slid down the other side of the factory rooftop, his movements graceful and soundless, navigating through the labyrinthine ruins. He set his sights on the northern freight railway line. Passenger stations, airports, and long-distance bus terminals would undoubtedly be the focal points of police scrutiny. However, the vast and bustling freight system represented a colossal oversight. Countless freight trains departed daily from this hub, destined for various locations across the nation. The complexity of goods and the fluidity of personnel rendered meticulous checks akin to those at passenger terminals virtually impossible. Half an hour later, Mushir's figure appeared at the periphery of the Northern Railway freight marshalling yard. High barbed wire failed to deter him. He swiftly located a blind spot in the surveillance and, like a gecko, scaled over it, infiltrating the expansive yard. The steel giants lay silently on the tracks, awaiting their commands to assemble and depart. The air was thick with the distinctive scent of diesel and rust. Mushir refrained from immediate action, concealing himself in the shadow of an abandoned carriage while patiently observing. He resembled an experienced hunter, awaiting the perfect prey to emerge. Time passed slowly, and the distant sirens seemed to spread toward his location. Evidently, law enforcement had begun to expand their search to these unconventional escape routes. At last, the dull sound of coupling echoed from afar, as a freight train laden with containers began to stir. Mushir's eyes brightened upon seeing the train's destination indicated by the dispatch number, a heavy industrial city in the south, a far-off journey that perfectly aligned with his needs. Just as he prepared to move, two blinding beams of headlights pierced the entrance of the marshalling yard. A law enforcement patrol vehicle screeched to a halt near the office building. Two officers exited and began conversing with the yard's dispatcher. One officer shone a flashlight, sweeping it across the nearby train cars. The beam moved slowly, akin to a razor, gliding over the containers. Mushir curled into the shadows, his body merging with the cold steel tracks. Even his breathing seemed to cease. He acutely sensed the beam inching closer to him. The light swept past a carriage in front of him, paused momentarily, then continued its path. It passed just above his head, illuminating the rusting wheels behind him. If only the officer had lowered his head a few more centimeters or altered the flashlight's angle slightly, the figure crouched in darkness would have been discovered. It was a precarious moment. Yet, there were no what-ifs. Suddenly, an urgent call crackled from the patrol vehicle's radio, suggesting a discovery had been made in another direction. The two officers immediately ceased their search and hurried back to their vehicle, speeding away toward another area. The crisis was averted. Musher remained motionless for an additional 5 minutes, ensuring the surroundings were once again still. The freight train had begun to accelerate, its wheels grinding against the tracks with a heavy clatter. Now was the moment. He sprang forth like a cheetah, and in the fleeting moment when the two carriages connected, he executed an astonishingly agile maneuver to ascend to the junction, swiftly rolling into the shelter of waterproof tarpaulin piled upon a flatbed car. The train gradually departed from the classification yard, accelerating until it merged into the iron torrent leading towards the horizon. The roar of the wheels drowned out the city's cacophony. Musher, the assassin who instilled trepidation in Longqing's law enforcement, managed to escape in this hushed manner, right under the watchful eyes of an intricate surveillance network. Inside Haishi Prison, Cell 2203, Lin Mo sensed Musher's consciousness signal receding into the distance. What a thrilling escape, indeed. Musher would continue Lin Mo's pursuit of justice in another city. As for Longqing, the tempest he had ignited required a new protagonist to carry on the tale. That role would belong to Shui Lu. Lin Mo meticulously transmitted all the information gathered through Musher's perspective concerning Sun Xiuying's despair, Lu Fei's arrogance, the sports car he drove, his frequented clubs, and his residence at Jiangjinghuading, precisely into Shui Lu's consciousness. Go forth and execute him. In a hidden corner of Longqing, Shui Lu, newly introduced to this world, felt a flicker of focus ignite in her otherwise vacant eyes. She had received the mandate from her creator. Her mission commenced. Like Musher, Shui Lu was akin to a droplet merging with the ocean, unremarkable and ordinary. Perhaps such qualities were essential for an assassin, clad in worn, faded garments. Her demeanor exuded the awkwardness and bewilderment of a country girl stepping into the city. Anyone who laid eyes upon her would hardly associate her with the term professional assassin. Unlike Musher, who rented a fixed abode, now a focal point for police scrutiny, she opted for the cheapest lodging, a transient and bustling with a diverse clientele. Using a forged identity, she checked in. Subsequently, she drifted between Longqing's talent market and various labor agencies, eventually securing a temporary cleaning position at the upscale Jiangjinghuading. With her unassuming and diligent appearance, she raised no suspicions. That very night, she donned a gray cleaning uniform and appeared in the underground garage of Jiangjinghuading, where an array of luxury vehicles were parked, including the striking red Ferrari, its license plate noted meticulously by Musher. Her task was to cleanse the garage floor. Pushing her cart with deliberate slowness, she attended to every corner with meticulous care. Yet, her peripheral vision captured the entire surveillance layout, security patrol routes, and timing intervals, all etched firmly in her memory. Chapter 31, A More Concealed Assassination. Camera A37, Model Hikvision DS2CD3T87, wide angle. Every 7 seconds, an imperceptible frame jump occurred, with a 3% permanent shadow blind spot in the lower right corner. Security post C's guard, around 40 years of age, would glance at his phone for 3 minutes every 15 minutes, following a fixed patrol route without deviation. In the fire escape stairwell connecting B1 and B2, the smoke detector's casing was loose, rendering it a definitive blind spot for surveillance. This information coalesced in her consciousness, automatically generating a three-dimensional security map annotated with every vulnerability. An hour later, Shui Lu's scope of work transitioned from the garage to Building 18, where Lu Fei resided. She was responsible for cleaning the common areas from the 15th to the 20th floors. As the elevator doors opened, the corridor, adorned with luxurious carpets and suffused with a subtle scent of aromatherapy, starkly contrasted with the dampness of the garage. Shui Lu meticulously vacuumed the carpet, her movements so light that they barely made a sound. Upon reaching the 18th floor, she deliberately lingered at the entrance of room 1801, noting that the surveillance camera faced the elevator entrance. However, due to the installation angle, the trash bin at the entrance of room 1801 was positioned at a delicate side view, obscuring the specific contents discarded within. She removed the trash bag and replaced it with a new one. During this process, her fingertips grazed a hard cardboard box. Without immediate inspection, she tied the trash bag securely and placed it into the large refuse container of her cleaning cart, mingling it with refuse from other floors. The entire operation was seamless and unremarkable. Having completed her tasks, she did not immediately depart, but continued to clean other corners of the hallway. As she passed a wall, she sensed a faint airflow. Quietly, she used the back of her hand to discern the source. The airflow emanated from an exceedingly narrow gap between the wall and the baseboard. She knelt, feigning the act of wiping the baseboard, her fingers gently tapping against the panel. The hollow sound revealed that during the building's design, numerous maintenance passages had been allocated for complex piping systems. Many of these access points had been sealed during subsequent renovations and alterations. This particular passage connected all floors and even led directly to the rooftop ventilation system and underground plumbing wells, a perfect route for infiltration and exfiltration. As night deepened, Shui Lu's work neared its conclusion. She returned to the basement, consolidated all refuse for processing. In a corner, unnoticed and unmonitored, she swiftly opened the trash bag from room 1801. A medication packaging box emerged. Coenzyme Q10 soft capsules, with a note stating, improves myocardial energy metabolism, alleviates occasional chest tightness and palpitations. A spark of inspiration coursed like electricity through Lin Mo and Shui Lu's shared consciousness. This discovery instantly redirected the planned assassination scheme towards a more covert approach. At that moment, a light footfall echoed from afar. A delivery person clad in the uniform of a private kitchen restaurant entered the elevator, carrying an exquisite insulated food container. Shui Lu's gaze lingered on the uniform and food container for half a second. It was 11:30 at night. According to the information provided by Mu Shi, Lu Fei led an erratic lifestyle, yet this particular habit was unwavering. Every night, without fail, he ordered takeout from the most expensive private kitchen in all of Longqing. At this juncture, all the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. A flawless assassination plan crystallized in Shui Lu's mind. Inside Haishi Prison, Cell 2203, Lin Mo lay upon the hard bed, his eyes gently closed. Shui Lu's perspective provided a remarkably clear live feed, presenting every detail within Jiangjing Huiting with impeccable precision in his consciousness. Shui Lu's professionalism exceeded even his expectations. Unlike Mu Shi, she did not embody a cold, violent aesthetic. She resembled a finely tuned instrument, composed and efficient, each action aimed directly at the core of her objective. She was the perfect tool, born solely for the task of poisoning. Very well. Lin Mo's consciousness issued the command, proceed. The following day, in the western outskirts of Longqing, there lay an antiquated chemical raw material market, soon to be shut down. The air was perpetually saturated with the acrid scent of chemicals. Shui Lu made her entrance. She had swapped her cleaning uniform for a more tattered outfit, marred with mud stains. Her hair was carelessly tied up, and her face bore the weary and timid expression of someone crushed by the weight of the city. She appeared as though she had just arrived from the countryside. A middle-aged woman troubled by the burdens of survival. She stepped into the most inconspicuous shop, where the proprietor was a drowsy, portly old man. "Boss, I would like to purchase some medicine for pests," Shui Lu inquired, her heavily accented Mandarin tinged with timidity. "The pests in my vegetable patch are abundant, and regular pesticides are ineffective." The old man barely raised his eyelids, lazily pointing to a few dusty bottles on the shelf. Shui Lu approached, picking up one bottle and feigning earnestness as she scrutinized the label. Then she shook her head and said to the proprietor, "This doesn't tea seem suitable. I've heard from villagers that one must concoct it themselves for greater potency. I need something that can burn the heart." As she spoke, she gestured with her rough fingers, perfectly embodying the persona of an unsophisticated rural woman who had gleaned snippets of folk remedies. Under her guidance, and through a series of seemingly unrelated inquiries, she gradually acquired several chemicals: potassium nitrate, a common fertilizer ingredient; sulfur powder, used to regulate soil acidity; glycerin, a typical moisturizer. Individually, these substances were unremarkable, easily obtainable from any chemical store without raising suspicion. However, when combined in specific proportions and sequences, they could undergo a series of complex chemical reactions to produce a terrifyingly toxic substance. After completing her purchases, Shui Lu carried a few nondescript plastic bags and quickly vanished into the bustling market crowd. That afternoon, in a seedy day rental lodging filled with a mix of patrons, she drew thick curtains to block out any light. Adorned in gloves and a damp towel covering her face, she moved with the meticulousness of a top-tier chemist conducting an experiment. Lacking professional beakers and test tubes, she substituted them with inexpensive glass cups and cans acquired from the market. Without sophisticated heating equipment, she controlled the temperature using an alcohol lamp and a wire rack. The environment was rudimentary, yet her precision was meticulous to the milligram. Each chemical underwent a series of intricate processes: purification, reaction, extraction, and crystallization, all under her deft hands. Hours later, all the reactants had vanished, leaving behind a fine white powder at the bottom of the glass, more delicate than a grain of salt. This was Shui Lu's creation, a colorless, odorless, fast-acting neurotoxin soluble in both water and fats. It would not irritate the digestive tract, but would be rapidly absorbed into the body, directly affecting the cardiovascular and nervous systems. In an instant, it could induce severe myocardial ischemia and neurological paralysis, resulting in sudden death. The symptoms upon onset were indistinguishable from acute myocardial infarction. Most crucially, this toxin had a remarkably short half-life, swiftly decomposing into harmless, common compounds within the human body. Conventional forensic testing would reveal no anomalies unless one approached the situation with an initial suspicion of poisoning, conducting a thorough toxicological analysis targeting specific molecular structures. Yet, who would suspect a wealthy heir with a history of cardiac discomfort? Shui Lu carefully used the tip of a needle to extract an almost invisible speck of the powder. This was the lethal dosage sufficient to kill Lu Fei. She retrieved a pre-prepared miniature hollow capsule, made from a mixture of starch and edible gelatin, and sealed the deadly powder within. The capsule was merely a quarter the size of a grain of rice. Once it came into contact with soup or fats, it would dissolve within 3 seconds, leaving no trace. Upon completing her tasks, she meticulously destroyed all experimental apparatus and leftover materials, ensuring every potential trace was eradicated from the room. That evening, Shui Lu's silhouette appeared near the private dining establishment named Yushan Fong. She did not draw near, but sat at a bus stop across the street like an ordinary passerby. She observed the delivery personnel's order-taking process, collection routes, packaging methods, and delivery paths, noting their distinctive logo emblazoned on their uniforms. All information was gathered. Everything was in place. Now, she merely needed to await the arrival of 11:30 that night. At 11:15, in room 1801 of Jiangjing Huading, beneath a lavish crystal chandelier casting enchanting shadows, an expensive red wine swirled gently in a glass, reflecting Lu Fei's flushed face, reddened by alcohol. Reclining on the sofa, he had one arm draped around a voluptuous woman adorned with exquisite makeup. His words dripped with arrogance. "Darling, let me tell you, there's nothing money can't resolve in launching." Lu Fei gulped down a large sip of wine and belched. "The last incident, wasn't it just an unfortunate accident involving a poor student? What is the big deal? A bunch of people making a fuss, and what happened?" He patted his chest proudly. "My dad just found someone, spent a little cash, and it was just a suspended sentence. I didn't even have to spend a day in jail. That old woman wanted to make a scene. What good did it do her? In the end, she took the money and kept quiet." The woman giggled, tracing circles on his chest with her finger. "Fei Xiao is truly impressive." Lu Fei reveled in the flattery. Feeling a pang of hunger, he picked up his phone and skillfully dialed a number. "Hello, is this Yushan Fong?" "Same as usual. 1 serving of Buddha jumps over the wall, 1 serving of lobster stew, delivered to Jiangjing Huading across the street. It's still me." Hanging up, he carelessly tossed his phone aside and raised his wine glass, preparing to continue his intimacy with the woman. At 11:25, in the back alley of Yushan Fong, a delivery worker placed an exquisitely designed thermal food container bearing a gilded logo into the trunk of his electric bike. He mounted the bike and sped away. Meanwhile, at a junction on his route, a shared bicycle was awkwardly lodged at an angle under the wheel of a white sedan preparing to turn right. "What is going on?" The sedan driver leaned out, fuming. The intersection quickly became congested. The delivery worker was trapped behind the traffic, impatiently honking his horn. Just then, a figure stealthily approached his electric bike. It was Shui Lu. Her movements were so swift that they barely left a trace. With a gentle flick of her finger, the latch on the delivery box silently sprang open. Her gaze precisely zeroed in on the bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, and with a deft motion, the capsule containing the lethal toxin, merely a quarter the size of a grain of rice, was launched. It traced an imperceptible trajectory, landing flawlessly in the warm soup. The capsule's shell dissolved upon contact with oil, and the colorless, tasteless white powder dissolved instantly, merged seamlessly with the rich broth, leaving no trace behind. The lid of the box closed, and the lock clicked back into place. The entire process took less than a second. The congestion ahead began to disperse. The shared bicycle that had caused the incident was dragged to the side of the road, while the car driver drove away cursing. The delivery person remained oblivious to any irregularities, twisting the handlebars and continuing towards Jiangjing Huading. The water flow then turned and slipped into a darker alley, quickly vanishing from sight. Instead of heading directly to Jiangjing Huading, she took a lengthy detour, entering the underground pipeline layer of the community through a back door that was not covered by surveillance. This place was dim, damp, and filled with a labyrinth of pipes and wires. She skillfully located the entrance to the maintenance passage that had been confirmed the previous day. It was a loose manhole cover, thickly coated with dust. She effortlessly moved it aside, her slender figure nimbly slipping inside, then replaced the cover to its original position. Inside the maintenance passage, darkness enveloped her, with a vertical ladder extending upwards, resembling steps leading into an abyss. The breath of the water flow was steady and prolonged, akin to that of a gecko, using all four limbs to silently ascend the narrow passage. The metallic ladder, due to years of neglect, occasionally emitted faint creaking sounds. However, amidst the complex background noise of the buildings, such sounds would go unnoticed. She precisely halted at the 18th floor, where there was a maintenance opening cleverly disguised as part of the wall, easily accessible from the inside. Listening intently, she confirmed that the corridor outside was deserted before gently pushing open a small gap. Her icy gaze accurately fixed on the entrance of room 1801. Minutes later, the elevator chimed as it arrived. The delivery person stepped out, carrying the food box, and rang the doorbell of 1801. The door swung open, revealing Lu Fei in a bathrobe, reeking of alcohol as he accepted the delivery. Indeed, he casually closed the door, shutting out the outside world. Confirming that the target had received the judgment letter, there was no ripple in the eyes of the water flow. She quietly secured the maintenance opening, making not a sound, and then retraced her steps, silently withdrawing. Inside room 1801, the rich aroma of Buddha jumps over the wall wafted through the air. Lu Fei scooped a generous spoonful, mixing abalone and sea cucumber, eagerly bringing it to his mouth. Ah, this is the taste. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction, eating while boasting about his glorious deeds. Chapter 33. Sudden Death. Do you know the name of that deceased female student? Chinyu. Yes, that's right, Chinyu. Her mother, a rustic old woman, was initially quite aggressive, seeking reporters and lawyers, thinking she could do something to me. Lu Fei scoffed, taking another sip of soup, his face filled with disdain. Naive. In launching, could she even imagine the influence of the Lu family? My father used just a little trick, and those reporters didn't dare breathe a word. The lawyer he hired voluntarily terminated the contract the next day. In the end, didn't she have to obediently accept mediation? Haha, that's reality. The woman nearby laughed in agreement. Lu Fei was completely immersed in his world, preparing to scoop another spoonful of soup. Just as he was about to boast about how he used money to coerce the witness into changing their testimony, his actions suddenly froze. A sudden, excruciating pain, as if gripped tightly by an iron claw, erupted from his chest. The spoon in his hand clattered to the floor. Ugh, a pained groan escaped his throat, his complexion visibly shifting from crimson to a deep purple. Instinctively, he clutched his chest, his body convulsing violently. It felt as if an invisible hand was relentlessly squeezing his heart. Fei Fei, what is wrong with you? The woman beside him, terrified by this abrupt turn of events, turned pale. Lu Fei opened his mouth, desperately trying to breathe, but could only emit a wheezing sound. His eyes bulged, filled with fear and disbelief. The pain surged like a tide, swiftly engulfing his consciousness. He wished to call for help, but could not utter a single word. Bang! Amid the woman's terrified scream, Lu Fei's body heavily slumped from the sofa. His limbs twitched a few times before lying still. Several minutes later, the harsh wail of an ambulance siren shattered the tranquility of the community. Paramedics rushed into the room, finding a scene of chaos and the lifeless Lu Fei. The air was thick with the potent scent of alcohol and food. Dilated pupils, absent light reflexes, no heartbeat, no breathing. After examining the food and alcohol, and asking a few questions to the terrified woman nearby, the doctor quickly reached a preliminary conclusion. The patient had a history of cardiac issues, combined with excessive late-night drinking and heightened emotions, resulting in a typical case of acute myocardial infarction due to overstimulation. It was a sudden death. The doctor covered him with a white sheet, hastily making the judgment. Blackstone Prison, Cell 2203. Lin Mo lay on the hard, cold bed, a glimmer of light flashing in the depths of his eyes. The cold system prompt echoed in his mind at the appointed time. Judgment target, Lu Fei. Sin value, 180 points. Judgment degree, death. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 180 sin points. It's done. In his consciousness, Lin Mo replayed the entire process of the water flow from reconnaissance to withdrawal, as if it were a super high-definition film, frame by frame. The execution of the water flow was impeccable, precise, efficient, and nearly a flawless art of poisoning. However, Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly. He thought of Musher and the water flow. Whether it was their preliminary reconnaissance, the procurement of raw materials, or the final infiltration and withdrawal, they inevitably had to manifest physically in this city riddled with surveillance. Even if their disguises were masterful, They would eventually leave behind a blurred image on a surveillance hard drive in some corner. Once or twice could be overlooked, but as the instances accumulated, when law enforcement began to connect these seemingly unrelated cases and started a massive investigation into those fleeting passers-by, it posed a significant risk. He could not place his hopes on the negligence of law enforcement. An idea began to crystallize in his mind with unprecedented clarity and urgency. He needed a pair of true eyes, capable of covering the entire city. A ghost that could erase all digital traces, manipulating the data flow of the entire city at will. A master hacker, an absolute behind-the-scenes figure, meant not only to be invisible in the physical world, but to evaporate entirely in the digital realm. The speed of acquiring SIN points must be accelerated. Lin Mo assigned the task of hastening the acquisition of SIN points to Mu Shi. Having left Longqing, even if he were captured, it was unlikely to implicate Lin Mo, who was far away in Blackstone prison. As for the water flow still in Longqing, there were other tasks. Water flow. A new directive emanated from Lin Mo's consciousness. Yes, master. The cold voice of the water flow responded within the shared consciousness. She had returned to the day rental apartment, conducting the final traces cleanup. The Lu Fei case has reached a temporary conclusion, and the Longqing police will soon find themselves overwhelmed, unable to focus on anything else in the short term. Lin Mo's voice was cold and clear. The initial chaos had sufficed. Now, it was time to embark on the next mission, to investigate those who had committed perjury in his case. He demanded their complete information. A long-suppressed hatred began to rise within Lin Mo's consciousness. His personal vendetta was officially commencing. In the VIP ward of Longqing First People's Hospital, the pungent scent of disinfectant could not mask the lavish decor of the room. Lu Fei's father, Lu Lei, lay on the hospital bed, and 4 drip attached to his arm. The door of the ward was gently pushed open, revealing his personal secretary, pale-faced and with unsteady steps. The secretary clutched his phone tightly, his lips trembling, seemingly at a loss for words. Speak. Lu Lei's voice was still weak, yet his gaze emanated the authority of someone who had long occupied a position of power. Director Lu, the secretary's voice quivered. I just received a call from the Jiangjing Huading Property Management and the hospital regarding Fei Xiao. Lu Lei's heart sank suddenly, an ominous premonition gripping him. What has happened to Xiao Fei? Has he been racing again? Or has he gotten into a fight? Let me speak to him. No. The secretary stammered, finally managing to articulate. Fei Xiao, he is gone. Boom. Lu Lei's mind exploded in an instant, enveloped in a void. He abruptly sat up in bed, tearing the 4 needle from his arm. Blood gushed forth, yet he felt nothing. He clutched the secretary's collar, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a mad tiger. What nonsense are you spouting? Gone. What do you mean gone? It's true, Director Lu. The secretary was terrified, his spirit shaken. The ambulance has arrived. The emergency doctor said it was acute myocardial infarction, sudden death. Sudden death? Lu Lei felt as though he had heard the greatest joke of all time, his facial muscles contorting in agony. Nonsense. My son has been on medication. He is in excellent health. How could he have suddenly died? Chapter 34. Forensic expert Zhao Ming. Lu Lei forcefully shoved the secretary aside, staggering out of bed, immense sorrow and anger causing his entire body to tremble. He recalled his years of indulgence towards Lu Fei and the countless troubles he had resolved for his son. A multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind, coalescing into a grotesque conclusion. Revenge. Someone must be seeking retribution. I want them to pay. Lu Lei snatched up the phone from the bedside, dialing a number he knew by heart. The call was quickly answered, and a calm middle-aged voice came through. Director Lu. How is your health? Wang Ju. Lu Lei's voice was hoarse, like a worn-out bellows. My son is dead. On the other end, there was a moment of silence. The shock of the news evident. What? Director Lu, my condolences. How did this happen? They say it was sudden death. I don't believe it. Lu Lei's roar echoed painfully within the quiet ward. My son must have been murdered. It must be. I want you to investigate. Conduct a thorough inquiry. Turn Longqing upside down to find the murderer. His voice was imbued with an undeniable command and frenzied hatred. This overwhelming pressure was instantly transmitted through the phone line to the Longqing City Public Security Bureau. At the Longqing City Public Security Bureau, Forensic Center, a body covered in white cloth was slowly wheeled into the autopsy room, the cold air infused with the scent of formaldehyde. The brilliant forensic expert Zhao Ming donned a perfectly fitted blue autopsy suit, wearing a mask and cap that left only his keen eyes visible. An assistant handed him a document. Zhao Gu, here are the details of the deceased Lu Fei, along with the preliminary diagnosis report from the emergency center, acute myocardial infarction. Zhao Ming accepted the report, swiftly scanning it. It stated the deceased had a history of heart discomfort, had been drinking late at night, and exhibited signs of emotional agitation, all consistent with sudden death. He remained silent, simply gesturing for the assistant to commence. The surgical lights flickered on, casting a cold glow upon Lu Fei's face, which had turned a shade of bluish-purple due to death. Zhao Ming picked up the scalpel, his movements precise and steady, devoid of hesitation. The routine examinations proceeded step by step. The thoracic cavity was opened, revealing the heart. Superficially, there were indeed signs of myocardial ischemia, and the coronary arteries showed mild blockage. If this were the extent of the findings, the conclusion would simply be sudden death. However, Zhao Ming's gaze was as sharp as an eagle's. He did not overlook any detail. When he meticulously inspected the deceased's conjunctiva, his hand froze. There, he discovered some exceedingly minute, almost imperceptible petechiae. This was not a typical symptom of cardiac sudden death. Further examination of the deceased's fingernails revealed an unnaturally deep purple hue at the tips. Something was amiss. He murmured to himself, his voice muffled by the mask. The assistant, puzzled, inquired, "Zhao Gu, what's wrong?" "The rigor mortis, skin coloration, and these petechiae." Zhao Ming raised his head, his eyes gleaming with an almost obsessive light. All these signs pointed towards another possibility. He set down the scalpel, removed his gloves, and commanded his assistant, "Immediately preserve all organs and blood samples. Prepare for a comprehensive toxicological analysis with the highest accuracy." The assistant hesitated. "Zhao Gu, this requires special approval from the bureau." "Then go apply for it," Zhao Ming interrupted, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "Tell them I suspect this is not sudden death, but a meticulously orchestrated poisoning." This conclusion detonated like a bomb within the forensic center, inciting considerable commotion. Yet, no one dared to question Zhao Ming, the acknowledged forensic genius of Longqing City, even though he was known for his reclusive nature. His professional judgment had never gone awry. Under the immense pressure applied by Lu Lei and Zhao Ming's unquestionable expertise, the special approval was swiftly granted. Zhao Ming plunged into the toxicology laboratory. Gas chromatography, liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry, each sophisticated instrument began operating at high speed. Time slipped away, transitioning from day to night. The assistant, exhausted, had slumped over on the table in slumber. Yet Zhao Ming remained alert, his focus razor-sharp. He placed his last hope on the samples extracted from Lu Fei's myocardial cells. If there was indeed a poison, this would be the location of the highest concentration. He injected the sample into the high-resolution mass spectrometer. The machine emitted a low, rumbling hum as the computer screen refreshed with a cascade of data streams, each representing different compounds. Zhao Ming fixed his gaze on the screen, not blinking once. His mind operated like a supercomputer, rapidly analyzing each data peak. Suddenly, amidst the myriad complex background signals, an exceedingly faint signal peak flickered past. "That's it." Zhao Ming's heart raced as he immediately retraced the data, amplifying, purifying, and analyzing that signal peak. After a grueling day of toil, he finally discerned the molecular structure of that substance from the vast array of biomolecules. It was an intricately crafted and deadly organic compound. The modern toxicology database holds no records pertaining to it. It is colorless and tasteless, with an extremely brief half-life, decomposing rapidly upon entering the human body. It leaves only trace amounts in the targeted myocardial cells. It flawlessly mimics all the symptoms of acute myocardial infarction, deceiving even the most seasoned emergency physicians. This is not merely a poison. It is an exquisite piece of art designed for murder. Zhao Ming leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. The truth had been unveiled, yet he felt no sense of relief. Instead, a chill crept up his spine. The ability to create and utilize such a masterpiece could only belong to an exceptionally skilled murderer. In the conference room of the Longqing Public Security Bureau's Major Crimes Unit, smoke swirled, and the atmosphere was stifling. Gao Feng sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. Beside him, Zhao Donlai rhythmically tapped his fingers against the table, producing a dull sound. Everyone in the room had just finished listening to two reports. The first was from the on-site investigation team. In room 1801, where Lu Fei died, we conducted 3 thorough inspections, reported a security officer. There are no signs of forced entry. The doors and windows are intact. Apart from the deceased Lu Fei and the woman, no third party's fingerprints, hair, skin flakes, or footprints were found. We examined the takeaway containers, utensils, and remaining food and drink, uncovering no traces of poison. It is astonishingly clean. Chapter 35. Stalemate. The phrase astonishingly clean pierced through Gao Feng and Zhao Donglai like a needle. They exchanged a glance, both recognizing the same name. The killer behind the Huang Sihai case and the Wang Dashan case. The one who meticulously cleansed the crime scene without a trace. This was precisely why this case had been assigned to them. At that moment, The conference room door swung open, and Zhao Ming entered, looking fatigued yet sharp-eyed. He placed a freshly printed report on the table and spoke, his voice weary yet clear. The deceased Lu Fei succumbed to poisoning, a type of unknown fast-acting neurotoxin directly affecting the cardiovascular system, resulting in acute myocardial infarction. I have provisionally named it Heartbreaker. The dosage was meticulously calculated to be lethal. Yet it metabolizes and decomposes within a remarkably short time, leaving no conventional traces. Had it not been for the ultra-high precision depth testing, this case would have been classified as sudden death. Zhao Ming's words became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Gao Feng slammed his fist onto the table with a resounding thud. "Damn it," he muttered, veins bulging on his forehead. Anger, boundless fury, and a hint of frustration surged within him. They had mobilized the entire force to ensnare the killer in Longqing, vowing to unearth the murderer. Yet, what was the outcome? The perpetrator had not only evaded capture, but had escalated their actions, employing an unprecedented method of poisoning to execute a flawless judgment right under their noses. This was no longer a mere provocation. It was a blatant humiliation. The killer was demonstrating, through their very actions, that their surveillance was utterly futile, asserting, "I can kill whomever I wish." It may not be a single individual, Zhao Donglai suddenly remarked. Or rather, the killer may not be one person, but an organization, one with chemical experts, skilled operatives, and intelligence channels. This hypothesis cast a shadow of despair over everyone present. If the adversary were indeed an organization, the complexity of the case would increase exponentially. Regardless of whether it was an individual or an organization, Gao Feng inhaled deeply, forcing himself to maintain composure. He stood, placing his hands on the table, leaning slightly forward, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping across each person present. This time, we absolutely cannot let them slip away. This is a challenge to us, and we must respond. I order a comprehensive investigation to commence, dividing our forces into 4 teams. The first team, the surveillance unit. Expand the search. Begin from the day before the incident and review all nearby surveillance footage. Were there any suspicious individuals exhibiting odd behavior? The second team, the investigation unit. Zhao Donglai, you are in charge. Compile a list of all delivery personnel who brought food to room 1801. Scrutinize everyone who might have come into contact with Lu Fei's food and water. Review each person on the list one by one. The third team, the relationship unit. Investigate Lu Fei's social connections thoroughly. Uncover every grievance and vendetta, especially those that have surfaced recently. They will be the primary focus of our investigation. The fourth team, the technical unit. Zhao Ming, you are in charge. Continue analyzing the poison. Even if we cannot trace the raw materials, we must deduce its synthesis conditions and possible environments for its creation. Leave no stone unturned. However, as days passed, this meticulously laid trap yielded nothing but boundless disappointment. The surveillance unit was the first to hit a deadlock. They reviewed thousands of hours of footage, their eyes growing bloodshot. Yet they found no suspicious individuals matching the killer's physique. The hotel staff and delivery riders captured on the footage appeared utterly normal. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Donglai's investigation unit encountered obstacles of their own. Issues arose with the temporary workers and delivery riders. The personnel were diverse, highly mobile, and poorly managed. They identified several temporary workers who had either left or gone missing before and after the incident, including one disguised as a temporary cleaner named Shui Lu. Yet, these individuals were like raindrops merging into the ocean, virtually impossible to trace. This pivotal lead evaporated into thin air. The relationship unit's inquiry yielded equally fruitless results. They discovered that Lu Fei was universally despised, with enemies aplenty stretching from the south to the north of the city. Yet, most of these individuals were ordinary people who dared not voice their anger. They lacked the capacity and intelligence to orchestrate such a meticulously planned murder. Naturally, the investigation's focus fell upon Chun Yu's mother, Sun Xiaoying. 2 officers found her in a dilapidated apartment building. This woman, with graying hair and a face etched with wrinkles, appeared utterly drained after the loss of her daughter. When confronted by the officers, she was uncooperative, her murky eyes gleaming with a sense of vengeance. She lacked both the opportunity and the capability to procure such advanced toxins. Her sorrow was genuine, as was her powerlessness. Finally, Zhao Ming's technical unit remained active. He spent sleepless nights in the laboratory, striving to reconstruct the synthesis pathway of the poison. Ultimately, he reached a disheartening conclusion. Although the toxin structure was complex, if one possessed the correct synthesis formula, it could be produced in any well-equipped university chemistry lab, or even some private biological laboratories. The raw materials were readily available chemical reagents. This indicated that the pursuit of the poison's origin was utterly futile. For lines of inquiry, for paths, all led to a dead end. In the conference room, the smoke was thicker than it had been days prior, and the atmosphere was even more oppressive. All the investigative results were presented before Gao Feng, forming a monumental failure. They deployed the most elite investigative forces, tirelessly working for several days, yet resulted in nothing. The murderer, like a phantom, executed the poisoning with impunity and then vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the extensive surveillance failed to capture the assassin. The Lu Fei case was once again at a standstill, with pressure from above looming like dark clouds over everyone. Gao Feng stood by the window, gazing at the ceaseless flow of vehicles and the bustling crowd below. Longqing remained as vibrant and cacophonous as ever, yet he felt an unprecedented chill. It seemed as though he and his team were ensnared in an invisible net, meticulously woven by their adversary. Every action they took, every investigative direction they pursued, appeared to be anticipated by the enemy. Slowly, Gao Feng closed his eyes. He sensed that this enemy might be quietly observing them from some corner of the city. Adorned with a hint of mockery, he pondered how the enemy would judge the next target. Chapter 36. The connection between crimes. As the security system of Longshang grappled with the turmoil wrought by a ghostly assassin, Blackstone Prison, hundreds of kilometers away, continued its oppressive operations on its unique track. Within the high walls, sunlight seemed to lose its warmth, lazily spilling onto the playground, stretching the shadows of the prisoners into elongated, distorted shapes. In stark contrast to the external clamor and tension, time within these walls seemed to stagnate, thick with the stench of decay and despair. In Zone 2, the newly appointed chief guard, Zhao Litai, reveled in this atmosphere. For him, this was not a prison, but his personal hunting ground and ATM. He strolled leisurely along the patrol corridor, his slightly protruding belly swaying with each step. His half-closed eyes sparkled with greedy calculations. In just a week since his appointment, Zhao Litai had transformed Zone 2 into his independent kingdom. His methods of accumulating wealth were diverse, ranging from arranging comfortable labor positions to engaging in deeper, darker transactions, all with remarkable success. Upon learning that his predecessor, Gao Chong, only profited by selling prisoner death quotas, Zhao Litai scoffed. To him, relentless exploitation was the true path to amassing wealth. Thanks to the cunning maneuvering of the death warrior Wu Zue within the guards and Lin Mo's near invisibility, Zhao Litai had yet to set his sights on cell 2203. However, tranquility was merely temporary. As a hungry wolf's appetite grows, so too does its hunting ground. On this day, during the exercise period, Zhao Litai stood as usual at a height, scanning the playground like a vulture. A group of guards followed closely behind him. He sought new tools for profit, searching for valuables yet to be unearthed. His gaze swept over clusters of chatting prisoners and those listlessly pacing. Eventually, it was drawn to a particular figure. A remarkably robust silhouette, even clad in loose prison garb, could not conceal the explosive musculature beneath. He stood quietly in a corner, refraining from any interaction. Yet the ferocity emanating from him created a 3-meter vacuum around him. It was Long, Lin Mo's death warrior. Zhao Litai's eyes sparkled with greed. Recently, the underground boxing market in Longsheng had been exceptionally lucrative. The profits from a single match far surpassed what he earned in a week of labor here. He had long sought a fighter who was both formidable and unquestionably obedient, and Long appeared to be tailor-made for him. Life imprisonment meant no attachments, and a death would be of no consequence. This powerful physique, once on the boxing stage, would be a beast capable of tearing everything apart. With a bit of training, he could yield an endless stream of wealth. A perfect money-making tool. Zhao Litai's lips curled into a grin. He had already begun to devise plans to transform Long into his cash cow, calculating the substantial profits he would generate. As he scrutinized Long, his gaze inadvertently passed over two others beside him. One was a fair-skinned young man with delicate features, resembling a student yet to graduate. That was Xiao Lu. The other was the one he had consistently overlooked, Lin Mo Xiao Wu. Investigate those three individuals, Zhao Litai commanded Wu Zue, who trailed behind him. In that instant, Lin Mo, who had been meditating in the corner, felt his body stiffen. In his heightened sense of danger, a thick, deep red line abruptly shot from Zhao Litai's elevated position, precisely wrapping around him. Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the figure above. Zhao Litai's gaze was laden with unmasked calculations. That look instantly made Lin Mo realize that the secure prison life he had meticulously maintained was about to be shattered. This wolf named Zhao Litai had set his sights on their small group. Whether it was the forceful Long or himself, they had both been included on the adversary's hunting list. An overwhelming sense of crisis poured over Lin Mo like icy water, saturating him to the core. To be targeted by such a predator made mere compliance utterly futile. He would devour you to the bone. Zhao Litai must be eliminated. Taking down Zhao Litai was not difficult. It could be orchestrated through an accident. He had 100 methods to ensure this greedy chief guard met an untimely demise. However, merely eliminating Zhao Litai was far from sufficient. Lin Mo's thoughts raced like lightning. Zhao Litai was the chief guard of Zone 2, a position of paramount importance. If he were to die, the prison would inevitably appoint a new successor. Whether this new captain would be benevolent or malevolent, greedy or righteous, was shrouded in uncertainty. He could not entrust his safety to such unpredictable fortunes. A bolder idea began to take shape in Lin Mo's mind. He not only needed to eliminate Zhao Litai, but he also aimed to position himself and his ally, the new guard Wu Zue, into that crucial role during this power vacuum. Only by firmly establishing control over Zone 2 could he completely extricate himself from peril, transforming Blackstone Prison into his safest bastion rather than a cage that could consume him at any moment. This plan was fraught with difficulty, requiring meticulous calculations for every step, with no room for error. The first step of the plan was intelligence. He needed to know everything about Zhao Litai. Wu Zue, investigate everything about Zhao Litai. Be careful not to draw too much attention. Understood. Wu Zue nodded silently, as if merely accepting the orders of Chief Zhao Litai before him. Meanwhile, beyond the prison walls, another line of investigation was quietly advancing under the guidance of Shui Lu. Her target was the key false witness who had falsely accused Lin Mo, leading to his imprisonment. Lin Mo initially believed that these two lines of inquiry, one internal and one external, would remain disconnected for a considerable time. However, he underestimated the serendipity of this world, or rather, the intricate and invisible connections woven between malice and malevolence. That evening, through the perspective of Wu Zue, Lin Mo accessed all the information he had gathered about Zhao Litai. Simultaneously, Shui Lu's investigation began to show preliminary progress. Lin Mo, through Shui Lu's vision, discovered partial information about the false witness, whose name was Zhao Wei. Chapter 37. Evil always attracts. Lin Mo's thoughts flowed between the steadfast Wu Zue and the tenacious Shui Lu, akin to invisible waves of energy. These seemingly unrelated parallel lines ultimately converged in an astonishing revelation. Zhao Wei, the false witness who had condemned him to prison, was connected to Zhao Litai, the avaricious predator lurking within the prison walls. Through Wu Zue's in-depth probe into the prison personnel files and Shui Lu's infiltration of the social network outside, a clear truth emerged in Lin Mo's mind. Zhao Wei and Zhao Litai were close cousins. This discovery did not surprise Lin Mo. Rather, it confirmed his suspicions. Evil always attracts, like the polar ends of a magnet weaving an impenetrable net that ensnares all things foul and sordid. Within the prison, Zhao Litai constructed his empire of power, while Zhao Wei, outside the towering walls, managed the clandestine dealings. Shui Lu's investigation further corroborated this. Zhao Wei frequently visited a boxing club named Long Tongue in Long City, which served as one of the largest underground fighting markets in the area. The fighters Zhao Litai scouted within the prison were sent via Zhao Wei to the blood-soaked ring, generating immense wealth for him. All the gathered information formed a cohesive picture, with every fragment fitting seamlessly into place. A bold and meticulous plan swiftly took shape in Lin Mo's consciousness. He intended to exploit this nefarious transaction to sever the two poisonous serpents entwined around him. In the manager's office of Long Tongue Boxing Club, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the deafening roars and fervent cheers from the boxing ring below. The room was enveloped in thick soundproofing materials, creating an eerie silence. Seated around a Zeton wood table were three men. At the center sat the club manager, a robust man with prominent temples, known as Brother A. He was a formidable figure in this underground realm. To his left was Zhao Wei, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, who was dutifully pouring drinks for both men, adopting an excessively humble demeanor. Opposite them sat Zhao Litai, the newly appointed captain of the prison guards at Haishi Prison's 2nd Division. This was his first time personally visiting this establishment. Previously, all matters were handled by his cousin, Zhao Wei. However, with his appetite for power growing, he was no longer satisfied with the profit shares relayed by Zhao Wei. He sought to negotiate directly to maximize his gains. Brother A. My cousin's capabilities still leave much to be desired. Some things he struggles to articulate. Thus, I felt compelled to come in person today. Zhao Litai sipped his whiskey, his tone laced with an unmistakable arrogance. Brother A maintained a professional smile, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. What a pleasure it is to work alongside you and Zhao Wei. I wonder, Captain Zhao, Do you have any new directives today? A greedy smile crept across Zhao Litai's plump face as he extracted a document from his briefcase and tossed it onto the table. Directive is too grand a term. I merely wish to discuss a more substantial business opportunity with you. He pointed at the document with his thick fingers, indicating the contents. Brother A picked up the document, immediately drawn to the bold name and photograph at the top. The image depicted an exceptionally muscular man with a cold gaze, a scar at the corner of his brow adding an air of ferocity. The accompanying text read, "Along, sentenced to life for manslaughter. This Along is a rare gem I've recently discovered." Zhao Litai's voice brimmed with the excitement of a merchant unveiling a prized possession. He is a beast born for the ring. I've researched him. He single-handedly took down 5 troublemakers with ease. Put him in the ring, and he can tear his opponents apart. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. Brother A, this kind of talent is a once-in-a-lifetime find. The previous fighters were merely garbage, easily worn out after a few matches, a complete waste. But Along is a gold mine. With proper management, he could provide us with a continuous stream of cash. A glimmer of interest flickered in Brother A's eyes. As an expert in this field, he could assess Along's value merely from the photograph and information presented. Indeed, he was a valuable asset. He nodded in acknowledgement, but then shifted the conversation. However, Captain Zhao, valuable assets come with high costs. You know that extracting him from Haishi prison for a match incurs substantial expenses. That is precisely why I wish to negotiate with you. Zhao Litai's greed was unabashed. The previous 40-60 split is no longer suitable. Given the risks I am taking for this beast, I demand 70%. I take 7, you take 3. Brother A's smile faltered for a moment. Zhao Wei quickly intervened. Brother A, my brother is merely considering the longevity of our partnership. Just think, with Along as our trump card, how many matches could we open? How much profit could we generate? 70% is hardly excessive. 70%? Brother A let out a cold laugh, leaning back in his seat. Captain Zhao, do you take me for an employee? Without my connections and venue at Longtong, your asset would rot in prison for eternity. 50-50 is my bottom line. Zhao Litai's expression darkened, and the atmosphere in the room became taut with tension. Just as he prepared to retaliate, leveraging his identity and the valuable asset he possessed, a sudden wave of dizziness struck him. The scene before him began to blur, and his stomach churned violently. Zhao Litai shook his head, believing it to be the aftereffects of the alcohol. Yet, Brother A appeared to be in worse condition. His face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands trembling as they gripped the table. Meanwhile, Zhao Wei clutched his throat, emitting dry heaving sounds. This wine. Brother A stammered, pointing at his glass in horror. Before he could finish his sentence, his pupils began to dilate. At that moment, the door to the private room was silently pushed open. A figure glided in like a specter. She appeared to be an unremarkable woman, clad in the club's uniform, with an ordinary appearance and a lackluster demeanor. It was Shui Lu. However, in her slightly vacant eyes lay an icy void of death. Unbeknownst to them, she wielded a gleaming dagger, its blade glinting ominously. In the horrified gaze of the 3 men, Shui Lu moved. She rushed forward, knocking all 3 mobile phones off the table, and with precision, she crushed each one beneath her heel. After ensuring that all recording devices were thoroughly dealt with, she turned her gaze towards the 3 individuals who had already slumped on the sofa. Chapter 38. This person is here for him. Agu and Zhao Litai were the most severely afflicted, having lost their ability to resist. They could only watch helplessly as the shadow of death approached. The water flow offered them no respite. The dagger swiftly sliced through Agu's throat, and without hesitation, it plunged into Zhao Litai's heart. Following 2 muffled gasps, the private room was enveloped in silence once more. The pungent scent of blood quickly supplanted the aroma of cigars and alcohol. Zhao Wei was relatively less poisoned. He watched in horror as his cousin and Agu were slaughtered before his very eyes, paralyzed with fear, his pants damp with warmth. Crouched in a corner, his body trembled uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. He believed this to be a vendetta, that enemies of Agu had come to exact revenge. However, the woman's next words plunged him into an icy abyss. Zhao Wei. The tone of her voice was devoid of any emotion. She crouched down and wiped the blood of Zhao Litai from the dagger onto Zhao Wei's clothing. The Longqing serial murder case. Why did you commit perjury to frame Lin Mo? The word Lin Mo echoed in Zhao Wei's mind, a name he had long since cast aside, now resurfacing like a death knell from the lips of this female assassin. He finally understood that this was not a personal vendetta. This person was here for him. For that very case. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhao Wei's lips trembled as he attempted a final struggle. The woman's gaze remained unchanged as she simply extended her hand, and gently grasped Zhao Wei's left pinky. I will ask you once more. A piercing scream was suppressed in his throat. Zhao Wei felt an unimaginable pain radiate from his fingertip. His pinky was being twisted backward in an excruciatingly slow and cruel manner. I will speak. I will speak. Zhao Wei completely broke down, fear engulfing all his rationality. Someone gave me a large sum of money. They asked me to identify Lin Mo. They threatened me with my affair with my sister-in-law, so I agreed. Who gave you the money? The woman's voice remained icy. I don't know their name. I truly don't know. Zhao Wei wept bitterly. They always contacted me through a single line, using a virtual number, and the meeting places were always communicated at the last minute. All I know is that they wield immense power, tremendous power. How can I contact them? The woman pressed. I can't reach them. They always contacted me. The last time we spoke was after the case concluded. They warned me to remain silent forever, or my entire family would disappear. Zhao Wei, in tears, divulged everything he knew. However, once I inadvertently heard them take a call and mention a place. Jingxin Tea House. They also referred to the other person as Mr. Su. Jingxin Tea House, Mr. Su. These two keywords were firmly locked in Lin Mo's mind. Realizing that Zhao Wei had no more information to offer, Lin Mo's voice echoed in Shui Lu's mind. Dispose of them. Shui Lu raised the dagger. Zhao Wei looked at the woman before him, his eyes filled with pleading. I have told you everything I know. Please, spare me. His words abruptly ceased. The cold blade ended his life of crime. Shui Lu stood up and surveyed the surroundings. She took out a specialized chemical spray and meticulously cleaned any traces she might have left behind. Then, she arranged the three bodies in a manner that suggested a struggle, smashed the bottles and glasses on the floor, and took away the documents about a long that Zhao Litai had brought, destroying them. A few minutes later, a crime scene devoid of any traces had been meticulously set up. Having completed all of this, she silently vanished into the night. Blackstone Prison, Cell 2203. Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes, replaying the vivid crimson hue from the club in his mind. Judgment target, Agu, sin value, 800 points, judgment degree, death, congratulations, host. You have gained 800 sin value points. Judgment target, Zhao Litai, sin value, 500 points, judgment degree, death, congratulations, host. You have gained 500 sin value points. Judgment target, Zhao Wei, sin value, 80 points, judgment degree, death, congratulations, host. You have gained 80 sin value points. Remaining sin value balance, 1,560 points. 1560 sin value points. To summon the master hacker who can break through the barriers of the online world, he still needed 1,790 points. The road ahead was long. However, tonight's operation garnered far more than just these sin value points. Jingxin Tea House, Mr. Su. Lin Mo silently recited this name in his mind. This was the first time he had brushed against the edge of the vast web that ensnared him. Whether Mr. Su was a core figure or merely another intermediary, he represented a crucial lead. Lin Mo's thoughts turned toward Shui Lu. At this moment, Shui Lu was concealed within a safe house, erasing all traces of her previous outings. Shui Lu, investigate Jingxin Tea House and Mr. Su. Lin Mo paused before continuing. I want everything about this tea house, its background, regular patrons, financial transactions. Furthermore, I require complete information on Mr. Su, his identity, habits, and social network. Remember, this opponent is hidden deeper in the shadows. Proceed with caution. Do not alert anyone until we have absolute certainty. Understood. After those simple 2 words, Shui Lu began to prepare for action. Another significant gain from tonight's operation was Zhao Litai's demise. This opened a crucial gap in his plans within the prison. The position of captain of the 2nd District's Guard had become vacant. This position was of paramount importance to Lin Mo. If he could secure Wu Zue in that role, his safety and information acquisition capabilities within Blackstone Prison would undergo a qualitative leap. However, a conundrum lay before him. Wu Zue was merely a newcomer among the guards. In terms of experience and connections, he was utterly uncompetitive. How could he elevate Wu Zue to that position? Lin Mo's mind raced, connecting all the factors. First, there was the matter of public sentiment. Zhao Litai's predecessor had died in an accident, and now Zhao Litai had met an untimely end. 2 captains in succession had perished within a short span. This was certainly an ill omen within the superstitious guard ranks. This position had, in the eyes of many, become a cursed one. This presented the first point of leverage, fear. Fear would deter many qualified but life-preserving competitors, significantly reducing the intensity of competition. Chapter 39, The Lonely Minister's Rise. Next, there was the timing. What does the prison's upper echelons, especially the warden, need most at this moment? Stability. A correctional facility plagued by a series of mishaps resembles a ticking time bomb. It requires an individual who can command authority and is unequivocally reliable to defuse the situation. This leads us to the second point, necessity. The warden's primary need at this moment is not an experienced veteran, but rather someone capable of resolving issues and providing him with peace of mind. Lastly, there is the matter of Wu Zui's own development. How can a newcomer position himself as the right person in the eyes of the warden? Lin Mo's mind raced with thoughts. He had devised a complete plan. With a mere flicker of intent, Lin Mo's directives resonated clearly within Wu Zui's consciousness. At that moment, Wu Zui was in the guard's dormitory, polishing his baton. Upon hearing Lin Mo's voice, he slightly trembled, his gaze sharpening with intense focus. Wu Zui Zhao Litai is deceased. The position of captain of the 2nd Prison District will soon be vacant. I require you to occupy this role. You must accomplish several tasks. First, from this moment forward, express appropriate shock at Zhao Litai's demise. However, when discussions arise regarding the curse and ominous nature of this position, you should nod in agreement while subtly conveying your skepticism. The second step is to demonstrate loyalty and valor. The prison is never devoid of friction and conflict. In the coming days, I will instruct Along to instigate a moderate disturbance in the 2nd District. Your task is to be the first to charge in and quell the situation with unwavering decisiveness and strength. You must ensure that everyone, especially the prison hierarchy, recognizes you as a person of courage, unyielding to superstition, and willing to shoulder responsibility. The third step is to take a stand. When this incident escalates due to its ominous implications, and the higher-ups are in disarray, you must proactively approach the warden. Inform him of your willingness to temporarily assume the duties of the 2nd District, not for personal gain, but to stabilize the order within the prison and alleviate his burdens. Remember, Wu Zui, the image you must cultivate is that of a man who is neither superstitious nor self-serving, possessing both bravery and intellect, solely dedicated to performing his duties, while holding a genuine gratitude towards the warden. At this delicate juncture, such a loyal servant is precisely what the warden needs. Understood. Wu Zui's voice echoed in Lin Mo's mind, as steady as ever. In the manager's office of the Longting Boxing Club, glaring investigative lights illuminated the room as if it were midday. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of blood and alcohol. Gao Feng stood at the center, his expression dark enough to drip with tension. His gaze swept over 3 contorted corpses, his fists clenched at his sides. Zhao Ming had just completed the preliminary autopsy. He removed his gloves and approached Gao Feng. The cause of death for the 3 victims was a lethal weapon piercing vital areas. However, prior to that, they had all been affected by the same neurotoxin, albeit in varying doses. Gu and Zhao Litai had succumbed to the poison most severely, nearly losing mobility instantaneously. While Zhao Wei had been affected the least, and seemingly struggled before his death, Zhao Ming paused, gesturing toward a pool of liquid in the corner. There lay traces of Zhao Wei's urine, indicating extreme fear before his demise. The crime scene had been meticulously cleaned, akin to the Lu Fei case. Zhao Ming concluded that the perpetrator had eradicated all fingerprints, footprints, and hair. This was the hallmark of a skilled assassin. Assassin, Gao Feng spat the word through gritted teeth, his rage threatening to erupt. From Huang Xihai and Wang Dashin to Lu Fei and now these 3. The specter known as the assassin hung like a blade over Long City, continually challenging the limits of public safety. Anarchy. It was utterly lawless. Beside him, Zhao Dong was trembling with anger. A prison guard captain and a boxing club manager had been so brazenly murdered. What could he possibly hope to achieve? Did he truly believe himself a deity of judgment? Following the fury came a profound sense of helplessness. Gao Feng rubbed his aching temples and wearily stated that the last citywide operation had not only failed to apprehend the suspect, but had also incited panic among citizens, resulting in considerable negative repercussions. The higher-ups had called for a halt, explicitly instructing against further disturbances, yet they still demanded the capture of the assassin within a limited time frame. The pressures from above and the elusive methods of the assassin bore down on them like 2 immense mountains, stifling their breath. Investigate. Gao Feng's voice was hoarse yet resolute. First, ascertain the social connections and recent activities of the 3 deceased, particularly their commonalities. Why were they present at this location simultaneously? Second, conduct a thorough examination of all individuals who were present in the vicinity of the crime scene in the days leading up to and following the incident. Third, continue to trace the source of the poison. Everyone instinctively categorized this case as part of the assassin's series of righteous judgments. They subconsciously believed that the 3 wrongdoers had attracted the assassin's wrath due to their involvement in illicit activities. No one, not even for a fleeting moment, connected this heinous crime to Lin Mo, buried deep within the forgotten depths of Haishi prison. In the night, a sleek black Bentley glided smoothly along the Riverside Avenue. In the back seat, a young man clad in a tailored suit had just ended a phone call. He was none other than Wang Tong, the true mastermind behind the Longting Boxing Club and the second son of the Wang family. Useless. Wang Tong irritably tugged at his tie, his face etched with frustration. A Gu had followed me for so many years, only to perish inexplicably on his own turf. He had just pressured a senior official at the Public Security Bureau over the phone, yet the interlocutor's evasive responses revealed their helplessness regarding the so-called assassin. Young master, a GE's death has left the club in a state of panic, his assistant murmured. Our people have already investigated, but the scene is sealed off, and we can't obtain any clues. Tell everyone to pull themselves together. Wang Tong replied coldly. The club must not descend into chaos. Business must continue. Once a GE's affairs are settled, find a trustworthy individual to take over his position. We need to restore operations swiftly. Furthermore, spread the word. A reward of 10 million for any information leading to the assassin. After saying this, he seemed to recall something and dialed another number. Mr. Chun. It's me, Wang Tong. His tone became notably more deferential. A calm male voice responded from the other end. Young Master Wang. What brings you to call at such a late hour? A Gu from the Longting Boxing Club has died. Just now. He was killed in the club by that recently infamous assassin. Alongside him perished a prison guard named Zhao Li Tai and another individual named Zhao Wei. Chapter 40. The formation of a safe zone. Wang Tong had not finished speaking when Mr. Chun interrupted him on the other end. Young Master Wang, my condolences. Handle the club's matters yourself. My time is precious. The call was abruptly terminated. A fleeting shadow of anger crossed Wang Tong's face, but he ultimately refrained from lashing out. Meanwhile, in a more luxurious custom vehicle, the man referred to as Mr. Chen hung up the phone, his expression calm as he gazed out at the vibrant nightscape. Sir, one of the confidants mentioned cautiously, the Zhaowei associate that young Master Wang referred to suddenly comes to mind. I recall he assisted us with some illicit matters. Mr. Chen lifted the teacup beside him, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves, his movements deliberate and unhurried. Oh, is that so? A vague impression flickered in his mind. A greedy and cowardly minor character. Holding some unsavory leverage, he dutifully became a convenient, dirty tool. For Mr. Chun, someone like Zhao Wei was merely an insignificant cog in his grand design, disposable once used. The case of Lin Mo was trivial among the myriad of sordid affairs he had dealt with. He sipped his tea and remarked nonchalantly, just a tool to be discarded at will. If he is dead, so be it. Perhaps he was mingling with a Gu and fell victim to that assassin's hand. Sir, this assassin has been quite active lately. Should we be concerned about our associates? Might they trace back to us? A man scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. What is he? A pathetic creature hiding in the shadows, seeking attention by eliminating a few societal miscreants. The lives he takes are of no consequence. Perhaps he fancies himself a knight of justice? How laughable. Such individuals will never touch the real stage. There is no need to worry. The man leaned back into the soft leather chair, closing his eyes. He detested this uncontrollable chaos, but was more convinced that such turmoil would never reach his lofty heights. The death of Zhao Li Tai was like a stone cast into the still waters of Haishi prison, not causing waves but evoking a chilling sense of foreboding deep within. Whispers of discussion permeated every corner. The sole focus of the discourse centered on the position of the deputy warden of the second prison district. Did you hear? Zhao is dead, and it was gruesome, taken out by someone outside. This position is truly cursed. Captain Gao before him died from an accidental electrocution. Now, Zhao Li Tai has met a similarly untimely demise. Whoever assumes this role is doomed. Indeed, it's practically a hex. I say, let anyone who wishes to sit in that seat do so. I certainly wouldn't dare. Such superstitious and fearful sentiments spread rapidly, like a virus. Once a coveted position, it had now transformed into a proverbial hot potato that everyone avoided. The prison's higher-ups had repeatedly sought discussions with the elder, hinting at promotions. But the responses were always evasive. Wu Zue, as a newcomer, patrolled and stood guard as usual. When confronted with the discussions of his colleagues, he merely nodded occasionally, acknowledging the unsettling nature of the situation. However, more often than not, he displayed a calm demeanor that set him apart from those around him, even betraying a hint of indifference. This subtle attitude executed Lin Mo's first directive with precision. The moment was ripe for opportunity. That noon, in the cafeteria, chaos reigned during the prisoners' mealtime. Several troublemakers from the second prison district erupted into a fierce argument with the kitchen workers over a piece of moldy bread. What the hell? You expect me to eat this slop? A burly inmate slammed the bread onto the ground. We should be grateful to have anything to eat. Stop being so picky. The kitchen worker was no pushover, retorting back. The conflict escalated in an instant. At that moment, Along, who had been silently waiting in line, suddenly sprang into action without warning. Like a raging bull, he overturned the tray in front of him and charged into the crowd. His entrance ignited the powder keg. What began as a minor dispute rapidly evolved into a large-scale brawl involving dozens. Fists flew, and trays and chairs went airborne. The cafeteria descended into chaos, with screams and shouts reverberating through the air. Due to the absence of direct supervision, the guards present found themselves momentarily at a loss. They instinctively stepped back, waiting for reinforcements, reluctant to be the first to plunge into the heart of the turmoil. Just as the situation teetered on the brink, a figure dashed forward like an arrow released from a bow. It was Wu Zue. With a forceful demeanor, he executed a precise hold, pinning Along to the ground. The baton he wielded struck another inmate's wrist with a sharp crack. He was like a sharp wedge, forcibly inserting himself into the core of the chaos. With his singular strength, he temporarily subdued the scene. The arriving guards, witnessing this display, snapped out of their stupor and rushed in to collectively restore order. The higher-ups from the prison, arriving shortly thereafter, took note of Wu Zue's performance. In a time when everyone was fearful and hesitant, this newcomer named Wu Zue exhibited both courage and capability, shining like a lightning bolt in the night, blinding yet hopeful. This was the second step of Lin Mo's plan: loyalty and valor. Following the riot, Wu Zue's name was mentioned for the first time in a high-level meeting. Under Lin Mo's guidance, he knocked on the door of the warden's office. Reporting in. Come in. Wu Zue entered, standing tall and composed. The warden set aside his documents and appraised the young man before him. Moderately built and of ordinary appearance, yet his reserved eyes reflected a maturity beyond his years. Sit. Yes. Wu Zue's voice was steady and respectful. Is this about the cafeteria incident? The warden asked with keen interest. No, Wu Zue shook his head. I am here regarding matters of the second prison district. He paused, his tone sincere as he continued. Warden, I understand that the position of the deputy warden is currently troublesome. There are ominous rumors circulating, causing unrest among the staff. I am merely a newcomer, lacking in both experience and seniority. Yet, I wish to alleviate your burdens, so I request to temporarily take on the responsibilities of the second prison district. I only wish to contribute my share and help stabilize the situation for you, easing some of the pressure. Once you find a suitable candidate, I am ready to relinquish the role without hesitation. The warden furrowed his brow, fingers tapping the table. This Wu Zue had no faction, no background. His only reliance seemed to be his fervor for duty and loyalty to me, a pure and solitary minister. At this delicate juncture, could there be a more fitting candidate? The warden scrutinized Wu Zue intently before slowly nodding. Very well. From today onwards, you shall be the acting deputy warden of the second prison district. I trust in your capabilities. Thank you for your trust, warden. I shall not disappoint your expectations. Upon exiting the office, Wu Zue's expression remained serene. Yet in his mind, Lin Mo's voice resonated clearly. Well done. Within the confines of cell 2203 in Haishi prison, Lin Mo exhaled slowly. The security perimeter within the prison had now begun to take shape. Chapter 41. Escape from the trap simultaneously. The criminal investigation team of the launching Public Security Bureau was engulfed in an unprecedented storm. Gao Feng's eyes were bloodshot, fixated on the intricacies of the relationship chart before him. At the center was the elusive figure known as the killer. From the pen murders in the cases of Huang Sihai and Wang Dashan to the poisoning in the cases of Lu Fei and the Longting Club, the methods varied drastically. Two distinct styles of operation emerged, one clean and efficient, the other subtly lethal. Zhao Donglai meticulously analyzed, stating that either the perpetrator is proficient in various methods of murder, deliberately misleading us, or the killer is not a singular individual, but rather an organization. Gao Feng took over the conversation, his voice hoarse. This deduction sent a chill down the spine of everyone present. A phantom-like assassin is already terrifying enough. If it were a disciplined, well-coordinated organization of killers, it would be a nightmare for the law enforcement system. How is the investigation into the poison's source progressing? Gao Feng turned to Zhao Ming, who was responsible for this matter. Zhao Ming adjusted his glasses and replied, We have made progress. The toxin sample from the Longting Club case contains a crucial synthetic precursor that is an extremely rare plant extract. This substance is virtually unavailable in the market, traded only on specific websites. Our operatives posed as buyers, fishing on the website, and finally established contact with the seller. Through technical tracking, we discovered that a buyer from Longqing purchased a trace amount of this substance from the seller just a week prior to the incident at Longting Club. Can we identify the buyer? A glimmer of hope ignited in Gao Feng's eyes. It is difficult, Zhao Donglai shook his head, as the other party is very cautious. All transaction information is false. However, we uncovered an intriguing detail. The buyer's ID and her communication habits suggest that she is likely a woman. The assassin is a male named Mu Shi. The characteristics of the killer that Gao Feng had previously summarized resurfaced in his mind. He slammed the table in realization. One uses a weapon, the other uses poison. One male, one female. There must be at least 2 killers, since she needs to purchase raw materials. It indicates that the poison in her possession is not inexhaustible. Zhao Ming calmly analyzed. We can reverse the operation. Let the seller release information indicating that a batch of higher purity product has arrived. The location will be set in a place under our control. A trap targeting the flow of information was swiftly laid out. In the western part of the city, in an abandoned chemical factory, dozens of undercover officers had already concealed themselves in various corners of the factory, their breaths barely perceptible. They resembled patient hunters, waiting for their prey to step into the trap. Meanwhile, a kilometer away on the rooftop of a half-finished building, several trusted subordinates of Wang Teng were observing the target area through high-powered binoculars. Changgu, that group of officers, is acting suspiciously. They must have something big planned. The burly man known as Changgu was Wang Teng's most capable enforcer. He lowered the binoculars, a greedy grin spreading across his face. A bounty of 10 million. Regardless of what the officers intend to do, as long as that assassin dares to show up, the money will belong to us brothers. There is no need to fear the officers. If anything happens, Wang Xiao will help us. Wang Teng's bounty notice acted like a potent drug, driving the entire underworld of Longqing into a frenzy. They utilized every connection to probe into any clues related to the assassin. The police department's covert operation ultimately leaked information. They were unaware of the police's specific plans, but they knew that the assassin might appear here tonight. Their intention was to catch the mantis while the cicada was unaware. In the shadows further away, Shui Lu donned black attire, nearly blending into the night. Her somewhat dull eyes sparkled with hawk-like vigilance. She had arrived long ago. As an assassin, her alertness was ingrained in her very being. Before approaching the target area, she spent 2 entire hours observing from the periphery. Although the police's ambush was concealed, under her professional scrutiny, several unnatural traces were still exposed. The presence of Wang Teng's subordinates further confirmed her suspicion that this was a trap set for her. Their breath was filled with greed and violence, thoroughly disturbing the delicate balance of the scene. Without the slightest hesitation, she silently retreated, quickly disappearing into the endless darkness. Inside the chemical factory, the officers waited in vain throughout the night, until dawn broke, still having achieved nothing. Meanwhile, Chang Ji's group cursed and departed amidst the cold wind. Upon learning of the failed operation, Gao Feng was nearly driven to smash his office. He understood that not only had they failed, but they had also thoroughly startled the snake in the grass. Next time, capturing the assassin's trail would be an arduous task. The news of Shui Lu escaping the trap swiftly reached Lin Mo's mind. He was not surprised. He trusted Shui Lu's capabilities. At this moment, he was more concerned about another matter. How has the investigation into Jingxin Tea House and Mr. Su progressed? Shui Lu's voice soon responded. The lead has gone cold. Jingxin Tea House, located in an alley of the old town, had closed down 3 months ago. The doors and windows were boarded up, covered in a thick layer of dust. I interviewed the surrounding neighbors, and they mentioned that no one knew the owner's surname. They only knew that he vanished overnight about 3 months ago, and since then, there has been no sign of him. Lin Mo felt a slight heaviness in his heart. What about Mr. Su? There is no valid information, Shui Lu replied. When I interrogated Zhao Wei, he was in a state of extreme fear and confusion, repeatedly mumbling this name. It could be a pseudonym or merely a vague code name. I employed certain methods, contacting several informants, but none could provide any information regarding an individual referred to as Mr. Su related to Jingxin Tea House. Jingxin Tea House is vacant, and Mr. Su appears to be non-existent. The lead from Zhao Wei, the false witness, had only opened a door that led to a frigid dead end. The flickering flame of hope was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Lin Mo sat on the cold bedboard of the detention cell, quietly facing the wall. He recalled the tragic death of his parents and the resentful gazes of those around him as he was handcuffed. That deeply ingrained hatred surged within him once more. He felt a wave of long-lost sorrow and fury. This path of vengeance was more tortuous and darker than he had imagined. The shadowy hand behind it all had concealed itself too deeply. However, this emotion lasted only a brief moment. Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his gaze had regained its tranquility. Sorrow and anger were of no consequence. If the lead is cold, then seek anew. If the enemy is deeply hidden, then excavate him bit by bit. As long as he was alive, this quest for vengeance and judgment would never come to an end. Chapter 42, Dual Line Strategy. He sat cross-legged on the cold bedboard in cell 2203 of Haishi Prison. The external storm, the police's trap, Shui Lu's escape, and the complete severing of Zhao Wei's lead. All these scenes flowed through his mind, ultimately settling into silence. Lin Mo was acutely aware that the false witness Zhao Wei was merely a trivial cog in the vast black web. Since the enemy could easily sever this line, it indicated that they were thoroughly prepared. The path of tracing the clues was temporarily blocked. Yet, this did not signify a dead end. When one path is obstructed, then one must forge a new one with absolute force. System, Lin Mo silently chanted in his heart. The balance of the crime hunting points stands at 1560. At first glance, this amount appears substantial. It represents the cumulative wealth he has meticulously amassed through orchestrating accidents within the prison, as well as the endeavors of Mu Shi and Shui Lu, who have executed multiple judgments outside. However, it falls significantly short of Lin Mo's ultimate objective. He requires a pivotal figure capable of piercing through the digital fog and unearthing adversaries concealed within the depths of the data ocean, a true master hacker. To summon an assassin endowed with such abilities, a minimum of 3,350 crime hunting points is necessary. The gap remains considerable. He must take the initiative. Lin Mo reflects deeply. He can no longer passively await clues to materialize. A dual approach is imperative. He must simultaneously gather sufficient resources while forcefully tearing open a breach from the most elusive leads. Mu Shi, hundreds of kilometers away in Jincheng, is within a modest rental unit. An unremarkable man, with a restrained aura, meticulously sands a ballpoint pen. Upon hearing Lin Mo's call, his actions remain unperturbed. Yet his consciousness aligns entirely. He continues his operations in Jincheng, targeting those with blood debts who evade legal repercussions through power and wealth. This time, I need you to accelerate your pace and expand your influence, swiftly acquiring enough crime hunting points while ensuring your safety. Jincheng, being distanced from Longcheng, possesses a relatively independent security system. Mu Shi's actions there can efficiently harvest crime hunting points without significantly impacting operations in Longcheng if he is apprehended. Yes, Mu Shi Chen Mo replies. Lin Mo's focus then shifts to another front, Shui Lu. The police's trap in Longqing indicates they have become aware of your presence. From this point onward, transition into silence and cease all assassination activities. Understood, Shui Lu replies calmly. Your new mission is to investigate. Lin Mo relays several keywords. Old district. Goods, hospital. Though vague, these terms likely point to the core secret. I need you to conduct a thorough investigation of all hospitals in Longqing's old district. Do not alarm anyone, nor attempt to infiltrate. I only require you to observe and listen, collecting any threads that may relate to illicit transactions or special goods. Report any anomalies back to me. Understood. Shui Lu prepares for action. Thus, the dual strategy is established. Mu Shi acts like a sharp dagger, charging forth to harvest crime hunting points, while Shui Lu transforms into a silent net, patiently sifting through the storm center of Longcheng for that decisive clue. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, stationed in the heart of the operation, redirects his attention to the confines of Haishi Prison, which equally serves as a vast reservoir of crime hunting points. In the days to come, Haishi Prison appears tranquil on the surface, as always. Yet beneath this calm facade, a peculiar and clandestine undercurrent stirs. In the 3rd prison district, a notorious inmate unknowingly steps on something during recreation time. He tumbles from a low ladder, breaking his neck and dying instantly. The prison doctor deems it an accidental incident. In the 1st district, an inconspicuous heavy criminal suffers an acute heart attack, collapsing on his bunk and never waking again. His frail health had long been known, eliciting no surprise from others. In the 2nd district, a significant safety incident occurs, resulting in the deaths of several inmates. Fortunately, Wu Zue manages to contain the turmoil and its repercussions. The final investigation concludes it as a production accident. These accidents transpire in succession, yet evoke no suspicion, for such events are not uncommon. The deceased are all individuals with exceedingly high crime values. Lin Mo, as always, maintains a low profile, adhering to the daily routine of meals, recreation, and labor, embodying the most compliant prisoner. Only he is aware that with each incident, the crime hunting points on his system panel steadily increase. Though the points from individual inmates pale in comparison to those of the notorious criminals outside, they accumulate over time. Soon, he will summon a master-level hacker assassin. Simultaneously, Shui Lu's investigation commences. She refrains from immediately approaching any hospital, instead dedicating several days to fully immerse herself in the environment of the old district. She frequents the local market, listening to the elderly bemoan rising prices and health concerns. She loiters in small parks, observing seniors playing chess and chatting. She even secures a part-time job at a fast food restaurant, interacting with a diverse array of people. She becomes like a drop of water, silently merging into the murky stream of the old district. Once she feels that the lethal aura of her past actions has been entirely masked by the mundane atmosphere of the marketplace, she embarks on her genuine investigation. Under the pretense of consulting for a rural relative's health issues, she navigates through the various hospitals and clinics in the old district. Here, she witnesses the shocking corruption and darkness festering within the healthcare system. At the Third People's Hospital, she observes a pharmaceutical representative discreetly handing a substantial envelope to the head of the cardiology department. Subsequently, the prescriptions issued by that director show a marked increase in the frequency of an expensive imported medication, while a similarly effective domestic alternative is relegated to obscurity. In a private orthopedic clinic, she overhears a doctor exaggerating a diagnosis, intimidating a young man with a mere sprain into accepting a special treatment plan costing tens of thousands, threatening lifelong repercussions otherwise. She also learns that at the central hospital, securing a coveted specialist appointment or a bed requires more than official channels. It is more effective to go through scalpers and so-called medical guides, with prices ranging from hundreds to thousands, forming a well-established gray industry chain. These malevolent acts occur incessantly, akin to maggots feasting on the medical system, greedily draining the lifeblood of patients. Shui Lu diligently records this information and relays it back to Lin Mo. However, these revelations merely represent routine corruption and seem distant from the goods transaction Lin Mo seeks. One day, while having lunch at a small noodle shop near Renai Rehabilitation Hospital, Shui Lu inadvertently overhears two seasoned caregivers discussing the hospital. Renai Rehabilitation Hospital? That place is quite sinister. One of our old acquaintances worked there as a caregiver, but after less than 2 months, he left. He claimed to hear strange noises from the basement at night, which was quite unsettling. Moreover, their medications are outrageously priced, with mediocre effects. It's just that the decor is nice, giving an impression of grandeur, specifically designed to deceive the wealthy. The snippets of conversation from the neighboring caregivers drift into Shui Lu's ears, maintaining a composed demeanor. She continues to eat her noodles while firmly committing the terms Renai Rehabilitation Hospital and basement to memory. The recent investigations have exposed her to an overwhelming array of routine evils within the healthcare system, yet they feel like mere scratching the surface, failing to reach the core of the goods Lin Mo described. However, the casual remarks of these two caregivers stir a ripple of intrigue within her. Eerie, commotion, basement. These words, when woven together, allude to a clandestine secret. Shui Lu exhibited no discernible interest in the immediate surroundings. She quietly finished her meal, settled the bill, and departed, her demeanor as unassuming as that of an ordinary office worker. In the ensuing days, her investigative direction underwent a subtle shift. She ceased her aimless wanderings through various hospitals and instead concentrated her efforts around the Renai Rehabilitation Hospital. However, the security at this facility was exceptionally stringent. After several attempts, she found no opportunity to infiltrate. Rather than alerting the guards, she resolved to patiently wait. Shui Lu altered her strategy. She began seeking out those venerable individuals who had spent their entire careers as living encyclopedias within the old district's healthcare system. While they might not be privy to the overarching dark schemes, their extensive experiences were a veritable goldmine of information. Ultimately, she focused her attention on an elderly pharmacist at a community drugstore. The old man, surnamed Li, donned reading glasses and had served there for over 40 years, possessing intricate knowledge of every hospital's evolution in the old district. Shui Lu disguised herself as a freelance writer researching local history, frequently visiting the pharmacy under the pretense of inquiring about the development of healthcare in the area. Each visit, she brought fruits and snacks, engaging in light conversation with pharmacist Li. Initially, the old man remained cautious. Yet, Shui Lu's approachable demeanor, imbued with the warmth of ordinary life, made her appear harmless. Coupled with her remarkable patience, she adeptly navigated the conversation, gradually earning Li's trust. "Young lady, you're asking about Renai Rehabilitation Hospital?" During one casual exchange, Shui Lu seemingly mentioned the name without intent. Pharmacist Li adjusted his glasses, and a flicker of complex emotion passed through his murky eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly began, "That place didn't always bear this name. Its former identity was the Municipal 7th Welfare Institute. It was privatized and transformed into what it is today. There was a significant incident back then, But alas, it was forcibly suppressed. Shui Lu's heart stirred, and she subtly pressed on. A significant incident? Mr. Li, could you elaborate? These historical tidbits were invaluable for my writing. Pharmacist Li sighed, lowering his voice. I'll share, but this is something no one dares to mention these days. About 7 or 8 years ago, a formidable female journalist named Wu Wei was investigating some dark dealings within the healthcare system here. It said she uncovered substantial evidence, directly implicating Rin AI Rehabilitation Hospital. Wu Wei? Shui Lu echoed softly, the name lingering in the air. Yes, Wu Wei. Pharmacist Li's tone bore a hint of regret. That girl was capable, courageous, and genuinely wished to effect change for the common people. Just as she was on the verge of exposing the truth, something happened. She was reported for accepting bribes and extortion. The evidence was meticulously fabricated, leaving her unable to defend herself, and she was sentenced to 3 years. Upon her release, the entire journalism industry ostracized her. No one dared to employ her. A promising investigative reporter's career was thus destroyed. Now, I hear she struggles greatly, living alone in the dilapidated tenement in the south. Shui Lu listened intently, etching every word into her memory. A journalist who sought to unveil the dark underbelly of healthcare had been framed and subsequently blacklisted. The tale itself brimmed with injustice and malevolence. More crucially, the shadowy dealings Wu Wei had explored likely reached the very depths that Lin Mo was pursuing. Otherwise, the adversaries would not have resorted to such drastic measures to silence her. After departing the pharmacy, Shui Lu immediately commenced a thorough investigation into Wu Wei. It was not long before she located Wu Wei's residence, an aging tenement building with peeling walls and cluttered hallways. Shui Lu refrained from disturbing her, instead observing from a distance. She saw Wu Wei clad in faded, worn clothing, purchasing the cheapest vegetables at the market. She witnessed Wu Wei working part-time as a proofreader in a small printing shop, earning less than 50 yuan a day. The weight of her circumstances nearly crushed her spirit. Yet, in the occasional spark of vitality that Wu Wei exhibited, Shui Lu discerned an undying flame. It seemed that even amid despair, she had not relinquished her resolve to fight. There exists a type of person who values truth and justice above their own life. Shui Lu, through certain channels, acquired Wu Wei's investigative notes and fragmented interview records from that time. Most of the material had been destroyed, yet the remnants hinted at the existence of a vast and terrifying interest group lurking in the shadows. Shui Lu meticulously compiled all information regarding Wu Wei, along with her own insights, and transmitted it through thought to Lin Mo, who was far away in Heisher prison. In the prison yard, Lin Mo closed his eyes, seemingly relishing the fleeting taste of freedom. In truth, his focus was entirely on the information transmitted by Shui Lu. Wu Wei. This name acted as a key, swiftly unlocking a tightly sealed door in his mind. The previous accounts of medical kickbacks and overtreatment were merely surface ailments. Wu Wei's emergence allowed him to sense, for the first time, the core essence related to goods. A journalist so formidable that vested interests were willing to deploy considerable power to frame and silence her. The truth she sought to reveal could not simply be ordinary corruption. Behind it lay profound malevolence capable of overturning everything. Goods, hospitals, old district. Wu Wei's thread masterfully connected all the elusive keywords. Lin Mo reached a resolution within himself. Yet, the moment was not yet ripe. His crime-hunting value remained insufficient. He required greater capital to summon the specter capable of piercing through the web of deception and maximizing the value of Wu Wei's lead. Thus, his thoughts traversed hundreds of kilometers, arriving in another city. Chapter 44. The Storm from Jincheng. Jincheng. In the dead of night. Within a luxurious villa in the western part of the city, businessman Zhang Fugui lay contentedly in bed after an invigorating workout. He had just signed a significant contract and had once again won over a beautiful young college student with his wealth. It was the pinnacle of his life. Suddenly, he felt a barely perceptible chill at his neck. Assuming it was due to the air conditioning, he mumbled and turned over, ready to continue sleeping. However, he would never awaken again. A common ballpoint pen, wielded with extraordinary precision, pierced through his carotid artery at a most cunning angle. A warm stream of blood quietly soaked the expensive silk pillowcase. In the darkness, a figure emerged like a specter, only to vanish just as swiftly, leaving no fingerprints or footprints behind. Musher had struck again. This marked the third similar incident in Jincheng within a fortnight. The first victim was a notorious loan shark, a figure who, through coercion, had caused the demise of at least 5 lives, yet remained unscathed due to his wealth and connections. The second victim was the manager of a chemical plant, who, in a bid to cut costs, had been discharging untreated toxic wastewater directly into the river for years, resulting in a surge of cancer cases in downstream villages. He had long since bribed the relevant authorities, ensuring that he could easily pass every inspection. The third victim was Zhang Fugui, who, during his rise to wealth, had repeatedly delayed payments to migrant workers, leading to the disintegration of several families. One of the wage claimants was inadvertently pushed off a rooftop by his thugs, becoming a vegetable. All the deceased were prominent figures in Jincheng, notorious for their misdeeds, yet evading legal retribution. Their deaths bore a striking similarity, each meeting their end via a single, precise strike from a common ballpoint pen. The crime scenes were meticulously clean, devoid of any valuable clues. In the conference room of Jincheng's Public Security Bureau, the atmosphere was thick with tension, shrouded in smoke. Li Wei, the captain of the criminal investigation team, slammed his fist on the table, producing a muffled thud. Not again. It was identical. His bloodshot eyes reflected pent-up frustration as he spoke, his voice laced with barely contained rage. This was the third incident within a fortnight. Although each victim had been deserving of their fate, and the public even expressed satisfaction, this was a profound humiliation for the law enforcement system. The perpetrator appeared to be openly taunting them, wielding the most commonplace of instruments, a ballpoint pen, to enact what he believed to be justice. The on-site investigation yielded no discoveries. A young investigator reported, his tone rife with defeat. We reviewed all surveillance footage. No suspicious individuals entered the villa district. The assailant seemed to possess the ability to vanish without a trace. And the motive? Li Wei rubbed his aching temples, pondering. The only commonality among the three victims was their notorious reputations and their unclean hands. It was almost certain that the killer's motive was one of vigilante justice. Li Wei mulled over this term, tasting its bitterness. This made their investigative task increasingly challenging. There were no vendettas, no crimes of passion, no financial motives. The killer, akin to a random judge, left them with no leads. It was impossible to fish for clues when the targets for vigilante justice were so numerous. The entire task force fell into a profound silence. At that moment, an elderly officer with graying hair, who had been quietly perusing a mountain of case files, suddenly spoke up. He had remained silent until now. Captain, I believe I have encountered a similar modus operandi before. All eyes turned toward him. The elderly officer, Chen Bing, nearing retirement, was a walking encyclopedia of the team. He unsteadily rose, approached the whiteboard, and pointed to the lethal ballpoint pen in the crime scene photographs. This method of employing a pen as a murder weapon, swift and clean, I recall, occurred in 2 cases in Longqing half a month ago, exhibiting striking similarities. He extracted a briefing from a pile of internal reports. Longqing, the Wang Dashan case, the Huang Sihai case. Chen Bing scrutinized them closely. The victims were also infamous local villains, similarly slain by a ballpoint pen, with the scenes equally immaculate. A collective gasp echoed in the conference room. Li Wei snatched the briefing, his eyes widening in astonishment. The same weapon, the same type of victim, the same professional technique. This was not imitation. An imitator could never execute such flawless precision. This was the work of the same individual, or perhaps the same group. Contact Longqing immediately. Li Wei's voice, charged with excitement, grew hoarse. Right away. Request a joint investigation. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Longqing, the atmosphere in the office of the Criminal Investigation Team's Assassin Task Force was even more oppressive than in Jincheng. It had been a while since their last failed operation against a female poisoner. That woman, skilled in her craft, had seemingly evaporated from existence. Likewise, the ballpoint pen killer had also vanished from the scene. The city of Longqing appeared to have returned to a state of calm. However, for Gao Feng and his task force, the pressure was mounting. The weight of scrutiny from superiors and the doubts from victims' families loomed over them like a mountain. The unresolved case and the assailants' continued freedom served as a ruthless mockery of their capabilities. Gao Feng had not enjoyed a good night's sleep in several days. Poring over the case files of the Longting Club, attempting to glean new leads from every detail, yet all efforts proved futile. The killer was too cunning, too professional, with counter-surveillance skills that were astonishingly adept. Captain, could it be that they have already left Longqing? A young officer inquired cautiously. Gao Feng remained silent, extinguishing the cigarette but in the ashtray with force. This was precisely what he feared. If the killer had truly fled to another city, finding them amidst the vast sea of humanity would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At that moment, the phone on the table rang urgently. Gao Feng answered, his brow furrowed. Hello, Criminal Investigation Team. On the other end, the voice of Li Wei, the captain of Jincheng's Criminal Investigation Team, was laced with urgency. The long-held gloom seemed to be cleaved open by a thunderclap. I understand now. Gao Feng's voice was steady and resolute. The killer has not disappeared. He has merely relocated. After hanging up, Gao Feng quickly summoned all team members. Everyone. He surveyed the weary faces around him. Our old acquaintance has resurfaced in Jincheng. He succinctly outlined the situation, and the office was instantly reinvigorated. Jincheng has requested a joint investigation. This is our prime opportunity to make a breakthrough. Gao Feng slammed his hand on the table. I will immediately apply for the establishment of a joint task force. The application process was not without its challenges, with some leaders expressing concerns regarding the complexities of inter-city coordination and the potential for accountability. However, Gao Feng stood firm, his resolve unwavering. The killer is part of a mobile criminal organization. We possess more leads than Jincheng at present. Collaboration between the two cities and the exchange of information is our only chance to apprehend them. Should we allow them to roam free, they will move on to the next city, perpetrating further bloodshed. Ultimately, his insistence garnered approval. The elite forces from Longqing and Jincheng swiftly converged, and a joint task force aimed at capturing the vigilante killer was officially established under immense pressure. Chapter 45. The Phantom. The first case analysis meeting of the Joint Task Force convened in the conference room of Longqing's Public Security Bureau. On either side of the vast conference table sat elite officers from both cities. At the head of the table, Gao Feng, the deputy captain of Longqing's criminal investigation team, sat alongside Li Wei, the captain of Jincheng's team. The whiteboard before them was already plastered with photographs of the victims and case details. Wang Dashan and Huang Sihai from Longqing, the loan shark boss, the chemical plant manager, and the businessman Zhang Fuguwei from Jincheng. 5 photographs, 5 lives lost, all pointing to the same ordinary ballpoint pen. On the opposite side were the case files for Lu Fei and the Longting Club incident. The situation was becoming increasingly clear. Li Wei broke the silence first. This is not imitation. Rather, it is the work of a well-organized criminal syndicate with clearly defined roles. The perpetrator we are pursuing in Jincheng is the same individual that you and Longqing have been searching for. Gao Feng nodded and took the conversation forward. Moreover, in conjunction with the case at Longting Club, we can ascertain that this organization comprises at least 2 individuals. One is adept at utilizing a pen as a weapon, executing precise, physical assassinations. The other is a woman, well-versed in toxicology, capable of enacting lethal harm without a trace. The targets chosen by these 2 killers exhibit a striking uniformity. They are individuals who have committed egregious acts within society, yet evaded legal retribution through various means. Their crimes are imbued with a pronounced sense of judgment and demonstration. The conference room fell into a brief contemplation. It became apparent to all present that they were not merely dealing with a simple crime of passion. This is an organized, premeditated, and ideologically driven assassin group. We should assign them a code name. Forensic expert Zhao Ming from Longqing adjusted his glasses and spoke up. Assigning them an accurate code name will aid us in defining their criminal profile more clearly. Gao Feng turned to him. Do you have any suggestions? Zhao Ming pointed to the photographs of victims, each precisely pierced in the skull by a ballpoint pen displayed on the screen. This killer approaches each act as if completing a work of intricate craftsmanship. There is no margin for error. Their understanding of human anatomy and control over force has reached an unparalleled level. He paused and uttered 2 words, craftsman. This term resonated with everyone present. It encapsulated the killer's calm, yet brutal modus operandi with remarkable precision. Craftsman is an excellent code name. Gao Feng nodded, then inquired further. And what of the other? The one who uses poison? Poison is the art of chemistry, Zhao Ming continued. She can concoct toxins that are difficult to detect, precisely control dosages and onset times, and administer them stealthily to ensure victims are poisoned without their knowledge. This requires profound knowledge of chemistry and pharmacology, akin to that of an ancient apothecary. A young investigator instinctively chimed in. This code name is equally fitting. Mysterious, lethal, and capable of claiming lives in an imperceptible manner. Excellent. Gao Feng stood up, approached the whiteboard, and solemnly inscribed 2 terms, craftsman, apothecary. With code names established, we now require new investigative directions. Gao Feng's voice pulled everyone's thoughts back to the matter at hand. Conventional investigative methods have proven ineffective. We must break free from conventional thinking. He stood up, walked to the whiteboard, and picked up a marker. First, tracing the source of the murder weapon. Gao Feng continued. Although the ballpoint pen used by the craftsman is ordinary, the model is standardized. We must immediately investigate the sales channels for this model of pen throughout the city and even the nation, particularly focusing on bulk purchase records. As for the apothecary, this is of utmost importance. He emphasized. Zhao Ming has already conducted preliminary analyses of the toxic substances. We need to gather the finest toxicology experts from both regions to ascertain the precise source of the poison. whether it originates from legitimate chemical suppliers or black market transactions. Identifying the source will allow us to follow the threads to uncover more. Secondly, criminal psychological profiling. Gao Feng added, the organizational style of this group is calm, professional, and exhibits exceptional counter-surveillance capabilities. They are certainly not ordinary fugitives. I propose that we immediately invite top criminal psychology experts to join the task force. We need to establish their psychological and behavioral models. They may have backgrounds in military, law enforcement, or espionage. Through profiling, we might predict the types of targets they may select next and preemptively establish control. Lastly, monitoring information channels. Gao Feng's marker tapped the whiteboard. They are enacting their misguided sense of justice and undoubtedly possess a strong desire for expression. We must comprehensively monitor the internet, dark web, and major media platforms to search for any statements or provocative information that may have been left by them or their admirers. We must clarify their specific demands for acting on behalf of heaven. 3 entirely new investigative leads emerged like sharp daggers, piercing through the gloom that hung over the task force. The oppressive atmosphere in the conference room was dispelled, replaced by a tense yet invigorating spirit. A web of investigation targeting the craftsman and the apothecary began to unfold. Inside Haishi prison, time seemed to pass particularly slowly within the high walls. Lin Mo sat cross-legged on the hard bed of his cell, eyes tightly shut. Yet, deep within his consciousness, a tempest of data was coalescing. Criminal value balance, 3,600 points. Through the actions of the Shishir in Jincheng and his own activities within the prison, his criminal value surged at an unprecedented rate. The moment Zhang Fugui fell, his criminal value was finally sufficient. Lin Mo desperately needed this power. The investigation into Shuelu had reached an impasse. Through the shared vision of the Shishir, Lin Mo could observe Shuelu's endeavors over the past 2 weeks. She disguised herself under various identities, moving in and out of major hospitals and clinics in the old city. Like the most patient of hunters, she collected every whisper and rumor. She uncovered many evils hidden beneath the towering white edifice. Furthermore, she had even heard the story of investigative journalist Wu Wei. This information deepened Lin Mo's understanding of the darkness in this world. Yet, none of it pointed to the truth he yearned to uncover. Old city, goods, hospitals. These keywords were simply too elusive. Relying solely on Shuelu was inefficient and perilous. He needed a pair of eyes capable of penetrating the fog of data, a ghost that is utterly invisible, untraceable, and able to silently infiltrate any stronghold. Lin Mo began issuing commands. Utilizing ability, deployment of Shishir. Name, ghost. Appearance, unremarkable. Trait, intelligent, grants Shishir an extraordinary capacity for learning and understanding. A necessary trait for mastering expertise. Trait, master hacker, possesses network technology that surpasses current standards by at least a decade. Capable of infiltrating any non-physically isolated database and flawlessly erasing all traces of itself. Deployment location, concealed area outside Haishi prison. The system responded. Settings completed. Generating Shishir ghost completed. Criminal value balance, 250 points. Chapter 46, The Data Divide Longcheng, Daily District. Inside a cheap rental unit costing 800 per month. The curtains were drawn tightly, completely blocking out the afternoon sunlight. In the darkness, the only source of light emanated from a top-of-the-line laptop screen. Before the screen sat an ordinary-looking man of average build, his fingers flying across the keyboard. His gaze was focused and serene, as if the entire world consisted solely of the digital ocean composed of zeros and ones before him. He is the ghost. The moment he was summoned by Lin Mo, he acquired a clear self-awareness and all the knowledge of this world. His sole purpose for existence is to execute Lin Mo's will. In this moment, Lin Mo's consciousness was completely synchronized with him. Through the ghost's vision, Lin Mo experienced for the first time, in such an intuitive manner, the terrifying power possessed by a master hacker. Testing your ability. Lin Mo's thoughts echoed in the mind of the Phantom, starting from the 3 largest public hospitals in Longcheng. Indeed, the Phantom hesitated not in the slightest. His fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving trails of remnants. On the screen, an incomprehensible stream of code cascaded down like a waterfall. Without any warning or preliminary testing, the firewall of Longcheng First People's Hospital, constructed by a top-tier data security company at a cost of millions, appeared as fragile as a mere sheet of paper before the Phantom. No alarms were triggered, nor was there a trace left behind. The Phantom's data probe moved like a true specter, silently penetrating layers of defense to reach the core database. Patient records, pharmaceuticals inventory, financial transactions, internal surveillance. At that moment, all data was laid bare before the Phantom. Subsequently, The second and third hospitals fell under his control within a mere 5 minutes. Excellent. Lin Mo's voice carried a hint of suppressed excitement. This was the power he had long awaited. With the Phantom, he was no longer the puppeteer reliant on water currents and stones for point-to-point strikes. He possessed an eye that could overlook the entire landscape and perceive all truths. Now, the formal mission commenced. Lin Mo transmitted the keywords that had troubled him for so long to the Phantom through thought. Old city, hospital, goods. Centering around these 3 terms, he instructed a cross-analysis of all medical institutions' databases in Longqing's old city. I wish to uncover any clues related to goods transactions, with a focus on anomalies in pharmaceuticals, medical devices, and consumables related to procurement and consumption. Understood. The Phantom's hands transformed into phantoms once more. If the previous intrusion was akin to a precise surgical operation, now he unleashed a data storm enveloping the entire old city. Centered on the Phantom, countless invisible data crawlers were released, silently infiltrating the networks of dozens of hospitals, clinics, and pharmaceutical companies throughout Longqing. An extensive data filtering process commenced, gathering a vast array of information into the computer before the Phantom. Procurement lists, inventory records, surgical schedules, financial statements. Tens of millions of entries scrolled frantically across the screen. To the untrained eye, it appeared as mere gibberish. Yet in the eyes of the Phantom, these were the veins that constituted the city's operational network. His task was to identify the one decayed vessel, flowing with blackened blood. The filtering algorithm he devised functioned like the most intricate sieve, eliminating 99% of useless information. What remained were suspicious data points meticulously marked. At the Ping and clinic in the old city, the consumption of special pharmaceuticals was 3 times that of similarly sized clinics, potentially indicating illegal drug transactions. At the East District Orthopedic Hospital, the loss rate of implants such as steel plates and screws was abnormal, possibly hinting at embezzlement. One by one, the hidden evils lurking beneath the white towers were coldly unearthed by the Phantom. This information could corroborate the preliminary investigation conducted by the water currents, indicating that these locations indeed harbored wrongdoing. However, they were too insignificant. Lin Mo sought not these small fry, but rather the deep-sea leviathan capable of linking to heinous crimes of serial murder magnitude. Time passed, second by second. Lin Mo maintained an unwavering focus. He patiently awaited the decisive moment. Suddenly, the Phantom's actions paused for a fraction of a second. On the screen, a line of data highlighted in red seized Lin Mo's full attention. Renai Rehabilitation Hospital. This private hospital located in the old city had not exhibited any obvious anomalies in the preliminary screening. Its financial reports were impeccable, and the consumption of pharmaceuticals and routine supplies fell within reasonable ranges. Yet, the Phantom's second round of deep data mining uncovered a cleverly concealed detail. On the screen, 2 data tables were presented side by side. On the left, the official system of Renai Rehabilitation Hospital recorded an average of only 2 to 3 organ transplant surgeries per month. On the right, the quantities of organ preservation solutions and new anti-rejection medications the hospital had actually procured were displayed. A shocking chasm existed between these 2 sets of data. According to the model calculations, the amounts of organ preservation solutions and anti-rejection medications procured by Renai Rehabilitation Hospital could support at least 80, even 100, organ transplant surgeries monthly, a discrepancy exceeding 30 times. Lin Mo's breath abruptly halted. 30 times. This figure struck him like a heavy hammer against his heart. A hospital officially recorded performing 2 to 3 surgeries per month, while secretly procuring supplies sufficient for hundreds. Where had those excess supplies been utilized? For whom had the unrecorded surgeries been performed? More importantly, from where did the organs intended for transplant originate? A terrifying notion slowly surfaced in Lin Mo's mind. Goods. He arrived at a horrifying hypothesis. The vague transactions, the so-called goods, were not illicit drugs or medical equipment at all. They were living, warm human organs. Perhaps even living individuals. They treated vibrant lives as commodities, trading and utilizing them to extend the lives of the privileged, lives that should have already concluded. Renai Rehabilitation Hospital was far from a sanctuary for saving lives. It was a slaughterhouse cloaked in white coats. Lin Mo closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Within him surged an uncontrollable fury and murderous intent. He had finally identified the Leviathan lurking beneath the surface. Chapter 47. Perfect Motive. Blackstone Prison, Cell 2203. Lin Mo abruptly opened his eyes, his profound pupils reflecting the dim ceiling of his cell. The icy intent to kill and the raging inferno of anger clashed violently within his chest, seemingly threatening to consume his sanity. Yet his expression remained that of unwavering calm. with only his slightly constricted pupils betraying the tempest within. Continue the investigation. Lin Mo's voice was cold. I want to know who is purchasing these goods. I demand a complete client list. Understood. The Phantom's hands began to move once more. Like a sharp scalpel, he commenced a thorough dissection of the entire network of Rinai Rehabilitation Hospital. However, this time, he encountered obstacles. The opposition was exceedingly cautious, the Phantom reported. The hospital's internal network contained no sensitive information regarding core clients or donor sources. All surgical records had been fabricated to appear as routine tumor removals or other major surgeries. Their transaction network likely employed physical isolation methods. Lin Mo comprehended instantly. This is a tightly organized group with an exceptionally strong awareness of counter-surveillance. They are acutely aware of the dangers posed by digital information. Consequently, they have stored the most crucial evidence in locations inaccessible to the internet. Can we locate the individuals safeguarding this information? Lin Mo inquired. Indeed, Ghost replied. Through an in-depth analysis of the hospital director's emails, call logs, and his personal computer, I have uncovered a lead. On the screen, a photograph of a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, appearing refined and gentle, was displayed. Lu Rend, the director of Rinai Rehabilitation Hospital, a renowned surgeon and philanthropist. All core transactions were conducted solely through Lu Rend. He processes an encrypted file weekly using a standalone computer that has never been connected to the internet. Once completed, the storage medium is physically removed. That list, along with all records regarding the source of goods, is likely contained within that encrypted file. Lin Mo pondered the term physical medium. This implies that the list determining the lives and deaths of countless individuals, a damning ledger capable of dragging numerous powerful figures down, is stored on a USB drive, an external hard drive, or even within the pages of a primitive ledger. Furthermore, it is under the personal custody of Director Lu Rend. Excellent. Since we cannot find it online, we shall obtain it offline. The target was instantly identified. Lu Rend must be the breakthrough point. Lin Mo's mind began to race. A plan to capture Lu Rend rapidly took shape in his mind. Shui Lu would be responsible for the operation. She excels in the art of poison and clandestine infiltration, making her the ideal candidate to confront a privileged hospital director. Ghost would provide technical support, serving as the eyes in the sky for this operation. He could preemptively hack into all surveillance devices at Lu Rend's home, office, and along his routes, creating perfect blind spots for monitoring. He could also oversee the internal communication network of the law enforcement agency in real time. Should any anomalies arise, Lin Mo would be immediately informed. With Ghost's assistance, this operation would leave no trace in the digital realm. The law enforcement agency would be unable to discern the direction of their investigation. However, a deeper issue loomed in Lin Mo's mind. His previous actions, whether dealing with Mu Shi regarding Wang Dashan or Huang Xi, or Shui Lu addressing Lu Fei and the Longting Club, could all be simplified to a quest for justice. They targeted villains deserving of punishment. Although such actions might provoke inquiries from the law enforcement agency, the intensity was manageable. But this time was different. To disrupt the organ trafficking chain is tantamount to declaring war on a convoluted and immensely powerful interest group. Its members are entrenched in both business and politics, and perhaps even higher echelons. What follows the assassination of Lu Rend and the acquisition of the list? It would trigger a colossal upheaval. The entire interest group would mobilize all its resources to suppress and retaliate. Unlike the law enforcement agency, they would not adhere to the principles of evidence and procedure. They would employ the darkest and most brutal means to eliminate any threats in their infancy. At that point, merely having a motive rooted in justice would be grossly insufficient. An irrational motive would invite endless inquiries and suspicions. Those with extensive influence would spare no effort to unearth the shadowy figures behind the scenes. Lin Mo could not allow himself to be exposed to such risks. He needed to present the outside world with a sufficiently weighty and coherent motive that could flawlessly explain everything. A narrative that could guide public opinion, bewilder the law enforcement agency, and even convince those shadowy figures. Who could portray the protagonist of this tale? A thought flashed through Lin Mo's mind like lightning. Wu Wei, the female journalist who had once been imprisoned for exposing medical corruption, then completely blacklisted upon her release, now living in dire straits. Could there be a more perfect avenger? A righteous reporter whose life was obliterated by medical malpractice, transformed into a vengeful goddess after years of silence, launching a bloody reprisal against the industry that once destroyed her. This story is logically sound, with ample motive, imbued with dramatic tragedy enough to captivate all attention. While everyone focuses on the avenging goddess Wu Wei, who would pay heed to the reticent inmate in Haishi prison, Ghost, Lin Mo ordered again. Dig deep into all of Wu Wei's past. What specific medical corruption did she investigate? Which individuals and hospitals were involved? Gather every piece of evidence regarding her wrongful imprisonment, identifying the false witnesses and the masterminds behind it. Document her life trajectory in the years following her release. Who did she interact with? What did she say? Every word she left online is needed. Understood. Ghost's hands transformed once more into phantoms. He resembled the most patient archaeologist, excavating a soul deliberately buried and erased within the vast graveyard of the internet. Deleted investigative reports, 404 forum posts, deactivated social media accounts. Time seemed to reverse before Ghost. One by one, sealed documents were salvaged from the abyss of data and presented before Lin Mo's eyes. Lin Mo beheld a young journalist brimming with ideals and ambition. Her reports sliced through the festering wounds of medical chaos with the precision of a sharp scalpel. An in-depth investigation into the clinical data fraud of Rinxin Pharmaceuticals, unveiling the profit transfer chains behind the Angel Foundation. Ultimately, Lin Mo's gaze landed on an unpublished investigative manuscript. Chapter 48, Traversing All Thorns and Corpses. The title of the manuscript was Forgotten Lives, the Disappearance of People in Longqing and the Shadows of Underground Organ Transplants. In this manuscript, Wu Wei, through years of analyzing the data on missing persons in Longqing, astutely identified a disturbing pattern. The disappearance rate of young, healthy individuals from the lower social strata was alarmingly high. Following this lead, she risked everything to interview several families, even disguising herself to infiltrate private hospitals. She did not find direct evidence, but her investigative direction was perilously close to the dark core. She even subtly indicated the names of several key figures in her writing, with Lu Rend, the director of Rinai Rehabilitation Hospital, prominently listed first. However, this report never saw the light of day. Instead, Wu Wei was imprisoned on charges of extortion. It turned out she had been so close to the truth. Wu Wei was like a solitary hunter venturing into a dark forest. She had discovered the traces of a ferocious beast and even glimpsed its menacing outline. Yet, before she could pull the trigger, she was torn apart by the beast's minions. Now, Lin Mo's task is to reload the bullet she had failed to fire all those years ago into the chamber and imbue it with a grand narrative called vengeance. Ghost, Lin Mo commanded. With Lu Rend as the focal point, a thorough investigation will be conducted into all individuals who conspired to frame Wu Wei. I require a complete list. Understood. The Spectre's fingers danced more swiftly upon the virtual keyboard. An ocean of data streamed before him, rapidly deconstructed, reassembled, and analyzed. Court files, banking transactions, telecommunication records, even emails and chat logs long erased. All the buried evidence of wrongdoing was meticulously unearthed. Soon, an invisible web materialized in Lin Mo's mind. At its core lay Lu Rend. It was he who, sensing the lethal threat posed by Wu Wei's investigation, initiated a counterattack. He reached out to several clients from his organ transplant list, wielding their power and resources. Some fabricated false evidence, others defamed her in the media, while yet others directly employed judicial force to swiftly convict Wu Wei. Faces, some feigning virtue and others glowing with pride, emerged in Lin Mo's vision. Each was intricately linked to the medical system, be they pharmaceutical magnates, high-ranking officials in the health sector, or hospital directors like Lu Rend. Together, they conspired to plunge a justice-seeking journalist into the abyss, continuing their sordid dealings with a clear conscience. Excellent. The narrative of revenge requires ample antagonists to serve as sacrificial offerings. These individuals shall each transform into a doomed villain in the vengeful saga of Wu Wei. The entire storyline must maintain a coherent logic. Lin Mo mentally rehearsed the developments. After years of silence, Wu Wei would, through some channel, contact a mysterious assassin. She would provide intelligence and a list of targets for vengeance, while the assassin executed the plans. Each operation would seemingly serve justice. Yet the ultimate beneficiary must invariably point back to Wu Wei. The authorities and the shadowy puppeteers must, through their own cunning, gradually uncover this truth. Rather than leaving behind unnecessary clues, they would believe they held the reins of control, unaware that they were only privy to what he wished them to see. Lin Mo aimed to construct an expansive information cocoon, a masterfully crafted narrative labyrinth, ensnaring all within. He himself would remain hidden outside the maze, observing with a detached gaze. The name Wu Wei resonated in Lin Mo's mind. A fleeting pang of guilt flickered within him. He understood the cruelty of thrusting Wu Wei into the limelight as his shield, subjecting this already troubled woman to a storm far beyond her comprehension, potentially endangering her life. Yet this flicker of guilt was swiftly submerged by a more potent resolve. To avenge his parents and bring true demons to justice, he must resort to any means necessary. On this dark path toward retribution, he had long abandoned any semblance of unnecessary compassion. With a hint of remorse for Wu Wei, Lin Mo's determination solidified, growing ever colder. He would forge ahead, traversing all thorns and bones, until reaching the endpoint of judgment. His thoughts transcended high walls, arriving at the dimly lit apartment where the specter resided. The first target, Lu Ren. He was the nexus of the entire web and the culmination of Wu Wei's earlier investigation. Commencing with him was the most logical choice. The specter, Waterflow, prepared to act. Indeed. The night was as dark as ink, enveloping the opulent Yunding Mountain villa in Launching. Each villa was nestled amidst lush greenery, distanced from one another to ensure absolute privacy and tranquility. Lu Ren's villa was one among them. At this moment, in Lin Mo's sight, the entire security system of Yunding Mountain Villa had transformed into a map of unilateral transparency for him. Hundreds of high-definition cameras, infrared sensors, and pressure alarm devices, all data streams converged upon the specter. After his processing, they materialized into a perfectly secure green path, clearly marked on the villa's three-dimensional blueprint. All surveillance equipment had been commandeered, with a 3-minute loop of footage in place. The security personnel's patrol routes had been analyzed, currently situated within a blind spot. The target was located in the study on the second floor, with stable vital signs. The specter's voice was calm and precise, akin to a flawlessly operating artificial intelligence, clearing all obstacles for the frontline soldiers. Waterflow was the sharpest blade. A figure, nearly merging with the night, gracefully vaulted over the villa's towering walls, landing soundlessly. Without hesitation, she followed the secure route outlined by the specter, avoiding all surveillance and sensors, successfully infiltrating the villa's interior. The villa's lavish decor featured crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow, and the air was thick with the aroma of expensive cigars blended with coffee. Waterflow remained indifferent to the opulence, her sole focus fixated on one objective, the study on the second floor. The door stood ajar, and she could hear Lu Ren's voice on the phone, seemingly reprimanding someone with evident impatience. Waterflow pressed herself quietly against the shadowy exterior of the door, her breath long and steady, as if merging with the darkness. When the call ended, the sound of a chair scraping across the floor echoed from within. Now was the moment. Chapter 49. The night of the hunt. Waterflow's silhouette darted in like an arrow released from its bow, soundless. Just as Lu Ren lifted his coffee cup, preparing to take a sip, he felt an imperceptible chill at his neck. He had no time to react. A peculiar numbing sensation coursed through him from his neck, spreading throughout his body. His mind remained alert, yet his body was utterly immobilized. The coffee cup slipped from his grasp, caught by Waterflow and gently placed back on the table. Terror widened his eyes as he helplessly watched an ordinary-looking woman with a dull demeanor emerge from behind him. He wished to scream, to struggle, but his throat and limbs felt as if weighed down by lead, rendered completely still. Fear seized his heart in an instant. Waterflow stepped out from behind him, her expression impassive as she regarded his face contorted in shock. In her hand, she held a specially designed needle, thin as a strand of hair. The needle tip glimmered with an ethereal blue light under the illumination. This was a concoction of neurotoxin, engineered not to be lethal, but capable of instantaneously stripping the target of all mobility. All exits were secure. The specter's voice resonated in both Lin Mo's and Waterflow's minds simultaneously. Take him away. Waterflow wasted no time. She handled Lu Ren's rigid body as if it were a mere package, dragging him toward the study's floor-to-ceiling window. There lay the most vulnerable point in the security patrol and surveillance coverage, as planned by the specter. The entire process unfolded in silence, save for Lu Ren's barely perceptible breathing. On the outskirts of Longchong, an abandoned concrete warehouse stood, the air thick with dust and the scent of rust. A dimly lit bulb hung in the air, casting a pallid hue over everything around it. Suddenly, with a splatter, a basin of frigid saline was violently thrown onto Lu Ren's face. The intense sting and chill jolted him awake from the paralysis induced by the neurotoxin. He coughed violently, greedily inhaling the murky air as his awareness gradually returned. He discovered himself tightly bound to a cold iron chair, utterly immobile. Opposite him sat the woman who had infiltrated his villa, quietly perched on a wooden crate, idly toying with a medical kit filled with various syringes. Her gaze was vacant, as if she were observing a lifeless specimen. "Who are you? Do you want money?" Lu Ren's voice, strained with fear, trembled as he attempted to maintain composure. "Do you know who I am? Kidnapping me will only lead to your ruin." The woman paid no heed to his outcry. instead extracting a syringe filled with a pale red liquid from the medical kit. This is a modified version of pufferfish toxin, she explained in a monotone voice that reminded Lu Ren of a teacher lecturing on specimens. After injection, your respiratory muscles will begin to paralyze. You will experience the sensation of drowning, acutely aware of your own suffocation. This process will last 3 minutes, after which your heart will cease to function. Lu Ren's pupils dilated in terror, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. The woman stood up, slowly approaching him, the needle aimed at his vein. The icy sensation made every hair on Lu Ren's body stand on end. No. He finally broke down, crying out incoherently. How much do you want? 1 million? 5 million? I can give you anything. The woman's movements were unperturbed. She regarded him calmly, stating, I am not here to negotiate. The cold needle pierced his skin, eliciting a terrified scream from Lu Ren. The pale red liquid was gradually injected into his bloodstream. Almost instantaneously, an indescribable sensation of suffocation gripped his throat. His chest heaved violently, yet he could not draw in a single breath. His lungs felt like a shattered bellows, desperately struggling in vain. He gasped, his neck veins bulging, his complexion shifting to a ghastly hue. His consciousness began to unravel, the shadow of death looming over him with unprecedented clarity. Just as his vision began to blur and his heart's rhythm grew erratic, another syringe pierced his body. A cool liquid surged within him, gradually dispelling the fatal sensation of suffocation. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ren coughed violently, gulping the air he had almost lost forever. The relief of surviving the ordeal had barely settled in when it was swiftly replaced by a deeper terror. He looked at the woman, whose expression remained impassive, as if she had merely administered a dose of glucose. That was the antidote, she stated coldly. Now, we can converse. A list, a manifest of goods. Where is it? Lu Ren's body trembled uncontrollably. The near-death experience had obliterated all his psychological defenses. Yet, a remnant of rationality whispered to him that the list was his death warrant. Once surrendered, his fate would be sealed. I don't know what list you were talking about, he stammered defiantly. The woman fell silent, merely retrieving another syringe filled with a green liquid. This is a toxin extracted from a certain poison dart frog, she introduced. It will not suffocate you, but it will amplify every nerve of pain in your body 100-fold. Even a gentle breeze will feel like torture. We have ample time to enjoy ourselves. Gazing at the green syringe, Lu Ren's will crumbled entirely. The near-death experience he had just endured was the most terrifying nightmare of his life. He had no doubt that this woman was capable of carrying out her threats. I will tell you. I will tell you. Tears streamed down his face as his mental defenses collapsed. The list is in the safe at the Swiss Union Bank. The key and code are in the concealed compartment of my study. He described in detail the hidden compartment behind the painting on the wall of his study, as well as the safe's code. Lin Mo observed everything through the woman's perspective. Ghost verify. Verifying the structure of the hidden compartment in the study came the response. Infiltrating the Swiss Union Bank database for validation. A safe with that number exists, registered under Lu Ren's overseas pseudonym. Excellent. Lin Mo transmitted the command to the woman. Dispose of him. Upon receiving the directive, she retrieved a brand new, sealed syringe from the depths of the medical kit. Within it was a colorless, transparent liquid. Seeing the woman produce the syringe again sent Lu Ren into a panic. I have told you everything. You cannot kill me. Please, spare me. This is a high concentration of potassium chloride, the woman replied blandly. It will induce an acute myocardial infarction, and no forensic investigation will reveal any foul play. Despair engulfed Lu Ren in an instant. He finally comprehended that from the moment he was taken from his villa, he had been as good as dead. The woman paid no further attention to Lu Ren, whose face had turned pale. The frigid liquid coursed into his body, an intense searing pain exploding from his heart, sweeping through him in an instant. Lu Ren convulsed violently a few times before falling completely silent. Chapter 50. Inventory list. Lu Ren's body still bore a trace of warmth as the woman began to erase the scene. First, she skillfully concealed the injection marks on Lu Ren's body. Then, she meticulously restored everything in the abandoned warehouse to its original state. All routes were secured, and surveillance had been evaded. Under Ghost's guidance, the woman drove a prearranged, ordinary sedan, silently returning to the villa district where Lu Ren resided. She then avoided all patrols and blind spots in the surveillance. She transported Lu Ren's body back to his lavish study. She repositioned his rigid form into an expensive leather chair, adjusting his posture so that his head tilted slightly, as if he had merely succumbed to slumber during a break. The now cold cup of coffee was gently knocked over, the brown liquid spreading in an irregular stain upon the luxurious carpet, perfectly illustrating a sudden medical emergency. Having completed all of this, the woman's gaze fell upon the valuable oil painting on the wall of the study. According to Lu Ren's confession during his breakdown, the secret lay hidden behind it. She expertly removed the painting, revealing an embedded safe that blended seamlessly with the wall's color. Ghost simultaneously provided the decryption program for the electronic lock. Coupled with the code Lu Ren had already supplied, the process became even simpler. Her fingertips danced across the keypad, producing a series of faint clicks. With the final digit entered, the heavy safe door swung open. Inside, there were no piles of cash or gold bars, but rather a black encrypted USB drive and several documents sealed in leather pouches. Shui Lu picked up one of the documents, not opening it, merely weighing it in her hands. Lin Mo, through her sight, could distinctly see the list inscribed on the craft paper bag. It was in her possession. Shui Lu tucked the USB drive and documents into her bosom, casting a final glance at the peacefully deceased Lu Ren. Her silhouette melded once more into the night outside, leaving no trace behind. In Haishi Prison, cell 2203, Lin Mo lay flat on the cold wooden bed, his eyes tightly shut. Yet his consciousness followed Shui Lu's perspective, experiencing the harrowing events. When Shui Lu opened the document at an utterly secure hiding spot, Lin Mo's breath momentarily faltered, barely perceptible. The Phantom had simultaneously decrypted the USB drive's encryption. The contents materialized in Lin Mo's vision in the form of a data stream, presenting a stark reality. This was far from a mere organ trafficking list. It was, in fact, a catalog of living human beings. The document was shocking. Each name was followed by a series of appalling details. Name, age, blood type, various physiological indicators, HLA typing, human leukocyte antigen, and even familial backgrounds along with the dates when they were sent to the warehouse. Many were marked as available, while others bore the chilling red ink indicating they had been dispatched, accompanied by specific dates and the parts harvested: kidneys, livers, hearts, corneas. These so-called goods were referred to as volunteers in another section of the document. Most were homeless drifters, gamblers burdened by immense debts, or the innocent victims of human traffickers. Ren-AI Rehabilitation Hospital lured them under the guise of lucrative clinical trials or benevolent aid, ensnaring them in secret locations and transforming them into a readily accessible inventory of living parts. On the opposite side of the list, a more prominent clientele was revealed. Each name represented a formidable force within Longsheng and its surrounding cities. They were titans of commerce, high-ranking officials in politics, those who stood atop the pyramid, wielding the power to dictate the lives and deaths of others. Lin Mo's gaze slowly traversed those names. Each word pierced his pupils like a needle. Li Shi Group's chairman. Li Weiguo, required. Liver source, matching volunteer ID A073. Deputy commander of Jinsheng, Zhou Hai, required. Kidney source, matching volunteer ID C122. As he scanned the lengthy list, Lin Mo's heart sank to the depths. This was no mere crime. It was a convoluted web of interests, thoroughly rotten from top to bottom. Suddenly, a name caused his gaze to freeze. Chen Tianxiao. This name, amidst the powerful elite, was not the most conspicuous. Yet Lin Mo felt an inexplicable urge to scrutinize it further. Client, Chen Tianxiao. Requirement, bone marrow. Matching volunteer ID, S001. Remark, S001. Female, 19 years old, exceptional health. Rare blood type, family free of hereditary diseases. Dispatched half a year ago. The brief description of S001 pierced his heart like a dagger, causing a dull ache. A 19-year-old girl, who should have been basking in the prime of her youth, was treated as a mere component. On a cold operating table, she was robbed of her chance at life. Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes, suppressing the raging fury and murderous intent within. He understood that what he held was no longer merely a clue to his own case, but a bomb capable of detonating the entire upper echelons of Longqing society. The following morning, before the first ray of sunlight had penetrated the morning fog of Longqing, the body of Lu Ren, the director of Ren-AI Rehabilitation Hospital, was discovered. The one who found the corpse was the villa's housekeeper. As she prepared to clean the study as usual, she saw her employers slumped in the chair. Coffee spilled all over, lifeless. A scream shattered the tranquility of the villa district. Soon, an ambulance and security vehicles rushed to the scene, sealing it off. The deceased, Lu Ren, male, 56 years old, director of Ren-AI Rehabilitation Hospital. Preliminary judgment indicated the time of death was between 11 p.m. and 1 a.m. A young security officer reported to the team leader. There were no signs of struggle at the scene. Doors and windows were intact, and initial investigations revealed no signs of external intrusion. The emergency physician's preliminary conclusion was sudden myocardial infarction. The team leader furrowed his brow as he surveyed the study. Luxurious furnishings, scattered documents, and the dried pool of coffee all suggested an accident. A successful individual, overworked, had exhausted his last ounce of strength in the depths of the night. He was in excellent health. Just last month, he had undergone a comprehensive physical examination. With all indicators normal, how could it be a myocardial infarction? Lu Ren's wife, a well-preserved middle-aged woman, appeared almost deranged at that moment, hysterically shouting at the security personnel. In her eyes, besides sorrow, there was an unutterable terror. My husband must have been murdered. Absolutely. You must investigate thoroughly. You must. Faced with the family's accusations, the team leader could only console her. Madam, please remain calm. We will conduct a detailed investigation. The body needs to be taken for forensic autopsy to determine the final cause of death. However, developments unfolded far more rapidly and complexly than he had anticipated. Chapter 51. The list must be destroyed. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, the team leader's phone rang. The caller ID displayed the vice director of the security bureau, a person he dared not neglect. Xiao Sun, are you at the scene of Lu Ren's case? The vice director's voice was deep and commanding. Yes, Director Wang. Our preliminary investigation indicates the scene aligns with characteristics of sudden myocardial infarction. However, the family is very agitated. Believing it to be murder, the team leader reported respectfully. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by an imperative command. The family's demands must be taken seriously. Do not overlook any detail. Immediately send the body to the forensic center for Zhao Ming to conduct the autopsy personally. I require the most detailed and authoritative autopsy report. Understood. The team leader hung up the phone, his heart already churning in turmoil. Zhao Ming to perform the autopsy personally? The Bureau's most skilled yet reclusive forensic expert could seldom be engaged for ordinary cases. The pressure exerted by the vice director was beyond his imagination. Taking a deep breath, he commanded his subordinates, immediately seal off the scene and conduct a second meticulous investigation. Notify the forensic center to prepare for receiving the body, specifically requesting forensic expert Zhao Ming to perform the autopsy. At the forensic center of Longqing City Bureau, in the autopsy room, Lu Ren's naked body lay quietly on the stainless steel autopsy table beneath the cold, shadowless light. The air was thick with the acrid scent of formalin mixed with disinfectant. Zhao Ming, clad in a blue autopsy gown, wore a mask and goggles, his gaze focused. His movements were precise and steady. The sound of the scalpel gliding through skin subtle, yet distinct. The assistant stood by, delivering instruments and recording data. The atmosphere so tense that not a breath was dared to be uttered. The thoracic cavity was opened, revealing no discernible organic lesions in the heart. And the coronary arteries showed no signs of significant atherosclerosis or thrombosis. Zhao Ming's voice, muffled by the mask, resonated with a certain somber clarity. The assistant's hand hesitated slightly as he recorded. This discovery nearly overturned the initial conclusion of an acute myocardial infarction. Zhao Ming meticulously examined each organ, collecting blood, gastric contents, and various tissue samples. 2 hours elapsed, and the conventional autopsy procedures were complete. Yet, the direct cause of death remained shrouded in mystery, still unclear. There were no signs of poisoning, no mechanical injuries, and no fatal pathologies. The assistant gazed at the preliminary test results, muttering to himself. Could it truly be some exceedingly rare acute illness? Zhao Ming offered no reply. Instead, he removed his gloves and approached the microscope to begin examining the tissue slices. Time ticked by, and the autopsy room was filled solely with the hum of machinery. Just as the assistant thought no further discoveries would arise that day, Zhao Ming suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with a barely detectable excitement and gravity. Send sample A17 for mass spectrometry analysis. Focus on screening for a compound that can induce acute disturbances in cardiac potassium ion channels. Inducer? The assistant was taken aback. Professor Zhao, do you mean I suspect the deceased was injected with a certain agent? Zhao Ming replied, lifting his gaze. This agent is not lethal in itself and can be metabolized and broken down rapidly, making it difficult to detect. Yet, it can instantaneously disrupt the heart's electrophysiological balance, causing malignant arrhythmias. Its symptoms closely resemble those of an acute myocardial infarction. In his mind, another case flashed vividly, Lu Fei's bizarre poisoning incident. A death that could not be explained by conventional means, executed with terrifying precision. It was her, Zhao Ming murmured, the female assassin, the pharmacist. He immediately picked up the phone and dialed a familiar number. Captain Gao, it's me, Zhao Ming. On the other end, in the temporary office of the Joint Task Force in Jincheng, a heavy cloud of despair loomed. Gao Feng was overwhelmed by the series of crimes committed by Mu Shi and Jin Cheng. Answering Zhao Ming's call, he spoke with a hint of fatigue. Old Zhao? What is the matter? The case of the director of Rinai Rehabilitation Hospital, I'm passing it to you. Zhao Ming's voice was resolute. I can basically confirm that the murderer is the pharmacist you have been searching for. Gao Feng leaped from his chair, his eyes gleaming with sudden intensity. Are you sure? I have about an 80% certainty. Once the detailed mass spectrometry report is out, it will be 100. This news detonated like a bomb in the somber task force, igniting a flurry of activity. Gao Feng, Zhao Donglai, and others immediately gathered around. The death of Lu Ren had now been linked to the assassin case. This suggested that the previously dormant assassin had not ceased their activities, but had instead targeted the core figures of Longqing's elite society. Just as law enforcement was revitalized by this new lead, a far larger and more clandestine undercurrent was surging beneath the shadows of Longqing. The news of Lu Ren's death spread rapidly within the clandestine circles of clients. In the western part of the city, at a manor, the aroma of sandalwood wafted through an antique study. The elderly Chen Jiangwo, his hair streaked with gray and clad in a tang suit, held a string of purple sandalwood prayer beads, meditating with closed eyes. Before him stood a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, Mr. Chen Tianxiao. Is everything arranged? Chen Jiangwo inquired without raising his eyelids, his voice aged yet robust. Rest assured, Father, Chen Tianxiao bowed respectfully. I have leveraged Deputy Director Wang's connections. The Public Security Bureau will prioritize this case. Our personnel will enter the task force as special consultants. We will be informed of every investigative movement immediately. Chen Jiangwo slowly opened his eyes, a glint of unexpected ferocity flashing within their murky depths. The demise of Lu Ren, that waste, is inconsequential. However, the list he possessed must not leak. I have dispatched individuals to search his villa and all potential hiding places, yet nothing has been found. Chen Tianxiao replied. I fear the items have already fallen into the hands of the murderer. Then find the murderer. Chen Jiangwo's fingers caressed the prayer beads. Whoever he is, for whatever reason, locate him, retrieve the items, and then clean up. Yes. Chen Tianxiao paused before adding. Father, Li Weigua from Li Corporation also called. His intentions align with ours. Our families will jointly invest and mobilize all available resources to unearth this individual before the Public Security Bureau does. Chen Jiangwo nodded, falling silent as he closed his eyes once more. For those who stood atop the pyramid, the death of an organ supplier would undoubtedly bring temporary inconvenience. Yet it was not insurmountable. Wealth and power could swiftly conjure a new Lu Ren. The true trouble lay with that inventory list. It was evidence of inhumane crimes. Once exposed, even they would incur significant losses. Thus, the murderer must perish, and the list must be destroyed. Chapter 52. Special Consultant. The atmosphere in the Joint Task Force office was stifling. Mu Shi's continued crimes in Jin Cheng weighed heavily on everyone's minds. The assassin had remained dormant in Longqing for a time, leading them to believe they could finally breathe. Yet unexpectedly, the adversary announced their return in a manner more shocking than ever. Lu Ren, the director of Rinai Rehabilitation Hospital, a figure entrenched in Longqing's elite society, had been murdered in his own home. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Gao Feng forcefully slapped a document onto the table, attempting to dispel the pervasive despondency. Forensic expert Zhao Ming had already provided a preliminary conclusion. Lu Ren was a homicide victim, having succumbed to a compound capable of inducing acute myocardial infarction, with a modus operandi strikingly similar to that of the Lu Fei case. We can ascertain that it was that pharmacist. The announcement invigorated the law enforcement officers present. Yet subsequent confusion arose. Captain Gao, this defies logic, the seasoned officer Zhao Donglai frowned. The previous targets chosen by the assassin, Wang Dashan, Huang Sihai, Lu Fei, were all individuals operating within the gray areas of morality. But Lu Ren is a renowned hospital director and philanthropist. What motive could there be for his murder? Does Lu Ren harbor secrets unknown to us? Gao Feng was unable to provide an answer. The assassin's motives had always been to act as an instrument of justice, a rationale that had previously enabled them to mitigate public outcry and pressure from certain elite circles. Yet this time, it seemed they had shattered their own rules. At that moment, the office door swung open. Deputy Director Wang entered, accompanied by an unfamiliar man. The newcomer appeared to be in his 30s, with an unremarkable appearance. Yet his eyes were sharp as an eagle's. Deputy Director Wang, with a serious expression, cleared his throat and solemnly introduced. This is Captain Chen Xian from the Inspection Brigade. He paused before continuing his announcement. According to the directives from the city, given the unique nature and societal impact of the Lu Ren case, Captain Chun has been specially appointed as an advisor to the task force, overseeing and assisting in the investigation throughout its entirety. A scattered applause echoed in the conference room. Everyone understood the implications of the title special advisor, particularly with the added designation of supervisor. Gao Feng's expression subtly shifted, reflecting a moment of apprehension. Chun Xian, a representative of the Chun family from the middle generation in the political arena, had audaciously entered the task force meeting under such a pretext. It seemed the depths of the Lu Ren case were more profound than initially anticipated. Gao Feng smirked inwardly, maintaining a composed demeanor. He was acutely aware that powerful forces, including the Qin family and others he could not afford to provoke, were engaged in a delicate game behind the scenes. As a mere deputy captain, his only course of action was to safeguard his own boundaries. Advisor Chun, it's a pleasure to meet you. Gao Feng extended his hand, his tone neither subservient nor arrogant. I am Gao Feng, the head of the task force. Chun Xian shook his hand, a polite smile gracing his lips. Captain Gao, I have long admired your work. I will be relying on your team in the coming period. After a brief welcome ceremony, the meeting resumed. Chun Xian sat quietly, listening intently. Gao Feng cleared his throat, redirecting the discussion. Let us continue our analysis of the case. Zhao Donglai, please provide a detailed report of the scene examination. Zhao Donglai stood up to report. No signs of forced entry were found. The doors and windows are intact. We conducted a thorough review of the surveillance footage within the villa and found no anomalies, nor any footage of unfamiliar individuals entering or exiting. Unbeknownst to him, the seemingly normal surveillance recordings had already been obscured by the Phantom's looped imagery. We also interviewed all personnel within the villa, including the maid, driver, and gardener. They have worked under Lu Ren for many years, and their social connections are straightforward. No suspicious motives or capabilities were identified, and they have been temporarily ruled out as suspects. Zhao Donglai's expression turned grave as he continued. We examined the surrounding surveillance footage and identified several vehicles that entered the vicinity before and after the incident. The owners are of sensitive backgrounds, including the chairman of Tianhong Group and several others from the city. Before he could finish, the usually silent Chun Xian suddenly spoke up. Provide me with that list. I will handle the investigative procedures. Zhao Donglai looked to Gao Feng, who nodded in agreement. What about the forensic team? Gao Feng turned to Zhao Ming, who was seated in the corner. Zhao Ming adjusted his glasses and stated, based on the properties of the substance involved, I deduced that the assailant utilized a high-concentration potassium chloride solution. This substance is classified as a controlled item. However, we have scoured all drug transaction records in the city and found no irregularities. This too was a masterpiece of the Phantom. All electronic transaction records that could lead back to the source had been meticulously erased from the network. Gao Feng rubbed his temples, sensing the case had reached an impasse. The killer was akin to a true specter, appearing and disappearing without a trace. What about the social connections? He inquired. Lu Ren's parents have long since passed, and his wife's connections are unremarkable. We have investigated several of his lovers and business partners, and so far, no significant conflicts have emerged. Regarding enemies, the security officer responsible for this aspect produced a lengthy list. Lu Ren has been in business for many years and has offended many. We are investigating each one, but the initial entries mostly involve ordinary business disputes that require further examination. Gao Feng took the list and noticed Wu Wei's name. However, it was marked with a note indicating a low probability. The rationale was that she had just been released from prison and was struggling financially, thus lacking the capacity to commit such a crime. Moreover, the meticulous and skilled pharmacist was far beyond the capabilities of a down-and-out journalist. Chun Xian's fingers lightly tapped the table, and he suddenly proclaimed, Captain Gao, I have two requests on behalf of the city. All eyes turned toward him. First, I hope the task force can solve this case within a limited time frame. The impact of Director Lu's death is significant. The longer it drags on, the greater the damage to Longqing's reputation. Second, his tone grew serious. Lu Ren possessed a very important document. This document may have already fallen into the hands of the assailant. I demand that if the task force uncovers this document during the investigation, no one is permitted to view it privately. It must be handed over to me immediately. This is a matter of discipline. Upon hearing the word document, Gao Feng's heart sank. He instantly comprehended that Chun Xian's true aim revolved around this so-called document, which was the real source of concern for these powerful figures. Understood. Gao Feng replied expressionlessly, nodding. This concludes today's meeting. Everyone may return to their respective duties. Dismissed. Chapter 53. I can wait in Haishi Prison, Cell 2203. Lin Mo was once again tidying up Along's bed. However, within his mental realm, vivid images were being relayed through the Phantom's perspective. presenting themselves before his eyes in real time. Gao Feng's weary face, Zhao Donglai's furrowed brow, and the special advisor Chen Xian. All of their micro-expressions were captured by Lin Mo. Such efficiency. Lin Mo anticipated that the law enforcement would discern the extraordinary circumstances surrounding Lu Ren's death, yet he did not expect the speed to be so swift. Clearly, the privileged class represented by the Chun family had exerted immense pressure, pushing the entire launching law enforcement apparatus to its limits. Upon hearing Chen Xian explicitly mention the search for a document and demand that no one view it privately, Lin Mo understood. Indeed, this was the true source of their anxiety. In the eyes of these powerful figures, Lu Ren's life held far less importance than that sordid list. The task force meeting had concluded, but Lin Mo's observation did not cease. The Phantom's access quietly bypassed numerous firewalls, retrieving all data from the internal network of the task force. He saw the task force as comprehensive investigation into the killer. Currently, the only known alias of the craftsman was Mu Shi, operating in Jincheng. The pharmacist was a woman adept in the use of drugs, with her true name still unknown. As for photographs or identity information, none had been obtained. It seemed the situation remained quite secure for now. He viewed the preliminary investigation conducted by law enforcement into Lu Ren's social connections, noting that Wu Wei's name had been marked as a low probability and subsequently crossed out. Everything was proceeding according to plan. However, excessive attention could draw flames toward oneself. Currently, the assassin was primarily active in Longcheng, where all eyes were focused on the Lu Ren case and the enigmatic pharmacist. This was not conducive for Lin Mo, who needed time to investigate the list. He had to muddy the waters, diverting their attention away from Longcheng, away from Lu Ren, and even creating confusion regarding the pharmacist's identity. Lin Mo's thoughts delved into the system interface. Hunt value balance, 2050 points, judging Lu Ren, the living bodhisattva with bloodstained hands, had granted him a total of 1,500 points in hunt value. The remaining 550 points correspond to the criminal activities conducted by Mu Shi in Jincheng during this period, as well as Lin Mo's elimination of several inmates while in prison. This ample bounty of crime value has fortified his resolve to execute the next phase of his plan. His consciousness swiftly constructs directives within the system. No longer can Shui Lu be the solitary figure at the forefront. Her modus operandi has become familiar to law enforcement, making her susceptible to concurrent investigations. A new assassin is required, one who employs differing methods to fabricate fresh cases, thereby thoroughly disbanding the attention of law enforcement. Ability, Shiji deployment. Name, Jin Tai. Appearance, male, of ordinary looks, with calloused palms indicative of prolonged training. Traits, skilled assassin, injects professional assassin techniques and knowledge into Shiji. He masters close-quarters combat and assassination skills, understands infiltration, disguise, observation, and precision strikes, and possesses a robust counter-surveillance awareness, adept at erasing traces at crime scenes. Deployment location, outside Heisher prison. Deployment method, avoiding surveillance in sight, appearing in secrecy. Setup complete. Generating Ji Jin Tai completed. Crime value balance, 1650 points. Jin Tai will succeed Shui Lu as the pivotal executor to propel Wu Wei's storyline forward. Her methods must starkly contrast with Shui Lu's pharmacist persona, thus instigating debates within law enforcement regarding either a copycat or a new assassin, further obfuscating the truth. Yet, this is insufficient. It is essential to introduce assassins beyond Longcheng, diminishing the ties to the city. More pawns are necessary. Lin Mo, undeterred, continues summoning the skilled assassins. Huiyin and Tu Chong. Crime value balance, 850 points, with 3 newly minted assassin Shiji, alongside the previous Mu Shi and Shui Lu. There are now 5 agents operating outside the prison. Lin Mo's consciousness connects with the Phantom, sensing its immense data processing capacity. The Phantom simultaneously provides operational support to the 5 assassins, encompassing intelligence gathering, route planning, and evidence eradication. Can you manage it? I can, the Phantom replies. However, this is the maximum capacity. Exceeding 5 will compromise the precision and timeliness of information processing, posing a risk of exposure. This is sufficient. Through the mental link, Lin Mo instantaneously transmits directives into the minds of the 5 Shiji. Huiyin, proceed to Yuncheng. Tu Chong, head to Haicheng. Your mission is to replicate Mu Shi's methods in Jincheng. Identify local targets with ample crime value and carry out the judgment. Let the legend of assassins circulate through more cities. Shui Lu, continue your activities in Longcheng. Your targets are those who skirt the edges of legality, maintaining your pharmacist image to attract the core attention of law enforcement. Jin Tai, your initial target is Zhang Deming, the owner of Tianhua Pharmaceutical. He was instrumental in framing Wu Wei's imprisonment. Execute your judgment in your own manner. Phantom, provide full support for their operations. Affirmative. 5 voices harmoniously echoed within Lin Mo's consciousness. After orchestrating all this, Lin Mo redirected his focus to his true objective. Creating chaos is merely a tactic to gain time. His genuine aim lies concealed behind Lu Ren's list, the mastermind orchestrating his downfall. Phantom, commence the highest priority task. Conduct an in-depth comparison between Lu Ren's cargo list and all data pertaining to my series of murders from years past. Investigate the background, connections, and financial flows of each individual on the list, as well as their activities during the time frame of the incidents. I wish to ascertain if any among them bears even the slightest connection to my case. Understood, the Phantom acknowledged. Given the extensive list of individuals, a substantial amount of time is anticipated. I can wait. The night deepened. For the joint task force in Longcheng, it was destined to be a sleepless night. Just as they were grappling with the Lu Ren case, 2 new homicides struck like heavy blows, severely testing their frayed nerves. The first victim was a notorious loan shark known as Mad Dog. He was discovered dead in his mistress's home, the circumstances mirroring those of Lu Ren. Chapter 54. We do not need evidence. Zhao Ming conducted an overnight autopsy and swiftly reached a conclusion. The cause of death was an injection of a high-concentration potassium chloride solution, akin to the method employed in the Lu Ren case. It's the pharmacist. He has struck again. Gao Feng slammed his fist onto the table, his eyes bloodshot with fury. This murderer is brazenly challenging the entire law enforcement system of Longcheng. Having just slain Lu Ren, he now targets another figure from the gray area. The motive remains unclear, and the targets are elusive, leaving everyone perplexed. However, just as one wave of turmoil subsided, another surged forth. The second emergency call came almost immediately. Zhang Deming, the owner of Tianhua Pharmaceutical, was found dead in the garage of his villa. Zhao Donglai personally led the team to the scene. There were no signs of a struggle. Doors and windows were intact. Zhang Deming was found slumped against his luxury vehicle, with a slender steel needle protruding from his chest. The needle had precisely pierced his heart, delivering a fatal blow. The method was clean, swift, and merciless. Captain Gao, Zhao Donglai's voice on the phone was grave. This bears the hallmark of a killer-esque style. However, no traces of the pharmacist's poison were found at the scene, nor any signs of the ballpoint pen commonly utilized by craftsmen. The murder weapon was a medical steel needle. In the conference room, all present were confounded by the intricate nature of the case. In a single night, 2 homicides, 1 victim succumbed to poisoning. The method consistent with that of the pharmacist, while the other fell to a heart-piercing needle, an unprecedented technique. Had a new assassin emerged? Or was it a novel method from an existing killer? Or perhaps a copycat? Gao Feng's temples throbbed with tension. Chun Xian's expression turned grim. His concern lay not with the deceased, but with the chaos unfolding. If law enforcement's focus were divided by these incessant cases, the progress in locating that document would undoubtedly suffer serious setbacks. Investigate, Gao Feng commanded. Conduct a detailed examination of the crime scene. Scrutinize nearby surveillance footage and communications records. Clarify all social connections of Zhang Deming and Mad Dog. Particularly, why did Zhang Deming become a target? 24 hours had passed since the killings of Mad Dog and Zhang Deming. For an entire day and night, the task force members scarcely rested. They reviewed a massive volume of surveillance footage, interviewed hundreds of related individuals, and analyzed mountains of communication records. Yet, the results yielded nothing. Both crime scenes had been meticulously cleaned. Zhao Donglai stated wearily, in Mad Dog's case, aside from the injection site, there are no biological traces belonging to the murderer. Zhang Deming's case is even more extraordinary. That needle seems to have appeared out of thin air, piercing his heart. Gao Feng fixed his gaze intently on the whiteboard, where the names of the pharmacist and the individual temporarily designated as Steel Needle were inscribed. What about the surveillance? He questioned, incredulous that they could elude detection. The leader of the video surveillance team offered a wry smile and shook his head. Captain Gao, we have thoroughly reviewed all possible surveillance footage around the 2 crime scenes. We also accessed the city's Skynet system for comparisons and investigated individuals who appeared during the time frames surrounding the incidents. But so far, we have not identified any suspects. Either the perpetrator has skillfully avoided all surveillance, or their technical proficiency is exceedingly high. This conclusion cast an even heavier pall over the atmosphere in the conference room. They endeavored to uncover any connection among the 3 victims who had died in such quick succession: Lu Ren, the director of Renai Rehabilitation Hospital; Feng Go, the owner of a lending company in the west of the city; and Zhang Deming, the chairman of Tianhua Pharmaceutical. On the surface, no apparent commonality existed among them. Zhang Deming and Lu Rand were both linked to the medical field. Could there be a connection? Zhao Donglai proposed a lead. We checked. An officer responded promptly. They do indeed have a close business relationship, but it consists solely of ordinary pharmaceutical transactions, with nothing suspicious. As for shared enemies, there were numerous possibilities. For instance, they once conspired to imprison a journalist named Wu Wei. However, none of them had ties to Fenggo. The name Wu Wei fell like a small stone cast into a lake, creating a fleeting ripple during the task force's discussion before swiftly sinking away, attracting little attention. After all, the deceased had amassed a multitude of adversaries. Such tenuous connections were abundant, merely leaving a vague impression rather than serving as a basis for deeper suspicion. Particularly since the methods used to murder Lu Rand and Zhang Deming were markedly different, the law enforcement agency leaned towards the belief that two independent killers were involved, significantly diminishing any perceived connection between them. Regardless, this represented an avenue of investigation, albeit one of lower priority. Gao Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. We are not facing one or two lone wolves, but rather a highly organized criminal syndicate with clear divisions of labor and formidable counter-surveillance capabilities. From this day forth, we must prepare for a protracted battle. We will meticulously reassess all unresolved cases that carry any semblance of judicial significance. We must identify any behavioral vulnerabilities. The entire task force began to adopt a more resilient, long-term combat mentality. At the Chen family estate, Chen Zhangwo slowly skimmed the surface of his tea with a bowl lid, removing the froth. Before him stood Chen Xian and Chen Tianxiao, both wearing solemn expressions. Father, we cannot afford to wait any longer. Chen Tianxiao's voice was deep and tense. The official response is sluggish. That list could be exposed at any moment. We cannot relinquish control to others. Chen Zhangwo seemed unperturbed by his son's urgency, raising his gaze to focus on Chen Xian. What do you believe their objective to be? Chen Xian pondered for a moment before cautiously replying. At this point, the motive remains unclear. The deceased include pivotal figures like Lu Rand, as well as some irrelevant lowlives. The only commonality is that they all possess dubious pasts. It seems the adversary is playing the role of some sort of judge. As for whether they have acquired the list and their ultimate intentions, we cannot ascertain for now. The inability to assess this was, in itself, a risk. Chen Zhangwo placed the teacup back on the table, producing a soft sound. The authorities require a complete chain of evidence. We do not. He turned to Chen Tianxiao. Tianxiao, this matter is in your hands. Investigate all of Lu Ren's past grievances over the years. Identify everyone who might threaten us with that information. Examine each one meticulously. We need not await evidence. Mere suspicion suffices. Chapter 55. The plan accelerates. Chen Zhangwo observed the swirling tea leaves within his cup. I do not wish for any further unforeseen events. Before the authorities apprehend the murderer, we must neutralize all potential threats. Understood. Chen Tianxiao rose, slightly bowing to his father. Without further words, he exited the room briskly. Outside the estate, a row of black sedans awaited silently in the night. Chen Tianxiao entered the rear seat of the central vehicle. Xiao Gu, a rugged-faced man in the driver's seat, handed him a tablet. As per your instructions, we've compiled the information overnight. All individuals with grievances against Lu Rand, be they business disputes or personal vendettas. The list totaled 137 names. Chen Tianxiao's gaze swept over the densely packed names on the screen. The official incompetents cannot find the murderer, nor can they locate that list. With each passing day, we face increasing danger. Leaning back against the plush leather seat, he closed his eyes. Li Weigua and those old-timers are becoming restless. They called me 3 times today, more anxious than anyone else. So, do you mean we should not wait? Chen Tianxiao opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing through. Sort the individuals on this list by threat level. Starting tonight. Visit them one by one. I care not what methods you employ to extract their knowledge regarding Lu Rand. If they know nothing, Chen Tianxiao chuckled, a smile that sent chills down the spine. Then let them lose their ability to speak forever. Better to wrongfully kill 1,000 than let a single one escape. I want that mouse hiding in the shadows to see the kind of person he has provoked. Does he think that by killing Lu Rand and obtaining the list, he can threaten us? I will make him realize that the very information he possesses is not a shield but a death warrant. Should he dare to reveal a single name, I will annihilate his entire family. There will be plenty to cover my tracks. His voice echoed within the confines of the vehicle, filled with madness and ferocity. Go and act. Yes, Xiao Gu. With his command, this force, armed with money and violence, began to stir into motion. An invisible net quietly enveloped all connected to Lu Rand. On the list, Wu Wei's name lay quietly in an inconspicuous corner, categorized as an old grievance with a low threat level, positioned towards the back. For the time being, no one had associated her with this string of bloodshed. She was merely one of the countless specks of dust caught in this tempest. At Haishi Prison, in the second monitoring district, Lin Mo's life had improved significantly since the arrival of Along and Wu Zue. Currently, Lin Mo sat quietly in the library, engrossed in a book about law. He appeared no different from the other inmates striving for reduced sentences through study, focused and silent. Yet, his thoughts were already cloaked in the ethereal gaze of a phantom, hovering over the task force's proceedings. Each meeting of the task force played vividly in his mind. When Chun Xian departed the task force and entered the Chun family estate, Lin Mo sensed that the situation was about to escalate. Despite the impeccable confidentiality measures in Chun Jiangwo's room, Lin Mo remained oblivious to the conversations occurring within. However, through the tablet in Chun Tianxiao's car, Lin Mo gleaned insights into the impending actions of the powerful elite, spearheaded by the Chun family. Their directive was to indiscriminately investigate and eliminate all enemies of Lu Rand. The Chun family's response was swifter and more ruthless than Lin Mo had anticipated. Such indiscriminate action was indeed a common tactic among the elite, who wield sufficient power and resources. When the rules no longer serve to protect them, they unhesitatingly upend the chessboard, resorting to primal violence to resolve all matters. For Lin Mo, this was a double-edged sword. On one hand, the extensive purge by the Chun family would incite greater chaos, murkier waters in Longqing, thus favoring his covert maneuvers. Yet, on the other hand, this illogical investigation resembled a rabid dog biting indiscriminately. No one could guarantee that an unexpected turn would not reveal a clue leading to the truth. He could not place his safety in the hands of his enemy's folly or his own luck. It was imperative to throw a sufficiently enticing bone to these rabid dogs, one that would capture their undivided attention, allowing them to focus solely on it. This bone was Wu Wei. Previously, he had merely insinuated her as a potential beneficiary of the case, a possible smokescreen. However, it was now evident that this was far from sufficient. He needed to render this clue clearer and more irrefutable, compelling both the law enforcement and the Chun family to believe wholeheartedly. He aimed to convince all that this string of killings was an unequivocal act of vengeance on behalf of Wu Wei. In his elaborate scheme, Wu Wei was an indispensable pawn. Pushing her into the limelight would undoubtedly place her in grave danger, yet it was the only way to draw all firepower towards her, thereby securing precious time and space for his next move. A fleeting sense of guilt towards Wu Wei crossed his mind, only to be swiftly submerged by a colder resolve. He was no saint. In this life and death struggle, any sign of weakness or hesitation could prove fatal. He bore the weight of deep-seated enmity, and all he could do was tread upon the corpses of others, resolutely advancing towards the ultimate judgment. Lin Mo's consciousness plunged into the system, and a chilling command was issued instantaneously. Jin Tai. At this moment, the newly minted assassin Jin Tai responded. The next target was Qian Bin, a partner at Hanyuan law firm. Lin Mo's thoughts precisely transmitted the details of a man. He was another pivotal figure in the Wu Wei case, having fabricated all evidence detrimental to her. Swiftly bring him to justice. Understood. Lin Mo's plan was accelerating. The night was as dark as ink, and the Hanyuan law firm in the central business district of Longcheng was ablaze with light. Qian Bin, the firm's star attorney, was presently indulging in the tranquility befitting a victor. He had just secured a stunning victory in an economic dispute case worth over 100 million, recovering substantial losses for his client and earning a handsome commission for himself. Leaning back in his opulent Italian leather chair, he savored a glass of whiskey while admiring the dazzling nightscape of the city beyond the window. The sensation of manipulating the rules at will and looking down upon the masses intoxicated him immensely. As for those whom he had sent into the abyss through his legal expertise, their faces had long faded from his memory. Much like that audacious female journalist Wu Wei from years past, merely a trivial footnote in his illustrious career. Chapter 56. A miracle unfolds. Qian Bin took a sip of the fiery liquor, feeling a surge of heat in his throat and chest. This was the taste of superiority. Manipulating the law to his advantage, trampling upon the dignity of his adversaries, he gazed down upon the countless struggling ants in the city. Staring at his reflection in the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw the image of a successful man, an expensive suit, a well-groomed hairstyle, and a smile that exuded control over everything. Suddenly, at the edge of the glass reflection, beside him, a vague silhouette appeared silently. Qian Bin's heart lurched violently. Years of courtroom training honed his instincts, causing his hair to stand on end. He spun around abruptly, spilling liquor from his glass onto the carpet. Yet, there was nothing there. The office was empty. save for the rapid pounding of his heart. Was it an illusion? He furrowed his brow, attributing it to the effects of alcohol and excessive excitement. He laughed at himself for having been startled. Just as he turned to return to his desk, an icy chill surged from his chest. The heat from the liquor could not withstand this momentary cold. Lowering his gaze, he beheld a slender, razor-sharp blade piercing through his suit, akin to a viper's fang, precisely penetrating his heart. A small bloom of crimson rapidly spread across the luxurious fabric. His eyes widened in anguish and horror. Life ebbed away at an unprecedented speed from the wound. Jean Tai's figure materialized behind him, steadfast as a rock. He granted Qianbin no opportunity. Covering his mouth with one hand, while coldly witnessing a life extinguish in his grasp, Qianbin's body slumped, his gaze dimming with the fear of death and endless questions. Until his last breath, he remained oblivious to who had orchestrated such a professional and decisive end to his illustrious life. Jean Tai withdrew the short blade, cleaning it with Qianbin's expensive silk tie. He gently laid Qianbin's body back in the office chair, presenting the image of a drunken slumber. After erasing all traces, he silently merged back into the shadows, disappearing without a trace. The specter wiped away all electronic evidence, and the access control system revealed no anomalous visitor records. On the top floor of the Hanyuan law firm, only a gradually cooling figure remained, alongside an unfinished glass of whiskey. The following morning, within the Special Investigation Team's office, tension hung thick in the air. Gao Feng's eyes, bloodshot, fixated on the case report before him. In the accompanying photograph, Qianbin appeared peacefully asleep in his office chair. It was him again. Zhao Donglai, his voice hoarse, slid a cup of strong tea towards Gao Feng. Or rather, it was them. Zhao Ming adjusted his glasses and added, "The scene bears striking resemblance to the style of Zhang Deming's case. A single fatal strike, precisely piercing the heart. The incision was smooth. The weapon must have been an exceptionally narrow custom short blade. Clean and decisive, devoid of hesitation. The assailant possessed an intricate understanding of human anatomy, a top-tier professional." Gao Feng rubbed his aching temples, a profound sense of helplessness surging within him. What about the surveillance? Just like before, there was nothing to be found. The officer responsible for technical surveillance shook his head in helplessness. The access control system showed no signs of unauthorized visitors. Gao Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. Let us assign a code name to this newly emerged individual. Unlike the previous assassins, this one employs a short blade. Henceforth, let him be known as Duan Ren. The members of the Special Investigation Team remained silent, the weight of the serial killer case pressing heavily on their hearts. They were acutely aware that conventional investigative methods had utterly failed against this group of assassins. On-site investigations, surveillance tracking, and social relationship inquiries. These textbook procedures had been executed repeatedly, yet yielded no results. However, as law enforcement officers, they felt compelled to act, even in the face of dwindling hope. Continue to investigate social relationships. Gao Feng's voice resonated with an undeniable tenacity. Dig up every piece of information on Qianbin from his childhood to the present. Those he has wronged. The individuals he has incarcerated, his business rivals, his lovers. Leave no stone unturned. I refuse to believe they can operate without leaving a trace. With this command, the entire investigation team sprang into action once more. Although many harbored feelings of futility, Gao Feng's determination inspired them anew. Miraculously, it seemed that fortune had favored them this time. 5 hours later, a young officer tasked with organizing social relationship data, sporting 2 prominent dark circles under his eyes, stumbled into Gao Feng's workspace. Captain Gao, we have a breakthrough." His voice trembled with excitement as he slammed several documents onto the desk. The Lu Ren case, the Zhang Deming case, and the recent Qianbin case. Within their social networks, a common name had emerged. Gao Feng abruptly rose, seizing the documents. That name struck him like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the fog of confusion in his mind. Wu Wei. There had existed some faint connections among the victims of previous cases, but they were limited to pairs. None had linked to 3 victims like Wu Wei had. Wu Wei must have some connection. 7 years ago, Lu Ren, the director of Ren AI Rehabilitation Hospital, and Zhang Deming, the owner of Tianhua Pharmaceuticals, had jointly accused investigative journalist Wu Wei of extortion. At that time, their agent was none other than Qianbin from Hanyuan law firm. The office fell into a stunned silence, all present overwhelmed by this astonishing revelation. A clear thread now connected these seemingly unrelated murders with a 7-year-old cold case. The long-suppressed atmosphere ignited with renewed hope in the eyes of the investigation team. They had finally grasped the elusive tale of the cunning fox. "Revenge," Gao Feng muttered, his eyes gleaming with intensity. The motive for the crime was revenge. At least in these 3 cases, this assassin organization was acting on behalf of Wu Wei. Zhao Donglai. You are responsible for retrieving Wu Wei's case files. The rest, locate her immediately. Apply for search warrants and surveillance procedures. I want to know every moment of her life over the past 7 years. Gao Feng passionately issued his orders. In the conference room, Chun Xian, attending as an advisor, displayed a fleeting glimmer of unease in his gaze. Clearing his throat, he spoke in a steady and rational tone. Captain Gao, I understand your feelings. However, we currently lack any direct evidence linking Wu Wei to the murders. She is merely a person of interest. Applying for surveillance and tracking may not pass through the procedural channels and could risk alerting her. Chapter 57. That's enough. Gao Feng frowned. Advisor Chun. This is our only lead. Lu Ren, Zhang Deming, Qian Bin. 3 key figures are now deceased. Wu Wei is at the eye of the storm. I suspect she is either the employer of this assassin organization or even a member. Chun Xian adjusted his glasses, responding unhurriedly. I agree to interrogate and conduct a background check on Wu Wei. However, for surveillance and tracking, we have insufficient evidence. The higher-ups will not approve it. We must follow due process. Gao Feng sought to press the issue further, bypassing Chun Xian to appeal to superiors for surveillance and tracking. But Deputy Director Wang did not concur. We must adhere to procedures in our investigations. First, we interrogate and see what we can uncover. Surveillance and tracking will be put on hold. The decision from above ignited a simmering frustration within Gao Feng. He sensed something peculiar in Chun Xian's demeanor, too composed, almost as if deliberately obstructing the investigation. Yet, he could not voice his suspicions and had no choice but to comply with orders. Very well. I shall personally meet with Wu Wei. The air in the old district was perpetually tinged with a damp, antiquated scent. Sunlight was fragmented by the uneven silhouettes of the surrounding buildings, with only a few rays stubbornly filtering into Wu Wei's old room, illuminating the floating dust in the air. The room was cluttered with yellowing newspapers and documents, while Wu Wei sat beneath a dim lamp, sifting through myriad files in search of clues that had eluded her. This was Wu Wei's world, a former investigative journalist who had once stirred ripples with her pen, now ensnared in the mire of life. Her time in prison had dulled her edges, yet the light in her eyes remained unextinguished. After her release, she found herself blacklisted by the entire industry, scraping by with odd jobs. Nevertheless, she had never relinquished her quest for truth and justice. She had pored over every detail regarding Renai Rehabilitation Hospital until they were etched into her memory. She had even attempted to expose the truth again. Lacking the identity of a journalist, she considered disseminating her findings online, yet those posts vanished into the void, creating not a single ripple. Soon, she was met with harsher warnings and an increasingly precarious situation. Gradually, she realized that under the manipulation of that unseen hand, conventional methods proved futile. Public opinion? In the face of absolute power, it was merely a plaything to be manipulated at will. To shake the very foundation of that invisible mountain, one needed unconventional means. A blade capable of piercing its heart with precision. She had contemplated countless times. Even if public sentiment were stirred, what then? The figures thrust into the limelight would always be pawns like Lu Ren and Zhang Deming. After their disposal, the malevolence would only burrow deeper. Or perhaps they would not be discarded at all, merely relocated, rebranded, and allowed to continue their wickedness. Having gazed into the abyss, Wu Wei's idealism had been tempered into stark realism. She understood that the lives of lackeys paled in comparison to the whims of their masters. To inflict pain upon them, one must strike at the core. Even if total destruction was not feasible, they must pay a bloody price. She had been waiting, anticipating an opportunity, yearning for a like-minded ally. Days prior, when the news of Lu Ren's sudden death reached her, her heart skipped a beat. She felt an overwhelming premonition. The winds of change seemed to be stirring. The heavy and resonant sound of knocking interrupted Wu Wei's thoughts. She cautiously rose to her feet and peered through the peephole. Outside stood several solemn-faced men. The leader, a middle-aged man, stood tall with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's. Even through the lens, Wu Wei could feel the weight of his scrutiny. They were security personnel. Taking a deep breath, Wu Wei opened the door. The foremost security agent was Gao Feng. He assessed the woman before him, struggling to reconcile her with the spirited investigative journalist depicted in the dossier. The Wu Wei before him appeared haggard, clad in a faded old t-shirt. Yet, her eyes occasionally sparkled with idealism. Wu Wei, Gao Feng presented his credentials. We are from the Municipal Special Investigation Team, and there are some matters we wish to discuss with you. Please, come in, Wu Wei said, stepping aside. Gao Feng entered the cramped room, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. Upon noticing the mountains of documents, he merely glanced at them. Ms. Wu, it seems you have not forgotten the case from 7 years ago. Gao Feng pulled out a chair and sat down, getting straight to the point. I am innocent. Wu Wei's voice was soft, yet each word resonated with conviction. The truth has been obscured. Justice has not been served. How could I possibly forget? We are not here regarding that case. Gao Feng's fingertips lightly tapped the table. Lu Ren has died. Are you aware of this? Yes. I heard about it from someone at Renai Hospital, Wu Wei replied. Gao Feng fixed his gaze on her, searching for any sign of a crack in her composure. You know Zhang Deming, the owner of Honghua Pharmaceuticals, correct? Wu Wei's heart sank, yet her expression remained calm. I know him. He was one of my accusers back then. He is also dead, Gao Feng stated deliberately. Just days ago, he was pierced through the heart by a steel needle. Wu Wei's pupils dilated. Her breath momentarily halted. This news was indeed new to her. Zhang Deming is dead too. Gao Feng keenly noted her fleeting reaction and pressed on. And Xian Bin, a partner at Hanyuan law firm, who represented them, he died last night as well. The manner of his death was similar to Zhang Deming's, instantaneous. A series of thunderclaps reverberated in Wu Wei's mind. Lu Ren, Zhang Deming, Xian Bin, 3 pivotal figures who had cast her into hell 7 years prior, now succumbing to bizarre deaths in such quick succession. This was no coincidence. She immediately grasped the reason for the security personnel's visit. A tremendous storm was brewing, and she was being propelled by an unseen force right into its eye. Ms. Wu, Gao Feng's voice lowered, laden with pressure. 3 individuals with whom you share a deep-seated enmity have died at the hands of a professional assassin. Do you have anything to say about that? Or do you know anyone who might go to such lengths for you? Wu Wei lowered her eyelids, concealing the turmoil within. Her mind raced. Who could it be? What was their objective? The most plausible suspects were Lu Ren and Zhang Deming's commercial rivals in the pharmaceutical realm. Framing a murder, employing a proxy. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These were ruthless tactics common in business. The motive was undoubtedly profit. Yet, there existed another possibility. One most ideal and longed for. A true ally had emerged. Someone who, like her, had seen the futility of conventional means and was determined to eradicate evil with decisive force. This person or organization possessed immense power that she lacked. They had precisely eliminated the 3 key figures from that time and directed the clues towards her. They were also manipulating her to conceal their true trail, regardless of who they were or what their ultimate aim might be. At least in the matter of dismantling this nefarious group, their objectives aligned. That was sufficient. Chapter 58. Awakening her life had already plummeted to rock bottom, leaving her with nothing. Now, all that remained was her obsession with uncovering the truth and her pursuit of justice. Moreover, did she have any choice left? She was already ensnared. Retreat was not an option. Given that, why not face the storm head-on and forge ahead? She was like a pawn that had crossed the river. Forward was her only option. What she hoped for was that those who treated her as a mere pawn were her allies. She yearned for this storm from the shadows to intensify, ideally sweeping up the deeper, darker forces behind Lu Ren as well, letting them taste the agony they had inflicted. Having come to this understanding, the tumult in Wu Wei's heart gradually subsided. She lifted her gaze to meet Gao Feng's scrutinizing eyes once more. Captain Gao, are you implying that you suspect me of hiring a hitman? She asked with a self-deprecating smile, gesturing to her surroundings. Do I strike you as someone who could afford a professional assassin? We do not rule out any possibilities, Gao Feng replied. I have nothing to say. Wu Wei stated calmly. I am pleased they are dead, but that does not imply I had any involvement in their deaths. If you have evidence, you may arrest me now. Gao Feng scrutinized her intently. Wu Wei's reaction was impeccable, judging by her expression and subtle movements. It was clear she was hearing the news of Zhang Deming and Xian Bin's deaths for the first time. Yet, her subsequent demeanor seemed excessively unusual. Gao Feng's suspicions deepened. However, the subsequent interrogation yielded no results. Wu Wei's responses were flawless. As a former investigative journalist, her command over language and expressions was unquestionable. We will get to the bottom of this. Gao Feng stood up, leaving behind a cold remark as he and his subordinates turned to leave. Stepping out of the dilapidated residential building, a blinding ray of sunlight forced Gao Feng to squint. A young security officer followed closely, whispering, Captain, what now? This Wu Wei does not seem to be lying, yet everything about her feels strange. She is not lying, but she is also not revealing her true thoughts. Gao Feng replied as he settled into the car, rubbing his throbbing temples. He had been pursuing this assassin for far too long. From the complications of the Huang Sihai and Wang Dashan cases to the current inter-city collaboration, tracking the killer had become an obsession. He would not allow the case to stagnate in his hands. Gao Feng had a strong intuition that Wu Wei was undoubtedly connected to the assassin. He picked up his phone, but then set it down again. Chen Xian's face flashed in his mind. The request for surveillance had been denied, and every step was bogged down by bureaucracy. Don't drive yet, Gao Feng suddenly commanded, his tone resolute. He turned to his two most trusted subordinates and said, "From now on, you will monitor Wu Wei around the clock. Report every person she meets and every place she visits, in meticulous detail." However, the chief, the application for surveillance and tracking has been rejected. Our actions are indeed in violation of regulations. If any issues arise, I shall bear full responsibility. This is an order. Gao Feng's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable weight. He was aware that this was a risk. If caught, the consequences would be dire. Yet, intuition informed him that Wu Wei was the key to unraveling all the mysteries. He must seize this solitary clue, even if it meant jeopardizing his future. In Longchen, within a spacious and opulent villa on the outskirts, a man in his 50s knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. His name was Wang Jianjun, the vice president of Renai Rehabilitation Hospital and the most promising candidate to succeed the position of president following Lu Ren's death. Chen Tianxiao languidly reclined on the sofa, idly toying with two polished walnuts, producing a dull clattering sound. Each collision struck Wang Jianjun's heart like a hammer. Behind him stood his nephew, a young man in his 20s named Chen Feng, whose face was alight with excitement as he observed the unfolding scene. "Vice President Wang, please do not be anxious," Chen Tianxiao spoke in a gentle tone. Yet, to Wang Jianjun's ears, it sounded more terrifying than the wails of a malevolent spirit. "I am here today simply to have a conversation with you." Lu Ren's demise was abrupt, and many matters remain unaddressed. We would like to ascertain if he left behind anything of significance. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Jianjun's forehead. Typically, he had inferred from subtle clues that Lu Ren was involved in secretive endeavors. He never anticipated that he would suffer for it now. "Mr. Chen, I know nothing. I truly know nothing," he lamented, his face a mask of despair. "Is that so?" Chen Tianxiao smiled, though his smile lacked warmth. He shifted his gaze towards the pale-faced mistress standing beside him, cradling a little girl in her arms. "I've heard that Vice President Wang's granddaughter has commenced kindergarten this year, correct?" Wang Jianjun's heart sank, a chilling dread coursing through him. "Our Chen family owns a Qixing Star bilingual kindergarten. The environment and faculty are among the finest in the city," Chen Tianxiao continued nonchalantly. "This child appears to be quite bright. Perhaps she should transfer to our institution. Tuition will be waived, and we will arrange for a dedicated vehicle for her transport, ensuring she is well cared for." Wang Jianjun's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat saturating his shirt. This was no gesture of goodwill. It was an unambiguous threat. Sending his granddaughter to their territory was akin to delivering a proton into their hands. "There is no need for such trouble, Mr. Chen." Wang Jianjun's voice quivered uncontrollably. Chen Tianxiao maintained his smile, but his gaze had grown icy. "Vice President Wang, I am not negotiating with you. You are an intelligent man. You should know what to do." He leaned closer to Wang Jianjun's ear, speaking in a tone only they could hear. "It is best if Lu Ren's possessions are not in your possession. If they are, you should know how to handle it. I give you 3 days. I expect to see your granddaughter's lovely smile at the entrance of Qixing Kindergarten in 3 days." With that, he turned to leave, accompanied by Chen Feng and a cadre of black-clad bodyguards, vanishing into the night until the tail lights of the bulletproof vehicle disappeared from view. Only then did Wang Jianjun collapse to the ground, as if his bones had been extracted. In the vehicle, Chen Feng still bore the flush of excitement on his face. "Third uncle, you were magnificent just now." He looked at Chen Tianxiao with admiration. "That Wang Jianjun was utterly terrified by your few words. Our Chen family is indeed formidable. This is what power feels like." Chen Tianxiao cast a sidelong glance at him, a hint of disdain curling his lips. "Formidable?" Leaning back against the plush leather seat, he closed his eyes. "Xiaofeng, you are still too young. What you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. In this matter, our Chen family is at best an executor." Chapter 59. The last bullet. What is the status of an executor? Need I elaborate? The excitement on Chen Feng's face instantly froze. Chen Tianxiao continued in a tone that bordered on ruthless, imparting a lesson to his nephew, who was clouded by the family's prestige. "Do you think this position of executor simply fell from the heavens? It is one we snatched from the jaws of countless starving wolves. The deeds we undertake are for that esteemed individual. Only by executing those tasks flawlessly can our Chen family's standing remain secure. Otherwise, should you witness Wang Jianjun's fate today, tomorrow, our Chen family could face an even graver outcome." As he mentioned that esteemed individual, Shan Tianxiao's voice involuntarily lowered, his eyes reflecting a profound reverence and fear. Chun Feng was shaken to his core, suddenly realizing that the seemingly glamorous Chen family was merely a pack of hounds fighting over scraps. At that moment, a sudden, urgent ringtone shattered the silence within the vehicle. It was Chun Tianxiao's private phone. He glanced at the caller ID, his brow slightly furrowing as he answered. "Speak," he commanded, his tone concise and authoritative. On the other end, a calm and steady voice emerged. It was Chen Xian. "Third uncle, there's new development." Chen Xian spoke rapidly. "Are you aware that Qian Bin, a partner at Hanyuan law firm, has died?" "Yes," Chen Tianxiao acknowledged, prompting Chen Xian to continue. "The special investigation team has discovered that all clues from the cases of Lu Rend, Zhang Deming, and Qian Bin lead to a single woman, Wu Wei. She was the journalist who sought to expose the dark secrets of Renai Hospital and was imprisoned by the three of them in collusion." "Wu Wei," Chen Tianxiao mused, the name igniting a glimmer of cold ruthlessness in his eyes. Chen Xian continued, "The special investigation team wishes to apply for 24-hour surveillance and tracking of Wu Wei. I instructed Director Wang to reject the application on the grounds of insufficient evidence. At present, they are only permitted to conduct routine questioning, which has just concluded with no significant results." "Well done," Chen Tianxiao commended. The constraints placed on the special investigation team provided him with an exceptional opportunity. The head of the family is already aware of this matter and has reported it up the chain. Chen Xian added, "The directive from above is to resolve this expeditiously without any further disturbances." "I understand." Hanging up the phone, Chen Tianxiao immediately issued a command to the driver in the front seat. "Turn around and head to this address." He relayed an address displayed on his phone to the driver. The original plan to pursue Lu Ren's enemies was abruptly set aside. Compared to those individuals, Wu Wei, who had intertwined 3 lives, posed a far greater threat. During the smooth turn of the vehicle, Chen Tianxiao had already opened his portable tablet, accessing Wu Wei's entire dossier. Wu Wei, 35 years old. Her parents had perished in an accident during her youth, and she had long severed ties with her relatives. Unmarried, without children. Once a renowned investigative journalist, she served 3 years in prison for extortion. After her release, she once again disseminated false information online and was subsequently warned. This led to her being completely ostracized by the entire journalism industry. Now, she resides alone in a low-rent apartment in the old city, surviving through odd jobs. Chen Tianxiao's fingers glided slowly across the screen, his brow furrowing deeper. This Wu Wei has no family, no children, no relatives, and no friends. She does not even possess a decent job. This implies that all conventional methods of intimidation would be utterly ineffective against her. She is like a slippery eel, a tough nut to crack, alone and unafraid. Chen Tianxiao sensed that simple and crude threats would likely be futile. If there was a way to avoid killing, he would prefer not to take a life. This was not out of reverence for life, but rather a matter of pure cost-effectiveness. The resources required to dispose of a corpse and the subsequent complications are far too great. He resolved to first ascertain the situation, both for himself and for his companion Chen Feng. He intended to gauge just how resilient this woman truly was. In her low-rent apartment, Wu Wei locked the door immediately after seeing off Gao Feng and his companions. The room fell into silence once more. Yet, Wu Wei's heart remained turbulent. An invisible feeling of being watched clung to her like a relentless shadow. This was not a neurotic delusion. Years of imprisonment and the struggle for survival thereafter had honed her instincts to a near-bestial acuity regarding danger and the prying eyes of surveillance. She approached the window, cautiously lifting a corner of the curtain to peer outside. The police car that had just departed with Gao Feng was nowhere to be seen. Everything around appeared as it always did. The aging residential buildings cast deep shadows, and cicadas chirped in the heat. Yet, Wu Wei knew that beneath this seemingly tranquil facade, eyes were watching her. Who was surveilling her? The first face that came to mind was that of Gao Feng, marked by suspicion and obsession. Along with his chilling parting words, "We will get to the bottom of this." It was highly probable that it was the security personnel. For an ordinary, relatively inexperienced, intelligent person, this thought might represent the culmination of their contemplation. However, Wu Wei was not ordinary. The setbacks and darkness she had faced far exceeded those of most people. She had long since lost the most basic trust in this system. She leaned towards another possibility. The formidable entities lurking behind Lu Rend, those who truly operated in the shadows. They had likely become aware of her existence through certain channels. A chill coursed down her spine as she realized that her remaining freedom and safety were dwindling. She had to take action. Before proceeding, she needed to discern the force stirring up the storm in the shadows. Was this avenging killer force her ally? Wu Wei preferred to believe, and could only hope, that they were. But how had her allies found her? They might possess tremendous power, capable of easily accessing internal documents from law enforcement. Perhaps they operated with meticulous attention to detail, tracing back to the witnesses of her case, or there was a minuscule chance that they had found her through online means. However, this latter possibility seemed exceedingly slim, as most information concerning her and those events had long been erased from the internet by an unseen force. Regardless of the process, this indicated one thing: her allies possessed formidable information-gathering capabilities. This realization solidified her resolve. She would deliver the final bullet to her allies, a bullet potent enough to pierce through the darkness. Chapter 60. Epitaph. She dashed into her bedroom and dragged out a long sealed box from beneath the bed. Inside lay her unfinished investigative manuscripts from years past. They were the fruits of countless days and nights of labor, as well as the true evidence that had led to her imprisonment. She spread the yellowed pages across the floor, her eyes ablaze with resolute fire. Integrating the latest hypotheses, she meticulously reorganized all clues, evidence, and deductions, crafting them into a manifesto of accusation with blood and tears. She titled this piece, "To the Darkness, My Epitaph." She believed, she could only believe, that her allies possessed the capacity to uncover this article at some moment and discern the myriad clues hidden within regarding the evidence. Next, she embarked on a nearly frenzied course of action. She retrieved several USB drives and external hard drives that she had purchased with her savings from a drawer, copying the epitaph onto them. She then found paper and pen, meticulously transcribing the entire text into multiple copies. She disguised these information-laden media through various means. Some were tucked into old books and given to strangers. Others were sealed in waterproof bags and discarded deep within a park trash bin. Still others were hidden in the crevices of public restroom stalls. Furthermore, she uploaded the electronic version to multiple domestic and international cloud storage accounts she had purchased. Finally, she accessed a timed email service website. Composing an email with the cloud drive link and password, she set a trigger mechanism so that if her email account remained inactive for 24 consecutive hours, this timed email would be automatically sent to the public inboxes of numerous well-known media outlets and human rights organizations both domestically and abroad. This was the epiphany of a martyr. Did she not understand that with the power of the unseen hand, everything she was doing had a significant likelihood of being intercepted midway, ultimately vanishing into oblivion? She did, for after her release, she had done something similar, though not nearly as fervent or resolute as this time. On that occasion, she suffered a crushing defeat, not only rendering all her efforts futile, but also receiving the harshest warnings and sustaining severe harm. From that moment on, she had adopted a life of disguise, preserving her existence until now. Yet, she still chose to act, for she had no other options left. Ensnared within the system, like a pawn crossing a river, she could only move forward, embracing death to find life. Moreover, she harbored a flicker of hope in her heart. She believed that even if all information were to be perfectly eradicated again this time, the very act of her enemies erasing traces would itself leave new marks. Just as walking in the snow disturbs the surface, revealing footprints regardless of attempts to conceal them. One day, even if not her allies, there would be successors. They would follow the disturbed traces and uncover more information. She had done all that she could do. Wu Wei calmly deleted all operational records from her computer and formatted the hard drive. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented wave of exhaustion wash over her, as well as an unparalleled sense of tranquility. She returned to her small and humble room, meticulously tidying up and making the bed. Then, she boiled water and brewed herself a cup of tea. Sitting at the table, she cradled the warm cup, quietly watching the last rays of the sunset sink below the horizon. As the city lights began to twinkle, she lived her life as usual, waiting for the arrival of that final moment. The actions of Wu Wei were all under the watchful eyes of the security personnel monitoring her from within the car. There were two officers observing her, the younger one named Li Xiang and the older one, Zhang Jing. Both were trusted subordinates of Gao Feng. Surveillance was not an easy task, so the two often engaged in conversation to relieve their tense nerves. "What do you think is going on with that woman?" Li Xiang yawned. Zhang Jing, more composed than Li Xiang, continued to smoke, his gaze fixed on the curtain-drawn window across from them. "Gao ordered us to keep a close watch, so we will. Less chatter." At that moment, a corner of the curtain was lifted and quickly dropped again. She moved. Li Xiang perked up. A few minutes later, the target, Wu Wei, emerged from the tenement carrying a somewhat worn canvas bag, hurrying along. "Follow her, but keep your distance," Zhang Jing instructed in a low voice. Li Xiang started the car, trailing Wu Wei at a careful distance. The following hours became one of the most bizarre experiences of Li Xiang's career. Wu Wei's actions were utterly illogical. She first entered an old bookstore, handed a book to a bewildered young stranger who was reading, and then turned and left, leaving him in shock. Next, she walked into a park and disposed of something wrapped securely in a waterproof bag into the deepest trash can. She even entered a crowded public restroom, remaining inside for an extended period. Throughout the entire process, she moved like a specter, swift and resolute, her eyes burning with a near-mad intensity. What was she doing? Was it a transaction or the relay of information? Li Xiang's mind was in disarray. Zhang Jing's expression grew increasingly grave. He keenly sensed that this was no ordinary behavior. Split up, Zhang Jing decisively commanded. You follow her, and I'll retrieve what she discarded or hid. Hurry. As the twilight light pierced through the city, Li Xiang and Zhang Jing reconvened in the car. Zhang Jing laid the recovered items on the dashboard, an old book, a waterproof bag containing a USB drive, and several folded sheets of paper. Li Xiang stared at the items, swallowing hard. Brother Zhang, what is all this? Zhang Jing did not respond, merely unfolding the sheets of paper in silence. The dim light of the car illuminated the neatly written characters on the page, each word striking like a dagger. The title pierced their consciousness. To the darkness, my epitaph. As they delved deeper into the reading, the air within the vehicle seemed to thicken. The two seasoned security officers found their breaths becoming increasingly labored. The contents recorded on the pages were like a bloodied blade, slicing open the world before them, revealing its most grotesque and putrid depths. The trafficking of living organs, the commodification of human lives, the feasting of the powerful on the weak. Each word detonated in their minds like a bomb. Li Xiang's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, a primal fear nearly choking him. This terror eclipsed his anger and sense of justice as an enforcer. He was merely an ordinary person, with a meager salary and a wife waiting for him at home. The secrets unveiled on the paper were sufficient to obliterate any informed ordinary individual. Brother Zhang, Li Xiang's voice came out hoarse and dry. Is this real? Zhang Jing abruptly shut the manuscript, as if it were a searing iron. His facial muscles were taut, his eyes filled with struggle and dread. This fear blurred the lines of their doubt. Was it a security officer's instinctive suspicion of a suspect, or the helplessness and terror of an ordinary person facing a colossal wave? They were but insignificant screws in a vast machinery of violence. Though angered, they dared not easily intervene in a vortex capable of consuming everything. They needed someone more powerful to lead them. Report to Gao immediately. Old Zhang's voice was slightly distorted from the immense pressure. Only he can handle this. In the Special Operations Group office, the light above Gao Feng's desk still shone brightly. He looked at the USB drive, hard drive, and handwritten manifesto brought back by Zhang Jing and Li Xiang, his brows furrowing into a tight knot. To the darkness, my epitaph. Gao Feng's fingertips lightly tapped the cold surface of the desk, producing a dull, rhythmic sound. He read through the entire article without missing a single word. Throughout his years in law enforcement, he had encountered countless individuals claiming to be wronged, and even more perpetrators masquerading as victims. His mentor, the old officer who had introduced him to criminal investigation, had once patted him on the shoulder before retirement, imparting a lifetime of wisdom. Xiaofeng, remember to question everything. You are an enforcer, not a housewife watching soap operas. Do not empathize with your suspects. Every word they utter should raise a question mark in your mind. The only thing that can earn your belief is evidence. It was precisely because Gao Feng adhered to and enacted this principle that he had risen to his current position. He certainly recognized the profound evil and bloodshed lurking behind this article. However, as it was authored by a suspect, Gao Feng remained skeptical. Moreover, he was currently focused on the assassin case, so he was more concerned with why Wu Wei chose to disseminate such self-incriminating information. Furthermore, in his view, Wu Wei's so-called epitaph was written too perfectly, too emotionally, resembling a hero prepared for a noble death. Yet, a true victim in dire circumstances often experiences chaos and fear. This resoluteness and clarity seemed more like a meticulously orchestrated performance. While she was doing all this, did she notice any suspicious individuals around her? Gao Feng asked coldly. Li Xiang and Old Zhang exchanged glances and shook their heads. No, she seemed to be randomly selecting her recipients and hiding places. Gao Feng's gaze sharpened. He speculated that Wu Wei's actions must have an undisclosed purpose. It was highly probable that this manifesto served as a signal, calling forth the hidden assassin. Recite to me in detail the entire process of your surveillance of her. Not a single detail should be missed, Gao Feng commanded. He deliberately emphasized the oral nature of the situation. Such violations of surveillance must, of course, leave no trace. After listening to the recounting from the two individuals, Gao Feng had already formed a judgment in his mind. He picked up the items from the table and strode towards Deputy Director Wang's office. Director Wang, I hereby apply for the immediate arrest of Wu Wei. She has significant connections to the 3 murder cases involving Lu Ren and others, and she is suspected of colluding with the assassins. Gao Feng slammed the documents and USB drives onto Deputy Director Wang's desk. Deputy Director Wang leisurely picked up the draft paper and glanced at it briefly. He furrowed his brow slightly and then set it down. Gao Feng, I understand your eagerness to solve the case. However, how can an unverifiable article and a few USB drives serve as evidence for an arrest? This article could be interpreted as defamation or the delusions of a mentally unstable individual. Our actions must be grounded in solid evidence. Gao Feng's emotions became agitated. Then let us take a step back and place Wu Wei under residential surveillance. Restrict her freedom to prevent her from contacting the outside world. Deputy Director Wang pondered for a moment, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. He saw the determination in Gao Feng's eyes and realized that failing to provide him with an explanation would lead to complications. Very well, residential surveillance is permissible. However, this must follow proper procedures. I will have someone handle it immediately. Procedures? Gao Feng's heart sank. He knew that once the procedures were set in motion, it would be too late. Indeed, Deputy Director Wang's tone shifted, becoming more serious. Moreover, Comrade Gao Feng, your personnel conducted unauthorized surveillance on Wu Wei without any official application. This is a serious violation. You must immediately withdraw all your personnel and surrender all items obtained during the surveillance. Otherwise, you will need to explain the origin of these items. With a single sentence, all avenues for Gao Feng were blocked. His fists clenched tightly at his sides, his chest heaving violently. Ever since Chen Xian had refused the Special Task Force's request to track Wu Wei, he sensed an invisible resistance. This force came from higher-ups, hampering his every move. Yet, he had not reached that level and could not see the entire picture. Deep down, he simply wished to be a dedicated law enforcement officer, capturing the assassin who challenged the rule of law without getting embroiled in the power struggles of the upper echelons. Yes, Gao Feng managed to squeeze out the word through gritted teeth before turning to leave the office. 2 streets away from the residential building where Wu Wei lived. Inside a black car, Chen Tianxiao leaned back in the rear seat, eyes closed in repose. Beside him, Chen Feng appeared somewhat restless, glancing out the window from time to time. At that moment, Chen Tianxiao's phone rang. It was a call from Chen Xian. Third uncle, the law enforcement personnel have withdrawn. Is it clean? Clean. Deputy Director Wang issued the order personally. Gao Feng had no choice. Very good. Chen Tianxiao hung up the phone and opened his eyes. He issued a brief command to the bodyguard in the front seat, a man as silent as iron. Commence action. Soon, a black van, which had long been waiting in the shadows, stealthily emerged. Its license plate was covered with a fake one, moving through the night like a predatory beast. The van stopped beneath Wu Wei's residential building, and the doors swung open. Several men clad in black clothing and wearing masks filed out, their movements swift and silent. Inside the vehicle was a device the size of a suitcase, which was continuously operational. All mobile phone signals and network connections within several hundred meters of Wu Wei's residence were abruptly severed. The surveillance footage turned into a blur of static. A man approached Wu Wei's door. He took a set of precise tools from his pocket and fiddled with the lock for a few seconds. The door lock emitted a barely audible click, and it opened. Inside, the lights were bright. The anticipated panic did not materialize. Wu Wei sat at her desk, facing away from the entrance. A cup of tea sat on the table, now cold. She held a small carving knife in her hand, seemingly having just completed her final stroke on the tabletop. She turned around, calmly gazing at the unexpected intruders. There were no words, no resistance. As if she had foreseen this moment's arrival, the leading man waved his hand, and 2 team members stepped forward. One produced a handkerchief to cover Wu Wei's mouth and nose, while the other readied a package. They swiftly carried the unconscious Wu Wei away. The entire process was executed with precision and efficiency. Subsequently, 2 personnel responsible for cleaning up the traces entered the room. They meticulously examined every corner with professional equipment, ensuring that no hair, skin flakes, or fingerprints remained. One of the cleaning personnel noticed the carvings on the desk. He leaned down, illuminated by the light, and discerned the line of text. The characters were deeply etched, the strokes sharp, exuding a resolute power. Life is precious, but freedom is even more valuable. For the sake of justice, both can be forsaken. The trace cleaner's lips curled into a smirk beneath his mask. He found it somewhat absurd, like a futile cry. He took a planer from his toolbox and forcefully scraped back and forth across the words. Wood shavings flew, erasing the line that encapsulated a woman's ideals and determination. Only when the tabletop surface was smoothed to satisfaction did he cease. After completing all of this, the cleaner surveyed the room one last time. Confirming that everything was in order, he turned and quietly closed the door behind him. Long after the signal interference had dissipated, a brave resident cautiously peeked through the door crack. The earlier strange signal disruption and the fleeting black van below, along with the fierce men, deterred everyone from venturing out. Was someone just kidnapped? A voice echoed in the neighborhood group. I think I heard something, but I didn't dare to look. Should we report it to the authorities? How can we report something when we know nothing? Ultimately, a kind-hearted individual dialed the security bureau's number. Hello, is this the security bureau? It seems like someone in our building has been kidnapped. Who was kidnapped? I don't know. I didn't dare to look. What about the kidnappers? I also didn't see clearly. I just saw a few shadows, looking very fierce, and I quickly closed the door. Due to the vague information provided by the caller, this case was initially treated as an ordinary criminal case. The bureau dispatched 2 law enforcement officers to conduct interviews. It was not until the officers knocked on Wu Wei's door and found the apartment empty, confirming the resident's identity through other neighbors, that they realized the severity of the situation. The news was escalated through the ranks until it finally reached Gao Feng's ears. With a thud, Gao Feng slammed his fist onto the desk, causing water in the cup to splash out. His chest heaved violently, and his eyes were bloodshot. An uncontrollable rage nearly ignited him. Damn it, he silently roared. If it were not for Deputy Director Wang's insistence on withdrawing the surveillance personnel, and if it were not for the damned process of residential surveillance causing delays, how could Wu Wei possibly have been abducted right under his nose? Now, this hard-won clue has once again been severed. The security forces have completely lost their grip on Wu Wei. He paced back and forth in his office, agitated, resembling a ferocious beast trapped in a cage. He yearned to unleash his fury and smash everything in sight to smithereens, but ultimately, he managed to restrain himself. He understood that anger would resolve nothing. He needed to regain his composure. The following morning, the atmosphere in the Special Task Force's conference room was grave. Gao Feng sat in the main seat, his expression somber. Zhang Jing stood at the front, succinctly presenting the preliminary findings of the Wu Wei kidnapping case. No valuable physical evidence had been left at the scene. Neither the door locks, the floor, nor the furniture bore any suspicious fingerprints or DNA. The table showed signs of having been cut, indicating that whatever had been there had been deliberately removed by the abductors. According to reports from the telecommunications department, during the time frame of the incident, communication and network signals in the area were severely disrupted, rendering all surveillance equipment ineffective. Several eyewitnesses were interviewed, all of whom reported seeing a group of men dressed in black with masked faces. They moved swiftly, making it impossible to ascertain their exact number. Out of fear, no one dared to observe closely. One witness claimed to have seen a black Jinbei van. We checked the license plate number based on the description, but the system indicated no such record. It was a false plate. Zhang Jing's report was brief, as the clues were exceedingly scant. Yet, every detail pointed to one conclusion. This was a meticulously planned abduction executed by a professional team. After hearing this, Gao Feng took a deep breath and scanned the faces of everyone present. Could it be the work of a hired killer? He posed this hypothesis first. Could it be that Wu Wei had staged this drama with the assassin, aiming to shed her former identity and vanish from our sight? Upon hearing this question, the usually silent consultant, Chen Xian, displayed a slight twitch in his facial muscles, as if acknowledging Gao Feng's professionalism. I disagree, retorted the veteran officer Zhao Donglai immediately. Based on the cases we currently have at hand, whether it be the craftsman who kills with a pen, the apothecary who uses poison, or the dagger-wielding assassin, their modus operandi is characterized by precision, stealth, and solitary execution. They strive for a lethal strike, disappearing quietly from the surveillance. In contrast, this kidnapping case employed a team, utilized signal disruption equipment, and exhibited a conspicuously violent style, which is entirely contrary to the methods of a hired killer. Zhao Donglai's words elicited nods of agreement from the others. He paused briefly before continuing. Moreover, I have been reviewing the case files from Wu Wei's extortion case 7 years ago over the past few days. I have uncovered some issues. One of the key pieces of evidence that led to her conviction back then now seems somewhat questionable. Could Wu Wei's kidnapping be related to her past case? Zhao Donglai was unaware of the existence of Wu Wei's manifesto, but Gao Feng was not. The Bloodstain Manifesto and Zhao Donglai's suspicions regarding the old case files coincided perfectly. In an instant, Gao Feng's doubts about Wu Wei began to waver. He started to lean towards believing that what was inscribed in that epitaph might indeed hold the truth. Chapter 63. Such darkness. Gao Feng could not help but cast a deep glance at Chen Xian. Chen Xian smiled back at him. Gao Feng averted his gaze, his heart sinking. From the beginning, Chen Xian had refused the task force's surveillance of Wu Wei. Then Deputy Director Wang forcibly ordered the withdrawal of the surveillance under the pretext of a violation, and finally, the abductors had precisely seized this window of opportunity. All of this seemed too coincidental. After all, the so-called tracking and monitoring, viewed from another perspective, could be considered a form of protection. Yet, the force obstructing that protection bore the unmistakable shadow of the Chen family. Gao Feng had every reason to suspect that Chen Xian and the Chen family behind him, even if not the masterminds behind Wu Wei's abduction, were undoubtedly intertwined with this force in myriad ways. But what could he do? Confront them directly? Did he possess any evidence? Was Chen Xian merely an ordinary person? Chen Xian held a public office and was backed by the formidable Chen family. He also represented the will of higher authorities. In the face of such absolute disparity in power, any impulsive action would only invite catastrophic backlash. He could only bury this suffocating suspicion deep within his heart, waiting for the right moment. Gao Feng took a deep breath, suppressing his turbulent emotions, restoring the calm and authority befitting the leader of the task force. Comrade Zhao Donglai's discovery is of utmost importance. His voice was low yet powerful. Regardless of whether the abductors were hired killers or others, Wu Wei has become the linchpin of this entire case. Our primary objective now is to locate her. He stood up, his piercing gaze sweeping across everyone present as he began to assign tasks. Zhao Donglai, you will continue to delve into the case from 7 years ago. Leave no stone unturned. I want a thorough review report. Zhang Jing, although that Jinbei van had a false plate, the model and its condition will not change. I am granting you permission to access all city surveillance footage and search all car dealerships. Find that vehicle for me, even if it feels like searching for a needle in a haystack. Lastly, his gaze fell on Chen Xian. Consultant Chen, this abduction operation was executed with professionalism, equipped with advanced gear and decisive action. The organizations or teams capable of accomplishing this in Longcheng are few and far between. The Chen family's deep roots in Longcheng suggest they may have some understanding of this matter. I need you to leverage the Chen family's connections to provide me with a list of potentially involved organizations or individuals. Furthermore, I hope you will accompany me as we personally visit each individual on that list. This statement served as both a probe and a subtle pressure tactic. He aimed to rattle the seemingly tranquil underbrush and see if any serpents would emerge. All eyes in the conference room turned toward Chen Xian. Chen Xian slowly lifted his head, a gentle smile gracing his face. He stood up composedly, adjusted his collar, and readily agreed. Very well, Captain Gao. Assisting the task force is my unassailable duty. I will promptly compile a list. It is my honor to work alongside Captain Gao on this case. By evening, nearly 20 hours had elapsed since Wu Wei's abduction. In a desolate warehouse on the outskirts of Longcheng, the blinding white fluorescent lights dispelled the darkness of the corners. Yet they could not hide the dust and the scent of blood hanging in the air. Wu Wei was firmly bound to a specially designed electric chair. Her soaked clothing clung to her body, outlining her emaciated form. Her hair clung disheveled to her pale cheeks, her lips chapped and cracked. Beneath the iron chair, a large pool of water reflected the cold light, remnants of the alternating effects of electric shocks and cold water. The exposed skin bore the grievous marks of burns inflicted by the electric shocks, a harrowing sight. Her spirit had withered to its utmost limits. Chen Feng stood before her. A sadistic pleasure etched upon his face. He menacingly inquired, I ask you one last time, where is the assassin organization? Where is the list left behind by Lu Rand? Lu Wei hung her head, eyes shut tight, offering no response. Humph. Chen Feng scoffed, gesturing to his companion. Continue. I am eager to see just how resilient her bones truly are. In the shadows, Chen Tianxiao sat on the sofa across from Lu Wei, observing the woman on the brink of collapse, yet still unyielding, a trace of admiration blossoming within him. Her bones were indeed remarkably resilient. For someone like Lu Wei, mere physical torment would likely bear little fruit. Her vulnerability lay not in her body, but in her spirit. He meticulously studied her expressions, capturing each faint rhythm of her breath. She was enduring, she was persevering, indicating that a flicker of hope still resided within her. It seemed that he must first obliterate her final shred of hope entirely. The numbness following the electric shocks gradually receded, and an agonizing pain surged forth like a tide. Lu Wei's body trembled uncontrollably, yet she remained silent. Chen Tianxiao regarded her and suddenly spoke in a tone akin to casual conversation. Are you counting the time? Lu Wei's trembling form seemed to respond. Chen Tianxiao chuckled, his laughter echoing eerily in the vast warehouse. 24 hours. This moment is quite sensitive for you, isn't it? Do you think that the epitaph you painstakingly crafted will spread like a virus across the world? He unleashed a series of mocking guffaws. Ha ha ha, don't be naive. Do you know who we are? Our line is responsible for propaganda in launching. Your clever little tricks are merely childish scribbles in our eyes, utterly laughable. Each of his words pierced like a needle. You still don't know, do you? The USB drive you tossed in the trash. The manuscript you handed to a stranger. Everything has already been confiscated by our people. Oh, and the cloud spaces you uploaded to, both domestic and international, have also been completely sealed and erased. Lu Wei's complexion grew increasingly pallid. And that scheduled email, right? Qin Tianxiao taunted. The 24-hour deadline you set is fast approaching. Xiao Feng, bring it over so our esteemed journalist, Lu Wei, can witness what true despair looks like. Chen Feng grinned maliciously as he placed a laptop before Lu Wei. On the screen, a prominent countdown was ticking away, second by second. Lu Wei's gaze was fixed on the pulsating numbers. 000003, 000002, 000001, 000000. Time was up. Chen Feng expertly accessed the scheduled email service website, entered Lu Wei's account and password, and pressed the login button. The page transitioned, revealing a line of cold red text at the center of the screen. This account has been permanently banned due to violations. Do you see? Qin Tianxiao laughed triumphantly. This is your epitaph. It can't even be sent out. Boom. In that moment, Lu Wei felt her world shatter completely. She had anticipated this outcome, had resolved to martyr herself in the process. Yet when hope was brutally extinguished, the overwhelming darkness consumed her in an instant. The sky of Lancheng was shrouded in utter darkness, impenetrable, devoid of a single ray of light. Chapter 64. The laughter that pierces the darkness. Lu Wei felt as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from her, her entire being collapsing. Had she not been bound to the chair, she would have surely crumpled to the ground. The flames that once burned in her eyes had now turned to ashes. Cold and lifeless. Qin Tianxiao observed her with satisfaction, knowing he had successfully breached her most impregnable psychological defenses. Just as he prepared to speak and utterly shatter her will, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The laptop screen flickered unexpectedly. That glaring red band message seemed to be erased by an invisible hand, vanishing in an instant. The web page returned to normal, revealing Lu Wei's account homepage. Account status: normal, scheduled email task. In progress, a progress bar for sending an email appeared out of thin air. The recipient list was no longer the few media outlets and organizations Lu Wei initially set. It had expanded exponentially. Associated Press, Agence France Presse, Russian news agency, the public and private emails of the world's top media outlets, Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, every department's email of renowned human rights organizations worldwide. It even included countless unrecognizable addresses belonging to politicians, lawmakers, and social activists from various nations. The progress bar surged forward at an unstoppable pace, 10, 30, 70, 100. Sent. At this moment, Qin Tianxiao was still basking in the satisfaction of his psychological victory, while Chen Feng reveled in the overwhelming power they wielded. Upon witnessing the sudden change, their smiles froze simultaneously. They gaped at the unfolding events on the screen, dumbfounded. In the midst of this deathly silence, a faint voice broke through. Humph. It was Lu Wei. Her head still hung low, her body trembling slightly. Humph, humph, humph. The sound grew louder, transitioning from suppressed sobs to an uncontrollable low laugh. Ha ha! Lu Wei suddenly lifted her head. On her face, marred by scars and tears, a near-manic smile emerged. Her laughter was sharp, exhilarating, filled with the ecstasy of survival and a thorough mockery of the darkness. This laughter was her first response since being bound here. It sliced through the oppressive air of the warehouse, piercing the arrogance of Qin Tianxiao, who believed he controlled everything, and shattering the impenetrable darkness. All of this was, of course, orchestrated by Lin Mo. Time rewinds to the afternoon when Lu Wei penned her epitaph. In the library of Haishi Prison, Lin Mo sat quietly in the shadows of the bookshelf, cradling a yellowed old book in his hands. The pages before him recounted an ancient fable. A malevolent dragon perched atop a mountain demanded that the village below sacrifice a maiden each year. Year after year, brave youths embark on the perilous journey of dragon slaying. Yet invariably, they meet their demise. Until one fateful year, another youth sets forth with a gleaming sword, and the villagers, intrigued, follow closely behind, eager to discover the outcome. They witness the youth endure countless trials, ultimately piercing the heart of the malevolent dragon within its lair. However, in that moment of triumph, fueled by the thrill of the hunt, the youth also slays the trembling maiden who was to be sacrificed. Amidst the bloodshed, grotesque horns sprout from his head, and dark bat-like wings unfurl from his back. The youth transforms into a new dragon. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on the final line of text for a long while, his thoughts drifting far away. After taking the life of Qian Bin, he realized that Wu Wei was on the verge of discovery. Thus, he commanded a phantom to monitor her movements. Every action of Wu Wei unfolded before his eyes, from her resolute words in the face of adversity to her return home, meticulously arranging her epitaph like a martyr, and finally, her desperate attempts to kindle a flicker of hope in the corners of the city. Lin Mo beheld her struggles, her determination, and her solitary courage. For an ordinary person stripped of status and resources, abandoned by the world, Wu Wei's endeavors represented the pinnacle of her capabilities. Lin Mo, too, had once plunged into an abyss of darkness, perhaps even more hopelessly than she, for he had been cast into this tomb of the living dead without a chance to resist. Therefore, the conclusion Wu Wei envisioned, he had already foreseen. Her actions would likely bear no fruit, as the mediums carrying her blood, tears, and hopes would be effortlessly erased by an unseen hand. She could not shake the darkness in the slightest. Instead, her audacious clash would lead to even graver, more fatal repercussions. Yet she persisted. This was her defiance. Akin to a moth drawn to fire, a mayfly attempting to shake a tree, representing her final declaration against an unjust world. Deep within Lin Mo's heart, a long-dormant string was gently plucked. He scrutinized himself. Without the Death Warrior's judgment system, could he have achieved what Wu Wei did? He did not know. Perhaps he could have. Perhaps he had already been dulled by endless torment, reduced to a mere shell of existence. The system had endowed him with the power of vengeance, rendering him fearless of life's malevolence. He could effortlessly perceive evil, orchestrate calamities, and judge the lives of others as if he were a deity. Yet, it seemed he was gradually losing the reverence he once held for the goodness of life. The Death Warriors became tools, the wicked were prey, and the virtuous and just were scapegoats. Everything in the world transformed into numerical values of crime hunting and pieces within a vengeance scheme. He had entangled Wu Wei in his plans with the intention of using her as a pawn, a perfect smokescreen. Her struggles and suffering were merely necessary costs to achieve his goals. However, he now realized, he was treading the path toward dragon slaying, and he must constantly remind himself not to become a new dragon. Some might say, Lin Mo, you are a seeker of vengeance. Mercy will only be your weakness. If one day your quest for revenge conflicts with the good and just, and your safety weighs against the lives of the innocent, how will you choose? Lin Mo closed the book and returned it to its place. He had found an answer within. He would decide when that day truly arrived. At least today, at this moment, they did not conflict. Since there was no conflict, he would lend her a hand. Silent commands traversed the mental link, transcending spatial barriers, reaching the omnipotent phantom within the digital realm. Chapter 65. Public opinion. In an office on the top floor of a certain skyscraper, the environment was immaculate, devoid of dust. The air was infused with the calming aroma of high-quality wood mingled with delicate tea. Chen Tianzhong, the eldest son of the Chen family, the highest-ranking member of the family in the political arena, sat behind a redwood desk with his capable assistant. The screen before him refreshed data from the global online public opinion monitoring center every second, with red alert notifications cascading down like a waterfall. Wu Wei's to darkness. My epitaph had begun to appear sporadically online. Yet, throughout this ordeal, Chen Tianjing's expression remained largely unchanged. Initially, things progressed smoothly. He wielded his power as if extinguishing a match, effortlessly severing all of Wu Wei's attempts to voice her thoughts to the outside world. USB drives, manuscripts, cloud storage. Those unfounded statements were quietly confiscated and eradicated before they could be published. He believed this to be a trivial farce that would soon conclude. Until a scheduled email, previously blocked, was revived by a ghostly hacker right under their noses and launched into the world in an astonishing manner. Director. The frantic voice of a subordinate came through the phone. He was responsible for cybersecurity. We have failed. The opponent's technical prowess far exceeds our estimates. We cannot intercept or trace the hacker. The information is spreading. We are losing control. Chen Tianzhong lifted his teacup, gently blowing the tea leaves floating on the surface. Understood. He replied mildly. His subordinate was taken aback. He had anticipated the director would erupt in anger or scold him. He had never expected such a response. Chen Tianjing sipped his tea, relishing the warm liquid sliding down his throat. Indeed, a flicker of displeasure stirred within him, akin to discovering a blemish on a perfect painting. Yet, this displeasure was far from reaching the level of fury, let alone a calamity looming. For he understood better than anyone the foundation of their power. Was it public opinion? Was it the scorn of the masses? Certainly not. Their reliance lay in controlling the life and death of individuals, from the hospitals where one is born to the schools one attends, and the workplaces one is employed at. Every aspect of life, from ensuring basic needs to providing spiritual entertainment, and ultimately, the medications that prolong life, is woven into their vast web. Moreover, and most crucially, they wield the purest form of violence, both legal and illegal. Through violence, they have acquired the authority to define everything. Only those who similarly control resources and violence can topple them. Public opinion is merely a weapon wielded by adversaries of equal standing when they engage in mutual attacks. If those individuals seek to confront them, the presence or absence of public opinion remains inconsequential. It serves merely as a pretext. Conversely, if they choose not to engage, what is termed a public relations crisis can be effortlessly quelled with a few concessions and costs. Moreover, those who have ascended to such heights are not free from blemish. Today, one may use public opinion to strike at me, yet tomorrow, I can unearth your secrets. It is merely a tacit agreement to exchange barbs, throwing around inconsequential tokens. Ultimately, the true game is played with strength at the table. As for the common masses, what power resides in their words? Their anger is trifling, their memories fleeting, and their attention easily captivated by the next sensational event. Thus, Qin Tianjing has never believed that public opinion can unleash any monumental upheaval. The reason for their expenditure of resources to suppress it is solely to maintain the stability of their controlled environment, ensuring that the masses continue to provide value in an uninterrupted manner. This sentiment resonates oddly with Lin Mo, who languishes in Heisher prison, reaching a philosophical accord. Lin Mo also harbors no expectations of public opinion. To rely on a group of strangers, whom one has never met, to empathize wholeheartedly, to rally in support, and to make sacrifices? Such naivety is unfathomable. Placing hope in the empathy of others is perhaps the most foolish endeavor in existence. Amplifying public discourse demands considerable energy, yet yields no commensurate results. What one gains is merely a facade of bustling activity and impotent agreement. The most equitable truth in this world is that every individual possesses but one life. Hence, to enact vengeance and obliterate their physical form suffices. Qin Tianjing set down his teacup with a crisp sound. There is no need for alarm. His voice remained steady as ever. Since it is impossible to sever the source, one must tackle the intermediary channels of dissemination. The task requires more hands. I grant you the authority to hire. After hanging up, Qin Tianjing summoned his secretary and began to assign tasks with clarity. In the name of, insert name, disseminate the notification. Directly warn those minor media outlets and organizations within the country. Anyone daring to report on this matter shall have all their resources immediately severed. Contact the heads of major media and organizations, compelling them to pledge neutrality and objectivity. Additionally, relax their scrutiny to a reasonable extent. They know how to choose wisely. As for foreign entities, the firewall is not merely ornamental, and the impact is limited, so there is no need for excessive concern. Simultaneously, all platforms must intensify content scrutiny. Any related discussions should be blocked, posts deleted, and accounts banned. Leave no space for gathering and fermentation. Finally, dig up a scandal involving a first-tier celebrity's extramarital indiscretions or fabricate another societal hot topic to muddle the waters. The public's attention will swiftly shift. Yes, Director. The secretary obeyed the command and quickly departed. The office returned to its previous tranquility. Qin Tianjing approached the window, gazing down upon the city shrouded in night. The myriad lights appeared to him as mere dim dust. This matter holds little impact on that individual and the overall scheme. However, for the Qin family, particularly for Qin Tianxiao, who is directly responsible for execution, it represents a significant misstep. The individual may harbor some dissatisfaction towards him and the Qin family. His fingers lightly tapped against the window glass. Ah Xiao, I hope you do not disappoint me. In the outskirts, within an abandoned warehouse, Qin Tianxiao's arrogance and composure vanished, his countenance darkening. He had learned the entirety of the situation through a phone call and could almost envision his elder brother's impassive yet discontented face. The one tasked with handling the family's dirty work was now engulfed in fear and anxiety. Presently, the accursed list left by Lu Ren was no longer of primary importance. The urgent matter at hand is to devise a remedy. The ideal outcome would be for Wu Wei to publicly clarify that all was fabricated by her. As a second option, she must be made to disappear entirely, silenced to prevent further deterioration of the situation. More drastic measures are imperative. Chapter 66. The dawn piercing the night. Have you laughed enough? Qin Tianxiao slowly rose from the sofa. He approached Wu Wei, his gaze brimming with ferocity. I must admit, you and your enigmatic assassin organization have surprised me. However, do not naively believe that this grants you freedom. He drew a sharp dagger from his subordinate's waist, the cold blade grazing Wu Wei's cheek. Do you know? Death is not terrifying. What is terrifying is being unable to live or die. Wu Wei ceased her wild laughter, gasping for breath, her chest heaving violently. Yet the desolation in her eyes had vanished, replaced by a sea of flames burning with hope, capable of staring down any darkness. She feared not death, but the absence of hope. At this moment, she glimpsed the dawn piercing the night. Come on, she provocatively rasped. Show me what other means you, the ravenous beasts, possess. Excellent. Chen Tianxiao, in a fit of rage, laughed harshly. Increase the dosage. I want her. His words were interrupted by a faint yet urgent knocking outside the heavy iron door of the warehouse. This was the signal agreed upon with his subordinates. A guard responsible for perimeter vigilance entered, his expression grim as he whispered to Chen Tianxiao. Brother Xiao, the authorities have arrived. One car, for individuals. Chen Tianxiao's pupils constricted sharply. What is happening? Why did Xian not alert me? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, yet the current situation allowed for no delay. He made a swift decision. A phone. You take 2 men and bring her out through the back door. Move quickly. He understood well that as long as they were not caught in the act of kidnapping, with the Chun family's influence, a few law enforcement officers would not dare act against him. Yes, third uncle. Chen Feng quickly shook off his initial shock. He gestured to one subordinate, who immediately understood, producing a drug-soaked handkerchief and swiftly covering Wu Wei's mouth and nose. Wu Wei's struggles lasted mere seconds before her body softened, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. The 2 subordinates promptly untied her and hoisted her up. The group hastily made their way to a nondescript hidden door at the back of the warehouse, swiftly disappearing into the darkness. Chen Tianxiao adjusted his collar, smoothing out the wrinkles, restoring his usual composed demeanor. He waited quietly, calculating the time it would take for Chen Feng and the others to leave. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, he leisurely approached the iron gate and personally unlatched it. The night wind rushed in as he opened the door. Leading the way was an impeccably upright elderly security officer, akin to the dawn piercing through the darkness. It was Zhao Donglai. The scene rewinds to half an hour earlier at the launching bureau. Zhao Donglai was meticulously perusing the case files of Wu Wei's extortion case from 7 years ago, each page yellowed with age. Yet, the ambiguities conveyed through the words had become increasingly vivid with the passage of time. The key witness who had accused Wu Wei had immigrated shortly after testifying, disappearing without a trace thereafter. The so-called extortion recording was distorted, lacking any effective voice-print comparison. Most critically, a physical piece of evidence, a sum of 500,000 in cash, was discovered beneath the bed in Wu Wei's rented apartment. Each inconsistency was like a sharp thorn, knitting Zhao Donglai's brows in concentration. Just then, his personal phone, resting on the table, suddenly lit up with a faint vibration. A text message from an unfamiliar number. Zhao Donglai, intrigued, picked up the phone and opened the message, which contained a mere line. I, Wu Wei, have been kidnapped by Chun at the abandoned steel factory in the western suburbs, warehouse number 7. Zhao Donglai's breath caught in his throat as he stared at the message, his mind racing. Was it truly from Wu Wei? How could she possess her own number? Was it a trap? Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Yet his decades of investigative instinct urged him to consider this lead as potentially credible. He immediately dialed Gao Feng's number. Meanwhile, within an exclusive club in Longcheng, where entry was tightly controlled, the fragrance of tea wafted through the air. Gao Feng sat adjacent to Chen Xian, accompanying a figure of significant stature in Longcheng, engaged in a tea ceremony. This visit had been initiated by Chen Xian, ostensibly for the purpose of the special case team's investigation. However, Gao Feng sensed it was more a display of Chen's profound connections and influence. Just as the atmosphere grew delicate, Gao Feng's phone vibrated discreetly in his pocket. He discreetly glanced at the screen, and an alarming glint flickered in his eyes. It was the same distress message. His immediate instinct was to observe Chen Xian, who remained adorned with a gentle smile, focused on refilling tea for the important guest, his movements fluid and graceful. Gao Feng quickly deduced that Chen Xian was unaware of the message. At that moment, Zhao Donglai's call came through. Gao Feng offered an apologetic smile to the distinguished guest, and Chen Xian, rising to take the call. Apologies, I have a family matter to attend to, he said, stepping out of the private room to intentionally avoid Chen Xian. Captain Gao, I received a message, Zhao Donglai quickly stated. I received it too, Gao Feng interjected. Listen, this lead is our only hope. Regardless of whether it is a trap, we must investigate. Understood, Zhao Donglai replied, but Gao Feng's tone grew grave. He glanced back at the private room and continued. The message mentioned Chun, and I suspect it relates to the Chen family. Therefore, This matter must remain undisclosed to Qin Xian. We cannot ascertain Wang Bureau's stance at this moment. To be cautious, we must not report this operation or follow any official procedures. This is a violation. Zhao Donglai gasped. I will take responsibility, Gao Feng replied resolutely. Old Zhao, how many people can you truly trust right now? He inquired. Zhao Donglai fell silent for a few seconds before naming 3 individuals. Good, Gao Feng decided swiftly. Take those 3 with you and approach quietly. Do not report, do not draw attention, and shut down all internal communications. Understood. Zhao Donglai took a deep breath. I will find a way to delay Qin Xian to prevent him from receiving any news. Be cautious. Zhao Donglai's voice grew firm. Gao Feng paused. A hint of complex emotion in his tone. Old Zhao, are you afraid? A hearty laugh resonated from the other end of the line. What is there for a nearly retired old man to fear? In the end, I just want to catch a few genuine villains. But you, Xiao Feng, you are still young. Your future path is long. Take care of yourself. Gao Feng felt a warmth in his eyes, inhaling deeply to suppress the surging emotions. Understood. Go ahead. After hanging up, Gao Feng placed his phone back in his pocket, his expression regaining composure. He returned to the private room, smiling as he joked with the distinguished guest and Qin Xian about his family. Meanwhile, Zhao Donglai swiftly mobilized, enlisting 3 fellow officers, soon to retire, unafraid of stepping on toes. And still ordinary security personnel after a lifetime of service. Together, the 4 seasoned officers, collectively exceeding 200 years of experience, drove an inconspicuous civilian vehicle silently into the night, akin to a long-used yet still sharp dagger piercing the darkness of the suburban landscape. Behind the warehouse lay a forsaken ruin. Moonlight was fragmented by distant wild trees, casting mottled and eerie shadows on the ground. A rugged path, covered in gravel and industrial debris, wound deeper into the obscurity. This area had once served as a dumping ground for steel mill waste, now reduced to rusted rebar and half-grown weeds. Sounds from the warehouse could be faintly heard, yet the chaotic terrain perfectly obscured visibility. Qin Feng walked at the forefront, a hint of hostility lingering on his face. Behind him, 2 subordinates supported the unconscious Wu Wei, moving swiftly. These 2 subordinates were core bodyguards of Qin Tianxiao, vicious dogs nurtured by the Qin family. Their steps were steady and powerful, treading on gravel with barely a sound, even while carrying an adult. Their breathing remained calm and elongated. Their faces bore no extraneous expressions, only an inherent coldness and ferocity, qualities forged through bloodshed and the taking of lives. The Qin family had provided their families with generous material support, but simultaneously, their families were held as hostages by the Qin family. They had long been involved in numerous illicit affairs, their hands stained with indelible blood, bound by a debt that would lead them to irrevocable ruin. Loyalty had long been intertwined with their lives and the safety of their families. They were absolute, formidable, and merciless killing machines. As the trio traversed a narrow passage formed by 2 massive heaps of discarded metal, the shadow of death descended without warning. 3 dark figures, emerging like specters from the depths of hell, sprang forth simultaneously from the shadows on either side. They donned masks and hoods, revealing only their piercing eyes. The phantoms had already utilized Qin Feng's mobile phone for tracking. They transmitted Qin Feng and his companion's location and movements precisely to each of the death warriors through Lin Mo. This was a hunt orchestrated by a master hacker, executed by 3 assassins. The information was utterly asymmetrical. According to the plan, the female assassin, Shui Lu, like a silent venomous serpent, wielded a poisoned dagger and lunged at Qin Feng, who walked in the middle and appeared to be the weakest. The other 2 figures confronted the 2 fierce bodyguards. One was Jin Tai, wielding a poisoned blade, while the other was Wei Hu, a newly summoned death warrior specifically called upon by Lin Mo, possessing a well-proportioned physique and exuding explosive power. In an instant, the bodyguard matched against Jin Tai reacted swiftly. As Jin Tai's blade was about to slice through his throat, he abruptly threw his head back, while simultaneously delivering a kick to Jin Tai's abdomen. Jin Tai sidestepped, and the blade, following the momentum, carved a deep wound visible to the bone on the bodyguard's arm. Flesh and blood flew. The poison had struck its mark. Meanwhile, Wei Hu's assault could only be described as devastating. The bodyguard he faced was formidable in his own right. Upon being attacked, he abandoned Wu Wei, raised his arm to block, while his other hand instinctively reached for his weapon at his waist. However, Wei Hu's speed and strength utterly overwhelmed him. Wei Hu's left arm swept aside the bodyguard's blocking arm like an iron whip, while his right fist, slicing through the air with a deafening rush, struck fiercely against the man's temple. Crack! The sound of splintering bone echoed painfully. The bodyguard's movements froze instantly. The ferocity in his gaze faded rapidly. He collapsed limply to the ground, silent forever. One blow, one kill. However, the most unexpected turn of events unfolded with Chun Feng, positioned centrally on the path. With more reaction time, he swiftly adapted to the incoming Shui Lu, who had been deemed the weakest link. As her dagger neared him by approximately 10 centimeters, he suddenly sidestepped. Following this, a fierce whip kick, like a steel lash, struck mercilessly at Shui Lu's side. Bang! Shui Lu was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a pile of metal debris, producing a resounding thud. To everyone's astonishment, Chun Feng was the most formidable among them. He glanced at the bodyguard, swiftly dispatched by Wei Hu, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Wei Hu, akin to that of a wild beast. Observing the other bodyguard, blood gushing from his arm, his face turning pale, he felt a rush of clarity. Without hesitation, he commanded the injured bodyguard, "Stop them." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he turned and fled, summoning every ounce of strength to emit a piercing cry that pierced the night. "Third uncle, save me." He yearned for survival. If only his third uncle could hear him. If only he could delay them for a few minutes, he might live. The situation was dire. Chun Feng could not be allowed to escape after engaging with the Death Warriors. The poisoned and injured bodyguard, having heard Chun Feng's command, felt a fleeting sense of regret and determination. With a fierce roar, adrenaline surged through him, disregarding his bleeding arm. He abandoned all defense and charged like a raging bull towards Wei Hu and Jin Tai, attempting to buy Chun Feng precious time with his own life. Roar! In response came Wei Hu's even more ferocious roar. Faced with the desperate onslaught of the enemy, Wei Hu advanced rather than retreated. His body, charged with energy, suddenly leapt into the air. A stunning flying kick descended like a battle axe. Boom! Amidst the heavy thud, the bodyguard's head shattered like a crushed watermelon. His body was forcefully slammed to the ground by this overwhelming might, convulsing twice before falling silent forever. Chapter 68. Resolve all enemies within 30 seconds. Accompanying Wei Hu's furious roar was Jin Tai's decisive action. As Chun Feng's figure was about to vanish around the corner of the debris, he realized there was no time to pursue. In a moment of desperation, Jin Tai unhesitatingly hurled his dagger. This blade, having tasted blood, had nearly exhausted its potent poison within the body of the previous bodyguard. It was now merely a sharp, ordinary weapon. Although it no longer possessed its lethal venom, it could still serve as a flash of lightning in pursuit. Whoosh! As Chun Feng fled for his life, he heard the whoosh of the wind behind him. The threat of death caused every hair on his body to stand on end. Years of training kicked in, and without a moment's thought, he executed an extreme forward dive to evade. He narrowly avoided a fatal strike. However, the dagger still grazed his thigh with relentless precision. Slish! The sharp blade easily tore through his pants, leaving a spray of blood. Ugh! The intense pain forced a muffled groan from Chun Feng. His forward motion faltered, and he crashed heavily to the ground. This fall extinguished his final hope for escape. Before he could struggle to rise, the beast-like figure was upon him. Wei Hu's imposing shadow enveloped Chun Feng entirely. He felt the suffocating pressure bearing down upon him, the mingling scent of blood and sweat emanating from his pursuer. He wanted to turn back, to beg for mercy, to do something, yet it was too late. Wei Hu's bulging veins tightened as he charged forward, his iron fist, accompanied by a violent gust, struck mercilessly at the back of Chun Feng's head. Bang! Chun Feng's head met the hard ground with a sickening thud, sending a jarring echo through the air. His body jolted violently before going completely limp. Life, thus, came to an end. While this brief and bloody struggle unfolded in the depths of the ruins, at the main entrance of the warehouse, Chen Tianxiao and Zhao Donglai were locked in a standoff. The night breeze tousled Chun Tianxiao's expensive tailored suit, radiating an aura of relaxation. It was a calmness cultivated through long-term control over the lives of others. His smile was gentle, yet beneath that facade lay an unmistakable arrogance and disdain. Zhao Jian was the first to speak. "It is quite late. What brings you and your old colleagues to this remote warehouse?" Zhao Dong glanced at him, then shifted his gaze to the brightly lit warehouse behind him. A sudden heaviness settled in his heart. He feared he had indeed arrived too late. Wu Wei may have already been relocated. However, his decades of experience in criminal investigation had honed his ability to remain unfazed even in the face of calamity. He withdrew his gaze and replied in a matter-of-fact tone. "Mr. Chun, we received a report from a citizen about a serious kidnapping incident occurring here. According to regulations, we must conduct a search of the premises." "Kidnapping?" Chun Tianxiao laughed lightly, as if he had heard an amusing joke. He gestured towards the empty warehouse behind him. "Zhao Jian, have you made a mistake? This is merely an old warehouse owned by my company, typically used for storing miscellaneous items. How could a kidnapping possibly occur here? His smile faded slightly, and his tone shifted to one of implicit pressure. Furthermore, to my knowledge, conducting a search requires proper procedures, does it not? Where is your search warrant? You can't know until you've searched. Zhao Dong deftly sidestepped that sharp inquiry about the search procedures, yet his tone was imbued with an unyielding firmness. Today, he did not wish to discuss regulations. Chun Tianxiao's expression turned cold. Zhao Dong lied. I am speaking to you civilly out of respect for your position. But do not forget that this is the Chun family's property. Without proper authorization, no one shall step foot further. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Zhao Dong remained unyielding, standing tall like a pine rooted on a precipice. He met Chun Tianxiao's gaze and said, Mr. Chun, all I know is that my duty is to maintain public order. I have the right to investigate any place where criminal activity may be occurring. The air seemed to solidify at that moment. The night wind stirred up dust from the ground, and the tension reached its zenith. Both sides stood their ground, unwilling to yield even an inch. Suddenly, a frantic, piercing scream erupted from the depths of the warehouse's ruins, shattering the oppressive silence. Uncle, save me. Ah! The voice was unmistakably that of Chen Feng. The calm demeanor Chen Tianxiao had maintained disintegrated in an instant. For the first time, disbelief and a hint of panic flickered in his previously disdainful eyes. Zhao Dong's heart jolted. He was unaware of the specifics of what transpired in the depths of the ruins, but he keenly sensed that a turning point had arrived. Change was a harbinger of good fortune. He regarded the transformed expression of Chun Tianxiao and taunted, It appears that Mr. Chen's warehouse is indeed quite lively. His voice, though not loud, struck Chen Tianxiao's taut nerves like a heavy hammer. Zhao Dong chose to ignore him further, beckoning his 3 old colleagues behind him. Let us go. We must see what is happening. We cannot afford any casualties. At that moment, Chen Tianxiao had no time to argue with Zhao Dong about procedures and regulations. His nephew's cries pierced his heart like a dagger. He did not even have time to retort Zhao Dong's mockery before he turned and hurried after him, racing towards the source of the screams. His subordinates followed closely behind. The 2 groups quickly dashed towards the dark ruins behind the warehouse. In the Blackstone prison, cell 2203, Lin Mo lay quietly on his bed, yet his consciousness remained acutely attuned to the battlefield. Just as Zhao Dong and Chen Tianxiao set out, a message was transmitted from Ghost. For the sake of safety, Zhao Dong had maintained a recording of his private phone call since stepping out of the vehicle. Originally intended to guard against the Chen family, it unexpectedly became Ghost's listening ear. Zhao Dong and Chen Tianxiao had just heard Qin Feng's plea for help and were en route to the conflict zone. Estimated arrival time, 3 minutes. Time had suddenly become exceedingly urgent. Wei Hu Jin Tai, eliminate all enemies within 30 seconds. From the moment Lin Mo issued the command until Chun Feng was dispatched, only 10 seconds had elapsed. There were still 2 minutes and 50 seconds until Zhao Dong and Chun Tianxiao's arrival. Wei Hu, take Wu Wei immediately. Ghost, plan the optimal escape route, avoiding any exposure risks. Shui Lu, Jin Tai, swiftly clean up any traces left by the deceased assassins. We must evacuate the scene within 1 minute and 20 seconds. The moment the order was given, the 3 assassins, freshly emerged from battle, operated with the efficiency of finely tuned machines, immediately commencing their tasks. Shui Lu, clutching her side where Qin Feng had kicked her, sprang up from the ground. The sharp pain rendered her pale, yet her movements remained unimpeded. She exchanged a glance with Jin Tai, and they both sprang into action. Jin Tai quickly approached Chun Feng's lifeless body, locating the short blade that had slashed his thigh, and meticulously wiped away the blood and any potential fingerprints using Chun Feng's clothing. Shui Lu swiftly inspected the other 2 guards' bodies, ensuring they left no belongings behind. Then, they both hastily erased the footprints they had left in the loose earth during their arrival and the battle. Meanwhile, Wei Hu strode purposefully to the unconscious Wu Wei, effortlessly lifting her onto his shoulder as if she were a mere doll. The strength bestowed by his robust physique made carrying the load feel as light as a feather. Almost simultaneously, the optimal escape route devised by Ghost was relayed to every assassin through Lin Mo. It was a path that avoided all open areas, winding yet the safest route. Traces cleared. Wu Wei has been located. Route confirmed. Evacuate. Wei Hu, shouldering Wu Wei, led the way, striding steadily and powerfully into the night. Jin Tai and Shui Lu followed closely, their silhouettes slipping away like phantoms from the scene of carnage. At this moment, there remained 1 minute and 30 seconds until Zhao Dong and Chun Tianxiao's arrival. 1 minute and 30 seconds. For an ordinary person, this might merely be a brief interlude while waiting for an elevator or replying to a message. Yet, in the midst of the ruins, that span of time was sufficient for the assassins to vanish without a trace. As Zhao Donglai, accompanied by 3 old comrades, waded into the steel ruins, a heavy stench of blood assaulted their senses, as if an invisible hand had seized everyone's breath. The beam of the flashlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating the scene. 3 corpses lay frozen in a tragic pose, encapsulating the final moments of their lives. 2 muscular men, evidently elite bodyguards, bore the marks of brutal violence. One had a sunken temple and a shattered skull, having succumbed to a lethal blow, while the other lay with his arm mangled and his head twisted grotesquely. A fleeting glimpse of madness etched upon his face. The foremost figure was a young man sprawled on the ground, his skull similarly dented. Blood and brain matter mingled with dust, already beginning to congeal. "Stand guard," Zhao Donglai growled, swiftly drawing his baton. His comrades reacted immediately, assuming defensive stances, scanning the surroundings for lurking dangers among the colossal heaps of discarded metal. Every shadow harbored potential threats. At that moment, a hurried, chaotic sound of footsteps approached. Chen Tianxiao had arrived with his men. Upon spotting the familiar figure on the ground, Chen Tianxiao felt as if struck by lightning, rooted to the spot. The face that typically exuded arrogance and composure drained of color in an instant. Grief surged within him, overwhelming like a flood. Ah Feng was dead. His second brother's most cherished son had perished here. He had promised to look after him. How could he face his brother now? Yet, this sorrow lasted scarcely 5 seconds before being replaced by a seething rage, a tempest of indignation. The Chen family was destined to look down upon the masses. Had Chen Feng fallen to an adversary of equal standing or a high-ranking figure, Chen Tianxiao would have harbored a desire for vengeance. But now, he had died at the hands of a pack of gutter rats, slain by that wretched Wu Wei, who ought to have been at his mercy, and the shadowy assassin organization lurking behind her. This was not a battle, it was sacrilege. The audacity of lowly scum to lay hands upon a person of his stature was intolerable. Ah Feng, Chen Tianxiao let out a suppressed roar, ready to charge forward. "Stay back." Zhao Donglai stepped forward, blocking him with his baton. "Chen Tianxiao, this is a crime scene. No one is allowed to disrupt it." Zhao Donglai's voice was cold and resolute, his objective tonight being Chen Tianxiao, with no intention of yielding. "Get out of my way." Chen Tianxiao's eyes blazed with fury. He resembled an enraged beast, fixated on Zhao Donglai. The facade of gentleness shattered, revealing primal ferocity. He disregarded the law enforcement identities of Zhao Donglai and his comrades. His face contorted as he spat out threats through clenched teeth. "An old fool nearing retirement. Do you believe I won't ensure you never get to enjoy your twilight years? Attack." At his command, several of his subordinates lunged forward, subtly encircling Zhao Donglai and his companions. The atmosphere crackled with tension, ready to erupt. Zhao Donglai met his gaze without flinching, coldly stating, "Chen Tianxiao, do you dare to assault law enforcement?" "Assault law enforcement?" Chen Tianxiao laughed, a sinister grin twisting his features. "Today, I shall test that very notion. Subdue them." As he uttered the command, his subordinates pounced like starving wolves. "Arrest them," Zhao Donglai bellowed, swinging his baton as he charged forward, his 3 comrades joining the fray. The sounds of batons clashing against fists and bodies echoed through the ruins. A cacophony of muted thuds and suppressed grunts. However, the aging Zhao Donglai and his comrades were quickly overwhelmed by sheer numbers and ferocity. They soon lay defeated and unconscious on the ground. Ignoring them completely, Chen Tianxiao commanded his men, "Search. Uncover that wretched woman and the assassin organization behind her. Leave no stone unturned." "Understood." The remaining subordinates scattered like hounds, scouring the debris for any sign of their quarry. Chen Tianxiao stepped closer to Chen Feng's lifeless form. He knelt down, trembling hands turning his nephew's body, gently closing the lifeless eyes that had once sparkled with life. The icy touch ignited a murderous intent within Chen Tianxiao. Shortly after, a subordinate returned, his face pale and troubled. "Brother Xiao, the scene is too clean. Their counter-surveillance capabilities are exceptional. They left no valuable clues. The terrain is too complex for us to determine their escape route. We cannot track them. Useless." Chen Tianxiao rose abruptly, delivering a powerful punch to a nearby wooden plank, splintering it with a resounding crack. Blood streamed from his hand, yet he felt no pain. Gazing into the boundless night, he silently vowed, "Wu Wei, and that damned assassin organization behind you. I care not who you are or where you hide. I, Chen Tianxiao, shall make you pay in blood for your transgressions." The following day, on the outskirts of Longsheng, in a dilapidated room of an abandoned factory, sunlight streamed through the dust-covered windows, casting mottled shadows on the floor. Wu Wei had awakened and sat opposite Wei Hu. Her wounds had been treated, though pain lingered, yet her eyes shone with an unwavering determination. She rose and deeply bowed to Wei Hu. Thank you for saving me. Her voice, though still hoarse, was imbued with sincerity. Then, lifting her gaze to meet Wei Hu's expressionless face, she continued, but beyond saving my life, I am more grateful for your execution of Lu Ren and the other cannibals. You have exposed the heinous acts of Renai Hospital to the world. You have fulfilled my greatest obsession. From the previous actions of this mysterious assassin organization, Wu Wei had surmised their caution and ruthlessness. She understood well that she was merely a pawn pushed to the forefront, a smokescreen. Yet, she bore no grievances, for they shared a common enemy, each fighting their own battle against the darkness of the world. Thus, she refrained from inquiring about their identities or motives. Wei Hu gazed at her and finally spoke, his voice deep and steady. What are your plans for the future? This question plunged Wu Wei into a brief contemplation. She offered a bitter smile and shook her head. I understand. The forces entwined with Renai Yuan have far surpassed my capacity to engage. My only hope is that you can ensure those predatory beasts receive the punishment they rightfully deserve. Her eyes regained their sharpness, and that indomitable fighting spirit ignited once more. As for myself, I still aspire to be an investigative journalist. As long as I draw breath, even if my voice is faint, I shall continue to advocate for the justice that resides within my heart. Within Haishi prison, Lin Mo observed everything through Wei Hu's perspective, a genuine admiration swelling within him. Indeed, she is a true warrior. Life endures, and so does the fight. This pure and unwavering resolve shines as a rare gem in this tainted world. Lin Mo had anticipated this and had already prepared a new path for her. He transmitted a command to Wei Hu through thought. Wei Hu silently nodded, seemingly acknowledging Wu Wei's response. He retrieved several items from his backpack and laid them on the dilapidated table between them, a pristine new identification card, a printed electronic document copy, a small vial containing a transparent liquid, a delicate fingerprint sticker adorned with peculiar patterns, and a box containing specially designed contact lenses. Our associates have crafted a brand new identity and documentation for you, Wei Hu stated in a declarative tone. Your first task is to memorize all the information contained herein, embedding it deeply within your very essence. Wu Wei nodded, picking up the new identification card. The likeness on the photo bore a resemblance to her. Yet the aura was entirely different. Moreover, Wei Hu continued, this identity is not infallible. If someone were to employ substantial resources for an in-depth investigation, discrepancies could be uncovered. Therefore, you must leave Longcheng and find a place where no one knows you. The farther, the better. From this point forward, you must act discreetly. He gestured toward the items on the table. In the coming months, or even longer, you must completely alter your most easily identifiable biological information, your fingerprints and irises. He picked up the vial of corrosive liquid. This contains a specially formulated agent. You will need to use it regularly to erode the skin on your fingertips, thereby destroying your original fingerprints. Next, he took the fingerprint sticker. Then, apply this specialized sticker. From now on, it will serve as your fingerprint. Following that, he presented the box of contact lenses. Utilize these special lenses to conceal your iris information. But that is not all. Subsequently, you must undergo systematic body sculpting training to modify your physique, posture, and aura. When the time is ripe, surgical procedures will be necessary to completely transform your visage. Wei Hu's gaze rested upon Wu Wei's face, his voice imbued with scrutiny and gravity. This will be a long and arduous process. You will no longer be Wu Wei. Everything from your past will be erased. Are you willing to proceed? Wu Wei remained silent. The room was enveloped in the faint whispers of the wind outside. Her fingertips gently brushed over the new name on the identification card. There was no trace of hesitation or retreat in her eyes, only a resolute determination akin to rebirth through fire. She lifted her head, looked at Wei Hu, and nodded firmly. I will do it. Lin Mo silently observed all of this. Farewell, fearless warrior Wu Wei. Welcome, brave hero Ling Shuang, who confronts the frost and snow. Ling Shuang. This was the name Lin Mo had prepared for Wu Wei's new identity through the ghostly whispers of fate. He understood well that for someone like Wu Wei, now Ling Shuang, a champion of justice, the path ahead would be fraught with thorns and peril. She sought the dawn's light, harboring ideals of salvation. Meanwhile, he bore the weight of deep-seated enmities, embarking on an unending quest for revenge. Their paths were destined to diverge from the very start. Fate had allowed their brief intersection. To journey together for even a fragment of time was a tremendous gift from the heavens. Now, as their fates had run their course, it was time to part ways. In the future, they would carry silent blessings for each other, each walking toward their own destiny. So be it, life is a long road, and each must cherish their own journey. Chapter 71. Justice for oneself remains unattainable. The lights of the launching municipal bureau appeared especially glaring in the depths of night. Several black sedans glided silently to the entrance as the doors opened. A few of Chun Tianxiao's subordinates carried 4 unconscious security personnel from the vehicle, placing them on the steps of the municipal bureau. As a beneficiary of the existing order, Chun Tianxiao generally refrained from delivering fatal blows to the security officers who upheld that order. Incapacitating them was one matter, but injuring or killing them was quite another. The duty officers were startled awake, rushing out to witness the shocking scene. Captain Zhao? Instantly, the internal atmosphere of the security bureau turned chaotic. Soon, Gao Feng and Deputy Director Wang arrived in hurried fashion. Zhao Donglai and his 3 old colleagues had regained consciousness, bearing multiple bruises and soft tissue injuries, but thankfully, their bones remained unscathed. Inside the medical room, the atmosphere was stifling to the point of being almost tangible. Zhao Donglai leaned against the headboard, his face ashen. A gauze bandage adorned his forehead, and the fury in his gaze seemed ready to erupt. Openly refusing arrest, assaulting security personnel. Director Wang, Captain Gao, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Chun Tianxiao must be apprehended. Immediately, Gao Feng stood nearby, fists clenched, his knuckles whitening from the pressure. He remained silent. Yet the cold aura emanating from him made his stance clear. However, Deputy Director Wang wore an uncomfortable expression of muddled concern. He first offered a few words of sympathy to Zhao Donglai before sighing, adopting a troubled demeanor. Old Zhao, I understand your emotions. However, we must also consider the special circumstances. Special circumstances? Zhao Donglai scoffed. Deputy Director Wang, please enlighten me. What circumstances could possibly justify him bringing thugs to incapacitate 4 officers executing their duties? Deputy Director Wang cleared his throat and spoke slowly. Mr. Chen's nephew, Chen Feng, died on the spot. Losing a beloved son is a heavy blow. You can imagine how one might lose control upon witnessing such a tragedy. Justifiable? Gao Feng finally could no longer restrain himself. Director Wang, the law is based on evidence and facts, not on personal feelings. The incident involving Chun Tianxiao's subordinates assaulting the security personnel is indeed a fact, and his presence directing the actions is also a fact. However, Gao Feng interjected. Such words cannot be spoken. Vice Director Wang waved his hand dismissively. According to Mr. Chun, he was utterly heartbroken at the time and did not issue any orders. It was merely his subordinates, acting out of a fervent desire to protect him, who engaged in a physical altercation with Lao Zhao and the others. Moreover, Chun Tianxiao himself did not lift a finger throughout the ordeal. This perversion of truth incensed Zhao Dong, causing his chest to rise and fall violently, as if he were about to leap from his sickbed. Enough, Lao Zhao, focus on your recovery. Vice Director Wang interrupted him with an authoritative tone. I have already dealt with this matter. The individuals who initiated the violence have been voluntarily handed over by Mr. Chun and are currently in detention for obstructing official duties. As for Mr. Chun himself, we lack direct evidence to prove he orchestrated the attack. Hence no coercive measures can be taken against him. Zhao Dong pointed furiously at Vice Director Wang, rendered speechless by his anger. Gao Feng cast a deep, disappointed, and furious glance at Vice Director Wang, fully aware that further discussion would be futile. In this city, their influence had long since seeped into the marrow of society. Ultimately, this heinous assault on public security was absurdly categorized and then swiftly dismissed. As night deepened outside the city bureau, Vice Director Wang personally escorted Chun Tianxiao out, his face adorned with just the right amount of empathy. Mr. Chun, please accept my condolences and take care of your health. Chun Tianxiao offered no response, merely nodding slightly. Just as he was about to enter his vehicle, another black sedan approached slowly. The window descended, revealing Chun Xian's sorrowful visage. He had donned a black suit and taken a leave of absence. Third uncle, please get into my car. Chun Xian's voice was gentle. Grandfather, father, second uncle, and Ah Feng are all waiting for you at the estate. At the mention of Ah Feng, Chun Tianxiao's taut body trembled slightly. He settled into the car and leaned back against the seat. As the vehicle glided into the night, distancing itself from the edifice that symbolized order and legality, a single, scalding tears silently cascaded down from the corner of his bloodshot eyes. Even the fiercest of wolves can shed tears. At the Chun Manor, the atmosphere was somber. The main hall had been hastily transformed into a mourning chamber overnight. At its center lay Chun Feng's remains, surrounded by white flowers and mourning banners. Upon entering the mourning hall, all eyes converged upon Chun Tianxiao. The family patriarch, Chun Jiangwo, sat in a grand chair, his face as impassive as water. Chun Tianxiang, Chun Feng's father, had reddened eyes fixed intently on his younger brother, while Chun Tianjing stood nearby, his expression grave. Chun Tianxiao did not acknowledge anyone, but walked straight to the front of the altar, picked up 3 incense sticks, lit them, and bowed deeply 3 times before his nephew's portrait. After placing the incense down, he abruptly turned to face his elder brother, Chun Tianxiang, and sank to his knees. With a sharp slap, he struck his own face, the sound resonating through the hall. Second brother, I am sorry. Another resounding slap followed. I was useless. I failed to protect Alphonse. He struck himself repeatedly, each blow infused with desperation, his cheeks rapidly swelling. That is enough. Finally, it was Chun Zhengwo who spoke. His voice was low yet imbued with undeniable authority, halting Chun Tianxiao's actions. The man is dead. What purpose does this serve now? Chun Zhengwo slowly rose, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over every core family member present. Tianzhong, Tianshang, Tianxiao, Xian, to my study. The study of the Chun family exuded an air of antiquity, rich with the fragrance of sandalwood and ink. Here lay the true center of power within the Chun family. As the 4 entered in single file, the heavy wooden door closed behind them, sealing off the outside world from their grief and death. The room fell into an oppressive silence, punctuated only by the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock, resonating in the hearts of all present. From the main seat, Chun Zhengwo's somber gaze swept over the faces of the 4. After a prolonged pause, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse and deep, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Alphonse is dead. No one in our family has ever died in such a suffocating manner. As soon as the words left his lips, Chun Tianxiang's eyes reddened instantly, his fists clenched so tightly that the knuckles turned pale. Father, he gritted through his teeth, his voice strained, we must avenge Alphonse. Avenge? Chun Zhengwo's tone remained calm, though a chilling undertone lurked beneath. Of course we must seek vengeance. But before we do, we must ascertain the current situation. He rose and approached the study window, turning his back to the others. Tianzhong, please share the attitude of that individual. Chun Tianzhong cleared his throat, his expression serious. That individual is highly displeased. The incident at Renai Hospital has caused a significant uproar online. Although we swiftly managed the narrative, the impact has already been felt. To quell public sentiment, that individual has made some concessions. Renai Hospital has been temporarily closed, and related operations have been relocated elsewhere. However, this will require time, and both risks and costs will increase considerably. Chun Zhengwo nodded, turning back to face them. In other words, we have not only lost Alphonse, but we have also created complications for that individual. If not handled properly, our family standing in that person's eyes could be jeopardized. Therefore, Wu Wei, along with that so-called assassin organization behind her, must be eradicated from this world at all costs. This is not only for the sake of avenging Alphonse, but also to demonstrate to that individual that the Chun family remains capable of managing troubles and is still the most reliable supporter in launching. The study fell into silence once more, yet this time, the stillness was tinged with a cold, murderous intent. Everyone understood that Chun Feng's death had escalated from a mere family vendetta to a crisis concerning the survival of the family. There was no retreat. Tianxiao. Chun Zhengwo directed his gaze towards his youngest son. You have encountered them before. Share your insights. Chun Tianxiao inhaled deeply, forcing himself into a rational mindset. This was the family's long-standing education and protocol. This assassin organization is highly professional and exceedingly troublesome. His voice, though hoarse, was clear and structured. From the preliminary investigation of the scene, I can summarize several of their characteristics. First, their capability for lethal action is exceptionally formidable. Although young, Afeng possesses remarkable skills and has encountered numerous situations, both large and small. The individuals accompanying Afeng are all elite operatives I have personally trained, each with blood on their hands. Yet, in less than 3 minutes, they were all dispatched with astonishing efficiency. The opposing party's operational efficiency and combat techniques are top tier. Particularly, the individual responsible for Afeng's demise wields an overwhelming strength. As he spoke, his fists instinctively clenched. What troubled me further was their utter lack of reverence. A flicker of anger and fear flashed in Chun Tianxiao's eyes. These vermin that dwell in the gutters, these detritus of society, should abide by the rules we have set for them. If wronged, they ought to kneel and plead according to our regulations. He struck the table forcefully. How dare they overturn the table? That is a privilege we alone possess. This declaration, rather than a mere analysis, resembled a roar, infused with anger at the challenge to their established order and a hint of fear regarding the kind of violence that could easily obliterate them. Chun Zhengwo let out a cold snort. Chun Tianxiao managed to suppress his emotions and continued his analysis. Furthermore, their capacity for information gathering and strategic planning is equally formidable. I have serious doubts that the so-called concerned citizen who tipped off Zhao Donglai is not one of them. They not only accurately discerned our confinement of Wu Wei's location, but also possessed an intimate understanding of Zhao Donglai's character, anticipating his arrival to confront me and successfully leveraging law enforcement to dilute my strength. However, he abruptly shifted his tone. Their hard power should not be strong, and their numbers are few. Otherwise, given their modus operandi, they could have directly assaulted our facility holding Wu Wei instead of resorting to tactics to scatter my forces. After all, we cannot guarantee that Zhao Donglai will act precisely as they wish. Chen Jiangwo nodded and turned his gaze to his eldest son. Tianzhong, do you have anything to add? Chen Tianzhong nodded and spoke. The epitaph sent from Wu Wei's email, our technical department, has yet to intercept or trace. This indicates that the assassin organization behind Wu Wei possesses exceptional technical capabilities. He gestured towards the metallic box outside containing electronic devices. This is also why I recommend implementing communication isolation. Given their technological prowess, we must guard against the potential for eavesdropping. After the meeting, all outdated electronic communication devices belonging to core family members must be discarded. I will provide everyone with new anti-eavesdropping equipment. Chen Jiangwo nodded and resumed his seat. Very well. The situation is fundamentally clear. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the armrest. In summary, the enemies we face exhibit the following characteristics. Firstly, they possess formidable killing capabilities, able to eliminate trained targets in a short span of time. Secondly, their information collection and intelligence analysis skills are outstanding, adept at utilizing all available resources. Thirdly, they have top-notch network technology support. Fourthly, they are few in number and lack the hard power for direct confrontation. He paused momentarily, casting his gaze over everyone present. Given this, our response strategy is also clear. Anticipate defeat before victory. Since we have established a mortal enmity with them, and they possess lethal capabilities, our foremost task is to ensure our own safety. I have no concerns for you, as you are constantly accompanied by formidable security. However, the younger members of the family must heighten their vigilance. Indeed, Chen Tianxiao replied solemnly. The death of his nephew is an eternal wound in his heart, and he will not allow a repeat of such an event. Chapter 73. Reorganizing the Special Task Force. Secondly, we must maintain control over the Special Task Force. That individual has granted us the authority to reorganize it. Tianzhong, you are responsible for having Sun Mingyuan replace Gao Feng as the leader. Gao Feng, while somewhat capable, is not one of us. Additionally, we will recruit the top-tier experts in network security, forensic science, criminal trace analysis, and criminal psychology into the task force. Asian, you will continue as an advisor, coordinating their efforts. Understood. Chen Tianzhong and Chen Xian replied affirmatively. Thirdly, Chen Jiangwo's gaze fell upon Chen Tianxiao. Tianxiao, you will operate independently outside the task force. The task force is a visible force required to adhere to established protocols, whereas you will be our blade in the shadows. Those methods that the task force cannot employ, you shall execute. For manpower and resources, feel free to voice your needs. I have but one demand. Use the swiftest and most ruthless means to drag those vermin from their holes and crush them. Yes, father. Chen Tianxiao's eyes ignited with the flames of vengeance, resembling a fierce beast poised to break free. Finally, Chen Jiangwo's gaze swept over Chen Tianzhong and Chen Tianxiang. Fourthly, Tianzhong. Tianxiang, you two are in charge. Immediately draft a proposal to strengthen weapon control in Longsheng for that individual, particularly enforcing the strictest regulations on firearms and explosives. Since those vermin prefer violence, we shall confiscate all their claws throughout the city. This is not only to combat them, but also for long-term considerations. Both nodded in agreement. Chen Jiangwo rose and approached the family portrait, gazing intently at Chen Feng. Hey Feng, your grandfather vows that none of the beasts that took your life shall escape. He turned to face everyone, his eyes solidifying with murderous intent. This matter pertains to the dignity of the Chen family and our standing in this city. If we cannot avenge our own kin, what face do we have to stand here? Therefore, at all costs, we must locate those scoundrels. Yes, all four responded in unison. Chen Jiangwo cast one last glance at everyone. Remember, from this moment forth, all actions must be undertaken with utmost caution. If they can kill A Feng, they can eliminate any one of us. Until absolute safety is assured, no one may afford to be complacent. He walked towards the door, pausing with his hand on the doorknob. Furthermore, Tianxiao, control your emotions. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. Understood. The door swung open, and everyone filed out. The study returned to silence, yet the air remained thick with a sense of foreboding. The following day, at the Longqing Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division office building, a silent coup seemed to have transpired overnight. Zhao Donglai, who had been busy with the Special Task Force just yesterday, was now reassigned to the Traffic Security Department. Gao Feng, who had previously led the Special Task Force, had become an ordinary participant. Replacing them were unfamiliar, yet uniquely background faces. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the newly formed task force convened for its inaugural meeting punctually. The conference room door was firmly shut, and all electronic devices were uniformly confiscated and placed within a metal shielding box outside the room. This was the first command issued by Sun Mingyuan upon his appointment, to physically isolate all communication devices in order to prevent potential eavesdropping. Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The newly appointed leader of the task force, Sun Mingyuan, took his seat at the head of the table. He was a man in his 50s, of modest height but robust stature, bearing the countenance of someone seasoned by the trials of experience. He had solved numerous significant cases with swift and decisive methods. However, those in the know understood that his ascent to this position was more attributable to an inexplicable, special relationship with a certain individual than to his investigative prowess. To Sun Mingyuan's left sat Chen Xian, who continued to serve as a consultant for the task force. The typically gentle demeanor had vanished, leaving only a cold, austere presence. To his right was Gao Feng, the former head of the task force. His expression was neutral, almost indifferent, clearly having come to terms with the changes. Yet, the fervor and zeal he once exhibited in the pursuit of the assassin organization seemed to have dissipated significantly overnight. Several unfamiliar faces adorned the room. A young man with thick-framed glasses, appearing to be under 30, exuded a somewhat nervous energy. A woman in her 40s possessed an exceptionally keen gaze, as if she could discern clues unnoticed by others from the minutiae around her. A man in his 50s, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, emanated an air of scholarly sophistication with every gesture. Finally, seated across from Sun Mingyuan was a man in his early 40s. His suit was impeccably tailored, and while his demeanor was calm, his deep-set eyes conveyed an inscrutable depth. Sun Mingyuan surveyed the room and rapped his knuckles on the table. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us commence." His voice was coarse, yet commanded an undeniable authority. "Before we officially begin our work, let us introduce ourselves, starting with me. I am Sun Mingyuan, and from this day forward, I shall lead this task force. My principle is straightforward. Solving the case is paramount, and I will not hesitate to employ any means necessary. As long as we can apprehend the murderer, all rules are subject to flexible interpretation. This case is far-reaching and has severe ramifications, and we have little time allotted by higher authorities, so we must achieve results with utmost expedience." As his words resonated in the room, he turned his gaze towards Chen Xian, who nodded slightly and stood to speak. "I am Chen Xian, a special consultant for the task force, primarily responsible for case analysis and strategic planning. I will fully support Team Leader Sun's efforts to ensure the investigation remains on the right track." Next, Gao Feng slowly stood, appearing notably subdued compared to his previous spirited self. "I am Gao Feng. I have previously handled this case and am familiar with its details." He paused briefly. "I will now fully cooperate with Team Leader Sun and all experts present." The young man with thick-framed glasses, clearly anxious, stood up next. "I am Zhang Ju, the head of the cybersecurity expert team. I am primarily responsible for network tracking, data recovery, and the extraction of electronic evidence. Our team consists of 5 individuals, all specialists in this field. We can counter any hacking techniques that may arise." Then came Zhao Ming. "I am Zhao Ming, a forensic expert. The deceased do not lie. They will reveal everything about the murderer." His statement was succinct, yet radiated absolute professionalism and confidence. The sharp-eyed woman then rose. "I am Wang Ji, a trace evidence expert. Every detail and every trace at the scene could be pivotal in solving the case. As long as the perpetrator has left anything behind, I will find it." Following her, the man with gold-rimmed glasses spoke gently. "I am Lin Mo, a criminal psychology expert. My role is to analyze the psychological state, behavioral patterns, and potential next moves of the perpetrator. Every individual's actions follow a pattern, including the most cunning of criminals." Finally, the man seated opposite Sun Mingyuan stood. "I am Yan Wu, responsible for external coordination." His voice was calm, yet everyone felt the weight of his words. If anyone required cooperation from other departments during the investigation, they could approach him directly. It was clear to all that Yan Wu was no ordinary coordinator. He represented the will of a significant authority. Sun Mingyuan nodded affirmatively. "Good. Now that we are all acquainted, Gao Feng, please provide the new colleagues with an overview of the case." Taking a deep breath, Gao Feng forced himself into a professional mindset. According to the information we possess, a series of death incidents in Longsheng are linked to an assassin organization. Current evidence suggests that Wu Wei has a close connection to this organization and may very well be its employer or even its mastermind. After Gao Feng's account of the case, Sun Mingyuan nodded in understanding. Excellent. The situation is now clear. I will now assign specific tasks. He produced a document he had prepared in advance. We will focus on 3 breakthrough points. The first breakthrough point, Wu Wei. He looked towards Wang Ji and Lin Mo. Wang Ji, you are tasked with thoroughly reviewing Wu Wei's social connections, not just her family, friends, and colleagues, but also delving deeply into everyone she has ever interviewed. Lin Mo. From a psychological perspective, analyze what behavioral traits Wu Wei would exhibit if she were indeed the mastermind of this organization. Although Wu Wei is currently missing, if she is a key figure, we must investigate her thoroughly. Wang Ji and Lin Mo nodded in agreement. The second breakthrough point, the hacker. Sun Mingyuan's gaze shifted to the cybersecurity team. Zhang Zhu, your mission is to locate the hacker who published Wu Wei's epitaph. Regardless of their technical prowess, there will always be traces left behind. Mobilize all resources, including cooperation from service providers and network operators. If necessary, you may request access to national-level cybersecurity resources. Zhang Zhu nodded. Understood, but I must caution that the opponent's skills are indeed formidable. We may require special permissions and resources. Yin Wu interjected. Permissions and resources are not an issue. Just state your needs directly. The third breakthrough point, the hired muscle. Sun Mingyuan continued. Gao Feng, this task falls to you. Focus on investigating all potential mercenaries, veterans, and martial arts instructors in Longsheng. Those capable of swiftly eliminating well-trained targets are not ordinary criminals. They are likely to have received professional training and possess unique backgrounds. Furthermore, look into all possible sources for weapons. Gao Feng nodded expressionlessly, his voice flat. Understood. Sun Mingyuan rose, casting his gaze over everyone present. Ladies and gentlemen, I must forewarn you. This case is not a typical criminal matter. It pertains to the stability and order of this city. The numerous deaths have already caused significant unrest among the citizens. If we are unable to solve the case promptly, the consequences will be dire. Therefore, everyone must exert 200% of their effort. Any difficulties must be raised now. Once we commence, there shall be no allowance for anyone to falter. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Each individual understood that this was not merely an ordinary case, but a trial that could determine their fates. Is there any further question? Sun Mingyuan inquired. Team leader Sun, Zhang Zhu raised his hand. Regarding communication security, I propose the establishment of a dedicated internal communication system. Given that the adversary possesses top-tier hackers, our daily communications are at risk of being intercepted. A splendid idea. Sun Mingyuan nodded. You are in charge of its construction. The sooner, the better. I have another question. Lin Mo spoke up. Do we have any assessment regarding the scale of this assassin organization? Based on the analysis of the scene, Chun Xian stated, their numbers should be limited. However, each individual possesses formidable combat prowess, particularly the one who killed Chen Feng, whose strength was exceedingly terrifying. This aligns with the characteristics of an elite small team. Lin Mo nodded. Few in number, yet high in quality. Such organizations are the most challenging to deal with. Precisely for this reason, we must exercise utmost caution. Sun Mingyuan emphasized. They have already demonstrated their capability to eliminate anyone, including us. Everyone must remain vigilant and bolster their security measures. The meeting lasted nearly 2 hours. Each individual clarified their responsibilities and felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. When the meeting concluded, it was already noon. The door of the conference room swung open, and the crowd streamed out. Each face bore a solemn expression, yet their eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. A more intense confrontation was about to unfold. Haishi Prison, Cell 2203. Lin Mo lay on the bed, attempting to monitor the external situation through the ghostly vision. However, he discovered an unexpected circumstance. Whether at the Chun family gathering or the Special Task Force's conference room, all electronic devices were physically isolated. What does this signify? Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly. This indicates that the adversary has recognized the presence of top-tier hackers within the assassin organization and has begun to implement targeted precautions. Although this was anticipated, confronting it in reality remains a formidable challenge. Losing the advantage of information surveillance is akin to a beast deprived of its sight, while still dangerous. Its actions are significantly constrained. Lin Mo slowly closed his eyes, beginning to mentally replay the entire operation to rescue Wu Wei. In terms of outcome, this operation was a success. Wu Wei was safely rescued. diverting the enemy's attention and linking the assassin organization to Wu Wei's righteous ideals. This prevented the adversary from recklessly investigating the motives of the assassin organization. One can only fear that if any overly clever individual were to trace the clues back to Lin Mo himself, that would truly lead to endless troubles. After all, the root of his predicament lay in inadvertently overhearing secrets regarding organ trafficking. Chapter 75. There is no retreat. However, the cost of this operation was equally evident. The most immediate issue was the exposure of certain information regarding the assassin organization. Firstly, the successful release and dissemination of Wu Wei's epitaph, along with the meticulous planning and thorough preparation for the rescue mission, proclaimed a fact to all. The assassin organization possesses formidable information-gathering capabilities. Behind them undoubtedly lies a hacker of exceptional technical prowess. The enemy will certainly enhance their network security, physically isolating all critical communications. This is evident from the current inability to monitor the Chun family and Special Task Force's activities. Secondly, the swift and decisive elimination of Chun Feng and 2 well-trained bodyguards showcased the assassin organization's extraordinary operational capacity. This will compel the enemy to fortify their own security measures, exponentially increasing the difficulty of subsequent assassination endeavors. However, the most critical adverse effect is the comprehensive escalation of pursuit efforts. Lin Mo's thoughts grew increasingly profound. The deceased individuals, Huang Sihai and Lu Rand, regardless of their wealth or connections, were ultimately mere subjects of the rulers. They were small merchants profiting for the lords, serving as physicians and servants to the elite. Their resources were limited, unable to genuinely influence the city's operations and livelihoods. More importantly, they wielded no legitimate violence or power. Killing them was akin to plucking a few hairs from a beast, inconsequential in the grand scheme. However, Chun Feng was entirely different. He was of the Chun family's bloodline, a member of the true ruling class of this city. Although the Chun family still required support, their entanglements with politics, business, and the underworld were profound. They commanded ample resources and authority. They represented the city's ruling elite. They had caused countless bloodshed. Thus, they placed immense value on their own security, always accompanied by well-trained bodyguards. This was also the reason Lin Mo had refrained from allowing ordinary assassins to directly target individuals on the client list. There were no assassination opportunities. If a forceful attack were to be undertaken without absolute certainty of success, it would be futile. Therefore, during the rescue of Wu Wei, he leveraged law enforcement resources, compelling Chen Tianxiao to disperse his forces. Chun Feng's demise was no longer a mere plucking of fur. Rather, it was a grievous strike, directly thrust into the heart of the beast. The fallen were no longer merchants profiting for the lords, nor servants catering to them. This time, it was a lord himself who had perished. Those lofty lords would undoubtedly be incensed. Lin Mo could envision that the composition of the Special Task Force would inevitably be significantly reinforced, evolving from conventional criminal investigation forces to a super team comprising top experts from various fields. They would be granted greater authority. They might even receive authorization to eliminate the assassin on the spot upon discovery. In addition to the Criminal Investigation Department, more public departments would be involved: cyber surveillance, communication interception, traffic control, personnel screening, and resource monitoring. The entire city would transform into a colossal web. With this thought, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. The choice before him was unequivocal. Should he retreat? Should he temporarily divert to those lesser evils, accumulating strength before confronting these greater evils? This notion flickered briefly in his mind before he decisively extinguished it. No, there can be no retreat. Lesser evils must certainly be eradicated. They are a crucial source of his crime-hunting value, the foundation upon which the entire assassin organization operates. Yet greater evils must be eliminated as well. If he were to abandon the pursuit of greater evils due to fear of their might, what significance would there be in the precarious situation he had painstakingly crafted? He had gone to great lengths, even involving Wu Wei, to create a scenario that posed danger to the assassin organization while he remained entirely behind the scenes. Would he squander it now? Moreover, the Chen family, a greater evil, was a crucial link in the organ trafficking chain that had led to his wrongful imprisonment. One must inevitably confront it head-on. Eliminating the Chun family is also Wu Wei's aspiration. More pragmatically, he is not facing mere wild monsters from a game, who would wait idly for him to level up. In the face of great evil, if you take a step back, that evil will advance. It will utilize its immense stature and resources to further constrict your space for survival. By the time you believe you have fully developed, perhaps there will be no place left for you in launching. Thus, it is imperative to strike. even if it requires sacrificing a few skilled assassins. One must boldly face their wrath and retaliate fiercely. Only through offense can one disrupt their pursuit. Only by inflicting palpable pain can they reveal more vulnerabilities amidst their fury and fear. This is a war. There is no room for retreat. In the darkness, Lin Mo's gaze is sharp as a blade. Having resolved to engage, his primary target must be the Chen family, specifically Chen Tianxiao. This choice is made after careful consideration. Analyzing from a tactical perspective, Chen Tianxiao is the controller of the Chen family's nefarious forces and their direct military might. He commands the most elite armed forces of the Chen family, serving as the core commander of their violent apparatus. Once this command center is lost, the Chen family's armed forces will descend into chaos, devoid of leadership. This will not only greatly diminish their combat effectiveness, but will also create better conditions for subsequent assassination operations. Psychologically, Chen Tianxiao is currently engulfed in extreme anger and guilt. He is responsible for ensuring the safety of family members, yet watched helplessly as his nephew Chen Feng perished before his eyes. This sense of defeat and guilt will strip him of his usual calm and rationality. Anger can lead to impulsive decisions. Impulsiveness can result in erroneous judgments. Erroneous judgments will reveal vulnerabilities, and vulnerabilities are precisely the opportunities the assassins seek. Lin Mo closes his eyes, mentally simulating the entire assassination process. Chen Tianxiao is no ordinary individual. He commands a professionally trained armed force and possesses extensive combat experience. To successfully assassinate him, one must prioritize information and meticulous planning. First, it is essential to thoroughly understand his personality traits, capabilities, daily routines, and security arrangements. Only by acquiring sufficiently detailed intelligence can a feasible assassination plan be devised. Lin Mo calls upon the Ghost. Ghost, I need you to conduct a comprehensive investigation into all information regarding Chen Tianxiao, personality traits, capability assessments, daily movements, security measures, and personnel configuration around him. Pay particular attention to any recent shifts in his psychological state and behavioral patterns. Understood. The Ghost immediately sets to work. Before the troops mobilize, the logistics must be prepared. To accumulate more crime values and prepare for the great battle, Lin Mo issues new directives to the assassins in other cities. Mu Shi, Huayan, Tuchong, accelerate your operational pace immediately. Change your operating city and adopt a transient approach. Ensure safety while acquiring as many crime values as possible. Understood. Chapter 76. Chen Tianxiao's weakness. The Ghost's reconnaissance has fully commenced. As Lin Mo's most elite hacker, his battlefield knows no bounds. From the city's public network to private encrypted lines, all are his domain. However, the situation is proving to be more challenging than anticipated. The Chen family has evidently heightened their security measures to the utmost. In terms of information, Chen Tianxiao and all his core subordinates have replaced their listening devices with the most advanced anti-eavesdropping equipment. All communications are conducted via an independent network, physically isolated from the public internet. Attempting to breach this would be akin to creating an entrance in a fortress of steel without any doors. This has greatly drained the Ghost's energy. Yet, he is a master hacker, and even the most fortified stronghold must have ventilation and sewage systems. Through penetrating the foundational infrastructure of the city's network and cleverly exploiting backdoors provided by equipment suppliers, the Ghost has managed to tear a fissure in the opponent's defenses, allowing him to glimpse Chen Tianxiao's movements. In reality, Chen Tianxiao's activities have become exceedingly routine, almost linear. He either remains in the heavily fortified Chen family estate or at a secret training base located in the suburbs. At this base, he trains his subordinates with fervor, fueled by a mixture of grief, anger, and guilt, transforming him into a wounded beast that unleashes all his pressure upon the training ground. Each outing is accompanied by at least 2 security vehicles, with more than 10 bodyguards, each possessing sharp gazes. A few are even armed. The entire security team operates in seamless coordination. Whether it is in choosing driving routes or positioning personnel, they adhere to the strictest security protocols. On the surface, Chen Tianxiao appears akin to a hedgehog encased in layers of armor, utterly impenetrable. Yet, Lin Mo keenly discerns a different facet of Chen Tianxiao from the personality investigation report transmitted by the Ghost. He is a typical second-generation individual, having thrived in favorable circumstances. His abilities are above average, yet his capacity to withstand pressure is remarkably poor. When faced with opponents weaker than himself, he may exhibit composure. His emotional control and psychological intimidation are executed with finesse, showcasing the authority of a superior. However, when confronted with adversaries beyond his control, who pose a threat to his life. His inner fragility and volatility become glaringly apparent, leading to hasty and ill-considered decisions. This seems to be a common ailment among the privileged second-generation elites of Longqing. Born into affluence, they are accustomed to wielding control and issuing commands. Their strength is built upon resources and power rather than forged through inner trials. They lack the resilience that comes from struggling through adversity, honed through countless failures and despair. Once stripped of their power, wealth, and followers, their inner selves are, in truth, exceedingly fragile. This is the weakness that Lin Mo intends to exploit. He resolves to craft a trap specifically tailored for Chun Tianxiao, one that will compel him to recklessly leap into it. To set this trap, he requires greater strength. Lin Mo's consciousness delves into the system. Remaining crime values, 3,100 points. After summoning Wei Hu, 500 crime values remain. Judging Chen Feng yields 600 crime values. Judging 2 personal guards yields 500 crime values. The 3 assassins Mu Shi, Huiyan, and Tu Chong recently acquired 1,500 crime values. A total of 3,100 crime values remain. System, open the assassin summoning list. Non-attribute assassins, 100 crime values. Their physical fitness and learning ability are on par with an average adult. The system will generate the most basic social identity for them. Characteristic, intelligent. Consumption of crime values, 250 points. Grants the assassin extraordinary learning and comprehension abilities, a necessary trait for cultivating master-level specialists. Characteristic, sturdy. Consumption of crime values, 250 points. Endowing the dead warriors with extraordinary physical strength and resilience. They can effortlessly defeat 5 ordinary young men. Lin Mo's gaze lingered on several key attributes. Attribute, proficient mechanic. Cost, 300 crime points. This imparts comprehensive mechanical engineering knowledge to the dead warriors. They can skillfully operate, maintain, and modify various mechanical devices, and independently manufacture simple firearms and accompanying ammunition. Attribute, master mechanic. Cost, 3,000 crime points. The profound truths of machinery have been revealed to him. He is not merely a creator, but an innovator. With astonishing efficiency and precision, he can assemble diverse machines from ordinary materials. In his hands, machinery becomes an extension of life. Prerequisite for exchange, the dead warrior must possess the intelligence attribute. Attribute, proficient driver. Cost, 300 crime points. This endows the dead warriors with abundant driving experience. They can adeptly maneuver various land vehicles, including motorcycles, cars, and trucks, particularly excelling in high-speed pursuits and evasions in complex terrains. Notably, they can maximize the impact of every collision made by a dump truck. Attribute, master driver. Cost, 3,000 crime points. He becomes one with his vehicle, which acts as an extension of his own body. Any driving apparatus in his hands can transcend the limits of physics, achieving astonishing maneuvers. For him, even places devoid of roads are pathways. Prerequisite for exchange, the dead warrior must possess the sturdy attribute. Attribute, proficient assassin. Cost, 300 crime points. This grants the dead warriors professional assassin skills and knowledge. They will master the use of specific tools, understanding how to infiltrate, disguise, observe, and execute a fatal strike. Possessing a strong counter-surveillance awareness and knowing how to eliminate traces at the scene. Attribute, master assassin. Cost, 3,000 crime points. His skills as an assassin have reached an extraordinary level, perfected to the pinnacle. He can wield any object as a lethal weapon, utilizing everything in his environment to his advantage. Prerequisite for exchange, the dead warrior must possess the sturdy attribute. Lin Mo made his decision. Using ability, deployment of dead warriors. Name, Chiban. Attribute, proficient mechanic. Using ability, deployment of dead warriors. Name, Zhao Gao. Attribute, proficient driver. Using ability, deployment of dead warriors. Name, Wu Shu. Attribute, sturdy, proficient assassin, firearms. Using ability, deployment of dead warriors. Name, Lin Mo. Attribute, sturdy, proficient assassin, firearms. Using ability, deployment of dead warriors. Name, Zheng Tu. Attribute, sturdy, proficient assassin, firearms. Setup complete. Generating dead warriors Chiban, Zhao Gao, Wu Shu, Lin Mo, Zheng Tuesday. Generation complete. Remaining crime points, 350. Chapter 77. The net is tightening. Haishijel, Cell 2203. Lin Mo's consciousness traversed the darkness, connecting with the dead warriors scattered across the corners of the city. Has the trace of the ghost and materials procurement been thoroughly cleaned? It has been thoroughly handled. The voice of the ghost was as steady as ever. Following Chiban's suggestion, All materials utilized are substitutes. Common high-strength seamless steel pipes from hardware stores serve as gun barrels after simple polishing. Parts from discarded machinery replace springs, firing pins, and other components. None can be directly linked to weaponry. All transaction records and surveillance footage have been erased and altered. Even if network experts were to scour the data of Longqing, they would find nothing here. Excellent. Lin Mo's consciousness shifted to Qi Ban. Qi Ban, what is the progress? The gun barrel has been processed. I am currently working on the firing pin and firing mechanism, Qi Ban replied. The structure is simple, just a primitive smoothbore gun. The effective range will not exceed 50 meters, and without rifling, its accuracy is poor. However, its advantages lie in its simplicity of manufacture and the ease of material acquisition. With sufficient power, that is sufficient, Lin Mo stated in his mind. Our objective is not sniping, but close-range assassination. What of the ammunition? That is also being processed in parallel, Qi Ban responded. The gunpowder is extracted from firecrackers and industrial materials, with steel balls as projectiles. Each steel ball is being coated with a neurotoxin, deadly upon contact with blood. Excellent. Lin Mo linked to Zhao Gao. Zhao Gao, how is the dump truck prepared? It is in position. The proficient driver Zhao Gao's voice was calm and powerful. A modified heavy-duty dump truck, its engine power has been maximized. The front has been fitted with crash-resistant steel plates, unnoticeable from the outside. I am familiar with all its capabilities and can mobilize at any moment. Ghost, what are the results of the terrain reconnaissance? It has been completed. At the southern intersection of the city, there is a downhill stretch that can provide the dump truck with maximum acceleration. The old buildings on either side of the intersection limit visibility, facilitating Zhao Gao's sudden emergence at the last moment. I have simulated this dozens of times. If Chun Tianxiao's convoy passes, Zhao Gao has a 99% certainty of striking the main vehicle accurately. Preparations are nearing completion, and a meticulously crafted net for Chun Tianxiao is slowly tightening. Now, only one final and crucial question remains. How to lure Chun Tianxiao from his impregnable shell. Lin Mo opened his eyes. I have grasped the weakness. It is time to cast the bait. Longqing, Chun family secret training base. A dull gunshot rang out. A target silhouette 20 meters away fell in response. A charred bullet hole now marred its forehead. Chun Tianxiao expressionlessly lowered the gun in his hand. The acrid scent of gunpowder invaded his nostrils. Yet it did nothing to quell the turmoil within him. The death of his nephew Chen Feng was like a poisonous thorn deeply embedded in his heart. Every breath he took was accompanied by a sharp pain. There was sorrow, there was anger, but more than anything, an indescribable sense of guilt. It was he who failed to protect the son of his second brother. This pent-up guilt and rage found no outlet, ultimately transforming into a relentless and harsh training regimen for his subordinates. He aimed to forge the strongest team. He would unearth those rats hiding in the sewers, torturing them in the most brutal manner, thus bringing solace to the spirit of a Feng in the heavens. At that moment, a trusted aide approached swiftly. Respectfully presenting a specially made encrypted phone, he whispered, Xiao Go, a message from Shanggo. This was a new phone equipped for all core family members by Chen Tianjin. It was said to employ the most advanced encryption technology, eliminating any possibility of eavesdropping. Chen Tianxiao snatched the phone, swiping the screen. The message was brief. The sender was his second brother. Tianxiao, I have just received word that a Feng has a woman outside, and she is already pregnant. The woman's name is Li Jing, currently at number 32, Guanshan Road, Southern City. I am currently unable to leave this place. You must personally take a team there immediately and ensure the safe return of the bloodline of the Qin family. In an instant, Chen Tianxiao was rendered speechless. A Feng has descendants? This news struck him like a thunderclap, reverberating through his chaotic mind. The family line of his second brother has not come to an end. Chen Tianxiao believed it almost instantaneously. He understood his nephew all too well. Carrying on the bloodline outside is quite a normal occurrence. More importantly, the profound sense of guilt within him found an outlet at that moment. Protecting a Feng's posthumous child was a debt he owed to a Feng and to his second brother. Prepare the vehicles, Chen Tianxiao nearly shouted, assembling 11 individuals to accompany him. He did not even entertain the thought of verifying the authenticity of the information. The immense anger and guilt suppressed within him compelled him to seize this lifeline. He yearned to act immediately, to do something for the Qin family, for his second brother, to atone for his past failures. As for danger, a flicker of disdain flashed in Chun Tianxiao's eyes. Those rats hidden in the shadows had vanished after killing a Feng. Evidently, they were terrified into silence by the Chun family's thunderous retaliation. Now, the entire underground world of Longqing lay under the iron grip of the Qin family. Even purchasing a controlled weapon would result in thorough scrutiny. Under such circumstances, would they dare to show their faces? Moreover, this time he was traveling with 3 entire vehicles. 11 elite individuals selected from 100. He himself was in a bulletproof car. Among them were 3 trusted bodyguards assigned to protect him, all armed. Such meticulous preparation provided an impregnable defense. If those rats dared to approach, they would be courting death. Chen Tianxiao was determined to embrace the new hope for the Chen family with an overwhelming presence. He intended to make those lurking in the shadows recognize who the true master of this city was. On Guanshan Road, twilight gradually descended, the setting sun resembling blood, casting an eerie dark red hue upon the distant mountains. This road served as a shortcut connecting the southern suburbs to the city center. However, due to the poor road conditions, traffic was sparse, rendering it particularly desolate at this moment. Chen Tianxiao's convoy moved steadily, the 3 vehicles maintaining a standard protective formation. The distance between them was neither too close nor too far, adequate to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Chen Tianxiao sat in the rear of the middle vehicle, resting his eyes. Yet, the tension in his tightly clasped hands revealed the turmoil within his heart. He could already envision the expressions of surprise and joy on his father and second brother's faces when he returned with a Feng's bloodline. This time, he would not only make amends for his past mistakes, but also become a hero for the family. The traffic light at the intersection of Guanshan Road flickered alone, adding an eerie rhythm to this desolate road. The last rays of the setting sun were swallowed by the mountains. Dusk enveloped the earth like an endless gray net. Chen Tianxiao's convoy approached the intersection smoothly. The lead vehicle expertly slowed down in preparation to cross. Everything appeared so ordinary, so orderly, just as it had countless times before. Unbeknownst to Chen Tianxiao, this shortcut, usually graced by the occasional passing truck, was now silent as a grave, devoid of even the sound of a chirping insect. He was oblivious to the steel behemoth approaching steadily from the shadows to the right of the intersection. Inside the cab of the dump truck, Zhao Gao's hands firmly gripped the steering wheel. Deep within his consciousness, information provided by the ghost resonated clearly through Lin Mo's voice. The target convoy has entered the current section, with no other interfering vehicles. Prepare to accelerate. The moment the word accelerate fell, Zhao Gao's gaze sharpened. Roar. The modified heavy dump truck's engine erupted in a deafening roar, shattering the silence of the dusk. Zhao Gao slammed the accelerator to the floor, the massive vehicle jolting violently. It surged forth like an ancient beast breaking free from its chains, charging with a force that seemed intent on obliterating everything in its path, racing out of the shadows towards the bulletproof car that Chen Tianxiao occupied. Chen Tianxiao's pupils dilated in shock. He had no time to react. "Xiao Ge, be careful," the experienced driver shouted, his reaction already at its limit as he stomped on the gas pedal, attempting to utilize the vehicle's superior acceleration to speed past before the dump truck arrived. However, their opponent was Zhao Gao, a skilled driver with lethal expertise. As the driver accelerated, so did Zhao Gao. Under Zhao Gao's command, the colossal vehicle executed a maneuver akin to a racing car, skillfully blocking all paths of advance for the sedan. Time seemed to slow infinitely at that moment. Chen Tianxiao could clearly see the filthy windshield of the dump truck. The driver's calm and indifferent gaze pierced through him. He observed the bumper trembling slightly from the high speed, adorned with splatters of either paint or mud. He remembered his father's sternness, his second brother's hopeful gaze, and the youthful face of his nephew Chen Feng. He recalled his once invincible self and his current helplessness. The familiar, loathsome aura of primal destruction from the depths of violence enveloped him once more. He wanted to scream, to command, to act. Yet his body felt as if it were filled with lead, immobilized in place, unable to move even a finger. All that remained was the approaching steel front, consuming his entire field of vision. The previous disdain for the rats that dared not show themselves now appeared utterly ridiculous. It was not that they lacked the courage. Rather, they were waiting for him to expose himself, to strike with the most ferocious, direct, and unreasonable force. Boom! The deafening sound of the collision reverberated through the air, akin to thunder erupting from the earth. The heavy dump truck, in an unmatched display of force, violently crashed into the side of the bulletproof car. The sharp, twisting sounds of metal, the shattering of glass, and the mournful screech of tires against the ground intermingled, composing a macabre symphony of death. The so-called bulletproof body was as fragile as a soda can in front of this charging steel monster. The door crumpled inward instantly, the bulletproof glass splintering into a spiderweb of cracks under the terrifying impact before exploding outward. The immense kinetic energy propelled the entire sedan into the air, flipping it twice before crashing heavily onto the ground several meters away, becoming a twisted heap of scrap metal. Inside, Chun Tianxiao's body was brutally wedged between the deformed door and seat. Half of him was already engulfed by the shattered steel. His eyes widened in horror, reflecting the final moment of fear and despair. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices, instantly staining his expensive attire crimson. The third master of the Chen family, the master of the gray area, was just moments ago brimming with vitality, preparing to welcome the family's new hero. Before he could utter a single cry of despair, he was violently transformed into a mere puddle of flesh. Chen Tianxiao, curtain drawn. Enemy attack. Protect Xiaogu. The convoy of bodyguards in both the front and rear vehicles screeched to a halt. Though startled by the sudden upheaval, the years of rigorous training kicked in, prompting an instinctive response. The car doors were thrust open, and 8 bodyguards clad in black suits leaped out, weapons in hand, alertly scanning for assailants. At that very moment, an unremarkable silver grave van appeared, its doors flung open with a loud clang. 4 figures swiftly emerged: Wu Shu, Lin Mo, Wei Hu, and Zheng Tuesday. Each wielded a crudely fashioned, yet lethal-looking homemade smoothbore gun. Without a word, without a trace of hesitation, they unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The thunderous sound of gunshots erupted almost simultaneously. Countless steel pellets, coated with neurotoxin, formed a deadly curtain of bullets, enveloping the unsuspecting bodyguards who had just disembarked. The grisly sound of flesh being torn apart filled the air. The bodyguards facing the 4 were instantly riddled with pellets, their faces frozen in shock as they collapsed to the ground. The remaining 4 bodyguards were also caught in the storm of bullets, retreating in anguish behind their vehicle. The quartet of assassins showed no mercy, rushing forward to deliver finishing blows. At that moment, the door of the dump truck's cabin swung open, and Zhao Gao emerged, blood streaming from a gash on his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. In the instant of impact, he had skillfully mitigated the force of the collision, curling up within the reinforced cabin, sustaining only minor injuries. Lin Mo quickly approached, wiping away Zhao Gao's blood and other traces, then supported him towards the van while the other 3 swiftly began to clean up the scene. Wei Hu approached the heap of twisted metal, confirming the death of Chen Tianxiao. Wu Shu and Zheng Tu, moving with remarkable speed, collected the 4 handguns and spare magazines carried by Chen Tianxiao and the others, as well as gathering the spent shells from the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, the ghostly fingers of the hacker danced over the keyboard, rendering the surveillance cameras within a 500-meter radius of the intersection into darkness due to voltage instability caused by aging lines. The dashcams and internal surveillance data of Chun Tianxiao's convoy were entirely erased and overwritten by a mysterious data stream. Once all traces were meticulously obliterated, the 4 assassins departed swiftly in the van, escorting the injured Zhao Gao. Chapter 79, Confrontation at the Blood-Soaked Intersection. At the Guanshan Road intersection, the sound of law enforcement vehicles drew near. A dozen vehicles from the Public Security Bureau effectively sealed off the intersection. Uniformed officers erected long lines of caution tape, while hurried forensic experts and investigators commenced their work at the scene. As Sun Mingyuan stepped out of his vehicle, his face was ashen. He navigated through the crowd, his shoes crunching on the oil-stained pavement littered with shards of glass, producing a jarring sound. Upon seeing the mangled remains of the car, now unrecognizable, the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily. What has happened? His voice was hoarse, laced with suppressed anger. Gao Feng approached from the center of the scene, speaking with a calm demeanor. A severe car accident, or perhaps an attack, has occurred. The vehicle in the center was the primary target. Chen Tianxiao was inside, struck violently by a heavy dump truck from the right side. Preliminary assessments suggest the impact speed exceeded 70 kilometers per hour. He gestured towards the dump truck, which lay overturned, its front end severely damaged. The 2 vehicles behind were bodyguard cars. Upon the collision, the occupants were ambushed by multiple assailants wielding some form of homemade shotgun weaponry. The enemy's firepower was fierce and precise, resulting in the complete annihilation of the bodyguard team. Sun Mingyuan sensed the palpable chill emanating from Chen Xian, who stood beside him. "Where is Chen Tianxiao?" Sun Mingyuan inquired, though he already harbored an answer in his mind. Gao Feng led them to the heap of wreckage. Forensic expert Zhao Ming was crouched nearby, meticulously sifting through the twisted steel to uncover portions of the body trapped within. Zhao lifted his head, adjusted his glasses, and shook it gently at Sun Mingyuan and Chen Xian. Instantaneous death upon impact. Multiple shattering fractures, extensive internal organ rupture. Chen Xian gazed at the darkened blood seeping from the crevice of the deformed door, closed his eyes, and moments later, reopened them, now filled with a cold hatred. What about the attackers? Sun Mingyuan pressed, his voice suppressing fury. The dump truck was reported stolen half a day ago, belonging to a construction materials company in the southern part of the city. The thief was quite skilled. The parking lot surveillance conveniently malfunctioned during that time. Gao Feng replied evenly. The van used for the getaway was a cloned vehicle, abandoned 3 streets away in an old neighborhood with insufficient surveillance coverage. The assailants had cleaned the scene with remarkable professionalism, leaving no valuable traces. Nearby cameras malfunctioned during the incident, reportedly due to unstable voltage. The ammunition appears to be homemade. Homemade? Sun Mingyuan frowned. Indeed, Gao Feng nodded. The projectiles extracted from the deceased were steel balls, with traces of a certain neurotoxin detected. Forensic expert Zhao concluded it was a lethal combination. A chill surged up Sun Mingyuan's spine. He realized the assassin organization was utterly lawless, and he had not anticipated their audacity reaching such heights. Why would the third master come here? Chen Xian suddenly interjected, posing a crucial question. This area is remote, far from Chun Tianxiao's usual activities. Gao Feng responded. We examined Mr. Chun Tianxiao's personal belongings and communication devices. He glanced at Chen Xian and added, including that encrypted phone. No records of calls, messages, or schedules related to this trip were found. We, too, are puzzled, Advisor Chun. Does your family have any knowledge of his intentions for this trip? Chen Xian's brow furrowed tightly as his sharp gaze swept over the scene once more, particularly lingering on the mangled vehicle that had once belonged to Chen Tianxiao, as if searching for some answer. Ultimately, he merely shook his head, his tone laced with confusion and unease. I do not know. He did not report a specific itinerary when he left today. We are also investigating. This response left Sun Mingyuan's mind swirling with doubts, yet he wisely refrained from pursuing further. The internal affairs of the Chun family ran too deep. Just then, a screech of tires pierced the air. A convoy brazenly broke through the caution line, driving straight into the center of the scene. The doors flung open, and Chun Tianzhong and Chun Tianshang strode forth, flanked by a phalanx of bodyguards, completely disregarding the astonished gazes of the surrounding officers. Where is Tianxiao? Chun Tianshang's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. Sun Mingyuan stepped forward, attempting to intervene. Mr. Chun, we are currently investigating the scene. Please. Chun Tianshang forcefully pushed him aside and strode directly toward the heap of scrap metal. Upon glimpsing the blurred body inside the vehicle, he staggered, and the bodyguard beside him quickly steadied him. Who did this? Chun Tianshang abruptly turned, fixating his gaze on Sun Mingyuan. What is your public security bureau doing? Under your very noses, people are being killed one after another. Sun Mingyuan's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white as he struggled to suppress his anger. We just received the report. Just? Chun Tianshang seized his collar, his voice trembling with rage. My brother is dead, reduced to a pulp. You mean to say you know nothing? A nearby officer attempted to approach, but was halted by a single glance from Sun Mingyuan. He calmly regarded Chun Tianshang. Mr. Chun, please accept my condolences. We will investigate thoroughly and provide you with an explanation. At this moment, Chun Tianzhong had regained his composure. He pulled his brother back, his voice chillingly cold. Captain Sun, I demand that you solve this case within 24 hours. Utilize all resources to uncover those scoundrels. Sun Mingyuan inhaled deeply. Solving the case takes time. We will do our utmost. Not just do our utmost, it is imperative. Chen Tianjing stepped closer, lowering his voice. Do not forget who placed you in this position. If you cannot handle this matter, both our family and that individual will be gravely disappointed. This statement struck like a heavy blow, causing beads of cold sweat to form on Sun Mingyuan's back. He stiffly nodded. I understand. Chen Tianzhong cast a cold glance at the chaotic scene before turning to his brother. Return home. I will leave this to Xian. But Tianxiao. Chen Tianshang's eyes were red. I said return. Chen Tianjing's voice suddenly grew severe. Do not forget our father's words. Now is not the time for impulsiveness. The individuals under Tianxiao, along with the operations he oversees, must be stabilized immediately. Chen Tianjing gave Sun Mingyuan one last penetrating look, filled with undisguised pressure and warning, before half-supporting, half-dragging Chun Tianshang into the vehicle as they departed. Sun Mingyuan remained rooted in place, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles whitening. After a long moment, he suddenly turned, shouting at his subordinates, What are you all standing around for? Get to work. The special investigation team resumed their busyness at last. Sun Mingyuan stepped aside and dialed a number. Mr. Yinwu. His voice maintained respect yet quickened in pace. I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. Mr. Chen Tianxiao has been assassinated. Sun Mingyuan's voice was somewhat dry. At the intersection of Guanshan Road in the southern part of the city, he encountered a meticulously planned attack. He briefly reported the situation at the scene, particularly emphasizing the heavy vehicles and homemade weapons used by the assailants. Silence lingered on the other end of the line for a few seconds. Sun Mingyuan could almost hear Yinwu's fingers tapping on the table. "What is your assessment?" Yinwu inquired calmly. "This is no ordinary criminal case, Mr. Yinwu." Sun Mingyuan took a deep breath and articulated his well-prepared request. "The organization, operational capacity, and the weapons and methods employed have far exceeded those of typical criminal gangs. I request that the nature of this case be classified as a terrorist attack." "Reasons?" Yinwu's voice lifted slightly, laced with inquiry. "3 reasons." Sun Mingyuan had already prepared his argument. First, the methods are exceedingly brutal, employing highly lethal controlled weapons, resulting in significant casualties and an extremely adverse societal impact. Second, the targets are clearly defined, specifically aimed at important enterprises and family members within our city, carrying distinct implications of intimidation and provocation. Third, the organization is tight-knit, the planning meticulous, and they possess both the capability and intent for continued criminal activity. By classifying this as a terrorist attack, we can justifiably mobilize more resources and implement more decisive measures. "What do you require?" Yinwu asked directly. Sun Mingyuan promptly replied. "I need the armed police mobile unit on standby, providing armed support. I need the intelligence department to intervene, assisting in investigating the potential infiltration of foreign forces. I need the transportation and communication management departments to fully cooperate, providing all relevant monitoring and data flow analysis for the specified time frames. And I also require special technical support from the cybersecurity department to track any encrypted communications that may be utilized by the assailants." He took a deep breath and stated his most crucial demand. "Most importantly, I need permission to use lethal force against such brutal assailants armed with dangerous weapons. My frontline personnel must have the authority to retaliate on the spot and neutralize the threat. Otherwise, it would be putting their lives at risk." Silence enveloped the line for a full half-minute. Sun Mingyuan could almost envision Yinwu weighing the pros and cons, calculating the associated risks and benefits. Finally, Yinwu's voice resonated once more. "Agreed. The case will be classified as you suggest. I will coordinate to issue the permissions. All resources from the Armed Police Mobile Unit, Intelligence Department, Transportation Department, Communication Management Department, and Cybersecurity Department will be directed towards the Special Investigation Team." "Captain Sun," Yinwu's tone grew slightly more serious. "The Chen family, as well as that individual, are watching. The order in launching cannot be challenged. I want results, and I want them promptly." "Understood." Sun Mingyuan straightened his posture, resolutely determined not to disappoint that individual. In Haishi Prison, Cell 2203, Lin Mo's consciousness was immersed in the system prompts. Hunting crime value balance, 5,900 points among them. Chen Tianxiao's crime value amounted to 3,000 points, while each of his subordinates averaged 250 points. A substantial influx of crime value had been recorded. Chen Tianxiao's malevolence proved to be profound, and the blood of those who aided him stained their hands. More practically, the spoils included 4 standard pistols and several spare magazines retrieved by Wei Hu and his team during the cleanup. These weapons would be modified and distributed by the skilled mechanic Qi Ban, becoming the new fangs for the Death Warriors. Chen Tianxiao's demise severed one of the Chen family's arms, which had wielded violence. His control over the underground forces and direct military might would undoubtedly plunge into chaos. This presented an opportunity. At that moment, Ghost transmitted a message. The list of the new Special Investigation Team had been obtained. Although direct monitoring of the internal communications of the Special Investigation Team was not feasible, Ghost cross-referenced the personnel movement records from the launching Public Security Bureau's internal system, the procurement and distribution lists of new equipment, and the facial recognition of key positions targeting new faces, ultimately identifying the members of the new Special Investigation Team. A series of photographs and information flowed into Lin Mo's consciousness. Sun Mingyuan, 52 years old, leader of the Special Investigation Team. Chen Xian, 33 years old, advisor to the Special Investigation Team, 3rd generation of the Chen family. Gao Feng, 42 years old, member of the Special Investigation Team, former leader of the old Special Investigation Team. Zhang Zhu, 29 years old, leader of the Cybersecurity Expert Group. Zhao Ming, 32 years old, forensic expert. Wang Ji, 38 years old, trace evidence expert. Lin Mo, 49 years old, criminal psychology expert. Yin Wu, 43 years old, responsible for external coordination. Faces flashed before Lin Mo's eyes. When he saw Sun Mingyuan's fierce visage, a certain memory surged up from the depths of Lin Mo's consciousness. That night, the hotel room door was violently slammed open. and countless officers surged in. The last commander who entered had a piercing gaze and issued orders in a frigid tone. It was indeed this face, Sun Mingyuan. The coordinator named Yin Wu echoed this name in Lin Mo's mind. Yin Wu, when combined, signifies a promise. Mr. Su, the enigmatic Mr. Su who had instructed Zhao Wei to commit perjury, thus nailing him to the disgraceful pillar of a murderer? Could it be the same individual? Or perhaps they are closely connected? Although it remains uncertain whether this Yin Wu is indeed the same as Mr. Su, a chilling sense of fate instantaneously seized Lin Mo. It felt as if an invisible hand was guiding forth those adversaries linked to his wrongful conviction, presenting them one by one before him. While their immediate target was Wu Wei and the assassin organization, they were oblivious to the fact that the true orchestrator was confined within the cage. They may not recognize one another's roles. Yet, due to shared interests and crimes, they had once again gathered beneath the banner opposing him. So be it. This saves me the trouble of searching for each of them individually. Lin Mo swiftly discarded his lamentations, reverting to a state of absolute calm. The assault on the Chen family must not waver. The current primary objective remains the Chen family. With Chen Tianxiao eliminated, who shall be the next target? Chen Zhangwo is cunning and reclusive. The Chen family estate must be heavily guarded at this moment, making it difficult to breach in a short time. Chen Tianzheng holds a high position and is under strict protection from the system. His sensitive identity makes any direct action against him too risky, potentially leading to uncontrollable chaos. Chen Xian, being astute and composed, serves as an advisor to the task force. He is already at the center of the investigation vortex, exhibiting high vigilance and making him a challenging target. Therefore, the optimal remaining choice is Chen Tianxiang. The reasoning is clear. As the representative of the Chun family in the business realm and the chairman of a certain group, he controls the financial lifeblood of the Chen family. Eliminating him would not only further cripple the Chun family's strength, but also instigate turmoil in their economic foundations. The ensuing chain reaction would be sufficient to leave the Chen family in disarray. Chapter 81. Deployment to assassinate Chen Tianxiang and disrupt the Chun family's financial lifeblood. The material foundation of the Chun family's rule over Longsheng would thereby lose its stability, and the golden blood that flows through the Chen family would also dwindle significantly. Moreover, Chen Tianxiang's commercial identity renders his daily movements more predictable. Compared to his reclusive father and brothers, his whereabouts are easier to forecast, and he presents more vulnerabilities. More critically, after Chen Tianxiao's demise, the direct forces and underground powers he managed are presently in a power vacuum. Although the Chen family is hastily consolidating control, it will take time to integrate. This chaotic period represents the best opportunity. Ghost, conduct a comprehensive investigation on Chen Tianxiang. Lin Mo issued the command. I wish to grasp every detail about him. His habits, travel routes, security breaches, and intricacies of his interpersonal relationships. Understood. Meanwhile, Lin Mo mentally replayed each aspect of the assassination of Chen Tianxiao. Although the operation was successful, it revealed a conspicuous issue. The acquisition of resources proved exceedingly arduous. Due to the Chen family's control over supplies, to manufacture those crude yet effective weapons, Ghost had to expend considerable effort concealing procurement traces, and the team could only utilize substitute materials. If a more stable and convenient resource channel could be established, a thought suddenly flashed. The Chen family's blockade of materials is stringent against external inspections. However, the flow of materials within their own companies is generally more lenient. What better place to procure materials than the Chen Group? Ghost, while investigating Chen Tianxiang, should also focus on examining the logistics management department of the Chen Group. Lin Mo added, I require a position that can be infiltrated within the Chun family's logistics procurement system. Affirmative. The investigation against the Chun family has been fully deployed. The next line of inquiry concerns Sun Mingyuan and Yin Wu, two individuals who may be intricately linked to his wrongful conviction at this moment. They stand in opposition to him as pursuers. Although their current targets are Wu Wei and the assassin organization, Lin Mo cannot allow these two potential foes to roam freely. Ghost, allocate part of your resources to investigate Sun Mingyuan and Yin Wu. Lin Mo issued a new directive. I wish to know what roles they play in my case. Who stands behind them? How can I act against them? Once acted upon, how can I evade suspicion? This time, Ghost's response experienced a slight delay. The ongoing investigation into Chen Tianxiang and the Chen Group has consumed a substantial amount of computational resources. A thorough investigation into Sun Mingyuan and Yin Wu, particularly tracing back to your case, necessitates accessing deeper social relationship network data and potentially restricted judicial internal records. The difficulty is immense. and it is anticipated to significantly slow the progress of the investigation into the Chen family. Lin Mo immediately recognized that Ghost's energy and computational capacity were not limitless. The task force employed a physically isolated communication method. It was akin to an invisible wall, consuming most of Ghost's energy. Solely relying on peripheral monitoring and data analysis is inefficient and prone to overlooking critical information. He needed eyes, he needed ears, he needed to penetrate that wall. It was imperative to place his own people within the Public Security Bureau. System, open the list of summoned operatives. Attribute less operative, 100 crime value points. Their physical attributes and learning abilities are akin to those of an ordinary adult, and the system will generate a basic social identity for them. Trait, proficient hacker. Crime value cost, 300 points. Infusing the operative with specialized hacking knowledge. They will be capable of adeptly employing various network attack and defense techniques, infiltrating most commercial and personal networks. However, there remains a risk of detection by other skilled hackers. Trait, master hacker. Crime value cost, 3,000 points. The hacker's skills have reached an extraordinary level. The digital realm becomes a domain devoid of barriers for them. Aside from physically isolated networks, they can access anywhere, scrutinize anyone, and leave no trace. Prerequisite for exchange. The operative must possess the intelligence trait. Trait, member of the task force's network security expert group. Crime value cost, 2,000 points. Generating a logical identity for the operative as a network security expert, including related memory implantation and record documentation. Ensuring recognition as a legitimate member by the task force and associated personnel. Their identity is established as an orphan, with no strong ties to the real world. Costing 0 crime value points. This identity will naturally garner basic recognition and acceptance from dozens of colleagues, establishing weak connections, costing 1,000 crime value points. They can leverage their position to obtain certain internal system access permissions and resource allocation capabilities, costing an additional 1,000 crime value points. Trait, task force leader. Crime value cost. A member of the task force's network security expert group. That will suffice. Although the cost is substantial, it is worthwhile. Ability in use. Deploy operative. Name, Phone Man. Traits, proficient hacker, member of the task force's network security expert group. Setup completed, generating operative Phone Man. Generation complete. Remaining crime value, 3,500 points. Phone Man will become the beacon within the physically isolated network of the special project team. Tasked with acquiring confidential information and meeting contents that are elusive to the shadows. She will assist the shadows in essential operations, alleviating their infiltration pressure, and may even aid them in directly handling certain information, acting as an extension of the shadows. The death of Chen Tianxiao has sent ripples that are spreading far and wide, causing evident chaos within the directly affiliated military departments. Reports from the training base indicate that the daily high-intensity training programs have been suspended, leaving only the most basic vigilance protocols in place. Numerous reports regarding commercial competitors requiring special handling have been marked for deferral, awaiting new directives. Chen Tianxiao's illicit operations have been hindered. Some have been frozen due to severed communications, while others have become mired in procedural quagmires due to the absence of key coordinating figures. Meanwhile, the internal communication flow within the Chun family estate has surged dramatically. The shadows have intercepted fragmented information. The Chen family is conducting a thorough investigation into why Chen Tianxiao suddenly ventured to that remote crossroads. Since the shadows had erased all traces at the time, the investigation appears to have reached an impasse. However, a faint clue has emerged from the lips of Chen Tianxiao's subordinates. It seems that Xiao Gu received a phone call. Yes, there was a text message. He glanced at it. His expression changed, and then instructed them to hit the road. Although the content of the message has vanished without a trace, the act of its delivery is regarded as one of the critical catalysts for the ensuing tragedy. Consequently, the Chun family's countermeasures are escalating. The security level for all core members' travels has been elevated, and vehicle standards have been raised once more. The travel reporting system has become exceedingly stringent, with any last-minute changes requiring multiple confirmations. Chapter 82, Hidden Blade. More notably, the Chun family has tightened control over engineering vehicles. The horrific scene of Chen Tianxiao's demise beneath a dump truck has undoubtedly struck a deep nerve within the family. They have mobilized vast resources and collaborated with relevant authorities to conduct rigorous checks and monitoring of dump trucks, concrete mixers, and heavy freight trucks throughout Long City, especially in core areas and along routes leading to significant strongholds. The backgrounds of several large vehicle rental and construction transport companies are being reevaluated. The files of certain drivers have been scrutinized, and even some fleets with tenuous ties to the Chen family have been temporarily ordered to cease operations. This level of control reveals a tinge of panicked overreaction. However, it has indeed increased the difficulty of launching attacks using similar means. The Chen family understands well that offense is the best defense. Were it not for their inability to ascertain the identity and location of the assassin organization, they would have undoubtedly taken the initiative by now, due to the uncertainty surrounding the enemy's identity and position. The Chen family's investigations into the assassin organization and Wu Wei have become increasingly aggressive and unscrupulous. Unlike the procedural justice that law enforcement must adhere to, the Chen family's methods are direct and shadowy. The bounty for information on unfamiliar assassins, suspicious financial transactions, and irregular weapon trades has been significantly increased. The underbelly of society, those who depend on the Chen family for survival, has been fully mobilized. They scurry through the shadows of the city like hyenas, coercing, probing, and extorting in an attempt to unearth even the slightest shred of useful information. As the only two confirmed members of the assassin organization, all individuals who have had past interactions with Wu Wei and Mu Shi are under either overt or covert surveillance and interrogation. An invisible pressure is enveloping the underground world of Long City. However, none of these developments compare to the weight of another piece of information. Chen Tianxiang has assumed control of the direct military forces and gray industries left behind by Chen Tianxiao. This is both a reluctant necessity and an inevitable choice. Chen Tianzheng is entrenched in the political arena and is ill-suited to directly engage with these matters. Chen Xian is too young and lacks the requisite experience and capability, and Chen Zhangwo is advancing in years. Only Chen Tianxiang, who oversees the Chen family's financial lifeline, possesses the requisite authority and acumen to swiftly mobilize resources and stabilize the situation. According to the Shadow's investigations, Chen Tianxiang, chairman of the Chen Group, oversees the core assets of Chen Energy. This company controls 70 of the city's electricity supply and 80 of natural gas distribution. It comprises 12 core departments, including power plants, transmission and distribution companies, oil and gas pipeline companies, and renewable energy development divisions, all vital to the city's energy supply. Since the assassination of Chen Tianxiao, Chen Tianxiang's security level has been significantly elevated. He now travels in a convoy of at least 5 vehicles, flanked by security cars on all sides, with the number of bodyguards inside doubled. All vehicles have been specially modified, and route selections have become more varied, no longer adhering to a fixed path. A direct assault is clearly imprudent. Chen Tianxiang's security measures are nearly flawless. A frontal attack would only incur unnecessary losses. At this moment, as he takes over Chen Tianxiao's influence, he must personally visit various locations for on-site inspections to reassure stakeholders. His prior unfamiliarity with Chen Tianxiao's operations compels him to do so. Consequently, Lin Mo has conceived a novel approach for assassinating Chen Tianxiang. Simultaneously, investigations into the procurement department of the Chen Group have yielded progress. The procurement department is responsible for sourcing and allocating materials for several subsidiaries and properties under the group, as well as certain specialized operations. It is a seemingly inconspicuous department, yet its power can be substantial. The manager of Procurement Group 3 has recently been reassigned due to internal conflicts and adjustments within the group, leaving the position temporarily vacant and managed by a deputy manager. This vacancy aligns perfectly with Lin Mo's requirements, offering a measure of authority and access to unconventional procurement processes, all while being in a transition period that facilitates the placement of personnel. Lin Mo accessed the system. Hunting crime value balance for 1,800 points. This figure includes 2,300 points derived from assassins such as Mu Shi, Shui Lu, Jin Tai, Huiyan, and Tu Chong, reflecting recent operational outcomes in Long City and other locales. Although the individual gains are less substantial than those from Chen Tianxiao, the consistent influx of resources has granted Lin Mo greater operational latitude. He then opened the list for summoning assassins. Non-attribute assassin, 100 points hunting crime value. Characteristic, skilled assassin. Cost, 300 points. Characteristic, Chen family bodyguard. Cost, 2,000 points. To generate a logically coherent identity for a Chen family bodyguard, including relevant memory implantation and documentation, establishing them as a long-term member. The identity will be set as a single-parent child, whose father was a previous bodyguard, fostered by the Chen family, thus ensuring strong social ties, consuming 1,000 points of hunting crime value. This identity will inherently facilitate the acquisition of basic recognition and acceptance from dozens of bodyguards, forming weak social connections, consuming 1,000 points of hunting crime value. Characteristic, Manager of Procurement Group 3 at the Qin Group. Cost, 2,000 points. To create a logical identity for the deadliest agents within the Qin Group's procurement division. Specifically for 3 managerial roles, it is essential to establish comprehensive educational backgrounds, work histories, industry connections, and implanted memories within their profiles. These identities should be recognized by the group's human resources system and colleagues as legitimate members who have either been newly hired or promoted. The identity setup will portray them as orphans with overseas educational backgrounds and devoid of strong social ties, consuming no criminal hunting points. This identity will naturally garner basic recognition and acceptance from colleagues within the department and associated business partners, at the cost of 2,000 criminal hunting points. Attributes: General Manager of the Qin Group. Consumption of hunting points. Ability: Deployment of deadly agents. Name: Wang Shang. Attributes: Personal guard of the Qin family. Skilled Assassin, Quick Draw. Ability: Deployment of deadly agents. Name: Li Yin. Attributes: Manager of Procurement Division 3 of the Qin Group. Identity setup completed. Generating agents Wang Shang and Li Yin. Generation completed. Balance of hunting points, 300 points. 2 new agents are now in position. Wang Shang will serve as a concealed blade among the Qin family's personal guards, poised for the opportune moment. Li Yin will facilitate their access to resources within the Qin Group. At that moment, a new message arrived from the ghost. Chun Tianxiang will visit the Jinan training base tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the evening. This location is one of the key talent cultivation centers under Chun Tianxiao's control, which has now been taken over by Chun Tianxiang. He will inspect personnel, distribute supplies, and meet with Chun Tianxiao's main subordinates. Chapter 83. The Crimson Admonition. The searchlights of the Jinan training base loomed like vast, indifferent eyes, observing the impending death. At precisely 8 o'clock, a convoy of 7 black sedans slowly entered the base's gates. The wheels crushed the gravel along the training ground's edge, creating a delicate sound. The doors opened in succession, and first to emerge was a group of stern-looking bodyguards clad in matching black combat uniforms. They swiftly dispersed, occupying crucial positions, their sharp gazes scanning the empty training field and every shadowy corner. Once safety was confirmed, one of them respectfully opened the rear door of the central vehicle. Chun Tianxiang stepped out, his polished leather shoes making a faint sound against the gravel. He was dressed in an expensive custom suit, his face betraying little expression. Only the fatigue accumulated over the past few days and a hint of barely perceptible hostility lingered in his eyes. Following him was his nephew, Chen Rui, the director of the procurement department of the Qin Group. Chen Rui was quite young, around 25 or 26 years old. His meticulously styled hair and impeccably tailored suit left no room for wrinkles. He endeavored to emulate the steadiness of his forebears. However, the excitement and arrogance in his eyes, eager to prove himself, could not be concealed. Close beside him was the newly appointed manager of Procurement Division 3, Li Yin, with an unremarkable appearance. Gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose and a tablet in hand, he appeared both silent and capable, embodying the essence of an elite manager, seamlessly blending in among the bodyguards. The base's head had long been waiting with several key instructors. Upon seeing them, he hurried forward, his expression a mix of respect and tension. Second master, everything is prepared as per your instructions. Chun Tianxiang offered no response, merely nodding slightly. Surrounded by the crowd, he made his way towards the training ground within the base. On the training ground, dozens of individuals stood in a tight formation, all members of Chun Tianxiao's direct combat unit during his lifetime, along with the most capable trainees from the base. Uniformly dressed in training attire, they stood upright like silent statues. Only their eyes flickered slightly upon the arrival of Chun Tianxiang and his entourage. An oppressive silence filled the air, mingled with the sense of earth and sweat. Chun Tianxiang approached the podium, his gaze slowly scanning the faces of everyone below. The lights illuminated his features, casting sharp contrasts, rendering his current expression somewhat inscrutable. You all know who I am. His voice, amplified through the microphone, resonated across the training ground, not loud yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. You know why I am here today? No one responded from the crowd. All eyes remained fixed on him. Tian Xiao is gone. He paused, this statement causing a slight hitch in the breaths of many below. His departure was far from dignified. Not only has he fallen, but the brothers he took with him have not returned. His tone remained calm, as if recounting something unrelated to himself. Yet, the weight of his words only intensified the invisible pressure. There are rumors circulating that the Chun family is afraid. They say those trained by Tian Xiao are worthless. They couldn't even protect their own master. His voice suddenly rose, chilling with a biting intensity. Tell me, is this true? Silence reigned below, yet some fists clenched instinctively. Humiliation, anger, and an undeniable sense of shame intertwined in the eyes of these core trainees. Many among them were not present at the scene. However, they understood the principle that a lord's disgrace is a subject's death. Moreover, Chen Tianxiao had indeed had his own principles in treating his subordinates. Not speaking. Chen Tianxiang scoffed. Very well, allow me to voice your sentiments. He abruptly waved his hand. Several of Chen Tianxiang's own trusted aides, poised nearby, lunged into the ranks like wolves, accurately dragging 5 individuals from the crowd. These 5 were the personal guards who had remained at the training base and had not accompanied Chen Tianxiao on his outing. To protect the master is your duty. The master is dead, yet you still live. Chen Tianxiang's voice was as cold as iron, declaring this a dereliction of duty, a disgrace. The 5 individuals were forcefully pinned down before the podium, facing the entire assembly. One of them struggled to lift his head, his lips moving as if to argue that he had not wished to abandon Tianxiao. It was Tianxiao who had not called upon him. Yet, he ultimately said nothing. Sometimes, the truth is unnecessary. All that is required is an excuse. In light of the fact that you have shed blood for the Chen family, Chen Tianxiang coldly ordered, each shall receive 30 lashes, as a warning to others. The leader among them, with Tianxiao gone, had no reason to continue living. The whips were specially crafted, soaked in salt water. The sound of the whips slicing through the air and striking flesh, accompanied by muffled groans of suppressed pain, resonated sharply in the quiet training ground. The scent of blood began to permeate the air, mingling with the smell of earth. The trainees standing below had their pupils constrict, their bodies tensed like drawn bows. Yet, none dared to move, none dared to speak. An absolute terror seeped into the marrow of each individual. This was precisely the effect Chen Tianxiang desired, with absolute authority. He aimed to crush any potential dissent, imprinting this power unequivocally with his mark. The flogging soon concluded, and the 5 individuals, their backs a gruesome sight, were dragged to the side like lifeless dogs. The final act was upon them. The individual designated to die, a small leader, was dragged to the center of the field and made to kneel. He seemed resigned, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ground. Chen Tianxiang turned his gaze to Chen Rui beside him, his tone brooking no argument. Rui, it's your turn. Let everyone witness that the next generation of the Chen family is not comprised of the soft-hearted. Upon seeing blood, certain matters become more suitable for one to take charge. Chen Rui felt a surge of tension, as he evidently had seldom, if ever, engaged in such acts personally. Yet, an exhilarating thrill coursed through him. Perhaps this was the essence of the Chen lineage. He inhaled deeply and accepted the heavy handgun handed to him by the bodyguard beside him. His fingers turned pale as he approached the kneeling figure in the center, his steps imbued with a peculiar mix of excitement and lightheadedness. All eyes in the crowd were fixated on him and the ominous muzzle of the gun. He raised the firearm, his arm trembling slightly, and aimed at the back of the man's head. In that moment of profound silence, a gunshot erupted. However, the bullet did not emanate from the gun in Chen Rui's grasp. The kneeling figure remained unscathed, while Chen Tianxiang, standing beside the podium, staggered momentarily. Instantly, a vivid crimson blossom erupted on his expensive suit, a stark contrast to his previously commanding demeanor, which was now supplanted by sheer astonishment. He looked down at the blood gushing from his chest, struggling to meet Chen Rui's gaze. Chapter 84. The blood of the Chen family holds no distinction. Chen Tianxiang yearned to convey something to his nephew, but searing pain engulfed him like a tidal wave, and his consciousness began to wane. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Each second felt like a century, only to be abruptly compressed as thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. How dare a mere trainee, with family and life in the palm of my Chen family's hand, open fire on me? He had reigned over Longqing for many years, regarding these lowly beings as mere ants, toying with their lives at will. Yet now, an ant he believed thoroughly tamed had violently breached the defenses of his existence. He was Chen Tianxiang, the helmsman of the Chen group, the master of Longqing energy. How could he fall to an insignificant nobody? The core figures of the Chen family were dying one after another. The Chen family was on the brink of collapse. The tragic demise of Chen Tianxiao lingered vividly in his mind. The wreck of the car reduced to scrap metal, the grotesque remnants of flesh now mirrored his own predicament. A chilling sense of despair seeped into his very bones. This city, ruled by the Chen family, this fortress they believed impregnable, was it truly destined to crumble in their generation? Those enemies lurking in the shadows were like relentless parasites, gnawing at the roots of the Chen family, while they could not even discern their whereabouts. What should the younger generation do? The visage of his son, Chen Feng, merged with that of his nephew, Chen Rui, and Chen Xian. He had poured his love for his son into these younger relatives. Yet now, unable to preserve his own life, how could he protect them? Chen Rui was still young, and though Chen Xian was steady, he could not bear the weight alone. In that moment, the future of the Chen family appeared bleak. As these thoughts gnawed at his consciousness like venomous serpents, a mocking remark pierced his ears like a poisoned needle. The blood of the Chen family holds no distinction. This phrase became the final straw, shattering Chen Tianxiang's last vestige of awareness. His eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with unfulfilled resentment. He collapsed heavily to the ground, exhaling his final breath. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing rapidity. From the gunshot to Chen Tianxiang's fall, barely half a second elapsed. It was only when Chen Tianxiang's body thudded to the ground that the onlookers awakened from their stupor. Wang Shang showed no sign of hesitation, turning the gun toward the still-dazed Chen Rui. He aimed, and with astonishing speed, squeezed the trigger. It was his expertise as a proficient assassin that facilitated this swift action. As an outer perimeter guard previously subdued by Chen Tianxiang, he was able to wield a firearm without raising suspicion, granting him this fleeting opportunity. At that critical juncture, Lin suddenly yanked Chen Rui aside. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed Chen Rui's cheek as he stumbled to the ground. Wang Shang showed no signs of discouragement. His finger returned to the trigger, evidently intent on firing again. Protect Xiao Rui. Chen Tianxiang's loyal bodyguards finally reacted. Countless gun barrels aligned from all directions, targeting Wang Shang. The rapid-fire sounds erupted, bullets raining down upon Wang Shang's form like a torrential downpour. His body was instantly riddled with holes, blood staining his black combat attire. The force of the bullets caused his body to convulse, like a leaf caught in a tempest. Wang Shang's form fell rigidly to the ground, silent forevermore. The gunfire ceased, plunging the scene into a profound silence. Only the wind swept across the training grounds, stirring the dust and gravel into a mournful symphony. Chen Tianxiang's confidants, their eyes ablaze with fury, aimed their weapons at the heads of all non-allies, barking commands. Move not. Anyone who dares move shall be shot. The trainees and the remnants of Chen Tianxiao's former troops were paralyzed by the bloody slaughter and the icy gun muzzles. Each remained frozen, their faces pale, scarcely daring to breathe. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood and gunpowder, mingling with the odors of earth and sweat, inducing nausea. Amidst the chaos, Chen Rui struggled to rise from the ground. His suit was smeared with dirt and the blood of an unknown origin. His hair lay disheveled, strands clinging to his sweaty forehead. Chen Rui stared blankly at his uncle's lifeless body, then touched the bloodstain on his cheek, trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, as if seized by madness, he surged forward, snatching the fallen handgun and firing repeatedly at Wang Shang's corpse. Ants, lowly beings, die, all of you die, he screamed as he fired, continuing to pull the trigger even after expending all the bullets, the empty gun clicking in vain. After venting his rage, Chen Rui panted heavily. Observing the terrified faces around him and the eager gazes of Chen Tianxiang's confidants, gradually regaining his composure, he surveyed the surroundings, his heart sinking. Chen Tianxiang had brought only a handful of loyal bodyguards, while nearly 100 were present at the training base. Although most of these individuals were under control, the terror in their eyes made Chen Rui acutely aware of the precariousness of the situation. This was not the time to lose his wits. With his uncle slain, he had to stabilize the situation. The Chen family could not afford to lack control over even a small training base at this juncture. Base leader, bring him here. Chen Tianxiang's confidant ushered the base leader forward. The base leader bowed his head, avoiding Chen Rui's gaze. Xiao Rui. Chen Rui pointed at Wang Shang's body and indicated the direction of Wang Shang's former team. Gather all his team members, along with their families. Spare not a single one. But remember, only punish the instigator, leaving the innocent unharmed. Then, he raised his voice so that all could hear. What transpired today is unrelated to you all. My uncle had intended to reward everyone. The promised funds shall be distributed without any deductions. He gestured for Lin to produce the cash that had long been prepared. The funds initially intended by Chen Tianxiang for benevolent purposes have unexpectedly become the linchpin for stabilizing the situation. Boxes of cash were brought forth, and those present exchanged glances. The tense atmosphere slightly alleviated. Chen Rui's series of actions, though tinged with panic and naivety, managed to steady the hearts of the people at this critical moment. The students and former subordinates, shrouded in fear, found their unease somewhat diminished upon witnessing Chen Rui's firmness and the distribution of rewards. After gaining preliminary control over the situation, Chen Rui's gaze fell upon his uncle Chen Tianxiang, lying in a pool of blood. He felt a mix of sorrow, anger, and an indescribable fear. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved his phone and dialed his father Chen Tianzheng's number. The moment the call connected, Chen Rui's voice trembled with barely suppressed emotion. "Father, uncle. He is gone." On the other end, Chen Tianzheng, engrossed in his office work, dropped his pen with a loud thud upon hearing the news. Chapter 85. The resilient old wolf. A silence enveloped the call for 3 full seconds before Chen Tianzheng's voice emerged once more, laced with a calm that felt forcibly restrained. "Clarify what has transpired." Chen Rui clenched his phone tightly, his knuckles turning pale. He inhaled deeply, striving to steady his quivering voice. "Uncle was attacked at the Jinan training base. Shots were fired. Is he dead?" Chen Tianjing's tone turned icy as he spoke. "Yes." The sound of a pen snapping echoed from the other end, followed by an extended silence. Chen Rui could hear his father's stifled breathing, akin to a wounded wolf. "Is the scene secured?" When Chen Tianzheng spoke again, his voice bore no trace of emotion. "The assailant was shot dead on the spot. It was Wang Shang." Chen Tianzheng interrupted. "I am asking if everyone at the base is contained. Has the information been sealed?" Chen Rui responded. "The situation is under temporary control, and the money has been distributed. The news should not have leaked yet." "Well done," Chen Tianzheng replied, but his tone offered no hint of praise, only a cold directive. "Listen, Rui, from this moment on, you are the highest authority on site. I do not care what methods you employ. Keep everyone firmly contained. Not a single fly is to escape. Simultaneously, seal the information. Until we make a decision, no whispers of this shall escape. Most importantly, ensure your own safety." "Yes, father." Chen Rui's voice carried a subtle hint of reliance and vulnerability. "You have grown up, Chen Rui." Chen Tianjing's tone suddenly turned severe. "The blood of the Chen family flows through your veins. When the sky falls, you must bear it upon your shoulders. This is your responsibility. Do you understand?" "I understand." Chen Rui straightened his back, wiping his face. Only the redness around his eyes betrayed the immense shock he had just experienced. "Good. Wait for my call." The phone line was severed. Chen Rui stood rooted to the spot, his hand still clutching the now heated phone. The wind on the training ground carried the scent of blood, sending a bone-chilling shiver through him, yet his father's words acted as an invisible whip, compelling him to stand firm. He turned to Lin, his voice hoarse. "Manager Li, please account for the personnel and ensure everyone is within the control perimeter. Temporarily secure all weapons and communication devices." "Yes, young Master Rui." Lin adjusted his glasses and promptly set about executing the orders. Chen Rui then directed the head of Chen Tianzheng's bodyguards. "Heighten vigilance. No one is to enter or exit. Assign someone to guard Wang Shang's corpse and his team. Monitor his family closely and await further instructions." "Understood." The bodyguard leader replied in a deep voice. In a brightly lit office on the top floor of a corporate building, Chen Tianzheng slowly set down the receiver. The veins on the back of his hand were prominent, his expression twisted. He sat in silence for a few moments, suppressing the rage within. Then he picked up another phone and dialed several numbers in quick succession. Each conversation was exceedingly brief. "Your uncle has passed. Suppress the incident at the Jinan training base immediately. There has been a situation at the old leader's home in Tianshan. I may need your continued support moving forward." After concluding the final call, he closed his eyes, pressing his fingers against his throbbing temples. The office was eerily silent, save for the sound of his labored breathing. Moments later, he abruptly opened his eyes, now filled with a steely resolve. He donned his coat and strode purposefully out of the office, tossing a command to the secretary at the door. "Prepare the car. We are going to the manor." The Chun family manor was particularly somber that night. White lanterns had long been hung, originally for Chun Feng. Later, they had been added for Chun Tianxiao, and now, this sorrow weighed heavily once more. Within the morning hall, incense wafted in spirals, and the tablets stood coldly arranged. Candle flames flickered, casting light upon the pale morning banners. Chun Tianzheng, Chun Xian, and Chun Rui traversed the silent corridor, heading directly towards the study deep within. Chun Rui had changed into clean attire, yet the shock and fatigue etched upon his brow remained evident. Chun Xian, no longer radiating his usual warmth, bore a gaze laced with latent hostility, akin to an uncontrollable blade. As the door to the study swung open, Chun Jingwo was not seated behind the expansive rosewood desk, as per usual. He stood with his back to the door, gazing out at the oppressive night beyond the window. In just a few days, his posture seemed to have slumped considerably. The once commanding demeanor had been replaced by a heavy aura of despair. The loss of a grandson and 2 sons hit him like 2 crushing blows, profoundly impacting the backbone of the Qin family. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned. The light illuminated his face, revealing deeper wrinkles and puffier eye bags. Yet those eyes held no trace of murkiness or despondency. Instead, they radiated a fierce, determined glint reminiscent of a cornered old wolf, driven to desperation. The sorrow lay buried deep within, overshadowed by a burning rage and a chilling calculation. Father, grandfather, please sit. Chen Jiangwo's voice was hoarse, yet remarkably steady. He took his seat behind the desk first, his gaze sweeping over the three before settling on Chen Rue. Rue, tell me, what exactly happened? Chen Rue inhaled deeply, endeavoring to succinctly recount the events of the evening, from Chun Tianshang's speech, the enforcement of family discipline, to Wang Shang's sudden gunfire, and his subsequent control measures. He omitted much of the gruesome details, focusing instead on the abruptness and lack of warning surrounding Wang Shang's actions. That is the situation. The assailant, Wang Shang, is a veteran of the base, essentially a homegrown child. His father previously worked alongside my third uncle, but after injuring his leg, he has been supported by the family. We've investigated, and there are no unusual financial dealings at home, nor has he recently interacted with any suspicious individuals. We interrogated his teammates and his father, but they could provide no explanation for his actions. Chen Rue's voice was tinged with confusion, as though he had suddenly been ensnared by an unseen force. The study fell into a suffocating silence. Chen Jiangwo's fingers unconsciously tapped against the rosewood surface. The rhythm was slow and heavy, resonating within each heart. A homegrown child. Chen Jiangwo finally spoke. I recall his father, who served Tianshao for over a decade. After his leg was rendered useless, the family provided for him with great care. In essence, he dedicated his life to the Chun family for 2 generations. Yet, without any apparent reason, he suddenly went mad and shot Tianshang in plain view? Chen Xian spoke up suddenly. Could it be the work of an assassin organization? After all, during this period, assassin organizations have been our greatest adversaries. Chapter 86. I trust you. An assassin organization? Chen Rue furrowed his brow. A born and bred child of the family, one who has long benefited from the Chen family. What could an assassin organization offer him? Money? If Wang Shang were motivated by wealth, there would have been signs long ago. Chen Xian scoffed. Perhaps he was coerced. Or maybe the other party made promises beyond our imagination. Chen Tianjing shook his head, his brow furrowed. It is also possible that another family orchestrated this, disguising themselves as an assassin organization. After all, there are many in Longcheng who wish to see the downfall of the Chen family. Let us temporarily set aside Wang Shang's motives and focus on the pressing matters at hand. Chen Jiangwo finally spoke, his tone resolute and unquestionable. Wang Shang's father and teammates must be dealt with according to the most severe family laws. Chen Rue shuddered slightly. Grandfather, those people. It must be done this way. Chen Jiangwo interrupted him, his gaze sharp as a blade. In this critical time, it is better to err on the side of caution than to show mercy. Rue, you must remember, all eyes are upon us, watching how we handle this situation. Chen Tianjing nodded in agreement. Father is right. Wang Shang is a child of the family. His betrayal will plant a thorn in everyone's heart. If we do not take decisive action, soon others will follow suit. Chen Jiangwo stated solemnly, we must implement corresponding measures for others as well. The overarching principle is, show outward leniency, but maintain inner caution. He enunciated each word carefully. Externally, we must appear more trusting of our subordinates than ever before. Rewards must be more generous than in the past, and our demeanor must be more composed. However, internally, his gaze turned fierce. Every core position must have at least 2 pairs of eyes observing it. All matters concerning security must be handled by absolutely trustworthy individuals. Tianjing, you are responsible for drafting a list. Rearrange the core security forces, retaining only those born into the family and the elderly who have undergone 3 generations of scrutiny. Chen Tianjing solemnly replied, understood, I will handle it personally. Chen Jiangwo continued, a foam, with incidents befalling Tianshao and Tianshang in succession. The number of capable individuals in the family is dwindling. Chen Jiangwo's gaze fell upon Chen Rue and Chen Xian. Hence, Rue, starting tomorrow, you will take over the Chun group left behind by your second uncle, especially the energy sector. It is our foundation and must not encounter any mishaps. Chen Rue took a deep breath and nodded gravely. Yes, grandfather. I will not disappoint you. Xian, Chen Jiangwo continued. The training base will temporarily be your responsibility along with a few younger members. I need you to bring them up to speed in a short period. Chen Xian replied firmly. Yes, grandfather. There is no time for you all to grow slowly, Chen Jiangwo sighed. The enemy will not grant us that luxury. Now, it is imperative that you mature swiftly. Silence fell once again in the study. Outside the window, a gust of wind rustled the leaves. Our strength has indeed suffered a severe blow, Chen Jiangwo spoke slowly. But it is precisely in such times that we must not show weakness. He rose, moving to the window, gazing at the leaves whisked away by the wind. The struggles imagined by ordinary people are polite, with knives hidden beneath smiles. The old man's voice suddenly turned cold and hard. But true struggle has always been a matter of life and death, a matter of physical annihilation. Chun Tianjing's eyes sharpened. What does father mean? I will personally meet with that individual. Chun Jiangwo turned, his gaze sweeping over the three of them. With this old face of mine, combined with a 3/10 stake in the Chun family's interests, I will exchange it for greater protection and support from him. Chen Rui gasped. Reluctant? Chun Jiangwo shot a glance at his grandson. As long as there are people, the foundation can be rebuilt. If one is gone, nothing remains. Chen Tianjing nodded gravely. Father is right. The most important thing now is to preserve the foundation of the Chen family. Then, Chen Jiangwo continued, we must hold a funeral. In times of crisis, we must outwardly display our strength and confidence. Chen Jiangwo's tone was steady, inviting all notable figures in Longqing to showcase our might. I want everyone to see that although the Chun family has encountered misfortune, we remain unyielding. Chen Tianjing pondered. This also provides an opportunity to gauge the reactions of various parties. Indeed, Chen Jiangwo agreed, casting an appreciative glance at Chen Xian. Furthermore, while hosting the funeral, we must find one or two of the smaller factions that have been most exuberant. With the most thunderous methods, we will uproot them entirely. With their blood, we shall demonstrate to all what the consequences of provoking the Chun family entail. The next day, atop the Chun Group headquarters building, the vast chairman's office still bore traces of the previous occupant, yet many personal effects had been cleared away, leaving it somewhat desolate. Chen Rui stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling city below. He had donned a tailored dark suit, his hair meticulously styled. Yet the dark circles under his eyes and his tightly pressed lips revealed the fatigue and tension of a sleepless night. The young man who had yesterday needed his father's stern admonitions to stand firm seemed to have been abruptly matured overnight. The immense sorrow and pressure had not crushed him. Rather, it had forged a cold resilience characteristic of those from the Qin family. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Li Yin entered, holding a folder, his demeanor respectful and efficient. Chairman, you called for me. Chen Rui turned, his gaze scrutinizing Li Yin. In the chaos of yesterday, it was Li Yin who had pulled him back from a lethal blow. Managerly, Chen Rui began. Thank you for your assistance yesterday. Chairman, you flatter me. It was my duty. Li Yin slightly bowed. The position of head of the procurement department will be yours from now on. Chen Rui walked to his desk and sat down, his tone leaving no room for dispute. In this role, capability is secondary. Trust is of utmost importance. At present, I trust you. Li Yin adjusted his glasses, responding earnestly. I am grateful for the chairman's trust. I will do my utmost to meet expectations. Very well. Chen Rui nodded in satisfaction. There is an urgent matter I need you to attend to. The family is about to hold a funeral and requires the procurement of a substantial amount of related supplies. All purchasing, allocation, and transportation of supplies will be coordinated by you in conjunction with the estate. The list and specific requirements will be sent to you shortly by the estate steward. I want you to personally oversee this, ensuring that every detail is flawless. Do not let me down, do you understand? Chen Rui's gaze bore into Li Yin's, laden with meaning. Understood, Chairman. Li Yin's response held no hint of hesitation. I will immediately coordinate and personally oversee all processes. Excellent. You may leave. Chapter 87, Polish Confidence. In the office of the Special Investigation Team at the Public Security Bureau, smoke lingered in the air. Sun Mingyuan extinguished the cigarette in his hand. It was his seventh of the day. The ashtray is piled high with cigarette butts, resembling a small grave. Entombed within are the boastful claims and promises he once made. A thick dossier of investigative reports sprawls across the table, each page chronicling failures. We will exhaust all efforts to investigate and provide you with an account. We shall not let that individual down. At the scene of Chun Tianxiao's death on Guanshan Road, his words now appear to be a colossal joke. He had fervently assured Yan Wu that with resource allocation, the case could be swiftly resolved, apprehending those audacious killers. Yet reality delivered a harsh slap to his face. The armed police mobile unit was on standby, the intelligence department intervened, the traffic and communication management sectors offered their full cooperation, and the cybersecurity department provided specialized technical support. Even the authorization to shoot had been issued. Yet, they could not locate their target. Wu Wei and those killers seemed to have evaporated from the world, leaving no valuable clues behind. Led by Zhang Zhu, the cybersecurity expert team mobilized national resources. They analyzed and traced all network data streams in Longcheng, even investigating the possibility of foreign infiltration. The result was utterly fruitless. The hacker who published Wu Wei's epitaph appeared as if he had never existed, leaving behind no trace whatsoever. Amidst the vast sea of information, there were no signs of communication among the members of the killer organization. How did these members connect with one another? The confidence behind Zhang Ju's thick glasses had been significantly eroded by days of fatigue and setbacks. Only a stubborn facade remained. Wang Ji, accompanied by her forensic team, meticulously scrutinized the intersection at Guanshan Road with a magnifying glass, examining the steel balls from a homemade shotgun, the neurotoxin on them, and every component of the dump truck. There were many leads, yet each one curiously faltered midway. The professional techniques employed to clean the crime scene left even her, an expert, feeling a chill. Her keen gaze remained, yet it was now shadowed by confusion. Sun Mingyuan personally oversaw the investigation into all potential mercenaries, veterans, and combat trainers in Longcheng, as well as every possible source of weaponry. He scrutinized individuals capable of manufacturing firearms and those with exceptional driving skills. The list compiled led to wave after wave of apprehensions, causing chaos and unrest. Yet the driver who attacked Qin Tianxiao remained elusive, as did the mysterious gun manufacturer. They had pursued the wrong direction. Their investigative scope consistently revolved around small enterprises, workshops, and individuals lingering on the fringes of order. They subconsciously believed that those capable of crafting such crude yet effective weapons must reside in clandestine underground hideouts. They had never considered, or rather dared to contemplate, that the individuals they were pursuing, such as the skilled mechanic Qi Ban, who could modify weapons, or the exceptionally skilled driver Zhao Gao, were currently safe and sound, concealed beneath the wings of a colossal entity they would never dare to approach, the logistics department of the Qin Group. Under the personal promotion and unwavering trust of the newly appointed chairman Qin Rui, Qi Ban acquired a legitimate mechanical engineer identity. Tasked with maintaining the group's vast fleet of vehicles, Zhao Gao became a technically proficient driver within that fleet. Their talents were obscured beneath the sprawling operations of the corporation. Although all procurement records and personnel files were not impervious, would Sun Mingyuan dare to investigate? Would he dare to conduct a thorough inquiry? This was undoubtedly a brilliant satire. The law enforcement agencies straining to search the periphery, while the individuals they most sought resided at the very heart of their allies' fortress, enjoying the highest level of protection. When news of Chun Tianxiang's death reached the special investigation team, the sense of defeat in the conference room grew heavier. Sun Mingyuan gripped the phone, his fingers turning white. Listening to Yan Wu's calm, yet weighty notification, his back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He could almost envision Mr. Yan's cold disappointment reflected in his deep-set eyes on the other end of the line. Zhang Ju abruptly removed his glasses and rubbed his temples vigorously. Wang Ji halted her writing on the whiteboard, the chalk snapping in two with a sharp crack. Gao Feng remained expressionless. Confidence, the assurance and vigor they had upon reassembling the special investigation team, had long been dulled by reality. The boastful declarations of the past now sounded painfully jarring. The professionalism, stealth, and ruthlessness exhibited by this killer organization far surpassed their expectations. They faced not merely a simple criminal gang, but rather a ghost that was omnipresent yet elusive. Amidst this oppressive atmosphere, Feng Man's presence went unnoticed. She was merely an ordinary member of the cybersecurity expert group, seated at a computer in the corner. Her fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard, tracing some seemingly useful, yet already processed traces by the ghost. She was silent and unassuming, occasionally adjusting her glasses perched on her nose, embodying the quintessential image of a tech-savvy individual. Yet her presence was the only eye and ear for Lin Mo peering through this impenetrable wall. Lin Mo sat alone at the investigation team's desk. A thick stack of case files spread before him. He removed his glasses and pressed firmly on his throbbing temples. A day of intense work had left the criminal psychology expert's eyes bloodshot. "No, this makes no sense at all," he murmured, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, a habitual gesture when he fell into deep contemplation. The files documented all the details of the killer organization's cases to date, from the initial ones involving Huang Xihai, Wang Dashan, and Lu Fei, to the later cases of Chun Feng, Qin Tianxiao, and the recent assassination of Qin Tianxiang. These cases exuded an inexplicable sense of discord. Lin Mo donned his glasses again, his gaze sweeping over the familiar case records. Huang Xihai, a con artist disguised as a financial consultant. Wang Dashan, a murderous black mine owner. Lu Fei, a wealthy second-generation driver whose drunk driving resulted in death. The deaths of these individuals bore a clear semblance of righteous vengeance. The motives of the killer organization at that time were similarly inferred in the records. Then came Qin Feng, Qin Tianxiao, and Qin Tianxiang. The core members of the Chen family were successively assassinated, which was evidently a targeted act of revenge. Yet herein lies the conundrum. Lin Mo took a red pen and drew 2 circles on the whiteboard. One circle bore the inscription Righteous Vengeance, listing names such as Huang Xihai, Wang Dashan, and Lu Fei beneath it. The other circle was labeled Revenge, listing the names of Chen Feng, Chen Tianxiao, and Chen Tianshang below. Between these 2 circles, there should have been a clear line connecting them, pointing to the same mastermind behind the scenes, Wu Wei. Lin Mo's pen heavily tapped on Wu Wei's name, his brow furrowing deeper. Analyzing from the perspective of criminal psychology, Wu Wei indeed possessed a motive for seeking revenge against the Chen family. Years ago, she had investigated the dark underbelly of Renai Hospital. Recently, she was abducted by the Chen family due to this matter and nearly lost her life. In this present moment, a resurgence of vengeance against the Chen family appears entirely logical. However, Lin Mo's pen glided towards the circle denoting Zhi Tianxing Dao. What connection do Huang Xihai, Wang Dashan, and Lu Fei have with Wu Wei? He scoured every document, but found no evidence indicating any intersection between Wu Wei and these deceased individuals. Although the transgressions of these individuals were heinous, they belonged to a realm entirely separate from the dark underbelly of organ trafficking at Renai Hospital. A journalist dedicated to exposing medical corruption, why would he suddenly take an interest in swindlers, illicit mine owners, and drunk drivers? It is akin to an expert focused on cancer research suddenly treating patients with heart disease, a dissonance so stark. Lin Mo inscribed the words inconsistent motivation on the whiteboard, pressing down with such force that the pen tip broke. Switching to another pen, he continued his analysis. Even more perplexing was the operational pattern of the assassin organization. Based on the details of the case, each member of this organization was an elite among elites. Their hacking skills could breach multiple firewalls. Their methods of murder were chillingly efficient, their plans executed with impeccable precision. Why would such a highly specialized organization simultaneously engage in 2 entirely different types of operations? One side embodies the vigilante actions of Zhi Tianxing Dao, while the other pursues targeted acts of revenge. The psychological motivations behind these 2 behaviors are fundamentally distinct, even contradictory. Vigilante actions are typically driven by moral imperatives, imbued with a hint of idealism, whereas revenge is propelled purely by personal emotions, steeped in hatred and fury. How could such opposing motivations coexist within the same organization? A fleeting thought crossed Lin Mo's mind, only to be dismissed almost immediately. No, it was impossible. If that were the case, the structure of this organization would be extraordinarily unique. He rose from his seat, pacing the confines of the office. Tobacco and caffeine could no longer soothe his frayed nerves. This case resembled a shattered puzzle. Whenever he believed he had found a crucial piece, he would discover it belonged to an entirely different picture. Professor Li, still deep in thought, Zhang Ju approached, carrying a cup of coffee, fatigue etched across his face. In my opinion, you are overcomplicating things. Perhaps Wu Wei merely hired a hitman, seeking personal revenge while also serving the cause of justice. Lin Mo shook his head. Criminal psychology is not that simplistic. A person's behavioral patterns are dictated by their psychological motivations, which possess a degree of consistency. Revenge and vigilante justice are 2 entirely different psychological drivers. They cannot simultaneously serve as the primary motivators for the same individual or organization. Zhang Ju adjusted his glasses. Perhaps Wu Wei is not the sole employer? It could be that the assassin organization is taking on side jobs? Unlikely, Lin Mo countered. If they were taking side jobs, why would they specifically choose these individuals? They fell into silence for a moment until Zhang Ju suddenly remarked, speaking of consistency, our network tracking has encountered a similar issue. The adversary's technical style is sometimes exceptionally sophisticated, yet at other times appears rather mundane, as though operated by different individuals. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, intrigued. Fascinating. As dusk fell outside, the office of the task force was populated only by a few souls still laboring late into the night. Lin Mo stood and resolved to visit the cafeteria for a bite to eat. Hours of intense contemplation had left him dizzy. The question regarding the motivations of the assassin organization felt like a thorn embedded in his mind, causing him subtle pain. The cafeteria of the task force was situated on the first basement level of the Public Security Bureau, and at this hour, it was nearly empty. Lin Mo grabbed a tray and chose a seat in the corner, mechanically shoveling the now-cool food into his mouth. However, a nearby conversation soon piqued his interest. It was the members of the cybersecurity expert group, seated 2 tables away. Zhang Ju was absent, and several young technicians were chatting as they ate. One of them, a member named Feng Man, adjusted her glasses and spoke in a flat tone. Therefore, sometimes what appears to be a complex issue may have a rather simple answer. A young male colleague, swallowing his food, asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Feng Man traced her chopsticks lightly across her plate. "Take the hacker we are investigating, for example. Technically elusive, with not a single flaw. Yet, they leave peculiar traces in certain areas, the style not entirely consistent." She paused, seemingly organizing her thoughts. "I saw a case once where a hacker organization did not have a unified leader but consisted of several individuals with differing technical preferences working together. Some excelled at breaching firewalls, others at covering tracks, while some were responsible for creating diversions." Lin Mo's chopsticks halted midair as he attentively absorbed every word Feng Man spoke. They each had their own objectives, yet they assisted one another. Thus, to outsiders, the organization's behavioral pattern appeared peculiar, sometimes exceptionally skilled, at other times rather ordinary, with seemingly inconsistent motivations. "Oh," the male colleague exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "So, it's possible that it's not one person or a singular will directing the actions, but rather multiple independent entities collaborating for their own purposes?" Feng Man nodded. "That is one way to interpret it. This could explain the variations in style, as different individuals are operating." Lin Mo felt his heart race suddenly. The notion that multiple independent entities were mutually assisting one another resonated powerfully in his mind, harmonizing with his previous confusion. He abruptly set down his chopsticks, disregarding his tray as he hurriedly exited the cafeteria, striding back toward the task force office. The question that had long plagued him seemed now to have found a rational explanation. Upon returning to the office, he marched straight to the whiteboard, seizing a red marker. "Not a single individual, not a unified organization," he murmured, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He drew 2 circles on the board, labeling one as Wu Wei. "If we hypothesize that the entire assassin organization is not a cohesive entity, but rather a collection of relatively independent individuals," he inscribed a bidirectional arrow between the 2 circles. "Each has their own objectives, yet they collaborate, aiding one another in achieving their respective goals." Lin Mo's pen struck decisively upon Wu Wei's circle. The vengeance against the Chen family is Wu Wei's personal goal. However, the vigilante cases might belong to other members' aspirations. Perhaps a particular assassin seeks to punish evil, or a hacker possesses their own sense of justice. In this light, the issue of inconsistent motivations becomes comprehensible, for it is not a singular motivation propelling all actions. He pinned his conclusion on the whiteboard. The assassin organization is not a tightly knit unit, but rather an alliance composed of highly skilled professionals. Each member possesses their own expertise and objectives, yet they cooperate. This explanation elegantly resolves all contradictions. Lin Mo exhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented sense of relief. The question that had long troubled him finally bore a reasonable answer. He pushed the whiteboard filled with hypotheses and almost dashed into the conference room. The fatigue of profound contemplation was completely overshadowed by the gleam of excitement in his eyes. Upon receiving his notification, the core members of the Special Task Force, Sun Mingyuan, Chen Xian, Gao Feng, Zhang Ju, Zhao Ming, and Wang Ji, had all taken their seats, the air thick with an atmosphere of impatience. "Esteemed colleagues," Lin Mo's voice quivered with a hint of exhilaration as he positioned the whiteboard brimming with deductions before the long table. "I believe I have unearthed a key that elucidates all contradictions." Sun Mingyuan lifted his eyelids, his bloodshot eyes reflecting weariness. "Professor Li, I hope this is not another psychological labyrinth. We no longer have time for circles." The weight of Chun Tianshang's death loomed over him like a colossal stone. The pressure from the Chen family and Mr. Yen Wu rendering him breathless. Lin Mo inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure as he emphatically pointed at 2 circles on the whiteboard. "We have been ensnared in a cognitive bias. We perceive our adversary as a tightly knit, unified criminal organization orchestrated by a singular mastermind." Lin Mo's pen struck decisively upon the circle labeled Wu Wei. Yet the reality may diverge from this notion. Sun Mingyuan furrowed his brow. "What do you mean? Is Wu Wei not the mastermind behind it all?" "Wu Wei may be one among many, but not the sole architect." Lin Mo's voice crescendoed. "I surmise that this organization resembles a coalition of high-caliber professionals, each possessing unique expertise and objectives, yet collaborating harmoniously." He drew bidirectional arrows between the 2 circles. The vendetta against the Chen family could very well be Wu Wei's personal ambition. While the 39 avenging the heavens cases may align with other members' motives, perhaps a particular assassin seeking justice or a hacker driven by their own sense of righteousness. Wang Ji interjected abruptly, but this does not account for the remarkable coordination of their actions. From Chun Tianshao to Chun Tianshang's assassinations, the plans are meticulous, the execution flawless, necessitating a high degree of centralized command. "Not necessarily," Lin Mo shook his head. Collaboration among elite professionals does not require a singular leader to dictate every move. They may possess distinct specializations and provide mutual assistance as circumstances demand. He turned to Zhang Ju. Just as your cybersecurity team has observed, the adversary's technical style fluctuates between extraordinary and somewhat ordinary, as if different individuals are at the helm. Zhang Ju nodded pensively. Indeed, this variability in technical style has perplexed us. Precisely. A spark of excitement ignited in Lin Mo's eyes. If we hypothesize that multiple individuals are operating, each proficient in different domains, then the lack of stylistic uniformity becomes comprehensible. Sun Mingyuan's fingers lightly tapped the table, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he raised his gaze. Then, according to your theory, how should we adjust our investigative direction? Lin Mo's spirits lifted. First, we must cease the futile search for a non-existent singular leader. Instead, we should analyze the characteristics of each case and attempt to discern the distinct patterns and habits of the various members. Furthermore, given that this is a relatively loose coalition, communication channels must exist among the members. We should intensify our surveillance of all potential means of communication to uncover their interconnections. Lastly, Lin Mo emphasized, I suspect this alliance may not be as cohesive as we envision. The bonds among the members could be tenuous, presenting us with an opportunity to fragment and dismantle them. The conference room fell silent as everyone absorbed Lin Mo's novel theory. Sun Mingyuan reclined in his chair, his fingers subconsciously tapping the table. This hypothesis, though still somewhat fantastical, was indeed the only explanation that accounted for all the peculiar phenomena. We must take a chance. Finally, he resolved. Professor Li, proceed with your line of thought and swiftly develop a detailed profile and investigative plan. Zhang Ju, your cybersecurity team must re-examine the digital traces of all cases. Apply the model of multiple technical individuals collaborating and see if any new insights emerge. Wang Ji, Zhao Ming, review the traces once more, focusing on potential overlooked discrepancies in operational habits across different cases. Gao Feng, you will assist Professor Li. The meeting concluded amidst an atmosphere of tentative belief, yet a necessity to explore the newly established investigative direction, to seek out and isolate the potential coalition of professional assassins. Blackstone Prison. The timeline reverted to the moment when Lin Mo found himself engulfed in confusion. In Lin Mo's realm of danger perception, an exceedingly faint, nearly transparent light gray line suddenly appeared, pointing towards the direction of the Longqing Public Security Bureau. Threat source, Lin Mo. Location, Longqing Public Security Bureau. This emanated from Lin Mo's cognitive activities, a minuscule malevolence not directed at Lin Mo personally, but rather an alarm triggered as his reasoning approached the core truth that the assassin organization may not be governed by Wu Wei's unified will. The threat level was low yet not to be disregarded, akin to a wisp of black smoke on the distant horizon. While it may not be a raging inferno, it signified the presence of embers. The astute psychologist could not be allowed to delve deeper. Instructions were dispatched instantly, targeting the beacon hidden within the task force. Feng Man, mislead Lin Mo's cognition and diminish his suspicions regarding the potential unified will. Be cautious, ensure the intent remains subtle. Understood. Chapter 90. The shadows behind the resume. The ensuing developments unfolded precisely as Lin Mo had anticipated. Feng Man's seemingly casual conversation in the cafeteria successfully redirected Lin Mo's line of thought towards the notion of a coalition of professionals. Observing Lin Mo's animated entrance into the conference room, pushing the whiteboard, Lin Mo recognized the success of the scheme. The clever psychologist had ultimately succumbed to the traps of his own cognition. The threat dissipated, the faint gray line vanished entirely from the realm of danger perception. Yet Lin Mo remained vigilant. Though Lin Mo's doubts had been misdirected, they also provided him with a revelation. Since the law enforcement side began to suspect the assassin organization was a coalition of professionals, it would be prudent to further obfuscate their understanding. Lin Mo silently devised his subsequent actions. He could arrange for his death warriors to assist those oppressed professionals who felt cornered, thereby solidifying law enforcement's conviction that the assassin organization comprised multiple independent individuals. This strategy would confuse the enemy while allowing him to conceal himself even more deeply. In the Longqing Public Security Bureau's task force office, Feng Man sat at a corner computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard. As a ghost within the task force, her presence rendered information acquisition from the Bureau significantly more accessible. Although core confidential meetings still employed physical isolation, a wealth of peripheral information, personnel file access records, and even casual snippets of conversation were being efficiently captured, categorized, and compiled by the ghost. At that moment, a detailed dossier on Sun Mingyuan was nearing completion. unfurling within the depths of Lin Mo's consciousness. Sun Mingyuan, 52 years old, is the captain of the Criminal Investigation Division of the Longqing Public Security Bureau. In his youth, he served in border regions and participated in numerous significant cases, earning accolades for his contributions. At 30, he returned to Longqing, starting his career as a grassroots detective. Initially, he experienced a period of obscurity. However, he later received support and swiftly ascended the ranks. The types of cases he handled were diverse, encompassing theft, robbery, homicide, and kidnapping, leaving no stone unturned. He has repeatedly been honored for his achievements, with a remarkable case resolution rate of 100%. A seasoned officer who has battled on the front lines of criminal investigation for nearly 3 decades, how could his resolution rate truly be perfect? Lin Mo sensed something amiss. This defies logic. Even the most exceptional officers cannot guarantee the resolution of every case encountered throughout their careers. This is not merely a reflection of ability, but rather an ominous indication of deeper, darker truths. The ghostly presence marked several impeccable records in the files that could not withstand thorough scrutiny. The 715 heinous robbery and murder case was solved within 3 days, with the principal suspect dying unexpectedly from a fall. The remaining accomplices confessed their crimes, only to recant after being imprisoned, their claims disregarded. The 1203 kidnapping and ransom case involving a wealthy businessman was resolved within a week. The leader of the kidnappers was shot dead during an attempt to evade capture, with the substantial ransom's whereabouts remaining a mystery. The 322 inner-city serial murder case concluded when the main suspect attempted to seize an officer's weapon during transport and was decisively shot dead by Sun Mingyuan. Each seemingly glorious achievement was shrouded in an air of suspiciously severed leads, those points of inquiry that could have been deeply investigated. The principal culprits who should have faced justice were ultimately silenced by various forms of unexpected incidents or resistance. A flame of vengeance quietly ignited within Lin Mo's heart. Sun Mingyuan's hands were likely stained with blood just as much as Chen Tianxiao's. He was not merely the commander who had brutally arrested him and cast him into despair. He was a meticulously crafted machine of violence, designed to eliminate obstacles and uphold the interests of certain individuals. Another part of the file captured Lin Mo's deeper interest. The person who had the most significant influence on Sun Mingyuan's social relations was his mentor, Chen Tai. Chen Tai, the former deputy director of the Longqing Public Security Bureau, is now retired. After retirement, he followed his son Chun Zhengyue to Fuqing, no longer engaging in Longqing's affairs. Yet, his influence in Longqing remains palpable, particularly through his disciple, Sun Mingyuan. Chen Tai's career spanned over 40 years, making him a legendary figure within the Longqing public security system. He spearheaded numerous major investigations, known for his resolute approach. Chen Tai's background seems quite extraordinary. Although public records do not explicitly state this, several clues point in that direction. Among the cases handled by Chen Tai, some were resolved rapidly, while others always seemed to end without a trace. This pattern mirrors that of Sun Mingyuan. Chen Tai's impact on Sun Mingyuan's career is profound, serving as both a guiding light and a protective shield. Many of the major cases that Sun Mingyuan solved bore the shadow or direct guidance of Chen Tai. The last case Chen Tai handled before retirement was, in fact, Lin Mo's case. He was the overall commander, while Sun Mingyuan was the on-site arrest commander. This revelation struck Lin Mo's consciousness like a steel needle. It was him, the one who orchestrated from behind the scenes, leading him into an abyss from which there would be no return. Sun Mingyuan was merely the aggressive hound at the forefront. It was Chen Tai who meticulously wove this web. Lin Mo could almost hear the sound of his blood rushing, a roar of long-suppressed hatred. How should he proceed? Sun Mingyuan, now a public servant and the leader of a special investigation team, held a sensitive position with tight security. However, Chen Tai was already retired. An old man, far removed from Longqing, living in Fuqing, bore a far thinner layer of protection. There were not as many eyes watching him, nor as many immediate resources ready to respond. Lin Mo's mind raced, rationality gradually suppressing the tumultuous anger. To act against Chen Tai, he required a motive, one that would render everything seemingly justifiable and avoid drawing attention to himself. It could not stem from the desire for revenge or the reopening of Lin Mo's case, that would directly inform the enemy that the assassin organization was linked to him. A different, convincingly plausible motive was essential. The ghostly presence within Lin Mo transmitted an order, instructing a thorough investigation into Chen Tai. Focusing on all the old cases he had handled, he sought to uncover the concealed injustices, the individuals who had been unexpectedly silenced, or survivors who harbored deep-seated hatred towards him. I need an angle from which to ensure he pays for his actions without anyone suspecting my involvement. Understood. At Sun Mingyuan's home, the brutality of the assassin organization and the pressure from above suffocated him increasingly. Although Professor Li's conjecture held some merit, the difficulty of investigation loomed larger. Sun Mingyuan required a breakthrough, guidance, and someone to help him bear the burden. Taking a deep drag from his cigarette, he ultimately dialed a number etched into his memory. Chapter 91, The Storm Approaches. Master. At the moment the call connected, Sun Mingyuan's voice involuntarily carried a tone of respect and reliance, a habit formed over many years. Mingyuan? Chun Tai's steady voice resonated from the other end. Faint strains of soothing music in the background. Calling at this hour, was there progress in a case? Sun Mingyuan swallowed hard. Progress? He had only stacks of reports filled with failures and mounting pressure. Master, He hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. A wave of frustration surged within him. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress it. The pressure is immense. Qin Tianxiang is gone. I have heard. Qin Tai's voice remained calm. The situation is dire. Those above are quite dissatisfied. I understand. Sun Mingyuan's fingers tightened. The pressure from Mr. Yanwu has been directed at me. The special investigation team has invested so many resources, yet cannot even catch a glimpse of the other party's tail. I am worried. He paused. The next words difficult to articulate, yet he felt compelled to voice them. The next to be pushed out to take the blame will be me, Sun Mingyuan. A moment of silence enveloped the call before Chun Tai's voice emerged again. Mingyuan, solving a case is like hunting. Impatience is the greatest enemy. When you were on the border, you could lie in wait for 3 days and nights for a single suspect. How can you not remain calm now? But I cannot find the direction, Master, Sun Mingyuan replied with a bitter smile. Lin Mo proposed a new theory, suggesting that the assassin organization may not be a cohesive unit, but rather a loose alliance of several skilled individuals. However, this line of inquiry is even more challenging to investigate, making it difficult to pinpoint a focus. I feel they are omnipresent, yet leave no trace. An alliance? Chun Tai scoffed lightly, seemingly non-committal on this notion. It sounded more like an excuse for his inability to find a solution. Nevertheless, it is a line of thought. What you need is time, and to collect your thoughts. Sun Mingyuan inhaled deeply. I understand, Master. It's just that the pressure from above. As for Yanwu, I will have Zhengyue reach out, Chun Tai said lightly. Focus on solving the case. There is no need to overly concern yourself with other matters. Upon hearing the name Zhengyue, Sun Mingyuan felt his tense nerves ease slightly. Qin Zhengyue, the only son of Chun Tai, currently holds a significant position under his father's command and carries considerable weight in discussions. With his involvement, the special investigation team would indeed gain more breathing room. Thank you, Master, Sun Mingyuan expressed sincerely. Concentrate on your work. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me, Chun Tai instructed before ending the call. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Sun Mingyuan leaned back slowly in his chair, exhaling a long-held sigh of relief. His mood stabilized somewhat. At least he was not alone in this endeavor. In Fuqing, within a serene lakeside villa, Chun Tai placed the phone down and gazed at the shimmering surface of the distant lake. The door to the room was gently pushed open, and a man in his 40s, exuding a competent and composed demeanor, entered with a cup of tea. This was Qin Zhengyue, the son of Chun Tai, who now wore a questioning expression on his face. Father, was that a call from Longcheng? Is there troubling news from Sun Shixiang? Qin Zhengyue set the teacup down gently on the desk. He had just caught a few words outside the door. Yes, Mingyuan is under considerable pressure. Chun Tai lifted the teacup, blowing on the steam without taking a sip. Qin Tianxiang has died, shot in public. The audacity of the assassin organization has grown. While the special investigation team remains at a loss, he fears becoming a pawn. Qin Zhengyue remarked. The Chun family in Longqing has indeed suffered severe losses this time. Qin Zhangwo, in a bid for self-preservation, has sacrificed his last shred of dignity and a third of the Chun family's interests to seek protection from that individual. It is a desperate gamble. Chun Tai responded coolly, his tone revealing neither mockery nor else. Losing 2 sons and a grandson in quick succession would provoke urgency in anyone. What does that individual mean? That individual has agreed, Qin Zhenghua stated. It can be seen as granting the Chun family a respite. In response, and as a gesture, that individual has dispatched me to represent him at the funeral the Chun family is about to hold, to lend them support. Chun Tai momentarily paused in his tea drinking. Raising his gaze to his son, you will attend? Yes. After all, it pertains to stability in Longqing and some past matters, Chun Zhengyue replied with significance. That individual requires someone to ensure the stability of the Chun family. At least for now, there must be no chaos. It also serves as a deterrent, conveying to those lurking in the shadows that the Chun family still has its protective wings. Chun Tai remained silent for a moment, gradually placing his teacup down, his gaze deepening. In that case, it is well you shall go. But remember, Zhengyue, this journey is far from a mere condolence visit. Longsheng is currently a whirlpool, with turbulent undercurrents. We are unaware of the identities behind the assassin organizations and their supporters. He paused, his tone heavy with paternal seriousness and concern. The Qin family's funeral will undoubtedly be heavily guarded. Yet, it will also become the focus of all attention, the perfect stage for an assassination. Your safety must be your foremost priority. Bring more personnel, keep the itinerary strictly confidential, and exercise utmost caution during your time in Longqing. Qin Zhengyue nodded, a grave expression crossing his face. I understand, father. Rest assured, I will make proper arrangements. The primary purpose of this visit is to express our stance. I will not linger in Longqing, returning immediately after the funeral. Indeed, Chun Tai nodded, his gaze shifting to the dark lake outside, as if he could see the lurking dangers of Longqing. A storm is brewing. In Longsheng, at the Qin family estate, the preparations for the funeral were underway with 3 days remaining, and security was exceptionally tight. High walls were reinforced with electrified fences and infrared alarm systems. Guard posts were established every 20 meters, with armed bodyguards vigilantly patrolling. 3 security checkpoints were set up at the entrance. All personnel and vehicles entering and exiting underwent stringent inspections, with every inch scrutinized, including the chassis and engine covers. Within the estate, the density of bodyguards increased. Both overt and covert watchmen were strategically positioned, leaving virtually no visual blind spots. All staff were required to wear special identification for easy recognition. Surveillance cameras were densely installed throughout the estate, with dozens of monitors displaying real-time footage from various corners of the property. Preparations for the funeral were proceeding with urgency. The main square of the estate was being transformed into a mourning hall, adorned with black drapes and white wreaths, creating a solemn atmosphere. Workers bustled under the watchful eyes of bodyguards, their every movement captured on camera. Under such stringent security measures, Li Yin's work became particularly challenging. As the newly appointed director of procurement for the Qin Group, he was responsible for sourcing and coordinating the materials needed for the funeral. Chen Rue had indeed fulfilled his promise, granting him considerable trust and authority. However, as arranged by Qin Zhengwo, Li Yin was constantly under the watchful eyes of at least 2 pairs. Wherever Li Yin went, 2 assistants followed closely behind. They were ostensibly there to assist, but in reality, they were monitoring him. Every decision and every purchase required multiple layers of approval. Even his conversations with suppliers were recorded. Director Li, the supplier for these flowers needs to be replaced, one assistant stated flatly while holding a procurement order. The original supplier's background is not sufficiently clean and may have been compromised. Li Yin adjusted his glasses and responded calmly. However, time is of the essence. A last-minute change of suppliers may not allow for the procurement of adequately high-quality flowers. This is a security requirement. Please understand, the assistant insisted firmly. Li Yin nodded, ceasing to argue. He had anticipated this outcome. The Qin family was on high alert, harboring extreme distrust toward everyone. Even Li Yin, who had saved Qin Rue's life, was no exception. In the afternoon, Li Yin went to the warehouse to inspect the newly arrived funeral supplies. Caskets, urns, mourning attire, incense, and paper money were piled high. He meticulously counted the quantities and checked the quality, with the 2 assistants closely trailing behind him. Have the sizes for these mourning garments been verified? Li Yin asked the warehouse manager. All sizes have been confirmed, Director Li. They were custom-made according to the provided list and dimensions, not a piece more or less. The manager replied respectfully. Li Yin nodded, casually picking up a mourning garment for a close inspection. The fabric was of superior linen, with fine stitching and exquisite craftsmanship. Seemingly absent-minded, he turned the garment over repeatedly, yet he was discreetly checking for any hidden compartments that might be utilized. One assistant suddenly stepped forward. Director Li, these minor tasks can be delegated to others. Li Yin set the mourning garment down and smiled. I cannot afford to be negligent regarding Mr. Chen's instructions. Especially during such a sensitive period, it is crucial to be hands-on. The assistant fell silent, though the vigilance in his gaze lessened slightly. After completing the warehouse inspection, Li Yin proceeded to check the stock of food and beverages. The thank-you banquet following the funeral required a substantial catering supply, which was also a priority for security. All ingredients must go through 3 rounds of inspection, the catering manager introduced. The security department's inspections, along with evaluations from third-party professional institutions and our internal assessments, ensure absolute reliability. Li Yin gazed thoughtfully at the sealed boxes of ingredients, nodding in contemplation. What about the beverages? Right this way, the person in charge replied, leading him to another area. Everything had been procured from designated suppliers, with each bottle meticulously scanned and inspected. Lin casually picked up a bottle of premium white liquor, scrutinizing the packaging. His gaze lingered on the cap for a moment before he nonchalantly returned it to its place. Well done, he commended. During these extraordinary times, we must not afford any mistakes. As he exited the warehouse, the sun had already begun its descent. Lin looked up at the sky and said to his two assistants, "That will suffice for today. Let us head back. Tomorrow, we must review the arrangements for the guests." Settling into the vehicle, Lin leaned back against the seat, closing his eyes as if to rest. However, his mind was racing. In recent days, he appeared to be working methodically, yet he was incessantly searching for vulnerabilities within the security system. The defenses erected by the Chun family were indeed formidable. Nonetheless, every intricate system harbors its weaknesses. After meticulous observation and analysis, he finally identified a potential loophole. Lin recalled Chun Rue's reception of a certain prominent figure. The black luxury sedan entered the Chun family estate, and although the security personnel conducted a thorough inspection, there was an unconscious reverence, markedly different from their treatment of ordinary vehicles. Privilege, in the face of fear, retains its passage. His fingertips glided over the guest list, selecting the fortunate individual. Suddenly, Lin opened his eyes, realizing he had delved too deeply into his thoughts. He glanced at the driver in the front seat and the assistant beside him. Both wore impassive expressions, seemingly oblivious to his distraction. He closed his eyes once more, burying his recent musings deep within. Now was not the time for concrete plans. He needed more time to observe and select. He viewed the scene through the lens of Lin, as Lin Mo was observing the security preparations for the Chun family funeral. Sensing Li Yin's intentions, Lin Mo began to align his preparations accordingly. In the depths of his consciousness, a luminous interface hovered. Criminal value balance, 6,200 points. The trial of Chen Tianshang had yielded substantial rewards, amounting to 4,000 points, surpassing even that of Chen Tianshao. This was hardly surprising. While Chen Tianshang seldom committed murder personally, as the helm of the Chen group, his orchestrated systemic plunder had infringed upon the livelihoods of countless ordinary citizens. Behind those seemingly legitimate business operations lay the shattered lives of families and the extinguished flames of existence. The remainder of the criminal value was accrued from the concurrent actions of other idle assassins, relentless in their pursuit of targets marked by sin. Lin Mo's consciousness delved into the system, retrieving the assassin summoning list. Attribute-less assassin, 100 points of criminal value. Trait, intelligent. Cost, 250 points of criminal value. Trait, skilled demolitions expert. Cost, 300 points of criminal value. Infusing the assassin with comprehensive knowledge and expertise in explosives, he became adept at concocting various explosives, devising demolition plans, calculating explosive yields and ranges, and understanding how to conceal explosive devices. Trait, master demolitions expert. Cost, 3,000 points of criminal value. He would transform into the maestro of explosive artistry. Ordinary chemical substances and metallic components would, under his guidance, morph into extraordinary masterpieces. In his hands, explosives acquired life and intent. Whether hiding explosives beneath a fallen leaf or directing shockwaves to avoid teammates, it felt as natural as breathing. Explosions are art. Prerequisite for exchange, the assassin must possess the intelligent trait. Without hesitation, he invoked the ability, assassin deployment. Name, UD. Traits, intelligent, master demolitions expert, setup complete. Generating assassin UD now, generation complete. Criminal value balance, 2,850 points. Chapter 93, Coincidence? A new assassin was on the verge of activation. UD, a master demolitions expert. He would serve as the pivotal chef for the funeral banquet. Lin Mo's thoughts did not cease. As the summoned assassins increased in number, he felt his focus becoming scattered. The currently summoned assassins included Mu Shi, the proficient assassin, ballpoint pen, Shui Lu, the proficient assassin, poison, Jin Tai, the proficient assassin, short blade, Hui Yin, the proficient assassin, Tu Chong, the proficient assassin, Wei Hu, the robust and skilled assassin, hand-to-hand, Wu Shu, the robust and skilled assassin, firearms, Lin Mo, the robust and skilled assassin, firearms, Zheng Tu, the robust and skilled assassin, firearms, Wang Shang, the Qin family bodyguard. Skilled assassin, quick draw, sacrificed. This does not even account for non-combat assassins. A long, robust, Blackstone prison inmate, Wu Zue, Blackstone prison guard, currently the 2nd prison district guard captain, Ghost, intelligent, master hacker, Qi Ban, proficient mechanic, Zhao Gao, proficient driver, Feng Man, proficient hacker. member of the Special Project Network Security Expert Group. Lin, manager of the Chun Group's procurement team, now director of the procurement department. Intelligent, master demolitions expert. Each assassin required his divided attention for command, which was an immense drain on Lin Mo's energy. He needed an aide, a commander who could assist him in managing these assassins. The system interface reappeared as Lin Mo browsed through the available traits. Attribute-less assassin, 100 points of criminal value. Trait, junior assassin action commander. Cost, 2,000 points of criminal value. Bestows basic tactical command and situational analysis abilities to the assassin. Capable of analyzing on-site situations and making advantageous decisions, can mentally link and command up to 5 assassins to act in concert. Trait, intermediate assassin action commander. Cost, 15,000 points of criminal value. Grants the assassin excellent tactical command and strategic planning capabilities. Capable of concurrently processing multiple battlefield information and formulating complex action plans. Able to make superior decisions in rapidly changing situations. Can mentally link and command up to 50 assassins in coordinated operations. He is the conductor of the battlefield symphony, enabling each assassin's abilities to flourish. Lin Mo currently had only 2,850 points of criminal value remaining. The intermediate commander required 15,000 points, which was far from sufficient. Moreover, the current situation did not necessitate such a powerful intermediate commander. The junior assassin action commander required 2,000 points, which was still within the acceptable range. Invocability, assassin deployment. Name, Wensu trait, junior assassin action commander. Setup complete. Generating assassin, Wensu now. Generation complete. Criminal value balance, 750 points. Another new assassin was activated. Wensu, the junior assassin action commander. He would help Lin Mo alleviate the pressure of command. Wentz and Lin Mo established a connection with the newly emerged assassins through their consciousness. You are tasked with commanding the 5 assassins known as Mushi, Shuelio, Jintia, Huyen, and Tuchong. Proceed immediately to Fuching. Your mission is to investigate the group of retired officials in Fuching, strategizing and executing actions against those with a higher degree of malevolence. Understood. Wentz's response was succinct, imbued with an inherent commanding presence. Lin Mo subsequently transferred the secondary command of the 5 assassins, each with diverse identities scattered across various locations, to a new node named Wentz. Consequently, a series of incidents targeting retired officials will unfold in Fuching, creating a background noise. When Shintai ultimately becomes a target of vengeance, it will not appear particularly abrupt, but rather be submerged amidst a plethora of similar cases. This serves as the first layer of protection. With Wentz's assistance, Lin Mo can finally concentrate his energy on the funeral of the Chen family. Through Li's eyes, concealed behind his lenses, he glimpsed the strictly confidential guest list for the funeral. Each name flitted through his mind like pieces on a chessboard. Li Weiguo, the chairman of the Li Group, Zhao Yongming, the president of the Longqing Chamber of Commerce, several significant figures who preferred to remain anonymous. This list could be regarded as a roster of the influential elite in Longqing, with each name representing a formidable power. However, when Li Yin's gaze lingered on a particular name, Lin Mo's consciousness suddenly sharpened. Chen Jingyue. This name acted as a key, instantly unlocking the gates of Lin Mo's memory. The recent investigative report submitted by the Phantom regarding Chen Tai immediately surfaced. Chen Jingyue is Chen Tai's only son. Is this mere coincidence? There are hardly so many coincidences in this world. Chen Jingyue currently holds a significant position under that person, wielding considerable influence. His arrival in Longqing is evidently for a special mission, to represent the Chen family, while also serving as a representative for that individual overseeing the situation in Longqing. Given Chen Jingyue's unique status, both as a distinguished guest and an official envoy, the security measures of the Chen family will undoubtedly be heightened. More importantly, having traveled from Fuching, he is still establishing his footing in Longqing, relying on the Chen family for his itinerary. This provides an opportunity for someone like Li Yin to operate from within. It has been decided. That night, within the subterranean warehouse of the Chen Group, meticulous preparations were silently underway. Under Li Yin's clever arrangements, a wooden crate labeled as construction materials was brought in. Upon opening the crate, various chemical substances were neatly compartmentalized: ammonium nitrate, aluminum powder, items listed on UD's inventory. Simultaneously, the Phantom was discreetly modifying records on the network, disguising this special procurement as an assortment of construction materials. It is all in place, Li Yin reported to Lin Mo. In the next moment, UD arrived at a concealed workspace in the corner of the warehouse. This master demolitions expert, summoned by Lin Mo, now exhibited a glimmer of focus in his eyes. He meticulously examined each batch of materials, his fingers gently caressing the powders. His nose twitched slightly, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with these chemicals. Subsequently, he began mixing, his movements precise, his hands remarkably steady. The stirring speed must be kept below 120 revolutions per minute, UD murmured, the stirring rod gliding gracefully among the materials. Remarkably, he employed no sophisticated instruments. To evade detection, he relied solely on experience and intuition. A marvelous reaction ensued among the various chemicals in his hands, gradually transforming into a uniformly textured pale yellow powder. This is art, UD murmured. Next came the crafting of the casing. He retrieved a standard pen, deftly disassembling it. The pen barrel was ingeniously modified into an explosive container, while the internal spring mechanism was redesigned to retain its writing function while also triggering the detonation device upon receiving a signal. Chapter 94, The Switch. The specially crafted explosives were injected into the pen barrel, with the dosage precise to the milligram. Even more ingeniously was the detonation system. UD devised a unique chemical delay mechanism, utilizing the principle of a common chemical slowly corroding a metal wire to control the explosion timing. He also designed and installed a detection prevention system. Conventional explosives detectors would be obstructed by the pen's anti-detection system, unless the pen was disassembled for inspection. The integrity of the anti-detection system would be compromised. Finally, he embedded a miniature receiver within the pen cap, capable of receiving electromagnetic waves of specific wavelengths for remote detonation. Perfect. The detonation timing of the bomb pen could be accurate to the second, with a detonation range of up to 5 kilometers. The effective blast radius could be contained within 10 meters, sufficient to be lethal. UD gently rotated the finished bomb pen, his eyes shimmering with the light of an artist completing a masterpiece. The afternoon before the funeral, outside the VIP passage of Longqing International Airport, 3 black armored vehicles quietly awaited in the designated area. Qin Tianjing stood at the forefront, impeccably dressed in a suit, his expression solemn yet respectful. Qin Rui lagged slightly behind, his demeanor somewhat tense. Li Yin stood behind Qin Rui, holding his briefcase that contained a pen. Jingyue's flight is arriving on time. Qin Tianjing glanced at his watch, his voice steady. Rui, remember the etiquette I instructed. Jingyue represents that individual, do not be negligent. Qin Rui nodded, his fingers unconsciously rubbing his cuff, understanding his father's intent. Li Yin subtly shifted, casually switching the briefcase to his other hand. This minute gesture briefly diverted Qin Rui's attention to the briefcase before he quickly looked away. The flight information board indicated that the private jet from Fuqing had landed. 10 minutes later, a party of 7 appeared at the end of the passage. Qin Jingyue led the way, appearing to be in his 40s. Attired in a well-tailored dark gray suit, walking with a steady gait. Following him were 5 attendants, 4 of whom were clearly bodyguards, scanning the surroundings with sharp gazes. The other was carrying a briefcase, presumably Qin Jingyue's trusted secretary. Jingyue, brother, it has been a long journey. Qin Tianjing approached with a courteous smile. Qin Jingyue shook his hand. Tianjing, please accept my condolences. The Qin family matters are of great concern to that individual. He specifically instructed me to convey his regards to Elder Qin. During the exchange, Qin Rui stepped forward. Uncle Qin, welcome to Longqing. Qin Jingyue appraised Qin Rui with a scrutinizing gaze. Rui, I hear you have recently taken over the affairs of Tianshang. A young man bears a heavy burden. I still require much guidance from Uncle Qin. Qin Rui responded appropriately, stepping aside to allow passage. The vehicle is ready. In that fleeting moment, Li Yin inadvertently shifted half a step to the side, precisely brushing past Qin Jingyue's trusted secretary, carrying the briefcase. The subtle collision between the leather briefcase and Li Yin's briefcase was barely perceptible. My apologies, Li Yin slightly bowed his head, his voice tinged with a hint of nervousness. The bureaucrat nodded expressionlessly and continued onward. Qin Tianjing cast a glance at this minor incident, deeming it inconsequential, and continued to lead the way. Jingyue, please. The estate has prepared accommodations for you. The elder is eager to converse with you. The convoy slowly departed from the airport, flanked by security vehicles at both the front and rear. Li Yin occupied the front passenger seat of the second vehicle, observing the cars behind through the rearview mirror. Qin Jingyue and his entourage were situated in the middle vehicle. Li Yin, Qin Rui, and Qin Tianjing shared a car. Along the way, Qin Rui could not help but whisper, Father, do Qin Shu's entourage require special arrangements? Qin Tianjing, gazing out the window, replied in a calm tone. They are associates of Zhenghua. It is not our place to interfere too much. We must only ensure their safety during their time in Longqing. An hour later, the convoy arrived at the gates of the Chun family manor. The level of security here had clearly escalated. Special agents in black uniforms stood on either side, wielding detection devices and rigorously inspecting all incoming vehicles. The first few cars passed smoothly. When the central vehicle, carrying Chun Zhengyue and his entourage, entered the inspection zone, the demeanor of the security personnel showed a marked increase in respect, yet the procedure remained meticulous. "Please excuse us, we require a routine inspection," the head of security said, bowing slightly to Chun Zhengyue, who had lowered his window. Chun Zhengyue nodded. "Understood. Proceed as per protocol." Two security personnel employed metal detectors to scan the exterior of the vehicle, while another walked a police dog around it. Subsequently, a female security officer approached. "Please step out of the vehicle with your entourage. We need to inspect the interior." Chen Zhengyue raised an eyebrow and glanced at Chen Tianzheng outside the car. Chen Tianzheng stepped forward, addressing the head of security with an unmistakable authority. "Zhengyue is a distinguished guest of the Chen family. Inspections are acceptable, but please be mindful of your limits." After hearing this, Chen Zhengyue exited the vehicle first. "Very well, when in Rome, do as the Romans do," he mused. His trusted secretary, clutching a briefcase, followed closely behind. The security personnel examined the items belonging to Chun Jingyue's entourage. When it was time to inspect the leather briefcase, the secretary willingly unlocked it, revealing its contents: several documents, a fountain pen, a notebook, and an encrypted communication device. The security officer picked up the fountain pen, scrutinizing it closely. It was a classic black fountain pen from a renowned brand, with a conspicuous white star emblem on the cap. He instinctively reached to unscrew the cap for further inspection, but the secretary interjected. "This is the pen Mr. Chin uses for annotating meeting documents." The security officer hesitated briefly, but ultimately returned the pen to the briefcase, shifting his attention to the encrypted communication device for examination. Standing a short distance away, Li Yin's gaze flickered behind his glasses. Once the inspection was complete, the convoy resumed its journey into the manor. That evening, during the welcoming banquet for Chun Zhengyue, the banquet hall was brightly illuminated. At the main table, Chun Zhengyue raised his glass in a toast to Chun Zhengyue. "Zhengyue, how is your father faring these days?" Chun Zhengyue's voice conveyed just the right amount of concern. Reflecting on the days spent working alongside Chin Tai, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Chun Zhengyue nodded slightly and lifted his glass. "Thank you for your concern, Chin Shu. My father is doing well. He often reminisces about the time spent working with you," stating it was immensely beneficial. Chun Tianjing interjected at an opportune moment, his tone carrying a hint of sentimentality. Director Chun was a legendary figure in the public security system of Longqing. Chun Jingyue raised his glass in agreement. "Indeed, Zhengyue has surpassed his predecessors, which is truly commendable." Their glasses clinked, producing a crisp sound. Chun Jingyue took a small sip and, seemingly casually, remarked, "Speaking of surpassing, it is truly my senior brother, Sun Mingyuan, who is the rightful heir to my father's legacy." Chapter 95. Each with their own agenda. It is worth noting that Sun Mingyuan has been under considerable pressure lately. The task force's progress has been sluggish, and I hope Chen Shu can understand. Chen Zhangwo's eyes flickered momentarily before settling into an expression of understanding. "Mingyuan is quite capable. We naturally trust him. However, this assassin organization is exceptionally cunning." "Rest assured," Chun Zhengyue replied, his voice soft yet weighty. "That support for the Qin family has never wavered. Having me here is precisely for this reason." Chun Zhangwo's brow relaxed slightly as he tentatively inquired, "Will you be able to attend the funeral tomorrow?" "Of course," Chun Jingyue affirmed. "I will be present for the entirety." Meanwhile, in a side room, Chen Rue was entertaining Chun Jingyue's entourage. Li Yin quietly stood behind Chen Rue, holding a bottle of wine, pouring drinks for the guests at appropriate intervals. "I did not expect such significant changes in Longqing during this hurried visit," remarked Chun Jingyue's secretary, adjusting his glasses with a tone of formal politeness. Chen Rue raised his glass in response. "Longqing has indeed developed rapidly in recent years. We will need your guidance in the future." Li Yin approached to pour wine, his wrist deftly tilting the bottle. The deep red liquid flowed into the goblet, shimmering under the light. The glass was filled to 7/10, and Li Yin skillfully withdrew his hand, not spilling a single drop. Just as the secretary raised his glass, Li Yin's other hand casually brushed the edge of the table. His sleeve grazed the briefcase resting on the back of the secretary's chair. A slight clicking sound was drowned out by the ongoing conversation. The secretary's attention was completely captured by Chun Rue's words, oblivious to the brief contact that had just occurred. "I heard that the Chun Group has been making significant moves in the renewable energy sector recently?" inquired the secretary. Chun Rue smiled in response, while Li Yin discreetly took a half-step back, once again blending into the shadows. Halfway through the banquet, Li Yin excused himself to the restroom, traversing the long corridor. Once assured that no one was around, he retrieved the special fountain pen from his sleeve. The pen's body was cool to the touch, slightly heavier than an ordinary fountain pen. Li Yin's fingers gently brushed over the star emblem on the cap, after verifying that everything was in order. He concealed the pen within the ventilation duct of the restroom. This location would evade security checks, yet allow for easy access when needed. Having completed his task, he adjusted his collar and calmly returned to the banquet. On the day of the funeral, the Qin Manor was enveloped in a solemn atmosphere. Black drapes surrounded the entrance, and white wreaths were neatly arranged. Security personnel had increased threefold, each displaying a serious demeanor, their eyes scanning every corner like hawks. Ordinary guest vehicles formed long lines outside the manor, undergoing strict inspections through 3 checkpoints before being allowed entry. Metal detectors, handheld scanners, and police dogs were employed, with each procedure executed meticulously. Guests of special status were personally welcomed into the manor by Chen Tianzheng, Chen Xian, and Chen Rue. The memorial hall was arranged with solemn elegance, featuring portraits of Chen Feng, Chen Tianxiao, and Chen Tianshang displayed side by side, with flickering candles casting a gentle glow amidst the swirling incense. Guests donned black attire with white flowers pinned to their chests, approaching one by one to pay their respects. Chen Zhengyue stood alongside Yin Wu at one side of the memorial hall, engaged in quiet conversation. The progress of the task force is disheartening. Yin Wu's voice carried a heavy weight. With so many resources invested, we have yet to catch even a glimpse of the assassin organization. Chen Zhengyue maintained a composed expression, responding with equanimity. Hounds become restless when they lose the scent. Give them sufficient time, and they will retrace their steps. Senior brother Sun Mingyuan is my father's most cherished disciple. What he requires is trust, not impatience. He needs more time. Yin Wu's gaze swept across the crowd within the memorial hall. Time waits for no one. The Chen family's upheaval has already drawn considerable attention, if not resolved promptly. It may jeopardize stability. I understand. Chen Jingwen nodded affirmatively. Upon returning, I shall provide a comprehensive report to that individual in hopes of garnering further support. In the southeast corner of the memorial hall, Li Shi Group's chairman, Li Weigua, stood alongside several others, their hands gently contorting the white chrysanthemums they clutched. All were clients of Renai Hospital, their names inscribed upon the client roster. This arrangement served as a well-known secret within their social stratum, with all parties complicit in its concealment. However, witnessing the downfall of the Chen family sent tremors through their hearts. Despite the Chen family's stringent security measures, calamities continued to befall them. A balding businessman lowered his voice, declaring that Wu Wei was utterly deranged, being intertwined with the assassin organization. Are we not all engaged in similar dealings? Why single out Renai Hospital? Li Weigua said, his expression taut. Regardless, concerning the matter of the assassin organization, our stance aligns with the Chen family. If the Chen family is extinguished, we shall be next. Therefore, we must each contribute our efforts to assist the Chen family. The solemn music reverberated within the hall, yet heavier than the melodies was the unease that lingered in the hearts of all present. They collectively cast their gazes toward the portraits, 3 black and white images seemingly foreshadowing their own futures. In the unassuming corner of the Western Lounge, a group of fashionably attired youths congregated. Although all adhered to the dress code of black formal wear, several sported limited edition timepieces that unequivocally signified their status. That Chen Rue fellow is quite the sight now, remarked a young man with chestnut hair, gently swirling his glass. I heard he was nearly humiliated at a board meeting just days ago. A companion with slicked back hair scoffed. Had it not been for Chen Tianshang's sudden demise, would he have secured this position? To be frank, the Chen family is in utter disarray, incapable of managing even an underground organization. If it were our family handling this, we would unearth that assassin organization within 3 days. The group exchanged knowing glances, fully aware that their boasts were mere bluster. Yet they understood that belittling the Chen family at this moment served to bolster their own family's claims to power in launching. Meanwhile, in the least conspicuous corner of the lounge, several small to medium enterprise owners encircled a balding middle-aged man. Mr. Zhang, I hear you recently took over 2 properties transferred from the Chen family? Inquired a tall, slender man as he eagerly presented a business card, expressing hopes for future patronage. The man referred to as Mr. Zhang feigned modesty with a nod. With the core personnel of the Chen family succumbing one after another, they are naturally compelled to retract their operations and relinquish certain non-core ventures. We are merely alleviating their burden. He leaned in closer. I dare say the Chen family may not endure this time. The conversation between the two grew increasingly hushed, their eyes glimmering with avarice. Chapter 96. The funeral. Half an hour before the ceremony commenced, Li Yin, adorned with a white staff identification badge, held a tablet in hand. Conducting a final inventory check of the materials, 2 assistants lingered closely by his side. However, after several days of collaboration, the previously oppressive sense of scrutiny appeared to have eased somewhat, at least on the surface. The flowers had all been replaced, sourced from Lin's flower farm. With a pristine background, cultivated across 3 generations, entirely unblemished by external affiliations. One assistant reported, simultaneously transmitting an electronic inspection report to Li Yin's tablet. Li Yin adjusted his glasses, his fingertips gliding across the screen as he swiftly reviewed the report. Lin's, I recall our initial reservation was with Wang's flower farm. He inquired nonchalantly. For safety reasons, we made a last-minute change late last night, the assistant replied with an impassive expression. All flowers underwent 3 rounds of inspections before entering the estate, including X-ray scans and chemical tests. Li Yin nodded, refraining from further questions. He understood that this reflected Chen Jiangwo's strategy of outer broadness and inner caution. Every aspect bore dual, even triple layers of protection. Continuing forward, he entered the storage room to inspect the funeral supplies for the upcoming service. The inventory count matched the list perfectly. The warehouse manager stood respectfully nearby, presenting a paper checklist. Please sign to confirm. Li Yin accepted the checklist, meticulously cross-referencing it. Coffins, urns, mourning attire, incense, and paper offerings. His gaze lingered for a moment on the mourning attire. Have all these garments been inspected? He inquired. All have been thoroughly checked, Director Li. The manager promptly responded. In accordance with your previous instructions, each item was examined 3 times. There are absolutely no issues. Li Yin gave a slight nod, signing his name on the checklist. As he turned, his gaze inadvertently swept over the podium in the memorial hall, the very place where Chen Jiangwo would later deliver his address. I shall inspect the podium's arrangement, he instructed his assistants. The 2 exchanged a glance and nodded slightly. The podium was arranged simply yet solemnly, with a mahogany lectern placed centrally, flanked by heavy curtains. 2 security personnel stood nearby, bowing slightly upon seeing Li Yin and his team. Has the podium been inspected? Li Yin asked as he approached. It has been checked 3 times, Director Li. One of the security personnel replied. Metal detection and X-ray scans yielded no issues. Li Yin nodded, his fingers brushing the smooth surface of the mahogany desk. The layout diagram for the podium displayed on the tablet prompted him to casually adjust the microphone's angle. Then, he bent down to examine the wiring beneath the podium. It would be best to secure these wires to prevent tripping hazards, he indicated toward the ground while naturally squatting down. In that moment of crouching, his right hand swiftly slid through a concealed groove beneath the podium, a spot he had noticed days prior, a minute cavity formed by the natural grain of the wood. It was perfectly sized to accommodate a pen, discreetly covered by the tablecloth. When he stood, that particular pen was now securely hidden in its place. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, betraying no signs of peculiarity. Even his 2 attentive assistants merely observed him crouching to tidy the wires before rising. All is well. Li Yin clapped his hands, offering a smile of approval to the security personnel. He turned to exit the lounge, his 2 assistants closely trailing behind. On the tablet, a series of tasks were checked off one by one. At precisely 10 o'clock a.m., the funeral commenced. The somber melodies echoed, grave and dignified, resonating throughout the expansive memorial hall of the Chen estate. Black curtains fluttered gently in the breeze, while white floral wreaths were stacked in layers. The air was thick with the distinctive scent of incense mingled with fresh blooms. Inside the hall, guests stood in accordance with their ranks and statuses, sharply delineated. In the front row sat the true power holders of Longcheng alongside the core figures of the Qin family, while the rear was populated by representatives of smaller factions and opportunists. Clad in black, adorned with white flowers, each bore faces etched with either genuine or feigned sorrow and solemnity. Armed bodyguards stood like statues in various corners and at entranceways, their sharp eyes scanning the assembly, ensuring that no untoward incident occurred. Chen Jiangwo stood at the forefront of the mourning hall, surrounded by his family, directly facing 3 black and white portraits. They depicted his son, Chen Tianxiao, his other son, Chen Tianxiang, and his grandson, Chen Feng. After a brief and solemn introduction of the 3 deceased by the officiant, the gaze turned towards Chen Jiangwo. Now, let us invite Mr. Chen, he announced. With a somewhat heavy step, Chen Jiangwo approached the redwood podium. Each footfall was deliberate, as if he were proclaiming to all present that the backbone of the Chen family remained unbroken. He positioned himself before the microphone, steadying his hands on the surface, and cast his eyes over the faces in the audience. Lin Mo, concealed behind the lenses of Li Yin, observed the proceedings with indifference. Meanwhile, The specter had already relayed information about the notable figures in attendance, particularly the sordid truths hidden behind their illustrious resumes, directly into Lin Mo's consciousness. Clearing his hoarse throat, Chun Jingwo's voice resonated through the speakers, reaching every corner of the morning hall. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all friends, family, and colleagues present today to bid farewell to Tianshang, Tianxiao, and Afeng. His opening words were laden with sorrow, and his gaze first fell upon a distinguished middle-aged gentleman seated in the front row. I must first express my appreciation to Governor Liu for taking time out of his busy schedule to be here. Chun Jingwo nodded slightly, his tone respectful. Governor Liu has tirelessly overseen the economic development of Longqing for many years. His contributions are significant, particularly in recent years. The various welfare projects he has championed have resonated deeply with the populace, serving as a model for all. In response, the esteemed Governor Liu nodded solemnly. However, the information relayed by the specter revealed that this illustrious official had enabled numerous family enterprises, including the Chun Group, to exploit his power and amass wealth through these welfare projects, forcibly demolishing homes and exploiting laborers, resulting in the suffering of countless families. Chun Jingwo's gaze shifted to Chun Zhengyue and Yin Wu, seated beside Governor Liu. I also wish to thank my nephew Zhengyue and Mr. Yin for representing the province and offering their condolences. His voice rose slightly, carrying an undertone of intimidation. Nephew Zhengyue is a promising young man, selfless and dedicated, diligently serving in a significant role. His integrity is a model for us all. Mr. Yin has coordinated various parties with great effort, ensuring stability in Longqing, rendering him deserving of great credit. Chun Zhengyue maintained a composed demeanor, while Yin Wu merely nodded faintly. Yet, within Lin Mo's view, the information revealed that beneath Chun Jingyue's integrity lay a web of special channels facilitating asset acquisitions for certain individuals. Yin Wu's coordination involved employing both carrot and stick tactics to eliminate obstacles for those in power, his hands stained with as much corruption as anyone else. Chun Jingwo then turned his attention to others in the crowd. I express my gratitude to Mr. Li Weigua, chairman of the Li Group. Chun Jingwo directed his gaze toward a somewhat portly man. Chairman Li is known for his philanthropic endeavors, having donated to numerous Hope primary schools, and is a celebrated philanthropist in Longqing. Li Weigua's face bore a sorrowful expression as he inclined slightly. Yet, the specter's notes indicated that this so-called philanthropist's donations were merely a facade to launder vast sums of ill-gotten gains, each penny stained with the blood of innocence. Moreover, he was a frequent patron of the organ trade at Renai Hospital, having orchestrated numerous accidents to procure livers, claiming the lives of countless young individuals. I also wish to thank Mr. Zhao Yongming, president of the Longqing Chamber of Commerce. Zhao, who had consolidated business resources and fostered industry growth, had made significant contributions to the prosperity of Longqing, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, his expression grave. However, behind his accomplishments lay market monopolization, the suffocation of small businesses, and collusion with underworld forces to eliminate rivals through nefarious means. I must also acknowledge Chairman Wang of Yongxin Media, who has skillfully guided public opinion and propagated positive social values, making indispensable contributions. The media mogul wore a face of profound sorrow. Yet the media he controlled merely served as a tool for the powerful to obscure the truth, distorting facts and manipulating the masses. One after another, Chun Jingwo extended his gratitude, each commendation resounding with grandeur, elevating these impeccably dressed individuals to moral heights. Their faces reflected varying degrees of subtle pleasure or concealed satisfaction, relishing in the recognition and flattery bestowed in such a public forum, as if the bloodshed and wrongdoing surrounding them had never existed. Lin Mo, through Li Yin's perspective, coldly observed this hypocritical display. The information from the specter sharply contrasted with Chun Jingwo's praises. The glory and enjoyment of these individuals were built upon the suffering and misfortunes of countless ordinary people in Longqing. Their accolades and philanthropy served merely as a veil to conceal their sins. At last, the segment of gratitude approached its conclusion. Chun Jingwo's tone abruptly shifted, becoming impassioned and filled with fervor. Dear friends, dear colleagues, he struck the podium forcefully, producing a resonant sound. For years, we have toiled for the development of Longqing. We have created jobs, paid taxes, and supported public welfare. His arms waved emphatically, his tone impassioned. Yet certain shadowy factions, known as assassin organizations, operate with ruthless methods, disregarding laws, and have repeatedly committed heinous acts, bringing harm to my loved ones. They disturbed the peace of Longqing. The audience began to stir, many nodding in agreement. They masquerade as justice, yet they are nothing but lawless thugs. Chen Jiangwo's voice grew hoarse and elevated. They have murdered my son, my grandson. They threaten each and every one of you present. Today they can target the Chen family. Tomorrow, any one of you could be next. Their existence is a provocation to us all. Their malevolence aims to overturn the order and prosperity we have collectively maintained. Many expressions in the crowd turned grave. Especially among those listed as clients of Renai Hospital, they felt an acute sense of empathy, as if glimpsing their own potential fate. At that moment, Chen Jiangwo suddenly gestured for Chen Zhengyue to join him on stage. Today, nephew Zhengyue is here, representing the province in our support. Chen Jiangwo grasped Chen Zhengyue's hand tightly. Facing the audience, this clearly demonstrates that justice stands with us. Order stands with us. Chen Zhengyue nodded slightly, his expression solemn. The Chen family is a vital pillar of Longqing. The province has always been attentive to the stability and development of Longqing. Any attempts to disrupt order will be met with severe repercussions. The audience was shaken by this sudden, fervent declaration. Many appeared astonished, soon transforming into expressions of united indignation. Regardless of their prior thoughts, these guests could not resist the overwhelming tide of emotion. Seeing this, Chen Jiangwo grew even more impassioned. Thus, today I call upon all of you to unite. We cannot remain passive. We cannot allow fear to spread. Today, before the spirits of my sons and grandson, I, Chen Jiangwo, represent the Chen family. It also represents all the upright individuals yearning for peace, as he took a deep breath, summoning all his strength, and shouted hoarsely, to this group of lawless marauders, we shall not perish. A thunderous explosion erupted from beneath the redwood podium where Chen Jiangwo stood. The immense shockwave did not expand outward but rather contracted inward, as if an invisible maw had opened beneath the podium, devouring everything atop it. The redwood podium shattered like mere paper, and the heavy curtains were instantly torn to shreds. The force of the explosion struck like an invisible hammer, crashing down upon Chen Jiangwo's chest and abdomen, who stood closely beside the podium. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The passionate expression on Chen Jiangwo's face, mingled with sorrow and rage, instantly stiffened. It was replaced by sheer astonishment. His once fiery eyes dilated in horror, reflecting countless faces in the audience, equally stricken with terror. He opened his mouth, seemingly about to utter something. Yet, in a fraction of a second, his body was engulfed by flames. Standing beside him, Chen Zhengyue, who represented a higher authority and will, met an even more tragic fate. The explosion nearly obliterated half of his body, leaving only tattered remnants of clothing and indistinguishable matter. They splattered onto the mourning banners behind, staining the pale tribute with a gruesome dark red. The declaration of "We shall not perish" was abruptly severed by the explosion, transforming into a strangled cry at life's end. Silence enveloped the room. The first second after the explosion was an absolute stillness, a result of the brain's inability to process the extreme tragedy before it. All guests below, whether the prominent figures in the front row, seasoned by the storms of life, or the various opportunists and sycophants in the back, stood as if their souls had been instantaneously siphoned away, frozen in place. Chapter 98. Chaos. Their faces were frozen with the fervor of the previous moment, whether in agreement or secret scheming. Yet now, they were entirely overlaid by primal fear. The buzzing in their ears persisted, and the scorched remnants of the explosion lingered in their vision, alongside the two forms that had once been human. A corpulent businessman in the front row, slightly closer to the podium, emitted a ghastly sound from his throat. His expensive attire was splattered with warm, viscous spots. He glanced down, then up at the cloud of blood, his stomach convulsing violently. He bent over, retching violently. This sound seemed to break a spell. A piercing scream finally erupted from a noblewoman's lips. There are bombs. Protect Elder Chen. Protect all gentlemen. The security's response was remarkably swift, as terrified screams and shouts filled the morning hall. The trained security personnel surged forward, some rushing to assist the fallen Chen Jiangwo, attempting to form a human shield and provide aid. Others swiftly moved toward their designated protectees, drawing their firearms and nervously aiming in various directions as if facing a formidable enemy. Yet their faces bore no less panic than that of the guests. The explosion had occurred in a core area they had meticulously inspected, striking a fatal blow to their security system. The scene was utterly chaotic. The anguished cries of guests, the furious shouts of security, the sound of overturned tables and chairs, the shattering of wine glasses transformed the once solemn morning hall into utter disarray. Guests frantically recoiled, shoving and crowding, all eager to escape this suddenly transformed slaughterhouse. The previously dignified and seemingly virtuous prominent figures now felt the most primal fear. In the front row, the esteemed Liu Chongwan, who oversaw the economy and had achieved notable merit, had yet to shed the look of agreement on his face when he was splattered with warm, viscous liquid. Instinctively, he raised his hand to wipe it away, only to be met with the blinding crimson that caused him to emit a choking gasp. His corpulent body trembled violently before collapsing backward, landing awkwardly on the ground, shaking like a leaf, utterly devoid of any semblance of authority. Beside him, the benevolent chairman Li Weiguo reacted even more poorly. A shard of sharp redwood propelled by the blast severed half of his ear as it flew through the air. He began to wail like a slaughtered pig, clutching his blood-soaked face, terror etched across his features. The earlier scheming to extricate himself from the Rinai hospital incident was entirely replaced by raw fear. He awkwardly sought cover, retreating in a panic amidst the throng of security. Zhao Yongming, the president of the Longqing Chamber of Commerce, had his glasses blown off, the lenses shattered. The world before him blurred into a sanguine haze. He futilely groped the ground, only to have his fingers pierced by splintered wood, causing him to gasp in pain. The composure he once wielded in business, commanding respect, evaporated entirely, leaving only a panicked, disoriented figure. Wang, the chairman of Yongxin Media, a media mogul adept at manipulating public opinion, screamed hoarsely, his clothes stained with unknown flesh and grime. He attempted to hide, but collided with others fleeing in desperation, falling to the ground. Several pairs of shoes trampled over his hands, eliciting more harrowing screams. The power to control public opinion proved utterly useless at this moment. Like everyone else, he was merely a desperate survivor. Those who had previously discussed the Chun family's demise in the corners, boasting of their own cunning, now wore expressions of sheer terror. A young man with chestnut hair sat paralyzed on the ground, a dark stain rapidly spreading in his pants, releasing a foul odor. His companion, slick back hair in disarray, curled into a ball, repeatedly gagging, unable to utter further threats about unearthing the assassin organization within 3 days. Meanwhile, the small business owners, who had sniffed the blood and prepared to divide the Chun family's assets, were now drenched in gore. Balding Zhang was struck in the forehead by a flying shard, blood streaming down as he clutched his wound. Like the others, he scrambled to escape, prioritizing his life over any grand ambitions related to real estate or replacing the Chun family. The once dignified and aloof figures were now starkly exposed, revealing their primal instinct for survival. Etiquette, grace, and class were all ruthlessly shattered by naked fear. On the side of the Chun family at the podium, chaos and indignation reigned. Chen Xian was the quickest to react. In the instant of the explosion, he instinctively lunged forward but was violently pushed back by the shockwave. He looked at the horrific scene of blood and flesh on the podium, his eyes instantly turning crimson. Veins bulged on his temples as he let out a beastly roar. "Grandfather!" He abruptly seized a weapon from the nearby security, brandishing it like a mad wolf toward the chaotic crowd. "Who is it? Step out. I will kill you." The security personnel next to him, terrified, hurriedly restrained him, fearing that his loss of control would incite further chaos. Chen Rui stood a short distance away, the blast wave primarily shielded by those in front of him. Yet, he was still left reeling, his ears ringing painfully as he stumbled back several steps. "Grandfather." Chen Rui's complexion was as pale as a sheet, his body trembling violently. He watched in horror as his grandfather and Chun Zhengyue were reduced to mere fragments before his very eyes. He yearned to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by Li Yin, who acted with swift reflexes. "Chairman, do not approach. It is perilous." Li Yin's voice trembled, yet his grip was unyielding. His eyes behind the lenses filled with terror. Chen Tanzheng remained markedly more composed than his son, but that composure resembled fragile ice in early winter, beneath which roiled tumultuous waves. The muscles in his cheeks twitched uncontrollably. Deep within his gaze lay disbelief and a profound sense of despair. The stabilizing pillar of the Chun family had just vanished before him, obliterated alongside the embodiment of that will, Chen Zhengyue. The Chun family, was it truly at an end? He dared not behold the gruesome scene on the stage, opting instead to whirl around, his eyes scanning the chaotic crowd like a wolf anticipating death, searching every face for a potential assassin. His fingers clenched tightly, his nails nearly digging into his palm. Who was it? Was it an assassin organization? It must be them. How dare they? How could they accomplish such a feat? Surely, someone is aiding them. Who could it be? Surely, those displeased with the Chun family's long-standing dominion over Longqing? Chapter 99. Iron Curtain. Chen Tianzheng felt his sanity igniting in flames. Seal off the estate. Not a single fly is to be allowed to escape. With a hoarse voice imbued with undeniable severity, he finally commanded through gritted teeth. All communication signals are to be immediately jammed. No one is to leave the premises. Investigate, dig deep, and uncover the truth. His orders were swiftly executed. Additional security personnel surged in from various corners of the estate, forcefully suppressing the chaos. They employed brute force to partition and control the panicking guests. Cries and curses rose and fell, yet unlike the sheer terror of moments prior, now there was an undercurrent of fury. The official response was astonishingly prompt. Perhaps it was due to Chun Jingyue's unique status. Perhaps it was because the explosion occurred in a gathering place for the city's elite. Or perhaps the presence of numerous public officials had triggered the most sensitive of nerves. In less than 10 minutes, the sharp sound of a whistle echoed from afar, like a tide encircling the Chun estate. This time, it was not ordinary law enforcement that arrived. Clad in black tactical gear and wielding rifles, the special operations team approached with formidable resolve. They quickly erected multiple cordons, entirely sealing off the estate and a 5-kilometer radius surrounding it. Vehicles crashed through the estate's gates, and the special operations personnel streamed in, swiftly taking control of the security situation, their strength and professionalism far surpassing that of the Chun family's bodyguards. The sound of helicopter rotors filled the air as they began to hover low, surveying the scene. The situation was being handled according to the highest-level counterterrorism protocols. Also arriving was the technical team from the Criminal Investigation Unit. Sun Mingyuan jumped from one of the vehicles, his face ashen with fear. Upon witnessing the hellish scene within the morning hall, even he, accustomed to the sight of bloodshed, felt his stomach churn. A chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. It is over. This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. Chun Jingyue is dead. Chun Jingyue is dead, all within his jurisdiction. While the investigation team was diligently pursuing the assassin organization, such a heinous bombing had occurred. He could already envision the wrath that would befall him. As the leader of the investigation team, his position as head of the Criminal Investigation Unit was surely precarious. He might even be made a scapegoat. Nevertheless, the urge to remedy the situation compelled him to suppress all fear and distractions. Secure the scene. The technical unit must enter. Evidence, forensic analysis, quickly. Sun Mingyuan shouted, his voice wavering with tension. All personnel on site, including members of the Chun family and their associates, are to be isolated for questioning. Quickly. Soon after, officials from the city and even the province began to arrive in succession. A temporary emergency command center was established at the scene. Its level of authority intimidating. Yin Wu's figure also appeared within the command center, his expression grim. His gaze was as frigid as ice, deterring anyone from approaching within 3 meters. A specialized demolition team from the province, clad in heavy bomb suits, cautiously approached the core of the explosion. After half an hour of preliminary investigation and evidence collection, initial conclusions were compiled at the temporary command center. The explosion originated beneath the podium. The blast was remarkably precise. With energy primarily directed upward and toward a specific angle, it aimed to maximize damage to the target above, showcasing the perpetrator's exceptional demolition skills and calculated precision. The explosives used were a type of high-performance homemade explosive, masterfully proportioned, possessing immense power with superb control over the quantity. The triggering method was speculated to be a remote electromagnetic signal mechanism. Experts theorized that the assailant might have remotely detonated the explosion from a nearby location. When Chun Jingyue delivered his impassioned speech, particularly that final phrase of relentless determination, it prompted the unseen operator to trigger the remote detonation. This was an exceedingly professional and composed method, one demolition expert reported to the command center gravely. The precise calculation of explosive quantity, the meticulous control of the blast direction, and the flawless timing of the detonation indicated that the perpetrator was undoubtedly a top-tier demolition expert with exceptional psychological stability. This was not a feat achievable by ordinary criminals. This conclusion cast a shadow over the hearts of everyone in the command center. The search radius. A high-ranking official from the province demanded sternly, "What is the extent of this remote detonation? Where might the assailant be hiding?" The demolition expert wiped sweat from his brow. Based on the analysis of existing conventional explosive device receivers available on the market, the theoretical maximum effective remote control distance can reach 5 kilometers. However, considering the signal jamming and structural obstructions within the estate, and the necessity for the assailant to maintain a relatively clear line of sight to observe the scene, confirm the target's position, and select the optimal detonation timing, we believe the assailant is most likely concealed within a 3-kilometer radius at an elevated vantage point for observation and operation. Taking into account the potential brief stay and evacuation time post-crime, The lockdown perimeter was swiftly delineated, centered around the Chun estate, encompassing all areas within a 5-kilometer radius. Orders were disseminated in layers. In an instant, an iron curtain fell abruptly around the Chun estate. Special operations personnel and subsequent reinforcements surged into the lockdown zone with the ferocity of wolves. This area, renowned as a wealthy district and upscale community in Longcheng, was devoid of any leniency at this moment. The gates of high-end residential complexes were forcibly breached, and security personnel dared not impede their advance. Residents, clad in pajamas and in a state of panic, were commanded to congregate in open areas for questioning and identity verification. Every vehicle in the garages, every potential hiding spot, was meticulously searched. The surrounding roads have been completely sealed off, with checkpoints rigorously inspecting every vehicle attempting to enter or exit. Every trunk, chassis, engine hood, and even the personal belongings of passengers are meticulously scrutinized. The searchlights from the helicopters resemble colossal beams of light sweeping across the ground, leaving no suspicious movement unchecked. However, in stark contrast to the harsh treatment endured by this affluent community, the ordinary residential areas at the edge of the blockade, small shops, and gathering spots for transient populations, have descended into a different kind of panic. The searchers, resembling wolves, are even more impolite towards them. Knocking on doors has escalated into smashing them down, and inquiries have transformed into harsh reprimands. Many individuals, still lost in slumber, are violently awakened, confronted by the cold glare of law enforcement and blinding flashlights, leaving them utterly terrified. Some small workshops and warehouses are forcibly opened, their contents ransacked and left in disarray. Commander, what is happening? We are merely ordinary citizens. Let's talk. Have you seen any suspicious individuals? No, we know nothing about any explosion. If you don't know anything, just stay put. Do not move. Chapter 100, Retribution. The sounds of complaints and cries are drowned out by even louder reprimands. A shocking bloodbath at the funeral of the privileged class has come at the cost of these ordinary people's lives. They are not even entitled to know what has transpired. They only know of the calamity that has befallen them, turning their lives upside down. As time ticks by, the atmosphere within the command center grows increasingly tense. The reports from various search teams are monotonously uniform. No suspicious persons found, no suspicious items discovered, no traces of explosives or detonation devices detected within a 5-kilometer radius, including high-rise rooftops, abandoned factories, construction sites, and hotel rooms. Every conceivable location for observation and remote detonation has been thoroughly searched again and again. The result? Nothing. The mastermind behind the astonishing explosion seems to have evaporated into thin air, leaving no clues to their identity. UD had long since detonated the bomb and, following the predetermined route, quietly withdrew under the guidance of a ghostly presence. The detonation distance was not the estimated 3 kilometers posited by the demolition experts, but rather 5 kilometers. Sun Mingyuan's complexion shifted from a deep blue to pallor, ultimately turning ashen. He stood in the brightly lit, yet suffused with failure atmosphere of the temporary command center, listening to the continuous reports from various teams of finding no anomalies, feeling an icy chill enveloping him. He understood the implications of this. The perpetrator remains elusive, yet this monumental case demands accountability. The pressure has begun to mount from all sides. Even Mr. Yan Wu has ceased his reprimands. But this silence is more suffocating than any roar. Chen Zhengyue is dead. Chen Zhangwo is also dead. Would his mentor, Chen Tai, still be willing to assist him? He realizes that he has become a pawn on the verge of being discarded. The high-ranking official dispatch from the province wrapped his fingers heavily against the edge of the sand table. A 5-kilometer radius, the highest level of lockdown, searched thoroughly from above and below. And yet, not even a ghostly shadow has been encountered. What is your security force in Longqing doing? His roar reverberated within the tent, and no one dared to respond. Yanwu closed his eyes and said, "Lift the lockdown. Continuing the blockade serves no purpose. It would only squander resources and instigate greater panic. The search will be redirected to a citywide secret investigation, focusing particularly on individuals who have recently entered the area, especially those with prior explosive-related offenses or relevant educational backgrounds." Soon after, the special forces stationed outside the estate began to withdraw in an orderly manner, the sound of helicopters gradually fading. Those forcibly confined in their homes or gathering spots regained a limited sense of freedom amidst their uncertainty. A silent humiliation and anger spread within the blockade area, particularly among the ordinary communities. The memories of their harsh treatment are not something that can be soothed in a day, regardless of whether one is from the lower or upper echelons. An explanation must be provided. A killer organization can only be a killer organization, Sun Mingyuan murmured, as if persuading himself. Also as if establishing a necessary conclusion for this case that is destined to remain unsolved, despite the absence of any direct evidence. On the same day, in the evening, in Fucheng, at a lakeside villa, Chen Tai sat in a rattan chair in his study, gazing at the lake outside, which had been tinted a golden red by the setting sun. The teacup before him had long gone cold, yet he remained oblivious. Age had taken its toll, and the upheaval in Longsheng felt distant to him. The slight unease brought by Sun Mingyuan's call gradually dissipated, soothed by the calm of the lake. Footsteps approached from outside. Steady and powerful, they were not those of the household servants. Chen Tai slowly turned his head to see a young man entering. He appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old, dressed in well-tailored dark clothing. He stood tall, with handsome features. Yet his brow bore an unsettling gravity and worry that belied his years. Chen Tai recognized him. It was Yin Wenxin, the grandson of that influential figure. Old Chen, Yin Wenxin slightly bowed, his manners impeccable, but his tone carried an oppressive weight. A sense of foreboding settled in Chen Tai's heart. The unexpected arrival of Yin Wenxin was anything but ordinary. He managed to muster a faint smile. Young Master Wenxin, what wind has brought you here? Please, take a seat. Yin Wenxin eschewed pleasantries and sat directly opposite Chen Tai, fixing his gaze upon him. He spoke directly. Old Chen, I am here to convey some news. Please accept my condolences. The smile on Chen Tai's face instantly froze. His heart tightened, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Condolences? What news? Uncle Zhenghua. Yin Wenxin's voice was somber. This morning, during the funeral of the Chun family in Longsheng, an explosion occurred, resulting in unfortunate casualties. Boom. The phrase unfortunate casualties detonated in Chen Tai's mind like a bomb. He felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, and his vision suddenly darkened. A buzzing filled his ears. The entire world seemed to tilt and spin. He instinctively grasped the armrests of the chair to prevent himself from sliding off. Casualties. Zhenghua is dead? His only son, his pride and joy, the one he had high hopes for, with a boundless future, dead? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Just yesterday, he was perfectly fine. Even spoke on the phone, saying, the cold reality washed over him like icy water, drenching him from head to toe. His heart was racked with a tearing pain that made it nearly impossible to breathe. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Only a series of strange, gasping noises escaped his throat, reminiscent of a broken wind instrument. In a daze, fragments of memory surged uncontrollably. Many years ago, before he became deputy director, he was merely a determined head of the criminal investigation team. He had handled a case involving the son of an explosives engineer, who had become embroiled in an unspeakable scandal. In his quest for advancement, he had exerted some pressure, ultimately sealing that young man's fate. He vividly recalled the arrest scene, where the engineer, who had always worn a smile, fixed him with a gaze burning with rage. The engineer, like a beast protecting its young, had cursed him hoarsely. Chen Tai, you confuse black and white, framing the innocent. Just wait and see. How could you send my son in today? One day, the heavens will make you taste the bitterness of losing a child. You will be left without descendants. May you suffer the worst fate. At that moment, he scoffed, dismissing it as the desperate howls of the powerless. Yet now, that venomous curse seems to have transcended decades, striking him with precision at this very moment. Retribution? Is this what it means? Chen Tai's body trembled violently, not from sorrow, but from a profound despair that penetrated to his very bones. Chapter 101. Accountability. Chen Tai suddenly clutched his chest, his face turning as pale as a sheet, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Old Chen, are you all right? Yin Wenxin rushed forward, steadying the wavering Chen Tai, and shouted towards the door, quick, call a doctor. Chen Tai grasped Yin Wenxin's arm tightly, gasping for breath. His eyes were bloodshot as he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Who is it? Yin Wenxin helped him sit down and spoke softly. Initial assessments indicate it is the work of that assassin organization. Their methods are professional, and their targets are clear. The province has established a high-level temporary command center, and my grandfather is extremely furious. The assassin organization's weaponry caused Chen Tai's gaze to become vacant, filled with deep-seated hatred. Yet within that hatred lay a sliver of fear towards that very curse. The doctor soon arrived, administering medicine to Chen Tai, which brought him some slight relief. However, he appeared to have aged 20 years in an instant, his vitality seemingly drained. Yin Wenxin remained by his side, waiting for Chen Tai's breathing to stabilize before speaking slowly. Old Chen, Xingyue's incident occurred while he was working for my grandfather. He will not turn a blind eye to it. The situation in Longsheng is now complex, and the Chen family has suffered a severe blow. We need to stabilize the situation. My grandfather insists on a decisive crackdown against the arrogance of the assassin organization. You are from Longqing and know its circumstances as well as Sun Mingyuan's situation better than anyone. How do you suggest we proceed? Chen Tai stared blankly out the window. The sun had completely set, and the lake was shrouded in twilight, enveloped in darkness. After a long pause, he spoke in an extremely weary and hoarse voice. Disorder must be dealt with harshly. We must investigate thoroughly. Any suspects must be dealt with ruthlessly. None shall escape. Zheng Yue cannot have died in vain. As for Mingyuan, he cannot absolve himself of blame. I no longer have the strength to protect him. Let everything proceed according to protocol. In that moment, he relinquished Sun Mingyuan, the disciple he had personally nurtured and considered his successor. Overshadowed by the immense grief of losing his son, Mingyuan had become insignificant. Yin Wenxin had obtained the answer he sought, or rather, he only needed Chen Tai's stance. He nodded slightly. I understand. Old Chen, please take care of yourself. He said no more, bowed slightly, and quietly exited the study. The room descended into complete darkness. Chen Tai remained motionless in his chair, as if merging with the shadows. After a long while, a suppressed sob finally emerged from the darkness. It grew louder, ultimately transforming into a heart-wrenching wail. Outside, the lake lay in pitch blackness. The storm of accountability in Longqing arrived more violently than anticipated. The death of Qun Zhengyue and the social demise of the Qin family touched the most sensitive nerves at the highest levels. This grave incident necessitated accountability, and explanations were required both above and below. As the primary authority responsible for public safety in Longqing, the official in charge of security faced severe reprimand, with hopes for promotion extinguished. Subsequently, a series of officials connected to the public security system received varying degrees of punishment and investigation. As the direct executor, the leader of the special task force, Sun Mingyuan, naturally bore the brunt of the fallout. At this moment, within the Longqing Public Security Bureau building, in the special task force conference room, the seat at the head of the long conference table remained empty, once occupied by Sun Mingyuan. He now sat in the shadows by the window, his face pale, yet he held himself upright, attempting to maintain a semblance of dignity. However, beneath the surface, his eyes betrayed an unmistakable fatigue and a sense of desolation. He knew that the death sentence for his political career might be pronounced today. Due to the particularly grave nature of the incident and its extremely adverse impact, it was decided to dismiss Sun Mingyuan from his position as the captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit of the Longqing Public Security Bureau. The position of the Special Task Force leader would be filled by an appointee from the provincial department. The voice announcing the decision was cold and unyielding. Given that Comrade Sun Mingyuan still had some understanding of the preliminary case details, he would remain with the Special Task Force to assist in their work. Seeking to redeem himself, Sun Mingyuan, do you have any objections? All eyes turned to him. He felt his throat dry and tight, as if pierced by countless needles. Struggling to stand, he rasped, I have no objections and will resolutely comply with the superior's decisions. I will do my utmost to assist the new leader in solving the case as soon as possible. To this day, he had yet to receive a call from his master. The last flicker of hope within Sun Mingyuan extinguished entirely. He had become a mere pawn. He slowly sat back down, feeling the surrounding sounds blur and fade into the distance. Only the cold, sinking heart within his chest continued to beat out a rhythm of despair. Meanwhile, in a small conference room on the top floor of the municipal building, a secret meeting of a higher level had just concluded. There were only a few participants, but each decision made would significantly influence the future landscape of Longqing. One of the core topics of the meeting was the power and interest vacuum left by the Qin family, particularly in the crucial energy sector. With core members of the Qin family consecutively perishing, Qin Tianxiao, Qin Tianxiang, and Qin Zhengguo, Qin Tianjing found himself unable to support the situation alone, lacking both capability and prestige. The energy sector in Longqing was of great importance and could not remain leaderless for long, lest it be infiltrated and disrupted by unscrupulous individuals. A representative from the provincial level made the final directive. Given the current complex situation, it was decided to establish a temporary coordination committee for Longqing's energy industry, with Yin Jinyuan appointed as the committee director, fully responsible for integrating related affairs during the transitional period. Ensuring stability and absolute control would be paramount. Yin Jinyuan was energetic and resolute, confident in his ability to handle the crisis effectively. For the remaining members of the Qin family, they would, in principle, be granted necessary protection. However, their industries and influence must be incorporated into a new management system. The specific measures would be determined by Director Yin Jinyuan. This appointment signified a lack of trust in any local forces or families. It was a decision to deploy direct forces to take over one of Longqing's most vital economic lifelines with an iron-fisted approach. Ultimately, the Qin family's substantial assets would fall into the hands of a stronger force. Their so-called protection, in light of diminished power, had become starkly realistic. The Qin family might retain some scraps, but their former glory and authority had dissipated into thin air. The importance placed on the assassin organization had risen to unprecedented levels. An internal notice with exceedingly stern language was swiftly dispatched to all public security-related units in Longqing and surrounding regions, simultaneously. A carefully crafted public news release was issued through official channels. Chapter 102. In accordance with my guidance in an internal announcement directed towards law enforcement agencies, the assassin organization is characterized as an exceedingly perilous, ruthlessly violent, and law-defying terrorist criminal group that poses a severe threat to societal order. All units are mandated to heighten their vigilance levels and mobilize all available resources for a comprehensive and meticulous investigation, emphasizing a zero-tolerance approach to any signs of the organization. Conversely, a meticulously crafted press release intended for the city's populace mourns the unfortunate victims, detailing their contributions and acts of justice. It underscores the deleterious impact of this incident on public safety while framing the large-scale violent manhunt as a necessary, temporary emergency measure aimed at safeguarding the lives and property of citizens. Apologies are extended for any inconveniences caused during this period. With a commitment to address subsequent matters in accordance with the law, the release ultimately directs its ire towards the enigmatic assassin organization, urging citizens to provide clues to collectively uphold the tranquility of Longqing. Most unsuspecting citizens, upon reading the news or hearing it in casual conversations, respond with confusion and instinctive fear. If even the Qin family is not spared, this assassin organization is truly terrifying. It is no wonder that the scrutiny was so stringent just days prior. Such a significant incident has transpired. We hope these desperate individuals do not come our way. Mr. Qin, alas, dedicated himself to Longqing, and his death was indeed tragic. Under the guidance of asymmetrical information, the voices of ordinary citizens are easily swayed, leading them to condemn the malevolence of the assassin organization. They express sympathy for the victims and even exhibit a degree of understanding towards the recent brutal searches. Tinged with resignation, fear often serves as the most effective tool for obedience. However, not all voices can be so easily silenced. On local online forums and in certain corners of social media, particularly in the comments section beneath the public announcement, discordant sentiments begin to emerge. Initially faint, these voices resemble resilient weeds striving to penetrate the concrete surface. Protecting citizens? I did not witness such courtesy when the law enforcement officers smashed my door. The Qin family dedicated themselves to our city? Longqing has been plagued by power shortages. Is this not a situation they deliberately created? Am I the only one who thinks this resembles a dog-eat-dog scenario? The powerful battle amongst themselves while the unfortunate commoners bear the brunt. Some speakers are direct witnesses to the Iron Curtain searches. Their doors were violently breached, belongings damaged, and dignity trampled. Amidst their lingering terror, a greater sense of humiliation and anger prevails. Others have previously suffered oppression at the hands of the Qin family and their minions. Perhaps their businesses were seized, or loved ones wronged. Long-buried resentment finds a small outlet at this moment. Their words may lack clarity but are imbued with visceral truth and palpable pain. These comments, akin to stones cast into a still pond, may not create significant ripples but are sufficient to agitate those who control the surface. Almost simultaneously with the emergence of these remarks, an invisible hand begins to operate. Comments containing false information have been deleted. We apologize, as this content violates relevant laws and regulations and cannot be displayed. Your account has been muted for 3 days due to the publication of inappropriate content. The processes of deleting posts, muting accounts, and blocking users are executed with alarming proficiency. Even more frightening are the subsequent offline visits. Several citizens who voiced sharper critiques receive phone reminders from relevant authorities or are directly invited for a chat within half an hour. They are sternly warned against spreading rumors, urged to be mindful of their influence, and reminded that maintaining social stability is the responsibility of every citizen. This concerted effort swiftly quashes the nascent wave of dissent. The comments section soon reverts to a harmonious chorus of condemnation against the atrocities, support for stringent crackdowns, and wishes for the repose of the deceased. The tyranny of power is laid bare in this moment, silently proclaiming, "The right to explain belongs to me, and emotions must flow according to my directive." In Haishi prison, cell 2203, Lin Mo leans against the cold wall, his eyes half closed, appearing to be in a state of meditation. Yet within the depths of his consciousness, he coldly observes all that transpires outside through the real-time information stream transmitted by the Phantom. The hypocrisy of official announcements, the ignorance and manipulability of public opinion, and the brutal suppression of grassroots voices do not evoke much surprise in him. He is acutely aware of the systemic corruption. However, witnessing the swift extinguishment of those feeble yet authentic doubts, seeing the vengeance he ignited being misguidedly directed towards those already struggling, and realizing that the assassin organization might become a universally reviled symbol of terror, thus complicating future actions, stirs a ripple in the tranquil lake of his heart. He is indifferent to the evaluations of the elite, for they are the ones who conspired against him. Yet he adamantly refuses to allow his retaliatory actions to serve as tools for the oppressors to further deceive and intimidate the populace. Nor does he wish for those already suffering to stand in opposition to him due to misinformation. This is not a matter of morality, but rather the coldest strategic consideration. If the battleground of public opinion is entirely controlled by the adversary, one will be perpetually constrained. They must not be allowed to so easily dominate the narrative. Lin Mo's directives penetrate the void, reaching the Phantom. The objective is to disrupt the comments sections of all relevant announcements. First, to incapacitate their deletion and muting functions, creating sufficiently large obstacles. Second, to erase any possibilities of tracing IP addresses and real-world locations. Third, to selectively disseminate the evidence we possess regarding Chunsher Energy Group and Renai Hospital, highlighting monopolistic practices in the energy sector, violations of regulations, environmental pollution, and the financial chains associated with organ trafficking at Renai Hospital. Understood. The Public Relations Department quickly realizes something is amiss. The once flawless post-deletion tools suddenly become sluggish, glitchy, and frequently return errors. Technical personnel frantically inspect servers and back-end programs, but can find no obvious faults or signs of an attack. It is as if an invisible force is mounting a stubborn resistance at the data's core. Even more alarming for them is that when attempting to locate the obstinate commenters via their IP addresses, the results either return as garbled data or jump around to false proxy addresses scattered across the globe, rendering any investigation futile. At this moment, new posts, akin to poisonous mushrooms after the rain, quietly emerge in the corners of various forums and social media platforms. Chapter 103. A dangerous straw. The content of these posts is no longer merely emotional complaints, but is instead imbued with concrete data and document screenshots, exhibiting a strong sense of direction. The internal inspection report detailing the Chun family's violations regarding excessive emissions, the allocation list of special medical resources from Renai Hospital, and the overlapping map of blood lead levels among residents of Longqing's western district with the location of Chin's smelting factory, all present a calm, yet piercing narrative directed at the Chin family. Particularly alarming are the implications concerning their core interests in the energy sector and the most sensitive issues surrounding organ trafficking. These revelations do not overtly defend the assassin organization, but pose a poignant question. Why does a family molded into a hero harbor such extensive filth behind its facade? Subsequently, several newly registered accounts began to voice their discontent, filled with the indignation of the common folk, proclaiming, "Well done. The heavens have opened their eyes. The Chun family has met their comeuppance. My father succumbed to silicosis due to the Chun family's factory, with no recourse for justice. Thank you, nameless heroes. I discovered the organ trafficking on the internet weeks ago, but it lacked traction. Is the organ mentioned above authentic? My cousin disappeared years ago. Could it be related?" These accounts, mingling with the growing chorus of skepticism, acted like sparks igniting dry tinder. An increasing number of individuals, once victimized by the Chin family or harboring resentment from violent searches, began to muster the courage to express their voices cautiously. While they may hesitate to directly support the assassin organization, their clandestine joy at the prospect of the Chun family's downfall surged like an undercurrent across the internet. Although this sentiment had yet to reach a fervent crescendo, the previously harmonious discourse had been rent with a gaping wound. Officials tasked with monitoring public sentiment wore grim expressions, nearly shouting into their phones, "Unable to delete? Why can't we delete it? What is the tech department doing? Can't find anyone? Find them for me. Dig 3 feet into the ground if necessary to uncover these troublemakers." Yet, the only responses were the helplessness and dread of the technical staff. All technological efforts seemed to dissipate into a void. The frustration of being unable to exert control drove them to near madness. Once again, they faced an adversary that was exceedingly difficult to combat. The opponent resembled an invisible specter, rendering their technological prowess futile. After exhausting all conventional and unconventional measures without success, Higher-level directives were finally issued, a cold handling of the situation online, diminishing the focus and ceasing entanglement, redirecting primary efforts towards stricter physical control offline. Consequently, discussions surrounding the matter were artificially cooled, and searches related to it were restricted. Simultaneously, security kiosks proliferated on the streets of Longqing, patrol frequencies increased, and scrutiny of transient populations intensified, casting a climate of external leniency, coupled with internal rigidity, over the entire city. They sought to utilize the iron fist of reality to compensate for the chaos within the virtual realm. This transformation seemingly suppressed the situation temporarily, yet could not reclaim what had already been lost. Many citizens who witnessed the online posts and comments felt their scales of judgment subtly tilt. The authority of the announcement was, for the first time, significantly undermined in the minds of a considerable portion of the populace. Once the fissures of trust appear, they are challenging to mend. This silent erosion proves far more lethal than any overt protest. The night in Longqing had passed its midpoint. The smoke from the explosion at the Chun estate had not yet dissipated entirely, but a far more acrid scent began to permeate. The odor of fear, suspicion, desolation, and despair. The once bustling estate now stood desolate, its doors ajar. The black drapes fluttered in the wind, as if heralding the final elegy for this family. The dust of power transitions settled in a brutal manner, leaving an icy chill that penetrated to the bone. Chen Tianjing stood before the window of his father's study, his back to the stifling air within. Outside, the gardens that once symbolized the Chun family's supreme power now appeared to him as a mere desolation. He had just seen off the representatives from the province, whose formulaic sympathy and veiled warnings pierced through his last vestiges of hope like ice picks. The directive for a nominal position that sounded grand, yet held no actual power, lay on his desk. He understood that the political lifeblood of the Qin family had been completely severed. The collapse in the business realm was even swifter and more absolute. Just a day after the tragic explosion at the funeral, the Longqing Energy Industry Temporary Coordination Committee, led by Injin Yuan, was officially established, swiftly seizing control of all core operations of the Chun Energy Group. The few subordinates who barely upheld the facade after Chen Tianshang's death offered little resistance, quickly aligning themselves with the new power holders. Formerly dependent on the Qin family, small clans and merchants now severed ties as if fleeing a plague, even turning to encroach upon the remnants of the Chun family's non-core enterprises. The adage "when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter" resonates painfully in this context. The door to the study creaked open, and Chun Rui entered with a cup of tea. He glanced at his father's rigid silhouette, hesitating to speak. Chen Tianjing slowly turned around and accepted the teacup. The tea had grown cold, yet he absent-mindedly took a sip. He sensed his son's unvoiced inquiries and abruptly stated, "The envoy sent to convey condolences urged us to rest well and not worry about other matters." Chen Rui's expression darkened. "What does this imply? A case of killing the donkey after the grind? Mind your words." Chen Tianjing slammed the teacup down, causing the liquid to splash across the desk. He inhaled deeply, lowering his voice. "The priority now is survival. As long as we are alive, there remains a chance." But did such a chance truly exist? He himself harbored doubts. Chen Zhengwo's death had definitively severed the emotional ties between the Qin family and that individual. The seizure of Qin energy had dismantled their material foundation for controlling Longqing. In the eyes of that person, the Qin family had transformed from a formidable lord into a dispensable vassal. The so-called protection was merely a facade for political appearances. The assassin organization's brutal methods of obliterating life made Chen Tianjing increasingly regard martial power with gravity. The utmost priority was now ensuring the family's safety. If the assassin organization dared to strike at the funeral, they would not hesitate to invade the estate. This time it was his father who was killed. Next could be a Xian, a Rui, or even himself. In the name of vengeance and self-preservation, Chen Tianjing clutched his covert, unsanctioned forces even tighter, even willing to invest heavily in their expansion. This was the only domain where he still felt a semblance of strength, yet it was also a deadly poison, leading him to clutch at a perilous straw amid his despair. Chapter 104, Purge. Alongside the external collapse of the Qin family came an internal cleansing. The bomb beneath the podium struck like a resounding slap, not only shattering Chen Zhengwo's body, but also fracturing the last shred of trust within the Qin family towards its internal members. A bloody and tumultuous purge unfolded silently, yet brutally within the estate, all under the pretext of ensuring absolute security and rooting out the assassin organization's infiltrators. The steward responsible for the funeral arrangements, Old Liu, was the first to be held accountable, accused of having been bribed to facilitate the infiltration of the assassins who planted the bomb. Lao Lu endured several hours of interrogation, beating, electric shocks, water torture, and drugging. He was tormented to the brink of unrecognizability and ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, confessed to being bribed by an assassin organization. Shortly after he pressed his fingerprint, he was injected with a lethal dose of drugs and quietly succumbed to death. In the following days, 2 other individuals associated with the logistics and security arrangements of the manor mysteriously vanished. One was dragged from his bed in the dead of night, while the other was taken from his post and never returned. The atmosphere within the manor grew oppressively tense. Everyone walked with their heads down, hastening their pace, afraid to make eye contact, fearing that they might be the next to inexplicably disappear. Lin naturally found himself on the list of those being scrutinized, and he was a primary target of investigation. He was confined alone in a small, windowless room in the manor's basement. A glaring light bulb illuminated the space 24 hours a day, robbing him of any sense of time. Interrogations were relentless, with questions looping back upon themselves. They probed every detail of his actions leading up to the funeral, as well as any possible connections he had with the outside world. Why did you inspect the podium half an hour before the explosion? I was merely performing routine duties, verifying the inventory list to ensure everything was in order. What were you doing when you squatted down? I noticed some loose wires, and, concerned they might trip someone, I secured them. Li Yin's responses were airtight, his expression a complex mix of fear and loyalty. Then came the drugs. A truth serum coursed through his veins, inducing waves of dizziness and a blurring of consciousness. The interrogator's voice seemed to drift from a distant place, imbued with a seductive power, attempting to pry open the deepest secrets of his mind. Whose side are you on? Did you allow the assassin organization to infiltrate? Did you plant the bomb? However, the will of a death warrior is like an alloy forged through countless trials, surpassing the limits of ordinary endurance. Deep within Li Yin's consciousness, only Lin Mo's cold commands and the mark of absolute obedience remained. The drug's interference only served to sharpen this imprint. His answers became sluggish and somewhat incoherent under the influence, yet the core message remained unchanged: loyalty to the Chen family, especially to Chen Rue, whom he had fought to protect. He repeatedly recounted how instinctively he had lunged for Chen Rue during the explosion, how he had been knocked down by the blast wave, and how he had been overwhelmed with terror. These details, meticulously woven in advance, fit perfectly into the chaotic scene of the moment, leaving no trace of inconsistency. In the end, the investigators found no conclusive evidence against Li Yin. His background was as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, and his conduct upon joining the Chen family was exemplary. He had even saved Chen Rue on 2 occasions. Despite rigorous investigation and severe punishment, no issues were uncovered regarding Li Yin. Ultimately, he survived, in part due to Chen Rue's subtle intervention. Another crucial factor was an unexpected scapegoat, the individual responsible for security arrangements who had been taken away. This person's son had suddenly had a debt of 2 million cleared at a casino. Under extreme duress, he broke down mentally and, in a fit of delirium, confessed to being bribed. His testimony curiously corroborated the confession of the butler, Lao Lu. Consequently, Li Yin was deemed to have passed the scrutiny. Yet he was spared a death sentence, though he could not escape lesser charges. He remained imprisoned for several more days, enduring multiple interrogations before being allowed to leave the confines of the small room. When he finally breathed the air above ground again, he appeared gaunt. His complexion was pale, his steps unsteady, and his gaze behind the lenses was filled with the terror of survival and an inescapable fatigue. He was no longer permitted to engage with the core affairs of the Chen family. Under the tacit approval of his father, Chen Tianzhong, Chen Rue arranged for him to be placed in a more relaxed department, providing him with a refuge of sorts. The cleansing process had reached a temporary conclusion. The Chen family resembled a great ship with a broken helm, having stabilized its descent for the moment, yet it spun aimlessly, losing its direction. Chen Tianjing increasingly isolated himself in his study. The desk no longer bore documents, but rather a bottle of fine liquor. Deprived of power, he had lost the calm composure of yesteryears. Days passed, and his eye sockets became sunken, his temples rapidly graying like frost. One night, in a drunken haze, he opened his computer. Instinctively, he attempted to log into the internal system he had once used to manage the online incident involving Wu Wei's epitaph, only to find his access denied. The cold message on the screen doused him in cold water. He froze for a moment, then let out a low, eerie laugh. He was now a man without purpose. The tumult arising from Longqing's online sphere, the official announcements facing resistance, and the posts that seemed like phantoms, impossible to erase. All of these he observed without the power to intervene. He felt like an audience member excluded from the stage. only able to hear the distant sounds of drums and gongs, unaware of the exact drama unfolding. This sense of losing control did not incite anxiety within him. Instead, it birthed a perverse pleasure. Delete away, just keep deleting, he murmured to the dark screen, raising the bottle to take another swig of the fiery liquid. Aren't you all capable? Now you know it's tricky, don't you? A bunch of useless fools. He reveled in the incompetence of his successors, as if their plight could serve as a testament to his past excellence. Yet, this delight was fleeting, soon replaced by a deeper void and despair. For he understood that regardless of how fiercely they bickered online, the ultimate decisions were still governed by the iron fist off-screen. And the Chen family had already lost the strength to wield that iron fist. Amidst the haze of intoxication, his thoughts drifted back to many years ago. At that time, he was still young and ambitious, following in his father Chen Jiangwo's footsteps, learning how to maneuver the complex machinery of launching. He recalled an occasion when, in order to bring down a political rival, his father had instructed him to orchestrate a few unfortunate mishaps. He executed the plan flawlessly, even creating pivotal evidence that led to the rival's disgrace. Afterwards, he had felt a twinge of unease and asked his father, "Is what we're doing breaking the rules?" Chapter 105, Madness. His father had patted his shoulder, his tone calm, yet unyielding. "Tianjing, remember, in Longcheng, we are the rules. The process is unimportant. What truly matters is the outcome. If your heart is not ruthless, you cannot stand firm." In that moment, he had seen a flicker in his father's eyes. It was a near-mad, absolute confidence, a complete disdain for the rules. At the time, he interpreted it as the resolve of a strong man and was deeply impressed, striving to emulate it. In retrospect, that may have been less about resolve and more about a madness that had seeped into his bones long ago. It simply appeared regal, cloaked in power. Now that power had dissipated, that madness began to grow and spread within his own heart. If your heart is not ruthless, you cannot stand firm. Chen Tianzheng repeated this phrase, his gaze becoming hollow and perilous. "Father, you are right. But now, who can we be ruthless to?" He harbored an intense hatred for the assassin organization, yet it lurked in the shadows, elusive and untraceable. He resented Yin Jinyuan and the provincial powers that had usurped the Chun family's authority, yet that force loomed as immovable as a mountain, impossible to shake. He was engulfed in fury at the swift betrayal of his vassals, yet now, having fallen from grace, even the barking of dogs required caution. At that moment, a local news summary, pushed automatically, caught his blurred gaze. The headline was inconsequential, but a fragment of a related popular comment pierced his eyes like a venomous thorn. "The Qin family has fallen. Let the world rejoice." If only I could. The subsequent words were truncated, yet those preceding were sufficient. Rejoice? This swarm of ants, these lower-class vermin who could only bark online. What do they understand? What right do they have to celebrate? A surge of malevolence ignited within him, reddening his eyes. He recalled the obstinate voices during the handling of the Wu Wei epitaph incident, identical to the present. Others might be deceived, but he was acutely aware that this was the handiwork of that assassin organization. The spectral hacker. Do they care for these voices? Do they stand up for these rabble? He unsteadily rose and approached the window, abruptly pulling apart a sliver of the curtain. Outside, the sky was darkened, and distant lights flickered like his own frenzied eyes. He had lost the ability to shake the true adversary, the assassin organization, Yin Jinyuan, and that esteemed individual. However, there remained something within his grasp through which he could unleash his torrential hatred. Those weaker ones who dared to make noise online. Since he could not locate the assassin organization, since they cared for these voices, he would shatter what they cherished, inch by inch. He had finally discovered a target for his wrath and madness. Even more splendidly, it could be regarded as a distorted form of retribution against the assassin organization. He pressed the internal communicator, summoned the person responsible for old case files to my presence, at once. Shortly after, a cold-faced middle-aged man entered. He was the caretaker of the Chun family's archives, related by blood to the family. Chen Tianzheng wasted no words, directly tossing a few sensitive online comments onto the table before him. "Can we identify those insects who make the loudest noise online?" The caretaker replied. "The formal channels currently face restrictions, making precise identification difficult. However, we maintain records regarding certain historical matters ourselves. Based on the specific events mentioned in the comments, it would be quite straightforward to pinpoint those ungrateful individuals." A cruel smile emerged on Chun Tianjing's face. "Excellent. Let us start with these ants. Find two who are the loudest and most transparent. Let them know that the Chun family has not yet perished. Those who dare to gossip shall lose their teeth." The orders were swiftly executed. Despite the ghostly technological measures protecting the commenters' online identities, the The Qin family had dominated Longqing for decades, possessing vivid memories of those they had previously crushed, adversaries and victims alike. They did not require IP addresses. They merely needed to follow the threads revealed in the comments. The name of a village, a description of a profession, the details of an old case. They could accurately locate their targets. The first target resided in a village polluted by industrial wastewater in a county under Longqing's jurisdiction. The man was a village chief who, years ago, had been severely injured while leading villagers in protest against a factory owned by Qin's energy company for its pollution. His son had mysteriously disappeared, and he suspected the Qin family was involved. He anonymously commented in the online forum, "Heaven has eyes. Those who harm others will face retribution." On a fateful night, several men clad in black suits, their faces grim, knocked on his door. They did not reveal their identities, nor did they exchange many words, only delivering a brutal beating. The man lay on the cold ground, having suffered broken ribs, listening to the threats. "If you dare to bark online again, it will not be just your son who disappears next time." The second household belonged to a family running a small grocery store in a county under Longqing. Their daughter had passed away from an illness years ago, despite futile attempts at rescue at Renai Hospital. Subsequently, they discovered that one of her kidneys was missing, suspecting it had been illegally removed, yet they had no means to file a complaint. Upon seeing the released evidence of the Chun family's crimes, the woman, in her grief and fury, mentioned the suspicious loss of the organs in an online post. This time, the methods were even more insidious. Within days, their store was vandalized by unidentified individuals. Red paint was splattered at the entrance, scrawled with curses wishing death upon the slanderers' families. Their supply channels were maliciously severed, and each day, someone lingered outside the store, casting menacing glances at those entering and leaving. Fear spread like a plague, driving the family to the brink of mental collapse. With the woman weeping day and night, the actions of the Qin family did not go unnoticed. Some reported the disturbances to law enforcement, and sporadic complaints reached the Security Bureau. Nevertheless, all this information eventually converged upon one individual, the newly appointed Deputy Director of Longqing's Security Bureau and head of the Special Investigation Team, Lin Mo. Seated behind a spacious desk, Lin Mo perused the freshly delivered briefing. His youthful visage revealed little emotion, though a hint of scrutiny and contemplation lingered in his eyes. The briefing contained preliminary reports of several violent intrusion incidents, with the complainants alleging threats and violence from the Qin family. The secretary beside him cautiously inquired, "The impact seems rather negative. Should we intervene in the investigation?" Lin Mo raised his hand, interrupting the secretary. He took the reports and casually tossed them into the shredder at the corner of his desk. The machine emitted a low hum as the papers were instantly reduced to fragments. In extraordinary times, security resources must concentrate on solving major cases. Some lower-level disputes can be handled through conventional procedures. There is no need to waste the special investigation team's energy. The secretary nodded in understanding, neatly organizing the remaining documents before silently exiting. As the door gently closed, Lin Mo rose and approached the window. From this vantage point, he beheld the nightscape of Longqing, a myriad of lights resembling a galaxy scattered upon the earth. Yet what he perceived was not splendor, but a chessboard. The Qin family was a pawn. The assassin organization was a pawn. Those who voiced their struggles online and in life were even more insignificant pawns. And the player forever stood at the highest point. He activated the intercom. "Have Chen Xian come to see me." Within 10 minutes, Chen Xian appeared at the office door. He still wore a clean and tidy outfit, yet shadows of gloom were unmistakably present in his eyes. The upheaval within the family had seemingly aged him overnight. "Sit." Lin Mo gestured toward the chair opposite him, getting straight to the point. "Has your family been a bit too active lately?" Chen Xian's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. "Director Lin, I do not understand your meaning." "A few little insects have been crushed below," Lin Mo stated flatly. "Though insignificant, making too much noise is ultimately undesirable." Chen Xian remained silent for a moment, his fingers unconsciously tightening. "Those people are inciting chaos online. They must be connected to the assassin organization. Evidence." Chen Xian fell silent. Lin Mo chuckled softly, the laughter tinged with both pity and mockery. "Without evidence, it is merely instigating trouble. It is a misuse of vigilante justice. You must consider, if this were to spread, would it not further tarnish your family's already beleaguered reputation?" Chen Xian's complexion flushed, rendering him momentarily speechless. However, Lin Mo deftly shifted the conversation, his fingertip lightly tapping the table. "I fully comprehend the sentiments of the Qin family. The tragic demise of a beloved, with the perpetrator roaming free, would unsettle the calm of any individual." He rose and paced to Chen Xian's side, his voice lowered slightly. Therefore, I can extend a convenience to you. Chun Xian abruptly lifted his gaze, uncertainty flickering within his eyes. The Special Investigation Team has recently received intelligence indicating several suspected hideouts of the assassin organization in remote areas. Yin Wenxin retrieved a document from his drawer and gently slid it across the table to Chun Xian. The standard procedure necessitates multiple layers of approval for a search, which would consume precious time. Chun Xian's eyes fell upon the document, and his pupils constricted in shock. It was a blank search warrant, adorned only with a vivid red seal in the lower right corner, while the authorization section remained empty. I can grant special permission for individuals from the Chun family to collaborate with the Special Investigation Team in their peripheral inquiries. Yin Wenxin's finger tapped the seal. With this, you can pursue leads with legitimacy, can you not? Chun Xian's breathing grew heavy as he fixated on the blank warrant. It was as if he glimpsed a glimmer of vengeance, yet it also resembled a perilous trap. He fully grasped Yin Wenxin's insinuation, armed with this imperial decree. The Chun family could masquerade their quest against the assassin organization, recklessly exacting revenge upon those deemed disobedient. This was compensation, as well as a silencing fee, quelling the Chun family's wrath with the blood and fear of the lower echelons, simultaneously draining their remaining value for the sake of pursuing the assassin organization. As for the trampled ants, their fear and grievances were but mere dust in the grander scheme of things. Of course, actions must remain within controllable limits. Yin Wenxin added, his tone gentle yet imbued with undeniable authority. Chun Xian slowly extended his hand, his fingertips grazing the frigid paper, trembling slightly. Ultimately, he seized the document, clutching it tightly as if it were the last lifeline. Thank you, Director Yin, he managed to utter through gritted teeth. Go ahead. Yin Wenxin waved his hand, returning to his chair. Remember, discretion is paramount. Do not cause me any more trouble. Chun Xian stood, saluted, and turned to leave. His footsteps, heavy at first, gradually quickened, culminating in a near sprint from the office. As the door closed once more, only Yin Wenxin remained within the confines of the office. He picked up his personal phone and dialed an unrecorded number. Hello, father, he spoke softly into the receiver. The bait has been laid. This rabid dog of the Chun family will unearth something for us. Rest assured, everything is under control. Whether they draw out the assassin organization or merely vent their fury, it will benefit us. Those clamorings will soon be overshadowed by grander achievements and terror. The public has a propensity for forgetfulness. They merely desire a result, regardless of the process. Haishai Prison, Cell 2203. Lin Mo lay on his bed, his eyes slightly closed. The streams of information organized by the phantom flowed into his consciousness like icy waters, ceaselessly merging with his awareness. The despair and madness of the Chun family, their assaults upon the weaker, and the inaction of law enforcement were vividly presented before him. A sense of absurdity and irony silently spread within Lin Mo's heart. Is this what they call the maintainers of order? When the weak cry out for help, they cover their ears, turning away to shred the pleas for aid. Is this what they term the representatives of justice? When the Chun family brandishes their blades against the victims, they observe with indifference, even covertly supplying sharper blades. They care not for the truth, nor for justice. They are solely concerned with profit, with the outcome on the chessboard. And now, they expect the assassin organization, the so-called terrorist criminal group in their rhetoric, to take charge of the safety of these civilians they regard as mere ants and pawns, thus exposing flaws. Should not the safety and fundamental dignity of these ordinary citizens be the responsibility of the launching officials, particularly that lofty Vice Director Yin and the law enforcement system? Yin Wenxin's intentions were transparent, to use the blood, tears, and fears of the lower class as bait, both to placate the rabid dog and to attempt to fish for more. It was despicable, yet efficient when viewed from the opposing perspective. Nevertheless, this transient sense of absurdity did not disrupt Lin Mo's established rhythm. He had long ceased to harbor any illusions about this system. All darkness and injustice could ultimately only be crushed by his own hands. His plan would not waver. Chen Tianzheng must die. When heaven intends to destroy, it must first drive one to madness. Chen Tianzheng's current frenzy resembled a cornered, rabid dog, yet it was still insufficient, far from enough. Deep down, he held on to a sliver of hope, a notion that there remained an invulnerable supporter behind him. Chapter 107, Blade. Yin Wenxin's indulgence, this document of authorization, arrived at the most opportune moment. It would serve as the final bucket of boiling oil poured upon Chen Tianzheng's fraying nerves. Once this fire ignited, Chen Tianzheng would truly lose his senses. He would trample upon all boundaries, tearing away the last vestige of shame, completely exposed beneath the spotlight that demanded eradication. At that point, he would lose the final remnants of the protection afforded by public authority. In the elevator of the Law Enforcement Bureau, Chun Xian's fingers clenched tightly around the blank search warrant adorned with a vivid red seal. The metallic interior reflected his slightly contorted visage. Was it disappointment? No. From the moment Jin Yuan seized Chen's energy, he had relinquished any fantasies regarding that individual. Anger? Perhaps. But more so an insanity akin to a vessel thrown to the winds. Some might argue, you, the Chen family, still hold power. Why not enjoy the privileges in peace? Why descend to this level? Yet, to fall from the pinnacle of power to become the very role once scorned. This disparity was nearly driving the Chun family to madness. Yin Wenxin was fully aware that he was using the Chun family as a weapon, unleashing a rabid dog to bite. But what of it? The Chun family would seize this opportunity to demonstrate to all. The Chun family remains formidable. Upon returning to the Chun estate, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. The once brightly lit manor, bustling with guests, now bore only sporadic lights, akin to the perpetual flames of a grave struggling in the dark. The air was thick with an indescribable scent, a fragrance belonging to decay and death. Chen Tianzheng remained in his study, the main light unlit, illuminated only by a dim desk lamp casting a yellow hue upon half his face. His eyes were bloodshot, yet strangely, the aura of despair surrounding him had diminished somewhat. In its place was a near-calm madness, akin to the stillness of the sea before a storm. What did Yin Wenxin say? Chen Tianjing's voice was hoarse. Chun Xian remained silent, merely placing the light yet weighty document upon the rosewood desk and sliding it forward. Chen Tianjing picked up the document. Scrutinizing the vivid red seal beneath the dim light, his fingers gently traced the empty authorization section. His face bore no expression, resembling someone examining an object of no concern to him. After a long pause, he slowly set down the document, raised his gaze to his son, and a grotesque smile twisted at the corners of his mouth. Deputy Director Yin truly empathizes with us. The sarcasm in those words was palpable. Yet Chen Xian remained silent in response. Very well. Chun Tianzheng rose and walked to the window, gazing out into the pitch-black night. Since they had given us this knife, since they considered us as blades, it was imperative to wield it, and it must draw blood. His voice was soft, yet it carried a chilling intensity. However, the scope of the investigation could be broadened somewhat. Let us first teach a lesson to those foolish enough to covet the Chun family's assets. The image of the greedy faces whispering at the funeral flashed through Chun Tianjing's mind. Particularly that bald fellow who claimed to have taken over 2 of the Chun family's properties, Zhang Zhiwang. He vividly recalled, amidst the chaos in the morning hall, that the bald man had been struck on the forehead by a splinter. Zhang Dawang, he muttered, send someone to pay him a visit. Let him understand that the Chun family's possessions are not meant for someone of his ilk to covet. He may grasp them, but he won't live to enjoy them. The command was succinct yet brutal. Chun Xian nodded, promptly turning to make arrangements. He understood that this was merely the beginning. The pent-up fury and despair of the Chen family demanded more outlets for release. In the ensuing days, the undercurrents in Longqing surged even more violently. Zhang Dawang, in the office of the newly acquired property, found himself invaded in the dead of night. His security was no match for the intruders. Valuable items in the office were smashed to pieces, and he himself had a leg broken, with the assailants leaving a simple message. Whatever you have consumed, you shall repay double, otherwise, next time, it will be your head. Meanwhile, another group targeted more specific grievances. Those families once trampled by the Chen family, who recently dared to voice discontent online, faced a more brutal and systematic retaliation. Threats, intimidation, vandalism, and utility cutoffs. Methods emerged incessantly and with increasing audacity. The executors were even more brazen, for they held a photocopy of the imperial edict. Their audacious demeanor was sufficient to instill despair in the victims. Even more alarming was the Chun family's madness crossing a line, targeting public officials. The first to suffer was Zhao Donglai. This veteran security officer, having been reassigned from the task force to a quieter position within the traffic security department, had intended to peacefully navigate the final years of his career. Although he was indignant at the Chun family's lawlessness, he also recognized the insignificance of his own power and could only suppress his discontent within his heart. Upon learning of Chun Tianxiao's death, he had once succumbed to drunkenness at home. Yet trouble still found him. One night, on his way home from work, he was cornered in a secluded alley by several individuals. There were no superfluous words, only a brutal onslaught of fists and kicks. They struck with precision, avoiding fatal areas. But it was enough to leave his old bones incapacitated for half a year. Why can't you just wait for retirement quietly? Why must you meddle in affairs that do not concern you? Young Master Chen Feng's death is tied to you. This is merely a warning. When your skin is flayed away, it will be your end. Zhao Donglai curled up on the cold ground, pain shooting through his back. Yet he gritted his teeth in silence. He understood that this was the Chun family's retribution for his involvement in the warehouse search, indirectly leading to Chun Feng's death. He did not scream in rage nor plead in fear. He simply buried this chilling malice and newfound hatred deep within. Gao Feng, still part of the task force, soon learned of Zhao Donglai's beating and rushed to the hospital. Upon seeing his old colleague, bruised and bandaged, he slammed a fist into the hospital wall. This is lawlessness. Absolutely outrageous. Gao Feng spat through clenched teeth, his eyes bloodshot. He immediately sought out Yin Wenxin to report the situation and demanded action against Qin Tianjin. Yin Wenxin, seated behind a large desk, maintained his unflappable demeanor as he listened to Gao Feng's impassioned account. He even leisurely lifted his teacup and gently blew on it. Gao Feng, I understand your feelings, Yin Wenxin said, setting down his cup with a calm tone. Zhao Donglai is a veteran of our bureau, and I share in your sorrow regarding this incident. However, Yin Wenxin's tone shifted sharply as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Gao Feng. You say it was Chun Tianjing's instigation. Do you have solid evidence? Have those masked men been apprehended? Did they admit to being directed by Qin Tianjing? Gao Feng found himself at a loss for words. Of course, he lacked evidence. All was based on conjecture and Zhao Donglai's statements. Our greatest enemy now is that elusive assassin organization, Yin Wenxin stated gravely, emphasizing that the focus of the task force must be directed there. As for Qin Tianjing, he had just experienced the loss of his father and was currently unstable in handling matters. Although this was understandable, it had indeed caused a negative impact. After a moment's pause, he made a decision. Let it be. I will issue a stern warning to Qin Tianjing in the name of the task force. Simultaneously, we will enhance the protection for Zhao Donglai. Gao Feng observed Yin Wenxin's face, and his heart sank completely. He realized that Yin Wenxin cared little for Zhao Donglai's fate or the Chun family's madness. His only concern lay in how to exploit the Chun family as a mad dog to sniff out traces of the assassin organization. The so-called warning conversation was merely a formality. That blank authorization form was likely Yin Wenxin's true stance. As expected, Yin Wenxin's so-called warning conversation was trivial. It was not even conducted in person, merely a phone call from his secretary to Qin Tianjing. On the other end of the line, Qin Tianjing respectfully acknowledged the criticism, stating he would rein in his subordinates. Yet after hanging up, a faint sneer of derision crossed his face. A warning? Restraint? Yin Wenxin required the Chun family's knife to stir the waters and attack. What did this minor transgression matter? As long as it did not directly threaten the Yin family's interests or disrupt the overall situation in Longqing, Yin Wenxin might even welcome it. Qin Tianjing saw through this ploy, and his fervor intensified. However, he underestimated Yin Wenxin's ruthlessness and overestimated his own significance in the other's strategy. Days later, the Chun family's frenzied actions yielded no trace of the assassin organization, but instead incited new panic in Longqing. Several victims' joint complaint letters, though mostly suppressed, still resonated at higher levels. More critically, Chun Tianjing's repeated assaults on public officials like Zhao Donglai had crossed an invisible red line. This was no longer a mere dispute among the lower classes. It was a blatant challenge to the authority of those maintaining order. This deeply unsettled Yin Yuan, who had just taken control of Longqing. In the office of the Longqing Energy Industry Temporary Coordination Committee, he listened to his subordinates' reports, his brow furrowing increasingly. The remaining value of the Chun family has been nearly exhausted. This rabid dog has not only failed to bite those it intended to, but has also begun to disrupt its master's plans. Unaware of its own limits, Yin Yuan coldly uttered 4 words. Soon, a new command was issued. In light of Qin Tianjing's recent misconduct, which has led to adverse social repercussions, effective immediately, he is relieved of all current public positions and ordered to stay home for reflection. This command fell like a bucket of ice water upon the fervent madness surrounding Qin Tianjing. Sitting in his study, he gazed at the dismissal notice, rendered speechless for an extended period. The last vestige of public authority was ruthlessly stripped away. He had now become a mere shell, a lamb awaiting slaughter. The Yin family discarded him without hesitation, akin to tossing aside an obsolete tool. Without the protection of his identity, how long could the Chun family's direct force endure? In Haishi prison, cell 2203, Lin Mo leaned against the wall, his eyes gently closed, seemingly resting. Yet, deep within his consciousness, he was calmly analyzing the Chun family's final frenzy and the Yin family's cold calculations through the real-time information flow from the ghost. The news of Qin Tianjing's removal from all public duties was the final boulder that crushed the already precarious nerves of the Qin family. Yin Wenshin's indulgence, followed by his merciless abandonment, had driven this rabid dog into a corner. Stripped of his last vestige of power, Chun Tianjing's madness shifted from brazen arrogance to the desperation of a cornered beast, a state that is often the most perilous. The estate's defenses were formidable, yet not infallible. Lin Mo communicated with the ghost. Following a series of upheavals and purges, the Chun family's manor had heightened its security to unprecedented levels. A complex web of visible and concealed guards patrolled incessantly, and surveillance equipment nearly enveloped every corner. Chun Tianzhong, Chun Xian, and Chun Rui rarely ventured out, always accompanied by the most elite security. A direct assault, even at a great cost, would yield a low success rate, especially with Yin Wenshin lurking in the background. However, prolonged tension is akin to a bowstring drawn too tightly. Fatigue will inevitably surface, particularly after Chun Tianjing's dismissal. An indescribable sense of loss and confusion began to permeate the manor. The Yin family's stance was clear. The Chun family seemed to have become a discarded pawn, a realization that acted as a slow poison, eroding the vigilance of the guards. They continued to follow orders, yet the once palpable sharpness had quietly dulled. The moment had arrived. Song Gongya, Gu Suo, and the ghost commenced their operation. In a concealed warehouse on the outskirts of Longqing, the air was thick with the bitterness of drugs and the distinct odor of a certain animal. Song Gongya, a master beast tamer summoned by Lin Mo, crouched before a specially designed iron cage. His abilities transcended mere animal manipulation. He possessed an almost innate talent for communication and persuasion, capable of precisely controlling animal behavior and guiding them to execute exceedingly complex commands. Inside the cage were several local brown rats, their eyes a fierce crimson and their bodies considerably larger than ordinary house mice. These rats were uncharacteristically quiet, lacking the usual restlessness of their kind. They only lifted their heads when Song Gongya approached, their pupils flickering with a hint of domesticated docility. Around 40 years of age, Song Gongya bore an ordinary appearance, reminiscent of any laborer. With a few peculiar syllables, the rats within the cage stood upright. "Old friends, we have work to do tonight." His voice was hoarse, imbued with a unique rhythm that accompanied his interactions with animals. Meanwhile, Gu Suo was inspecting several small pouches. Gu Suo, another master poisoner summoned by Lin Mo, possessed the capability to concoct colorless and odorless toxins that eluded detection yet provoked specific, severe physiological reactions. Compared to the fluidity of water, Gu Suo's poisons were even more challenging to identify, with fewer limitations. He resembled a scholar, indifferent to everything else. Only when manipulating his vials did a near-obsessive light flicker in his eyes. Chapter 109, The Rat Infestation. Gu Suo opened a pouch containing a transparent, tasteless venom. He carefully dipped a specially designed tool into it, applying a small amount to the teeth, claws, and fur of the rat handed to him by Song Gongya. The toxin was colorless and odorless, posing no immediate threat to the rat itself. This poison would not be fatal at once, but would first erode the nerves, allowing the afflicted to keenly feel the passage of life amidst excruciating pain. Gu Suo murmured to himself, "They must experience what true despair feels like." The raw materials for these toxins, along with the experimental brown rats, had been procured in batches by the infiltrator Lin, utilizing his residual advantages amidst the chaos. The ghost ensured that all electronic traces from the procurement and transportation chain were modified, rendering them undetectable. Song Gongya selected the 6 strongest and most agile rats from the batch. He required no elaborate commands, merely through eye contact, scent, and a few simple gestures. He established a communication channel with these unique assassins. The Chun Manor, under a moonless night, remained fortified with high walls and electric fences. The patrolling guards continued their rounds, yet their former vigor had dissipated. The prolonged state of heightened tension, coupled with the Chun family's decline, had lowered the guards' vigilance to its nadir. Even the personnel responsible for internal cleaning and disinfection had grown negligent due to the recent turmoil. Amidst the shadows cast by the crumbling morale, the first wave of assassins was dispatched. 2 of the meticulously selected and trained Longqing brown rats infiltrated the manor silently through a security gap in the perimeter. They moved along the shadows by the wall, guided by their instincts in the beast tamer's direction, splitting into 2 paths as they swiftly approached the core living area. However, their mission did not proceed smoothly. The Chun Manor, having endured numerous trials, boasted a security system that was far from superficial. The first rat, attempting to squeeze through a gap in the logistics area, triggered an exceedingly sensitive vibration sensor. What was that? A security personnel, who had been yawning in front of the monitor, abruptly sat upright. Despite his relaxed state, his basic professionalism remained intact. Another guard paused the magnified image of the corresponding area, catching only a fleeting glimpse of a gray-brown shadow. Damn it, it's a rat. How did this place get infested with these things? He spat, evidently displeased with the cleaning department's negligence. Stay alert. Don't let these filthy creatures run amok. Simultaneously, another rat, infiltrating the area around Chun Tianjing's study via the ventilation duct, was detected by a newly installed acoustic monitoring device at a maintenance opening. Abnormal movement detected within the duct. Size classified as small rodent. The atmosphere in the control room turned serious. Activate the backup plan. Notify the internal team to bring rodent capture tools and disinfection equipment, and stand by at the corresponding duct entrance. We cannot allow it to reach the core area. The team leader responsible for internal security reacted swiftly. Soon, 2 personnel clad in protective gear arrived, expertly opening the duct maintenance hatch. They shone powerful flashlights and employed specially designed long poles with nets to block and drive the rat away. A mouse, in a state of panic, collided with the net and was swiftly dealt with by an electrocution device, its lifeless body meticulously placed in a sealed bag. Damn, it truly exists. An internal staff member wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved to have discovered it early. Another mouse that was found met a similar fate, being exterminated. In the surveillance room, the atmosphere relaxed slightly, yet tinged with disdain. If even mice could infiltrate, those responsible for cleaning ought to be dismissed. This minor commotion, though quickly extinguished, resembled a stone cast into the still waters of a tranquil lake. It briefly stirred the previously dormant security system of the manor, rekindling the vigilance of the monitors, which had nearly succumbed to boredom. They focused intently on the screens, scrutinizing every potentially overlooked corner, as if to assert that even in the decline of the Qin family, their professionalism remained unassailable. However, they were not contending with ordinary vermin. Song Gongye and the Phantom, through the prior feedback from the mice and the subtle movements captured by the surveillance network, had discerned the security's response patterns and key defensive areas. The initial wave of infiltration cost the lives of 2 mice, yet proved invaluable. Advancing along the A3 and B7 conduits, where sensor sensitivity was notably low due to recent personnel shifts, the Phantom relayed timely information. 2 additional brown rats were released by Song Gongye. Children, take these 2 paths. Move slowly and steadily, seizing the moment while the security personnel were distracted by the recent mouse incident in the eastern conduit area. The remaining 4 mice split into 2 groups and silently ventured deeper into the manor, navigating through the brief surveillance blind spots created by the personnel reassignment. This time, no alarms were triggered. They successfully traversed the shadows of clutter within the kitchen storage, burrowing into the HVAC duct system leading to the living quarters. Another group entered the villa itself through a gap in an outdoor air conditioning unit. Their movements were deliberate and patient, perfectly exploiting the fleeting moment of human complacency. In the study, Chun Tianjing remained oblivious to the subtle disturbances outside. Before him lay the notice relieving him of all official duties. The paper was pristine, the handwriting clear. Yet it felt like a piece of ice, exuding a suffocating chill. The final vestige of power had been ruthlessly stripped away. What was he now? A mad dog discarded by its master? A wretch awaiting retribution from his enemies? He mulled over the names Yin Jinyuan and Yin Wenxin, a wild madness spreading like wildfire in his eyes, cutting ties and disposing of the useless.